Yo, check out we did in the place. You got me? Street Leslie in the place. You got me? Yeah, my sir. Yeah, man. Big up all the people them in the place. A little bit of a late start today, man, with the show and all that, but yeah, man, we still here, man. We still here, B. Yeah, so big up all the people then that's about to roll through. Yeah. Whoa. So I had the Sunday off. Just chilled out. You get me? mm. My thing. Yeah. Yeah, man. Question of the day. Hey, hey. Mm. Yeah, man. They speak still. Oh shit. Felt my leg. Fall up my leg. You get me? Yeah, man. Walk on, though, man. Get me. Show me how you get down. And I said, sweat out. Hey, let me see the migraine sky kid. Thank you. Two hands on the head. That's the migraine sky. Get me? Yeah, man. Big up Jets, man. I just watch your blog still, man. Yeah, big up, man. Now you living that life, B. Yee. On the west side. Yeah, man. Anyway. You watch Speakers Corner, any Speakers Corner videos over this weekend? Hmm? Eh? O me que si eso? Eh? O me que si eso? You're so bad, man. My yo, you're so bad, man. You're so bad, man. My yo, you're so bad, man. Yeah, me. All right. My, yeah. So, yo, can you hear that? Can you hear someone talking in the background? Or is it just me? Or is it just me? Yeah. So, yeah, man, big up my Christian family. Yeah, man. Yeah, so, did any of you... Hey, you know, actually, I nearly forgot about one part of it, yeah? Bro, I nearly forgot about one. This fucking cunt nearly just crashed into me, man. I nearly forgot about one part, though, yeah? Hurt people. You get me? Oh, mate. Oh, see? You know when you're in pain? Yeah, you know what? To tell the truth, though, I'm not really on a, I won't really be making videos about anyone in particular or anything like that. Still sticking with question of the day, you get me? You just laugh at man with gal feelings and them things there, you get me? And then man I move like girl. Mhm. Yeah, man. I pick up the people them in the place, who's in there, man? Well, we got Lady Spade, yeah? First commenter. We got yourself. Yeah, we got yourself. We got yourself. Outside NL Fizzle, YG, Gabbard. Outside, outside my G Block team. Yeah. Man like Funky. Man like James Jones. Outside Renegade. Yeah, we. Yeah, outside Mel 9. The rest of the team. Yeah, big up man like Carney O. We got yourself. breakfast time. You get me? Yeah, yeah, man. Mad thing. Mad, 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 mad. Nah, outside dog man. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Dogzilla. You get me? Yo, I swear down, my brother used to love Dogzilla. Was it's one of his favorite MCs. You get me? Dogzilla. Yeah. Um, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, we got Ultra Funky, man. Say so, bud. Um, well, can you hear someone talking in the background? Let me know, man. First one, if you can only hear me talking, and or let me know if you can hear anything in the background. Yeah, is it just me? I never knew that. Check, check, testing, testing. One tree, one tree. All right, no, no, it works. All right, we're coming through. So, yeah, man. So, I put a video out, yeah. It was a video someone else had sent to me, yeah. It probably might be on a couple other people's channels and shit as well, yeah. I put a video out, yeah, of an African lady and an African man talking about Christianity or believing in Jesus and that, yeah. And my yeah, that shapes up the question of the day, innit? Yeah. So obviously the question of the day is, if God is so good and all loving, why did he kill Jesus and not the devil? Why didn't you just kill the devil, man? Worry. Things could have been popping. One bag of goody two shoes on earth. You get me? Yeah, mate. You say the devil knows judo, Jesus knows Tai Chi. Oh shit. My thing. Yeah, so I don't know why. Why? I don't know why, fam. Obviously, I'm not God in it, so I just thought, yeah, if God's so good and all loving, you know, all loving, all good, all knowing, all the alls, then why did God kill Jesus and not the devil? The devil, yeah. What are you saying, man? Any answers? Any answers? Any answers? Yeah, what do you think? What do you think about that? Yo, yo. Yeah, you man are going on boring, cuz. What for you, man? Ah, shoot, that bro, yeah. Mad thing. Mad man. up asleep and no, we are going to look bad mind. One bad. Yeah. Let me make sure I got the question right, yeah? Oh, shit. Hey, fam. Let me edit that, man. Yeah. My bad, I was in a bit of a rush, mate. One sec, whoever that is that's jumped in. Cool momento, 4. Man, like, Killer K in the building.
What's happening, fam? Getting his
Chatting.
headphones. Just getting his headphones in. All on. Yeah. How you doing, man? You alright? How was your weekend?
Remember? All good, man.
Yeah.
All good, mate.
Wicked, wicked. So
Keeping
what's the
it.
question?
Question of the day, yeah, is
Uh-huh.
if God is so good, why did he kill Jesus and not the devil? Why did he let
Interesting
Jesus
question.
die and just kill the devil?
Well,
Why would he kill your son and not the devil?
I can answer that in different ways. I don't know if anyone else will agree with me. There's only one devil, in it. That with Jesus, he's gonna die. There's gonna be a next prophet and a next prophet. It's like he does his job, innit?
Cutting out, bro. Cutting out.
Yo, blessings, man, blessings.
Oh, my brother. Man,
Love,
like
man.
Farouk in the building, you know? Oh, God.
Oh, man. Done,
Yeah,
man. Willem Vele. Vele and Vagate. Big up. Big up, man. Big up. Every time. Every time.
Oh, man.
Well, we're here, innit? Fucking nice weekend. Lovely Monday. You know what I mean? I've got a job on at 12. It's normal vibes, though.
Oh, it's not on back to normal out there now, innit?
More or less. Yeah, everyone's hugging. Loads of hugging on the weekend. Do you know what I mean? Big hugs and all that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, mate. We just want a couple of more shops to go under. And then I don't think anything's going back to normal, Phil. We're going under another lock, man. Yeah, we're going under another lock still. Because obviously, white people in this country, they're going to have a warm surprise coming soon. I hope they don't try and blame them.
What's a warm surprise?
Huh?
sounds like something you wake up to lying next to you in the bed. A warm surprise.
The economy downturn and the lack of jobs, innit? And the underdevelopment, what's going to be happening in certain sections of society.
Definitely.
You get me? So there's going to be a 4 or 5 years of that coming, no matter who's in power. Unless aliens come in power.
That's what we need, man. We need some aliens on the firm, man. Some fresh input.
Yeah, but India's gonna suffer.
If aliens drop on the earth, yeah, this race thing is done. You get me? That race thing is done out here. Because
that's true.
Once the aliens dropped in, yeah,
the race thing's more or less done anyway, man. Man, cottoning on to the tricks now, innit? You know what I'm saying? Man know all the tricks now, and man know all the put downs and all the innuendos and all the fucking reverse psychology. Man's kind of working it all out now, isn't he?
Fucking indicators that you wanker. I swear down, I hate shit driving.
That's all it is, Freddie. Reverse psychology.
Yeah, it took man a little while to cotton on to what was going on, but man's obviously not dumb, so man's gonna cotton on. And then boom, obviously, know what's going on. But as the question though, I don't believe some of the parts of the Bible, because obviously it's been rewritten by a certain section, and I don't think that section's looking to kill itself. Do you get me? There's nowhere in the story that the hero kills himself. Do you get what I'm saying? So that story is for them. Certain parts of the Jesus story. Do you know what I'm saying?
Jesus never got crucified then, or you don't think he
Yeah,
got crucified?
but I don't think it happened like how they're saying it happened. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, why would you forsake me and all this? I don't think that's going to be possible.
Check this out, Freddie, about that. But to go with the question of the day, yeah, how it goes, yeah, was even if whatever way Jesus died, yeah, it sort of doesn't really matter for the question, innit? It's more that why was it
kind of does, you know.
And not the
you know why? You know why I say it kind of matters, Phil? Because it matters on what version you believe in. If you believe in the hands down slavery version, then obviously you're going to believe everything that they written in the book. But I don't believe. I only believe 50% or 30% of what's in that book. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think what Veli's asking is, like, a lot of people, Freddie, that don't believe, yeah, they always seem to question the goodness of God. So they're saying, like, why do bad things happen on earth? Like, not just Jesus, but in general, like famines, fucking droughts,
what's gonna happen?
fucking murders.
If J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter with the intention to get rich off of people, she's not gonna make Harry Potter turn the wand on himself. Do you get it? Do you get it? Yeah, so some of them parts of that Bible was put to entice people to make money. Do you get what I'm saying? Because obviously King James, 1 second, Phil, King James and that, they had parts in the Bible where obviously they allowed their forefathers to chop off your wife's head if you don't like her.
But let me just draw a distinction, Freddie. Yeah. So in the Old Testament and in the Quran, God's good, yeah, but he's got his own version of good, where sometimes he has to just like mash up some people. Yeah, but like in the Jesus version of God, it's like God's just like always good.
Whack.
It's whack. It's not natural, innit? It's not normal. Like it's just a trick to make you be good all the time and never kind of like rebel.
You see, if I want to subdue you and I want to have you under some mental bondage, I will always tell you to turn the other cheek.
Right, Freddie.
When I kick you up your backside, I will tell you, yo, turn the other cheek, big man.
That's
I'll
it.
fucking kick you up your head.
Now we're getting there.
You know what I'm saying? So it depends on what version you believe. I believe a nasty European man writ all of that, and he's not Xing out himself. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? Because he is the devil. If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Why Jesus and not the devil? Why is it not the devil that gets crucified or that dies and then, you know what I'm saying, Jesus goes on?
Who's going to answer that one first? You want to go for it?
Like, well, do you know what I'm saying? It's the devil that wrote it. Like that section, the devil wrote that section. So why is he going to kill himself? That don't really make, you know what I'm saying, Phil? Do you get what I'm saying?
My answer to that one is, this world, it's a temporary world, isn't it? So once your job's done, it's time to move on, isn't it? Like, you know, like in a Lion King, the circle of life. That's life, isn't it? So once Jesus' job's done now, it's time for him to move on, isn't it? Get me?
I just think the devil, the European man, which is the one that was obviously after people's soul and worked them to death, and you know what I'm saying, he writ that certain sections of that. You get what I'm saying, and burnt the original texts. You know what I'm trying to show you, and he's not gonna write out himself. Why would he kill himself? That don't make sense. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, that's my little 2 pence, innit? I know people might not like it.
Freddie, you seem like quite a spiritual guy, man. I like that. How long you been on this journey, man? Like, is you always been like that since birth? Like, is this you? Like,
yeah, since birth,
so it's just how you interpret things, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know, blood. I just done it in a simple format because my brain was always moving simple. It's either you're lying or you're telling the truth. That's how
Yeah.
it always was. You get what I'm saying? You get me?
Yeah.
And then people told me how to interpret that more in a less blunt way. You get me? Because I was very blunt with it. You get what I'm saying? They said, you know what? There's other ways to find out the truth. So more time you can find out the truth with silence.
That's nice, man. I like that. You come to a good ending though, like the conclusion.
Yeah,
So
the
now you
conclusions are right,
feel
man.
settled with it.
Yes, man, the conclusions are right, man. What you talking about, brother, man? I just try and be fair in my analysis, innit? That's all I'm doing. You get what I'm saying? And the question to me is a false premise because I don't believe none
It's
of that part.
I ain't really known you that long, but from what I've seen of you, you always seem to be on the right side of being right. I've never caught you out and thought, Freddie, caught you out, mate. Do you know what I mean?
You know
Like you're always
when
instinctively. You get me?
Yeah, I don't think about what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying.
Same,
I just
same.
go.
I don't either.
I just go. Innit? That's what I'm saying. What's in my heart? What you gonna get? Innit? So it's like I ain't got no prepared thing or no internet to look on. You know what I'm saying? My knowledge is very, very lacking. Big up Terry, man. Big up Terry.
Yeah, same. Is that Terry there?
Yeah, man. Mr. Riggs, my black family
What's
first.
going on, Terry? You on your first coffee yet?
Morning, Mr. Riggs. Anyway, when he comes in. Yeah, when he comes in, he comes in.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Ready.
What's that?
The shit has hit the pan. You know the present that what's the name donated? Ultra.
Yeah, Ultra.
Yeah, you know they don't give it to someone else.
They what?
Yeah.
They're gonna give it to that other organization called MAG.
Yeah, I saw it go, man.
I
saw it go.
No, but
they donated it to you. Ultra donated it to your.
Exactly.
Ultra donated
Black Family First have got PayPal in it, fam.
Yeah.
Listen.
What? Put the Black Family First PayPal in the link for me, then.
What is it? A real movement? You're not doing a proper thing. I like that.
But Terry,
what do you think?
Black people donated his present to the Manhood Academy, though.
I just thought.
And I seen the video on Got Push TV as well.
Yeah, that's not Manhood Academy. That's MAG.
Oh shit.
But what it is, the funniest thing is, Got Kush knew that.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Riggs, don't watch No Face, man. I've got a secondary booby prize for you. Just drop the link in it. Yeah? All right, my brother?
Oh, 1 minute. So what's happening? What's the topic?
Yeah, the question of the day is, the question of the day is, hold on, let me tell the question of the day, The question of the day for today is, God is all good. Why did he kill Jesus and not the devil?
Go on, Terry.
You know, it's that's a hot that I don't like to, for me personally, I just don't like to tap into people's religion. But in saying that, it's a difficult one because if you believe in it, then if you believe in God, then it's like, are you gonna say all the atrocities that's out in the world? Did God put that down there, or was it man?
That's a good point.
Yeah, definitely, man. It was evil man. Come on, man. You know what's in certain people's heart.
That's what makes
up until recently, weren't it the 4x2s that were taking the blame for killing Jesus?
But you know,
I swear it was them that was getting the blame. until the Catholic Church had to kind of like send out a paper saying, nah, it weren't them ones. It was the ancestors.
But you see, this is why I'll say that most things, right? This journey is like a game of chess.
Go on. Love a bit of chess.
No, 100%. Hey, family, listen, yeah? Listen, in the book. Hey, 1 second, though, fam.
Let me just one second.
You might make
me ask Terry one question. Fam, 1 second. Let me just ask Terry a question, yeah? I wanted to ask him a question, yeah? You can go back to your point, yeah, but it's a side question. Nothing to do with what we're talking about now, yeah? But I watched a video with, I think his name's Kevin Arnett, yeah? And he was talking about some old Catholic laws, which the Catholics had, which they said they're allowed to kill other kings, obviously, but they're just not allowed to kill other Catholics. Do you know anything about these laws?
Say that again, Belly.
There's supposed to be some laws. I heard an interview with Kevin Arnett, yeah? Once I heard an interview with Kevin Arnett, yeah? And he was saying about some laws that the Catholics had, which allowed them to kill other kings, like people or tribes and all that. And obviously they're not allowed to kill other Catholics, but is that?
But you see,
do you know if there's any truth in that?
Hey, brother, the whole thing's mixed up. Can I make 1 point quickly, Val? And then you can carry on with the question. What I'm saying, the Catholic Church, the whole thing is stolen artifacts and stolen manuscripts. You get what I'm trying to show you? And they've tried to interpret it the best way they can to suit their needs. You get what I'm saying? In some of them texts. That's why I always listen to the first. No, I was just gonna say that the Pope, even the rituals, what happens is not in the Bible. Because the Pope goes and kisses the black Madonna, and then he goes upstairs and kisses the white Madonna, and that's just the reality of it. You get what I'm trying to show you?
But you see, Belly, are you talking about that law in this country?
Nah, obviously.
I don't know if it was in this country.
There's possibility of that law, but like with this country,
it was just the Catholics.
Because most of
it was the Catholic law that they was using in colonization. I think it was this country that was using the law, obviously, but it was when it was a Catholic country.
But Veli, to answer that question, all you got to do is look at history and see if there was any wars between Catholics. If there weren't none, then you're right. There must have been a secret law.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to explain, is that in this country, every Catholic law that was in this country got abolished because of Henry VIII in the time of Church of England. So that's why you're always having a conflict you have, like, with the Protestants and the Catholics and all that. So
Terry, I think he means in between nations, not like within a nation.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, even if you notice it, it's even within certain things, there's still an internal war. Because if you go to Scotland, you go to Ireland, those are the two that separate each other.
But look, France is a Catholic country, yeah? And they've done bare wars more than like almost anyone. Yeah. Have they ever warred another Catholic country like Portugal or anything like that?
This is what's backing up. This is what backs up the wars that went about, like the Spanish. Because remember, you had the Spanish Catholics and then you had the British Protestants.
Yeah.
So if you look at it, in form of fighting for land, they were trying to get more control, because whoever owns that land, it has the full control. So it becomes a madness. Like even in Nigeria, it's a madness because you had certain Protestants on one side, and then you had the Igbos that were majority Catholic.
When I look on the Catholic thing, blood, I just look on one big mafia with stolen artifacts.
Exactly.
That's all I do.
Yeah.
I don't look on nothing else.
Remember,
because remember who their boss is, you know. They got answer to Rome, just like Christians answer to England. You get me? The Church of England run Christianity.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait. ran Catholicism. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. All right. So who's the Jesuits? Are they Jews or something?
I'm not too
Because you
sure.
got Catholics, you got Protestants,
And
and
then
then you got these
you got
Jesuit cats that done a
the
lot of
Puritans.
the
You got them.
Puritans.
They
Oh yeah, no, but weren't they Protestant as well? They were. You mean the ones that went to America to get away from everything?
They're the ones that were like the ones that followed the Bible by law.
Yeah, they're the Protestants. They're the ones they wanted to take out all the Catholic mumbo jumbos.
No, that was. Now there's another one internally, which is the bishop. The bishop was having problems with. I'll get you the name in a minute. Let me get the name. But in the time of King James, but this is what King James did. He played a technical game to be able to use the Bible and to adjust certain things where it will still make him the king hierarchy, but it gave level stances to the bishop.
That's why.
And that Puritan.
That's why, Terry. Why do you think I believe 30% of it? Because if you alter the middle, that means the beginning and ending might have to change. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Do you get what I'm trying to say? It just may have to change. So if you've done all these little tweaks to slave people and depress people and hold people down, you get what I'm saying? That means you've altered a lot of text. Because it's it's a big contrast between the first Bible and the New Testament. The New Testament to me, you can't that. You get me? Because it's an eye for an eye every day. You get what I'm trying to show you? Every single day God sends it's an eye for an eye. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Yeah.
Facts. Yeah, man.
Yeah, so like obviously with the question of the day, you can only get a certain amount of characters on the line here. So we know that obviously God didn't come down, as the story goes in the Bible. It's not that God come down and actually kills Jesus, but the story is that God sent Jesus as a sacrifice to wipe away sin. If I were saying, but I'm saying that why didn't God send Jesus as to come and wipe away the devil instead? Like, wouldn't that have really wiped away all sin?
Really, that's why I was saying it's a game of chess. Because if he's supposed to be the all-seeing God and an all-knowing God, then he knows what's going to happen in past, present, and future. Yeah. So if he does know, then it's for man to understand it. It's a journey that you have to take. So you've got two alternatives. You have to go one way or the other.
I think it's a journey you have to discount, fam. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? You just have to discount that and look. Because the laws of Moses ain't going into none of that where you sacrifice anybody. Do you get what I'm saying for anything?
Because when you think about it,
really?
It was God.
Really? Are you there, really? Bro.
Yo.
Yeah, he's there.
Let me put my thing on. Let me put my scientific hat on, innit? I'll answer it in a scientific way. If you think about these, what we will call them archetypal images, yeah? God, the devil, whatnot, yeah? Why is God always up and the devil's always down when we're living on a secular planet? There ain't no up and down, innit? But the way the human mind is designed, yeah, the devil sort of represents your subconscious. So that's why he's below. So he's tempting you, yeah, without you realizing it. He's sort of like hidden in it. He's like, yeah, go in the kitchen, get the cookie jar and eat all them cookies. Fuck everyone else, innit? Like, you eat them all. So that's the devil, how he operates, innit? So God's like your higher self, innit? It's like what they call the super ego. Yeah. So what they reckon scientifically is that when your parents are telling you off as a child, there's a part of your brain that records it, so you don't keep getting told off in it. You can always just refer back to like what your parents want from you, and then that extends further.
Hypothetically, though, all right, you're saying that, innit? That is a beautiful analogy. But hypothetically, do you think anything can compare to the God that you're serving?
No. But
Why would he
the
make?
thing is,
Do
the
you
thing
think? Do
is,
you think that? All right,
the,
then. All right. Just a
the
hypothetical.
the
Just another quick
temptation's
hype.
closer to you, innit? It's
No,
always
just another
whispering in your
quick
ear.
hypothetical. Yeah, just another quick hype. I'm saying, do you think he will make anything rivaling his power in any way,
Not
shape,
any,
or form?
not what when you say power, ultimate power, you've got the decision to go with one or the other, innit? It's your choice. So not
No,
like
I'm saying
God's giving you that.
think this concept. I think this concept of God and the devil's played out, bro.
Yeah,
It's
because
whack,
Mm.
man.
in
Yeah,
African
I'm trying to
tradition,
show
I'm just trying to answer it within the context of the question, though, innit?
yeah,
you.
but in
Yeah, because my God, the God I'm serving. Sorry, T.
yeah,
Go on, Freddie, man. Preach
yeah,
your
saying
thing, man. We want to hear.
but all I was gonna say is that there is no word for devil in
Right.
all the
Mm.
African traditions.
Mm.
So who's made this concept?
Facts. Check them. Someone check which European man made his daddy in charge of something. Do you know what I mean?
So wait, Freddie, hold on. Are you saying that there's no such thing as the devil in the Bible?
Not in my interpretation of it. You know what I'm saying? In my interpretation, there's only
Well,
one man.
there ain't no devil in the. Is it in the Old Testament? There ain't no devil. There ain't no devil.
So there's no Lucifer. There's no Satan.
I swear
no
it came in
devil,
after. It came in.
There's
There's a
no
step date.
evil thing that
not in my mind.
Hell.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
right, Veli. So basically,
there's no evil thing that's sending out.
Can you listen?
People there.
Phil, can you listen?
So wait, hold on. But wait,
Phil,
let me finish.
One sec.
Let me try. Wait.
Let me explain it to you. Phil, let me explain it to you, and then you can
Veli, we got no choice. You gotta let him go through. You gotta let him go through.
Let me wrap it up, though.
No, I'm saying, let me explain it to you.
Because I don't want you to leave. I don't want to leave. Yeah, a hole in the fence that you can hop through. Yeah,
there's no hole though, so you can say anything you want to say. Because I'm saying my interpretation is not a European guy's interpretation.
Let me say it, yeah. Let me say it, yeah. Because then, so you're saying that
when the devil made a bet with God, yeah. So that guy there, you're saying that man there, he doesn't exist. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that character came in a lot after.
One second. I'm actually telling you, I told you there's no heaven and hell a long time ago. What's the matter with you, bro? I just do things because it's good out of my heart. There ain't no heaven and hell. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who told you that lie. You know what I'm saying? Pick up love. You know what I'm saying?
Big up, Freddie. Big up.
Ain't no stolen remix. My version ain't a stolen remix, innit? I tell you that for free.
But Freddie, we're trying to answer the question, innit? Innit? We're trying to answer the question.
What he's saying is dead. That kills it dead. Because you believe in a stolen remix. And I know. You know what I'm saying?
You can't judge the question. No, you can't judge the question. It's only 10:15. You can't do that.
Nah, I'm not judging the question. I'm just saying. Crazy.
I said, you can't judge it. No, you can't judge it.
There's
no devil don't exist, K.
I hear that.
No, I'm saying it don't exist in my
what I'm saying.
The God I'm serving.
Hear what I'm saying, Freddie. When you go back, Freddie, to the original, there was only God in it, and then when bad things happen and good things happen, it's all from God, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. There's parables about people that's fallen from grace. There's parables about people that's fallen from grace and fallen out of favor of the Lord, but there ain't nothing else. You get what I'm saying? All of this other thing is cutting. You get what I'm saying? Heaven, do this because you're gonna go to heaven. That's a mecca.
There is a theory.
That's like saying to me, 1 second, Carl. That's like saying to me, suffer for years because there's some special reward. Why the fuck would I suffer for years? It's another subjugation trick and another psychology trick to keep me suffering. You get it?
So when you look at it in terms of historicity, what stories come from? Hold on, let me just round it off, and I'll pass it to you.
I swear down, brother. I got to jump off in a sec. Yeah.
All right.
Let's get past all that. Freddie's saying a lot, cuz like, and I can't even believe Kate ain't even unmuted his mic and started ripping his blood clot hair out. Like, what do you mean? There's no heaven. You mean there's no stuff that you have to do
These
to go to
things
heaven?
are conceptual, bro. They're
I thought you were saying
conceptual.
K.
To
I
me,
thought you were saying to me.
all of
I
these
thought you was
things
calling
are
me.
on earth. All of these things are on earth, bro. My daughter's heaven. What are you talking about? My family's heaven. What do you mean?
You saying there's no such thing as heaven?
What do you mean? The black sister's heaven. What do you mean? Pick up yourself.
Grand Rising.
Big up.
Oh, big up, Becca.
Ain't nothing rising without you there, Becca.
What are you talking about?
And you know what's hell? What's hell? Police are hell. You get me? The courts are hell. You get what I'm saying? Prison's hell. And slavery's hell. That's what's hell. You get what I'm saying? Facts.
Sure.
So hell and heaven's only on earth. So when you die, what happens?
You tell me, bro.
You have to wait in your grave, innit,
You
until
die,
judgment, until the trumpets blow on the thingy day.
When you're dead, you're dead. But in
tell me,
Christianity, what happens when you die?
The trumpets blow, innit, on thingy day.
You don't get judged.
What's it
You
called?
don't get no judgment. AK,
No, you get
why
your
are
judgment on
staying
earth.
this,
You get your judgment on earth.
I don't know what you're trying to do. Yeah, man's trying to remix your Bible out here, fam, and you're just chilling
I'm not
on mute.
remixing your Bible. I'm just telling you that it's
Class,
the universal law, innit? I deal with the universal law.
You gave that the Farouk mix.
You got what I'm saying? I don't deal off for no fairy European remix.
I'm gonna remix the blood clot thing, you know.
Yeah,
Like his
I
name,
don't worship European.
Missy
I
Elliott and
worship God.
Timberland.
You got what I'm saying?
You get
So
me?
why would I follow a remix? That don't make
Yeah,
no
you're
sense.
looking at the Hollywood version where people die and they automatically go into heaven.
Yeah,
That's Hollywood,
don't
man.
do that. Don't
That's
do
a
that.
Hollywood thing.
No. No one. Who said that? I never said that. I said. So there's no process. You don't get no judgment or nothing when you die.
Well,
Like you just.
There ain't
die.
nothing.
Yeah,
Listen, as far as I know, there ain't nothing that says we're actually going to heaven. I think we all die. We all go.
If there's anything that says you're going to heaven, yeah, you're going to be judged to see whether you go to heaven or you don't go to heaven.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. You man are trying to now you man are trying to edit and remix all that out now. Because
No.
I heard every single man on this.
It depends on what. I never remix nothing, you know. I said it depends on what, how you look on the Bible, innit? I'm looking on history and the Bible in the context of what it is. I'm looking on the reality of the thing. I'm putting everything in context and what's been stolen and what hasn't been stolen, what's been recovered and what hasn't been recovered. You get what I'm trying to say? I know, man, that's done bird.
Wait.
I don't know. One second, Vel. 1 second. I know, man, that's done bird. Type in the book Liberator, yeah, to get manuscripts from these people regarding their faith. And, do you know what I'm trying to show you? So I'm not gassing when I'm telling you that there's things hidden out there from us. You get what I'm trying to show you? I'm not gassing when man say there's a remix thing going on.
Come on. You know what it is, man. Them are remix together and them are pretty like I'm so special. I'm so special.
I wish I could. They've written themselves into something that man don't belong to. So the story's gonna be fucked, bro. Remember, if man was in charge, you could go to the clergy and say, yeah, change the Bible in regards to this and that. And they would have a meeting about it.
So why do you believe it then? If you think it's been changed and remixed?
I believe in God. I don't believe in it. No book defines my faith.
So really, you're not really. You're just on a on like you got your own sort of spiritual God sort of.
I've been telling you that,
thing,
bro.
like,
and you're trying to pin man down.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to say that. But what you keep doing though, cuz you keep putting on that cape, yeah. Every time we talk about the God of one, the God of the other one, fam, you're just out here with your fucking.
I see everybody as human beings. So I put my cape on for anybody. I put my cape on for white people, black people, Irish, Asian. Anybody.
But the thing is, you know,
anyone
that's you guys are sitting there. You guys are sitting there saying about no heaven and hell, yeah. But then, how would we know what's good and bad if there is no such thing as heaven and hell? That don't make no sense. In every religion, there's some sort of devil. There's some sort of hell, like dating back fucking centuries.
Now I know certain things are wrong. Sorry to cut you, sis.
Hey Becca, that's why because they try to remix it. That's why.
I just know
They're
certain
trying to
things
get
are
it the
wrong.
Bavado remix, fam.
Yeah, and I know you
I
know
think
certain things are just wrong.
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
but
looking back at the ancient Greeks, gods and things like that, like there was fucking what's his name, Hades, Lord of the Underworld. Like, come on, bro, don't act
Exactly.
like, come on,
Yeah,
man.
but
And
what
then
I'm saying,
in the
yeah,
Hindus, they
but
got Hanuman, the monkey god.
since they had
When you
Hades,
try
they
to
had all
remix
these
it, though, fam.
lovely stories, you know, sister. But that's all they are. They're not nothing. They're not codes for life. You're not gonna go out and live like Hades now and put on a toga and your tits hanging out. They're just
Yeah, I'm not
horrible.
saying that though, but I'm just saying in every
You can't even compare him
religion,
to us.
dating back centuries, there is a heaven and there is a hell. Like, you can't deny that.
I think it's man-made stories. It's just like Monkey. Have you ever seen this Chinese parable where the monkey goes to heaven and he calls the cloud, and then he rolls with a pig, and that
Carl was talking about it the other day. Monkey Magic.
Yeah, the pig
Pigsley
meant to represent.
Was you listening to that?
Yeah, the pig's meant to represent the European.
I was cracking up when you said that monkey. Oh, listen, hold on a sec. You see when Khan said, "No, like Monkey Magic," yeah? I was cracking.
Why? Because you think it's just a children's program.
Yeah, no, because that just took me back in it, man.
You just love Monkey Magic. What, you love Monkey too?
Shut up, man.
Yeah. I think Monkey Magic's got its own Facebook page now, bro. There's a lot of people love Monkey.
Religiously believe in Monkey, innit? Like, they hold him there in their heart, innit? Like, they don't just think it's a story. They think there's something real on it as well. You got what I'm trying to tell you?
But our Monkey Magic was the best, though, man.
Wait, hold on a sec. Can you sing Monkey Magic theme tune?
A long time ago, something, something like that. In Bangara, they say
don't give up your day job, bro. Like, seriously, I've got PTSD. You're making it worse, bro. Allow it.
Oh shit!
Love is law. Do you think that some of the stories are, we must live by them literally, or they're parables, or jewels, or gems of advice?
Look, the Bible is full of a lot of symbology and full of a lot of stories, and a lot of people can interpret those in different ways. They can interpret them in their own emotional way. They can see something and act on their anger and act on how they see it. Like Genesis, a lot of people interpret those in different ways. Like me, I think, like, say, if I asked you, Freddie, if I said to you, Khan or Freddie, and I said, who is the devil? Who is Satan? So I ask you, Freddie, who's the devil?
I can't tell you specifically, but he's a myth.
Yeah, Khan. So Khan, who's the devil?
What from an Islamic point of view?
Well, yeah, just from what you...
I think the devil was the king of all the jinns, isn't it? They were a separate race of people that God created. And then when God created Adam, and he said to all these people, like, you got to bow to Adam because Adam's my best creation, Satan was like, nah, man, fuck Adam. So basically, that's where the beef started from there.
So Satan is another...
So wait, Kay, is there an actual devil in the Bible? Is there a Satan, Lucifer, or is there a devil in the Bible?
Yeah.
But when you say Bible, you got to be specific.
Yeah, but he knows what I mean. In the faith of Christianity, obviously there's a God, there's a heaven, and then there's hell in it. So,
well, his name's not God, but God is a. It says who God's name is in the Bible in one passage, in the prayer passage. If you have a look at Matthew, it says the opening prayer says that you know how it says, "Hallowed be thy name." So holy is his name. So his name is Iye, which is in Hebrew means, you know, I am that. I am the thing. I'm the one. I am the thing that you think that I am. I'm that.
Yeah, but when Moses says to him, what am I going to tell the people? We need something a bit more catchy. Like, we need something snazzy.
Let me build up the question in it, because like obviously the question of the day was really sort of Christianity in it. So it was why did God of the Bible instead of Jesus dying? Why didn't he send Jesus to kill the devil instead?
Because he loved him. It's plain and simple.
This is the thing with Christianity. Everything that God does is love, and everything that's love is God. So it's a bit confusing, like for a real life.
The Most High gave up his son. Yeah, the Most High gave up his son to pay for everybody else's sin. That's the end of the conversation, bro.
Listen, it ain't though, because everyone's still sinning today. Yeah, so if God really wanted to get rid of sin, why didn't he get rid of the devil?
Well, it's a bit like when you have a child.
Yeah, but he was paying for those people's sins at the time, not what's going on now. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, if what we're doing now is all free will, do you get what? It was all free will to begin with.
Jesus didn't die for your sins then. If you're saying that Jesus didn't die for your sins,
that's right.
He didn't. The sins of the people at that time.
Yeah, he only died for the people that turned to him. So if Jesus is your savior, your salvation, you turn to Jesus.
No, not even that. I'm saying that at the time that Jesus was supposedly to be alive, at that time when he died, anyone
but he didn't die. But Jesus didn't die though.
Wait, listen. Anyone that in the story of Jesus dying, because just let me finish it, So the story that Jesus died, was crucified or whatever, and they come to find him, and the rock was gone, and he's in the cave and shit, and you know what I'm saying, like he weren't there and all that. So this story that Jesus died, if the people that he died for was alive at that time, anyone that wasn't alive at that time, he didn't die for. If that's the way Becca's saying that it goes, isn't it?
If you want to calculate it like that, you can. That work. Yeah, you can do.
Because if you're saying that he didn't die for everyone's sins, he only died for the sins of the people at that time, isn't it?
No, not really. You got to understand when you think about God and you think about eternity past, you've got to think about this. God knows his creation, right? When you create your son and you grow with your son, you know your son. So when God created mankind,
what do you mean grow with your son? Does God grow?
No, hang on 1 second. No, what I'm saying is God knows his creation, so he knows the nature of his creation. When he said, go out there, go forth and multiply, he knows the nature of his creation.
But isn't the devil his son?
And knowing his creation and being foretold through prophecy, he chose a certain people, but he also knows the nature of his people. He kept Israel for a time until the time came that Jesus' time had to come, and he had to fulfill the promises of Abraham to bring a people back and also to bring Israel back. Inside knowing the nature.
Devil God's son though.
But I think.
All right, listen, I'm going to leave you on the panel,
Cool. Let me just say something to the religious brother, Kay. I think what the question of the day sort of like is leaning towards is in terms of logic. If you got something that's causing sin and something that's removing sin, and you're the master of this whole thing, surely to remove the cause of sin, which is like the devil tempting people into sin, is going to eliminate more sin than bringing in something that erases the sin after. But like that is the premise of the Christian. But what I'm saying is, even without the devil tempting us into sin, humans will still be sinning. So by removing the devil, according to the question, you're not removing sin totally, because humans will still be sinning without the devil tempting them.
Okay, so
is that not correct?
When I asked you before, Khan, you said that. Who did you say the devil was? You said that the devil.
Yeah, but that's in the Islamic context. That's different.
Oh yeah, I respect that. But what you said when I asked you who Satan was, and you said that
but
he was a different creation. Oh, carry on, Freddie.
Sorry to cut you off. I was saying, do you think it's hypothetical? There's a possibility that it could be a made up person. The devil could just be an introduction into the Bible, like where they said turn the other cheek. It was a new introduction, and you know what I'm saying? A holy part of new introduction came in.
That's exactly. I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about before. A lot of scholars look at that, like for instance, the book of Genesis and a lot of passages as symbolic. Some of them take it literally. Some of them see it as a story. Everyone has their own interpretation. But what I figured out is, like I said, I was asking Khan, I was asking Freddie. I said to Freddie, "Well, who's the devil?" Freddie's like, obviously here. And then I asked you, and you said that the devil is another race. Did you say another race of people, or he's another?
Well, yeah, because obviously we have these jinns in it that they ain't angels, but they're not. They're like also they're like these eternal beings, in it. Like they're not physical like us, like humans.
But they're God's creation.
Yeah, they're God's creation. Yeah,
they are children of God.
Yeah, but I think it's a sidetrack to go into the Islamic version, like, because this question, like he said before he left, it's a Christian question, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. If this is all God's creation, then and these are his children of his creation, then would he sacrifice the true thing that is causing the issue?
No, but listen to what Veli's asking, thingy. Work it out like an equation, yeah, where you have to balance off both sides against each other. So he's saying on one side you got the cause of sin, on the other side you got the cure for sin. He's saying if you just remove the cause of the sin, that's the more efficient way of eliminating sin. So you wouldn't even need something to clear up the mess after, because you already eliminated the sin from the beginning. But what I'm saying is the premise is wrong, because the Satan isn't the cause of sin. The cause sin was
none of that was the cause of sin. I'm saying this is all a mumbo jumbo argument. That's what I'm saying, because my God is clear and concise. Do you know?
Yeah, but Freddie, it's like when you're watching a film and you're like, nah, that's a lie, that's that shit. Like, you're spoiling the film for everyone else, isn't it? You might as well just let us watch our film.
There's simple parables that will guide you through the whole of your life, and you'll never ever have a problem. Your days will be so sweet, you'll be smiling, happy, everything. The simple logics in that Bible that will guide you for the rest of your life.
But would you say it's just a war between your inner and outer?
100, Freddie, 100.
Yeah, definitely, man. 100%. There's simple things in the Quran like that will guide you for the rest of your life. You'll never have another problem. You will never ever have. The Torah is the same. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie to you and go like there ain't nothing in the Torah. It's wicked. It's the best, one of the best.
When you hear Jesus goes away for 40 days and 40 nights,
yeah,
isn't he going within himself?
Jesus.
Yeah.
I think
Freddie. Sorry, Freddie. I agree with Freddie that what Freddie said about the Quran and the Bible, that there is very good examples how to live your life. There's no doubt. But there's a problem there. And that problem is in Romans 9, where it says that no one is good, no one seeks after God, not one. And people are wondering, well, how can no one be good? Well, it says, well, you know, Jesus said that a man must be born again, and the Jews couldn't figure it. Obviously, you know the story about being born again. What is this born again? Can a man be born in his mother's womb twice? And
no.
the reality is,
but that's like when they said God made humans in his likeness. It doesn't mean that we're walking around looking like God, isn't it?
No, it means that you're going to come to it. No, all born again to me means if you're going to come to a realization, the fucking light bulb's going to turn on. The water's going to get dashed in your face. You got what I'm saying? And you're going to wake up. You got what I mean?
The problem is a lot of people claim to be good. Even people in the church claim to be good. And a lot of people claim to be Christians, but they don't live a lifestyle as a Christian. It says, you shall know them by their fruits, the fruits of the Spirit. What are the fruits of the Spirit? Long suffering, love, good faith, dying for your brother, honoring your mother and your father, marriage. Yeah. If a person doesn't have these fruits of the Spirit, then they're not Christian.
Loving your race. You get, I mean, come on, man. Come on, you're not saying nothing wrong. Everything you're saying is beautiful. God, sorry.
From time.
Yeah.
Wasn't these laws made from time? Man made these laws from the beginning.
Well, the law itself, and I've argued with Maku on this a lot. Like, we've been up and down the street a few times. But you know, the law of the Old Testament, the laws. Now, when people think that Christianity does away with the laws, but Jesus left us 2 commandments that are above all the commandments, which is obviously love, love your God with all your heart, all your might. Hold on to what is good and get rid of what is bad. But also, nonetheless, love your brothers. Love the brothers. Above all this, love sits on, love is basically, when you don't murder someone.
But isn't the point of Christianity to live within?
Let him carry on. No, let him carry on, fam. We need this message, man. We get a lot of foolish message contrary to this. So carry on, brother.
No, I can't speak to the truth though.
I was gonna. I was gonna say, isn't the whole point?
Shut up, let me hear about what he's saying about love. Go on, love. Go on, love is Lord.
Yeah. That's it. Look, it's just love. Now, a lot of people say that. Well, so you're talking about love, kumbaya. It's all about. I'm not talking about kumbaya and running around loving everyone. There's a standard of love. When God says love, He means to discipline your child and steer him in the right direction. That's the form of love God's talking about. He's not saying give your child this, give your child that. He's talking about the standard of God's love, not human love, where we say it's all right. A kid can go out there and do whatever he wants. That's love. Do what you want, son. Here's $100. Don't clean the house. Don't put out the rubbish. Don't honor your mother. Don't honor your father. We love you. Do whatever you want. Be a homosexual. Do whatever you want. Go out there, live the dream. Like the prodigal son who went out there. I'm just saying that people get this love thing.
How a mother would love her child.
How a mother would love a child. It says to chastise your son is the most loving thing you can do, to put him in good stead. Do you know?
100%.
So this is the love. This is the love I'm talking about, and this is the love that people get mixed off with the love that the world offers, rather than the love of a father.
To correct your brother and sister when they're going wrong.
Put them on the right path.
Exactly. That is the love. You get me? Sometimes love ain't about no kumbaya, just like what you're saying. Sometimes it's about, listen, bro, you're going the wrong way. And you told me when I'm going the wrong way. Please, I'm begging you, I'm relying on you to tell me when I'm fucking up.
Because there's a verse in the Bible that says there's a path that is right by man. So there's a path that is right to walk on this world that we think is right. But is it the path righteous by God? Abraham was righteous because he walked in the ways of God. He feared God. And he walked according to the will of the Father. And he was blessed. His kids were blessed. So you got to think about this. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
No, go on. I was going to say it ain't got nothing to do with heaven, man. It's more blessings, bro. You want your youths to be nice. You want generations after you to be all right.
I got 2%, guys. I'll come back. I'll come back in the show. Thanks for having me once again. I'll be back, though. I got to charge my phone. Big up, Khan. Big up, everyone. Love and peace. Peace
I think heaven to me is if I leave my daughter something. That's heaven to me. My daughter's had got something in her rucksack to buy a house with or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you not talking about pie in the sky shit for? There's any European version of the thing. You know what I'm saying? That ain't really right, bro. You get me? They stole enough books, Khan. You know what they done? They burnt the church.
Obviously.
They stole all the books and went Timbuktu and burnt it down. You get me? So we're never gonna know. So why the fuck we holding on to this bollocks? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's all bollocks. It's all bollocks,
yeah,
mate.
We're never gonna know. We're never gonna know. The most we know for certain is that there's a God, innit? Do you get what I'm saying?
Let me take that back. It ain't all bollocks.
No,
all of it. That's extreme to say that, but
the confusion part of it I don't like, because my God's so clement and grace. If I murder someone, I'm gonna get murdered. Yeah. If I don't get murdered now, one of my generations are gonna get murdered. It's simple. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? It's not rocket science, like. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not nothing that it's hard to figure out. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think the simplest, God made things easy and we're confusing it all, to me. You know what I'm saying?
But wouldn't it been easier, though? Like, if you look at the question, if there was no devil, rather than there was no Jesus?
The devil
wouldn't it be easier? It would be easier.
Me and you have got a little bit of vibes in our mind that we've worked out that that's a concept to hold you down. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
But what I'm saying is, if you have a higher understanding or like a more like a cleaner, simplistic understanding, let's call it,
Family,
surely should be able to answer the question easier, innit? That so
yeah. But my concept's so clean. I'm just saying that I'm dismissing it straight away. There ain't no devil, because I know I've accused
But then that's not helping people who are on that question. Like, so if Veli's asked the question, like Veli's probably with the Bible more than me, yeah. So if he's asking that question, then like it deserves an answer, innit? Like, in my opinion.
But I think going into the concepts of the devil, you're gonna find out that there isn't one. Do you know what I'm trying to tell you?
Well, that's all you just being your inner. Yeah. So everyone's got an inner bad side to them.
Everyone's got a bad side to them, man. Definitely, man. It's just obviously who portrays it. And man don't portray these things. Man, I don't know. I was always taught to hide my bad side from my parents. Never let them see nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? Anything bad going on, I was taught it was a shame. Hide it. You get me? Lie about it. You get what I'm trying to show you? Pretend that.
Well, let me ask a question, innit? Just in case I have to duck, yeah? All these things where we've all got our own understanding or relationship with God, yeah? But in the book, we kind of all come to an agreement on God. Same as the devil. Like, we all got our own temptations, innit? But when it comes to who the devil is, yeah, we all come to an agreement on who the devil is. Now, when it comes to... Let me get to the point quickly. When you come to being a nation or a race of people, yeah, that all the things that you come together on, yeah, with your race, with your nation, are for a reason, innit? And that's for that nation to be moving forward, innit? So if we look in the Bible, then people are having kids all together. Like, I'm having kids at the same time my brethren's having kids. We're all putting roughly the same names, like from the same historicity, the same mythology. We're all just putting the same names. That I'm calling my kid Michael, you're calling your kid Paul, but in the book, Michael and Paul are brethren, so that's all good. So what I'm saying is that when we like that nation, then is progressing, isn't it? Like generation after generation, you get me? Like, so from 4 grandparents, you're gonna get like fucking an abundance of children, let's say, yeah. So let's say the nation isn't just land, innit? It's just people. Yeah, obviously then people need the land to live on. So the more people you got, the more land you're gonna need. Yeah. So then obviously the nation's growing. So what I'm saying is, if you reverse that and say there is no nation, me and Freddie and Ryan and Paul and Jim can't get together, all get married together, all marry women from, let's say, the same bloodline and have children that are all related and name them all the same name, and then like bring them all up within this same faith and believe that they're from the same nation, and then like multiply, like he said, go forth and multiply, and then get some land for ourselves and do our own thing. That ain't happening. I don't care what you say. That is like in global imperialism times that we're living in now. That's not happening. So at the end of the day, what's the point of it all? What's it all add up to? Like, if this is a blueprint for a nation of people to live their lives, like Freddie's saying, leave all the mumbo jumbo out of it. Yeah, it all amounts to what? A building of a nation of people with a common belief, common understanding. Yeah, but if that ain't happening, what's the point? What's the point of it all? It all adds up to nothing, then, innit?
Yeah, that's why I don't follow it, Carl. I swear to God, bro. That's why I don't follow it, bro. I do not. Every time it gets confusing and you want to get confrontational and you want to be back and forth, that's long for me. You do that in your time because your life's boring. I got things to do and make money and whatnot. You get on with my life, look after kids. I got enough my own life to be confrontational here. So I'm saying to you, if you don't believe,
so this is what I'm saying. So if we take away these rights from people, if we take away these rights from people, like the right to have their own nation, then ain't we taking away the most important thing from them? According to Christianity, according to the Bible, ain't that the most important thing? When you take that away, you're taking away everything.
Well, in my opinion, we're living to the reverse of what God wants us to do.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, basically. That's what I'm saying. So when the reverse of it, it's a mix-up thing. Like, you live your whole life, work your whole life, earn money, and then your next generation have to start from zero.
Bro, right now.
So what was the point of your whole life? Nothing. Your whole life was for nothing then.
No one knows. No motherfucker knows. Right now we are so mixed up, blood. I'm telling you, yeah, we need to sort our shit, and we need to sort it ASAP. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's not overnight either. Nothing can be done overnight. Yeah, I think right now, until we can see what happened in Timbuktu and see what books got burnt and what got saved, we're gonna not know nothing. You get me? We're gonna know half the story, because there's a good parable that says half the story has never been told, and I believe that. I believe that half the story has actually never ever been told. Do you know what I'm saying? So we're on a journey, and we're just trying to learn what we learn. And the more you get bogged down in triviality, like the devil and heaven and hell, it's the more you're missing the point. Because to me, heaven is looking after the generations after me.
Is it me or is it gone really quiet? Hello?
I'm sorting out my washing. I'm trying to get one more load on before I get out of the house.
No, I hear the don't start me on washing, Fred, for fuck's sake. The piles of washing I've got bloody kids.
I know, darling, I know, man. It's getting hectic right now. So I've put a little load on. I'm just putting another load quickly. Organising real ASAP, man. But how's the kids though? Everybody all right?
Yeah, they're blessed still. They're blessed.
They're getting over this little foolishness, and they're gonna open the lesson centers.
Yo, Fred, like I wasn't even listening to the COVID thing. My kids have been going to school, bro.
Yeah, normal, standard.
Normal, like at the end of the day, like them sitting at home all day doing fuck all is not helping. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they need distraction. They need to do do you know what I'm saying? They need that education.
Activities, yeah, they need that activity time, man. I hear you,
do you know what I'm saying? They need that. They need that structure. Definitely. They need that fucking stability.
Definitely, man. The leisure centres are going to be open on the 25th anyway, so man can take her swimming again. She misses that, man. You know what I'm saying? Swimming was killing us. No swimming. Do you know what I'm saying? Because she loves swimming, innit? And when we couldn't go, that was a bit of a bummer. I can't wait for the gym to be open as well. I need that proper workout. You know what I mean?
No, it's just kicking off in the chat still. I'm just reading the comments.
Pick up with the chat, you know. Pick up the chat, whatever, man. I can't keep up with it. I can't do this, talk, do the washing. You know what I mean? Well,
no, we've got that troll Doris trying to tell me about my kids and stuff. So you know.
Oh fuck her, man. Well, new set of people, you know what I mean? New set of people, man.
Doris Day that hasn't got a voice, that never comes on the panel, yeah? Where does that say it in the Bible? Give me the book, the verse, everything, because you like to fucking chat about people's kids on a daily, bruv. Are you a paedophile?
I know. It sounds like one. Could be, you know.
Fred, it concerns me when people like to talk about people's kids. Like, it really concerns me because, like, why are you bringing people's kids into shit? Do you get what I'm saying?
They probably come to represent the devil. This so-called devil very.
She said, like, basically she's trying to say that my kids are classed as bastards because I wasn't married, but she don't know shit. How do you know if I was married or not, bitch? You don't know that. So keep your mouth shut. You don't know the situation, so be quiet.
Waste of time, people, you know, sis. You don't just waste the time, people. You know, just never gonna have a life. You just let me fuck around with other people, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, because my life's so boring. I never would come on the panel and say this.
Again, Doris, lie. Children that are key workers, children that are vulnerable, and children that have got disabilities and stuff like that is why they go to school, bruv, right? Like, why don't you go on the government website and look for it yourself, you little pussy?
They even pay them no mind, yo. Seriously. What are you saying that makes sense? What are you really saying that any fucking sense? To be quite honest, no.
I don't understand all the hatred, man. What's it all about, man? These people are disturbed, spiritually disturbed.
So enough of them have come to represent this so-called devil that Billy's talking about. Might be Jupiter's people. Why is it concerning? You know that people are happy. Get on my fucking nerves. Never gonna turn on your camera because your house is shit. You know what I'm saying? Probably a fucking tramp talking bollocks. Yeah. Anyway, guys, you gotta have a lovely day and that, man. And trust me, if you want to have a nice life, don't believe in bullshit like the devil or heaven and hell. Just be nice.
Big up yourself, Federico, aka man, Rico.
100%, man. Just be a good person because you know it's in your heart to do that.
Yeah.
Don't make nobody force you. Because if someone said pray to me and I'll give you this, I'll think that's a twang. I'm not gonna lie. I would definitely think you're trying to twang me for something. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking, nah, that's wrong. Anything that comes with conditions not normally nice, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think of Amy's question, Freddie? She's put a question in the chat saying, if you could learn anything in this life and then come back again, what would it be?
If I could learn anything in this life and come back again, it'd be to promote more love, to be quite honest with you. Because one thing I know is I could have promoted love and unity more quicker, and I didn't. I promoted violence and hatred.
My thing would be to keep your goats and your sheep separate. In other words, use people to build a productive life, like with like-minded people, and then keep the goats them that want to chew everything up and spit it out. Keep them separate, innit? That would be my thing, innit? Like, not allow people to infiltrate.
All of these questions are mad hard, but that's just off the top of my head. I know I could have promoted more love, saved a couple more lives. I've saved a good amount anyway, but I could have saved a couple more. You get me? If I was promoting love harder, you get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They're saying, yo, look, allow it. It's not worth it. This, that, the other. I would have been the allow it man earlier. You get me? I would have been the allow it man from primary school, even though I was. Sometimes I used to say, punch his head if you wanted. Or do whatever you have to do. Do you know what I'm saying? And that side of me, I would have cut that side out. I would have been.
I think one thing what I try to teach my children, that one thing I learned out of life, is don't be too hard on yourself, innit? Because we all got these standards for ourselves, and you know, like, it's not healthy, man. It's not healthy to be so hard on yourself. Like, allow yourself like some slack in it. You know, you got to learn to forgive yourself.
100, man. 100. That's a big statement. That's a massive statement. Just learn to, but that all comes with loving yourself. Just try to love the situation and love who you are, and that's hard.
That's it.
Fucking tough.
That's it.
That is the
That's the big one. That is the big one. Yeah.
It's easy to love someone else, give someone else time and affection and this and that, and put your energy into someone else. But it's fucking hard to do it for yourself. And I learned to do it for myself. Innit? So yeah, man, that's the best thing I could say to do. You get me? Spend all the time and love and affection instead of going to buy that girl that pair of shoes. Get yourself a pair. Instead of going to buy that man a pair of fucking jeans, get yourself a pair. Do you know what I mean?
You see the link, Freddie?
No, I ain't seen it, but I'm gonna all right. Let me see it now. Let me see it right now. What is it in our private chat? Yeah.
I'm doing it now in the private chat.
All right, cool, daddy. How's brother Rich, man?
He's good, man.
He's good, yeah? All right, big up, man. Big up, man.
Shit.
All right, yes, my daddy. Let's say a word, man. I'm going to make that happen, yeah, that, man.
All right, cool.
Good people are good blood clot people, you see me?
Mm-hmm.
Can't take it with family, you see me?
It's
Oh,
just
blood,
doing
that's
some
cool.
stuff.
Yeah, man.
It's not been easy.
Sorry, family. What you say, fam?
I said it's not been easy. All the hectic things going on.
Nah, listen.
The sidetrack.
Blood, it's a mission and it's not a competition.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? So, man's going to get there, innit? Because obviously, man ain't giving up, though.
Nope, never.
You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I know about the man, then. I'm always trying. You know, so, yeah, man. The love, you get me? Hey, what do you reckon? People still going to go carny if this whole thing calms down?
You know what I think?
Bro, it's going to be the biggest, baddest carnival you've ever seen, bro.
It's going to happen in the park.
Huh?
It's going to happen in the parks.
You think so?
Everyone's going to transfer things to the park.
You think so? Yeah, you're right, because there's bare little parks around there. Can't stop it, innit? And Portobello, everybody, I mean, Portobello, everybody knows, blood, where it is.
They might go, they might Scrubs, they might go High Park.
Yeah, sorry, not Portobello. What am I talking about, Portobello? All Saints, man. All Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, them places there that are still having carnival normal. All Saints Road is definitely pocket normal.
Oi, Riggs.
We're going without government permission. You know what I mean?
Riggs.
Yeah.
I know you're good with these things, yeah? Let me run this past you. A laser pen that marks off 2 meters. Or is it 2, whatever the corona distance is? So let's say you make them in China, sell them, everyone's got one. Someone standing too close to you, just put out the laser pen. If the laser beam's hitting them, that means they're too close to you, innit? Because I noticed now, a lot of fights are kicking off because people are standing too close to people. Because everyone's taking this thing different.
But have you noticed
it's all kicking off out there.
But have you noticed on the floor?
The what?
Huh?
If you look on the concrete on the pavement, have you noticed what they've been doing?
Marking it off.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yes, what I'm saying. That's what gave me the idea, innit? That's what gave me the idea.
I'm telling you.
Outside shops is 2 meters of distance.
Brother, this thing's going into next year, but they're going to have to ease it up, bro. I'm telling you, this thing's going to go into next year, but they're going to have to ease it up, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have
ease
to
it up how? Ease it up how, though?
because the robots, remember, they're going to use the robots to replace the humans.
Yeah, that's what they're doing right now.
They're going to blame it on COVID. You get me?
Yeah.
So everyone don't blame immigrants and that. But people are hopefully, Europeans will cotton on and they'll say, you know what, it's your fault. It's not the Europeans' fault, because we could have been going to robots 10 years ago, like what Germany has done. Because Germany are very efficient. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? You need to do application for most of the jobs over there. You get what I'm saying? Right, you need to do apprenticeships and all this shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right, man.
1 second, fam.
What are you saying, Riggs? We get a little investment, get a few people to chip in, Veli, Ultra, whatever. Me and you could be the designers, innit? We can make a fortune.
That's what my brethren did. That's what my brethren did with the masks before the COVID. He clocked on, but he ordered bare masks. He ordered over, and he was supplying other countries. And then coincidentally, the COVID came in at the same time. So his third shipment got stopped. It's the same thing. Like, you see, like the scooters and all that kind of stuff. If you catch it early, you can make a killing.
Yeah, them scooters, man. Well, could have made a fortune on them things right there.
Selling them for 4 is making. They definitely made a killing.
Yeah,
because the scooter fell in place right in place for COVID. The amount of people that bought that scooter.
Do you know what I was thinking? If you learn how to turn a normal bike into an electric bike, it's not that hard.
They're selling them now.
People bring you the bike, you work on it, make it electric. With their own bike though. They bring their own bike in it.
Yeah, because the electric bikes, they're like from like $750 upwards.
Oh yeah, but you mean the ones that come like motorbikes, but they're electric. They're wicked.
Oh, mountain bikes.
Oh, mountain bikes.
Yeah, like the scooter.
What, for real?
Yeah, that's what none of them guys are getting for Deliveroo.
Wow.
That's what I said. You have to catch it early.
We missed the boat on that one as well.
Because Deliveroo they got their new thing now. I'm not Deliveroo, Uber. They got Uber bikes. You can order.
Let me get my charger wire, man. I don't. Go on. I'm listening. Where's my blood charger wire?
And I think they're electric as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Uber bikes.
They were saying that is it Jay-Z that's got shares in Uber?
I won't be surprised. It's an American company, innit? It's from New York originally.
They were saying it was one of the biggest turnovers in terms of investment. Apparently, he invested about I forget, but now I forget the number. But it was on. I watch TikTok. I don't know if you watch TikTok, but they put a lot of facts on there, like really quick things. One of them was about Jay-Z.
Because the thing about with Uber is it works to their advantage, because when you pay for an Uber taxi, it goes into the American account first.
Okay.
And then from the American account, you pay the driver. So that's why they put it down. It's the driver's responsibility for paying his tax.
If anyone's listening out there, if you use Uber Eats, and your food turns up and it's like butters, you can really quickly get your money back. You don't even have to speak to anyone. You just click, press a few numbers, a few buttons, whatever. Next thing you know, you've got your money back in your account. But you can't do it too often or too consistently, because then they'll just tell you, no, this account's been doing it too much, and then you've got to open another account.
That's what the drivers do. Because what they do is that you'll find out that they'll cancel saying something's wrong, and then you would report back in that you never received your food. So then they'll send the next one.
Yeah.
So the driver's got free.
But I'm saying like, if I got an order last night, and I didn't like it, so I just like said, nah, the food was cold or whatever. They just give me the money back for the whole order.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's how the drivers get.
They ain't got time to mess around. They're making so much money, they don't care.
The driver.
It's like it's more cost effective for them to not bother investigating your claim and just give you back the money. But that's because hardly anyone asks for a refund or even complains. So I don't think people know that you can even complain. Because it's the button that says help, innit? It just says help. When you press help, then it leads you to the drop down menu to get your money back.
Yeah.
But they don't clearly put it there though. It's not clear.
They're not bothered.
Someone's got to tell you. Yeah, then they're not bothered.
And remember, Uber's worldwide, so.
Is it? What, they're all global now?
Yeah, you can get Uber taxis from anywhere now.
Fucking hell. It's global domination, boy. They're taking over.
When I was in Lagos, I was getting Uber.
Easy now. Do you know what? Sometimes I use Deliveroo just to make it fair. Because I feel sorry for them, innit? I'm like, these like ain't making enough money. But anyway, if people are listening out there, apparently if you go Nando's, you get £10 off your food. Like there's a lot of places that's doing the £10 off thing. Do you know about that, Riggs? The government's putting £10 towards like people going to restaurants and whatnot. So there's that. I think he's on a phone call. Did you know, Becky? Do you know about that? Getting the £10 thing, the £10. You can get that. What else? Do you know what? We should get our fucking road tax back. You know, my car's been sitting out there fucking, and it's lockdown. You can't go out. You can't drive your car. Police are fining people for driving cars. So what? So what am I paying road tax for? Shouldn't I get my road tax back? Surely. Fucking mad. Even car insurance, like, why do I need car insurance? No one's driving. Yeah, Amy's right. I'm ordering shit all the time. That's how I know. You're right, babe. I do. I know all the ins and outs of it, man. You're right. And another thing, restaurants open now. You can go to restaurant. Booking only, though. I went Harvester the other day. Get me. For my birthday. I'm saying. Nice bit of macaroni cheese. Yeah, man. If council's listening, council's moaning at me about eating foie gras. He was saying that it's not halal. Technically, it's not haram either. So there you go, council. Stick that in your chalua and smoke it. Yeah, I'm keeping certain restaurants in business, it's true. I don't mind eating out, man. I like eating out, different things all the time. It's nice. Take the kids, man. They love it. I take my kids to fucking top class restaurants, man. They've been bare places. But you know what? My favorite, like, it's affordable, isn't it? Cote. You know about Cote, the French onion soup, yeah, mate. If you know about French onion soup, fucking chat to me, yeah. French onion soup is just sick. I don't even know. It don't even look like onion. I don't know what they do to it, but it's just nice. Cote's the nuts. Yeah, man. Big up yourselves in the chat. Let me go live comments, see what you lot are saying. Every time I go on thing on Google Chrome, it cuts out, it kicks me out. So I'm just gonna go on this one now. The thing is, I can't actually comment, but maybe that's a good thing, man, because I'll get into it with people. I shouldn't even do that. Do you think Kanye is fun and be a good president? Really and truly, what do we expect from a president these days? You know, I think if Trump can do the job, anyone can do it, to be honest. Like, come on. Fred Cole. Big up, Fred. Fred's always contributing to panels, man. Big up, Fred, man. He puts a lot of effort in. People need to appreciate the panelists a little bit as well, you know. I'm saying. Not like we're charging any money for coming on here. Salad bars. Yeah, so with the Harvester salad bar, the waiter takes you up and like 2 at a time, and like he does the salad thing for you. Like he just serves you. So it's a little bit weird. Like if you have an aversion to people serving you like you're some fucking rich Arab sheikh or something, like, it's a bit weird, man. You're just standing there. He's just serving up the salad, and you're like, oh, have a bit of beetroot with my pineapple, and he's just like serving it. Now, anything else, sir? Like a right, like arse lick, and you're like, oh, this is awkward, man. I hate this. But I suppose, you know, it's so they can moderate the numbers of people going around it and the different numbers of people breathing on the salad. Obviously, like, I think the councils and that, or whoever's in charge, must have gone down there and like said to them, look, you know, you can open your restaurant, but you got to minimize the risk in it, and like this is what we require from you. So this salad cart thing, it's a bit of a compromise. Like, I think someone said that Pizza Hut, the salad bars just totally closed, but Harvester, that obviously they've got the staff in it, so they've worked out how to do it. Yeah, but you give them a nice little tip after anyway. So do you know what I'm saying? I always bless them, and when I go Harvester and places like that, I always give them people tips, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, otherwise, I just feel like a cunt, innit? The way that they're serving you and cleaning up your mess and cleaning up after your kids, and then you just walk out of there like a cunt. Do you know what I mean? Like, nah, man. Got to give them their little 12% or whatever you got to give them, man. I'm not one for tipping, to be honest, but Harvester, I always tip them. They always got nice people as well in Harvester. Not like Pizza Hut. You get cunts serving you in Pizza Hut, man. Yeah. Yes, Amy. I don't know why you don't jump on the panel, Amy, to be honest. No biggie, man. I'm saying. I noticed Raj never let you on the other day. He was having a right go at you, innit? Fucking hell. Anyway, to be honest, I can't get involved because me and Raj is on a truce at the minute, and I don't know what you lot get up in the background, like in the hangouts. You lot might have been slating them a bit hard. Fuck the tip transfer every time. I'll be a millionaire. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Come off it. They earned it, man. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if they don't like work for it, they don't get jack shit. I'll just be like, yeah, there you go. See you later. Bye. But like, I'll never get that. Oh, you're at work. Yeah, I never get that, man. Harvester, they always go the extra mile. They're always like they keep coming back. Like, you know, like now, like I was saying with the salads, yeah. Now I was saying, yeah, like, what can I say, Amy? I need to keep my name out of the police thing, the police case. Anyway, on to serious matters. Yeah, so when you're at Harvester now, you know the refill drinks that you get, you can't go up and refill it yourself. So every time the waiter comes by, you've got to tell him to do it. And he goes like behind the bar and they give you a fresh glass every time. So, you know, I went there for my birthday, man. I really enjoyed it. Took the kids and that. I'm saying, affordable, nice food. Get me? They've got a nice halal section. If you don't want to eat that meat, I recommend it. All the Muslims out there, get me? Don't miss out on Harvester, man. If you've had enough of McDonald's, what's it called? Fucking fillet of fishes. Yeah, every time you get a refill, Amy, they bring you a fresh glass. So imagine like there's 6 people on your table. They got to do it all from scratch every time. It sort of defeats the purpose of the fucking refill, isn't it? I don't know if Harvest is a mega corporation, to be honest. Council of Nice is. I swear it's a British company, and I don't think they're owned by the global elite at the minute. I don't think they are. They might be. I might be wrong. I need to look into that. But like, a lot of these firms, like, they need more assisting after Corona government scam. Yeah, cancel, man. Why don't you jump on cancel? Yeah. So the question of the day: wouldn't it be easier if God removed the devil rather than kill Jesus? I suppose if you think that Jesus is like, you know, removing up the sins, it's a difficult question. It's a good question. Like Veli comes up with these good questions, isn't it? It comes up with them, and I don't know. I think he's got like people that send them in or something, man. Like he's got a panel of people coming up with these questions, maybe. Don't know, but it's a good question. Like I was saying earlier, I don't think the devil's the source of actual evil. He's just tempting us into evil. Like he's a tempter, isn't it? Like this character that we talk about, the devil, Satan. He's like, he doesn't actually have that power. Do you know what I mean? Like he's just a trickster, isn't it? He's just tempting you into sin. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, that's why there's a separate story of how sin enters the world, and it's not, you know, it's not because the devil has any power. So removing the devil, it's like, it's a bit of a pointless thing, isn't it? Because you don't actually have any power. It's like if you have a frenemy, you have a friend that's your enemy. Sometimes, like, you know, having them there, they serve a purpose. Do you know what I mean? You know, like if you're walking out the house and someone's like, "Oh, you look really terrible in that outfit," you'll be like, "Wow, I'm glad they actually said that, because now I can quickly get changed." And rather than like 1,000 people laughing at me, only one person got to do that. So, you know, you can use, like, if your brain don't work in that way, to be critical in that way, sometimes having these people around you, it can benefit. You know, you just got to, you know what, one of the best skills is delegating. Things that you can't do, delegate them out to other people. Do you know what I mean? Certain people thrive on certain things. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm surprised, man, G Block going to the religious question. Maybe it was, you know, because there was specific panelists coming on to cater for their views. I mean, I need to attract you know, high class panelists, innit? You need to get people with knowledge on. I was watching the Dawa guys, forget what their channel's called, but I'm not really going to promote it anyway. But well, only because I'm on here, obviously I would promote it. But Darren and them, man, innit? If you know them from Speaker's Corner, if you're a Speaker's Corner fan, if you love a bit of Speaker's Corner, do you know what I mean? Them guys were on the panel last night talking about the Gospel of Luke. Next week it's the Gospel of John. If you're interested in that, do you know what I mean? Tearing it apart, ripping it up. They are some good Christians as well. Like, do you know what I mean? They were like, well, if Jesus died and come back, and they called it what did he call it? The sign of Jonah, dying for 3 days, like going in the belly of the whale and coming out and all that. You know what I mean? If he done that, how comes he didn't turn up in front of everyone going, ta-da, I've done it? Get me? That was a good question. No? I don't think they're getting any Christians going on there at the minute to debate them. I think they roasted a few of them, and the rest of them are not going on. So if the Dawa guys are listening, or Jordan, tell your guys, in it, Jordan, maybe, you know, just put like 1 or 2 Dawa guys on the panel. Maybe keep everyone else like on back chat. So love is the law. Jump on, man. Maybe we can talk about getting you on there. You seem a little bit like, you know, fortified in your belief, and that's a good thing. Yeah, so Luke. Was Luke actually a Hebrew speaking person? Apparently not. Apparently there's a problem with Luke. You know? Love is the law. What do you know about Luke, man? Luke's the dodgy one, isn't it? Like, there's not a lot. A couple of them are dodgy because they're not really known. But then again, even if they were known, what difference does it make, innit? What difference does it make if we knew John's mum's name, his granddad's name, what he did for a living, how much he earned every year? Still be John, innit? Do you know what I mean? And there's more problems with Luke, maybe. What with him not being a Hebrew or a Hebrew speaker? Do you know what I mean? He gets caught out a few times, apparently, making like little errors. But it was interesting. It's interesting. It was interesting. If you're interested in that sort of thing, it's interesting. Mitchell and Butler. Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah. All that's in the past now, Council. Man's going to be on salmon, broccoli. Get me? Salmon and broccoli for the next year or 2, I think. Salmon and broccoli. I went on a nice bike ride yesterday, everyone. Yeah. Because apparently my children's half sister, she's got to have a test for corona because someone at her workplace has got it. So I've got the kids with me now, permanent, both of them. I took them on a little bike ride, didn't it? Streets were like desolate, man, empty. I was just like all going through the estates. No crackheads about, nothing. It was lovely. Yeah. Billy saying hit the PayPal. Nah, it can't be. Billy never says that. Oh, donations for panel members. Maybe Uncle Riggs can sort that out. Sure, he'll cut us a good deal. We'll send him in like our solicitor. He can go and sit down and cut a deal for the panel members, innit? Yeah. So like I was saying, I went on a nice bike ride yesterday. Me and the youths them. Done a few laps of the estates. Get me? It's nice, innit? Obviously don't have to worry about traffic. Stayed off the high street. What bike do I have? I've got a lovely folding bike. My bike folds in the middle, so I can stick it in my boot, take it up the park. But I basically built my bike myself, innit? So I bought a folding bike off Amazon. I stuck some Skyway mags on it. If you know about Skyway mags, you know about BMXing from back in the day. I got my nice thingy colour, white wall tyres. My tyres have got the white walls on them, like a proper old school BMXing. It just looks like a BMX basically. Obviously, it's got gears though. Yeah. I could put it on camera if you don't want to see my bike. Do you want to see my bike for real, Cone? I'll put it on camera, man. No problem. I'll just quickly run down. Put it on camera. It's a nice bike, man. It's sexy. always get good comments. Like people like, yeah, I like that bike, man. That's a cool bike. But that was back in about 2 years ago when I first built it. Now, like everyone's got folding bikes. Everyone's got like, you know, different bikes now. Now scooters, whatnot. All right, cool. Just to keep Cone happy, I'm gonna do this now. Let me go downstairs. You take a little trip downstairs. I've got a lot of stairs in my yard, you know. It's like a 4 level house. 4 levels to this house. Long thing. Oh my God. Where's my bike, man? Don't tell me someone's moved my bike. Fuck you, now. Can't leave nothing lying around. It's been put away. These lot. Can I even bother to get it out? Oh, it's a shame.
Sorry, I had a phone call. You know,
Cool.
Miss Popular and shit.
Yeah, who called you? DSSS?
Oh no, it was social services.
We want our money back. And now fuckeries though, Becca. We've overpaid you. We want our money back. Fuck off, you cunt.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you fuck off. Like, that was your mistake, mate, not mine.
Innit? I'm gonna put this camera on, but I'm aiming it. Ah, no, he's done it again. Ah! Shit. No, you lot see me without my haircut now. I'm looking like a BG, man. Colin, that was you. Jinxed me, cunt. Camera. Front facing. See, I should have run this.
Trust me, Amy. Look what Amy said. Sorry, don't offer refunds.
Innit? Just send them a letter. I don't do refunds, love. All right, cool. Yeah, Cone, if you want to see the bike, yeah? It's my Utes bike, innit? Like, I've obviously put it away, yeah? Man's got a nice bike. This is an aluminium frame bike, yeah? £80 from Tesco's Direct. They stopped doing them after a week. They sold out quick. This is my bike. Like I told you, Skyway Max. Yeah.
Yo, El Cid, suck my big toe, lad.
Big toe is code word for clitoris, by the way. If you didn't know, now you know. Oh, man. Who fucking put my bike away? Jokers. I'm going to go out again today. There's going to be beef in this yard now. Every time I take something out, it gets put away again, man. I don't like that. Man can't even have a cup of tea. I put my tea down, it's just gone. Okay, now. Let's get back up for this charger. Bare stairs, you know, just going fucking toilet 2-3 times a day. It's just an ordeal, man. Long thing. Whew. Go and charge for a bit.
Yeah, Vel, I don't even get notifications for your stuff no more.
Yeah, there ain't no notifications, man.
Yeah, I don't get no notifications for Velly Show at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think YouTube even cares about this sort of situation. I don't think it's what they've got in mind.
But they didn't they start shadow banning people? Maybe Velly's been shadow banned.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. What with all this BLM thing going on, they're probably targeting a lot of black channels. Or not just black channels, but anything affiliated or coming into kind of like people's views regarding politics, maybe. You know, it could be anything. Don't know what triggers off their system into action. Maybe Cone will know. Cone would know about that. Council of Nice Years. Do you know what I wanted to ask you? Yeah, is your name, Council of Nicaea, is it a parody on Council of Nicaea? That's what I wanted to know.
I swear Council has explained it before. I remember him vaguely saying something about his name before. He did explain it before. I can't remember now though.
Oh, I'm glad you've seen what you wanted to see, Council. Well, you wanted to see if I've got spiritual bikes or real life physical bikes. Is that what you wanted to know? Yeah. That's neat and chunky. What are you talking about, my girl? Joking. Big up my girl. Acne Kandak. Acne Kandak. My brother's bike cost 10K.
How do they get these names, boy?
I don't know. It's probably himself, isn't it? He's probably doing it himself. Joker. Acne Kandak. 10K for a bike. Fucking hell. Imagine what car you could get for 10K. At SC. What's SC? Speaks Corner. Yeah, right. So Khan. Why are you spelling my name Khan the German way? I'm not German, bro. You got the H in the wrong place. Yes, bro. From the early days when religion is all they talked about. Yeah, oh, Afghan blocked me. Big up Afghan, man. Afghan, you are without a doubt one of the most memorable characters at this whole Speaker's Corner thing. Like, by hook or by crook.
But the thing is, Afghan's not even Speaker's Corner, bro. He's never been.
Yeah, but he said he's going now, Bex. He said he's going. He said he's up for it. He's going to go down there.
He's going nowhere.
He's just saying
that to hype up the people so everyone goes down and go, yeah, we're going to see Afghan today.
But the thing is, here's the thing about Afghan, what I noticed, yeah. He's a bit of an egotist because really no one don't give a shit about Afghan. No one don't care. Like no one's coming to Speaker's Corner, maybe Raj, but no one's coming to Speaker's Corner for Afghan. Trust me. Nobody. No one's bothering hiring private detectives to find Afghan's house, spending money to find Afghan. Like, it's just not happening. I don't care how much people hate you. Like, there's more people they hate, like, out on their fucking doorstep. They wanted to hurt someone. I know he's done some, like, disgusting, horrible things to people, but I don't know, man. In the context of real life, I don't really think it adds up to anything. I think that's probably why the police don't really get involved, isn't it? Police are just like, do you know what, mate?
It's just come off a fucking. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a cybercrime, isn't it? But like, yeah, the police are not interested. It's all like, especially the minute you turn around and say, "Our Speaker's Corner," they're definitely not fucking interested. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they already know Speaker's Corner's all a hype.
Yeah, you're right, Becky.
And like, if like, not being funny, like, if people was reporting certain shit to the police would blatantly turn around and say to you, now you've reported it, this, that, and the other, you cannot speak upon it until the case is closed. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. In a way, that's where Rod shot himself in the foot. But he's clever though. He's done the case in his sister's name. So it's his sister that's the thingy in Afghan. What's it called? Whatever it is, and he's okay. So as long as he's not on the panel with them, he could do shows about it. He could troll them. He could go in the back chats and all that. Like, he's still good to go, isn't he?
Yeah, but so, then how? But the thing is, like, then that's just being hypocritical, then, isn't it? How can you be calling people out on shit if you're doing the exact same shit?
Yeah, that's my point. But I think, like, with him, it's like, as long as you don't cross the line and go too far. Like doxing people's children, putting their pictures out there, telling everyone, "Oh, I know where your wife works." Like, Afghan just goes all the way. You know what I mean? Like, there's no limit.
No one's got control of Afghan. Afghan's his own person.
Not even Afghan's got control of Afghan.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Afghan ain't got control over him goddamn self. Like,
he's a nut job. But what would he be doing? Like, do you know what I was thinking? What would he be doing without fucking all this to entertain him? But there's so many things that he's on out there. He's like, yeah, I was on Twitter. There's so much people on Twitter. I was winding them up.
I was
a serious addiction, isn't it? He's got a serious addiction, a troll addiction.
I swear.
I think he just likes these lot because they're easy prey, innit? They're easy pickings. That people get wiped up quick.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you get wound up easily, like, then you're just like prey, innit?
Yeah,
that's what it is. I've never ever had anyone say my voice is squeaky like helium. So I don't know where you're getting that from. L Sims saying fuck for fuck's sake, helium voice, fuck off.
No, you got a nice voice, Becky. You got it's quite deep and sexy. I don't
know what the fuck.
No, don't be silly. You got a normal voice, I would say. Squeaking, no, definitely not. No, Amy went to Facebook. Who are you trolling on Facebook, Amy? I feel sorry for them, boy. Amy's another master troll. Dangerous. Hone. I think Jeds did a bike vid. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Love is the law. Jedi did a few videos on the bike with the new thing he set up that he's got. The what's it called? What's them GoPro cameras and all that? Yeah. That's what I need. I need a stand for my thing. I need a stand for my camera on my bike. Yeah, man. It's going to be a heat wave, people. Get ready. Heat wave means...
I think Afghan used. Okay, you need to put a D, but I still understand what you're saying still. Afghan used.
Yeah, Abele Angle. Speak the English.
From Luca Brasi. He is just talk most of the time. That's what that Acne guy's saying.
Yeah, but how can it be anything other than talk, bro? How can it be? How can it be anything other than talk? It can't be anyway. Not on this format. Run away from Luca Brasi. But everyone knows Luca Brasi's a G out here, bruv.
Where is Luca? I ain't seen Luca for time.
But that probably is Luca.
That probably is Luca, yeah.
Oh.
I ain't seen Luca for time, boy. That man, like me and Luca used to go at it, boy. Yo.
Really?
Yeah, me and Luca used to go at it at like when we was on other platforms, innit? And he used to come at me in the comments, and me and him used to argue in the comments. But we're cool now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but in the beginning, me and Luca used to fucking go at each other.
It's the way it goes, though, isn't it? Can't get on with everyone.
No, it's because it's what he used to say in the chat, innit? And obviously, me being me, I used to retaliate, innit?
Obviously, everyone knows that about you. What you do, innit?
There's me telling people, I just ignore them, block them. And after, I can't even take my own advice, bruv.
No. That's the way it goes, though, man. I'm the same.
Like that Doris fucking Bay. Yeah, that Doris Bay.
I've been looking for Doris Bay. Where's Doris Bay?
Doris Bay, I don't know. Like the little hating bitch came in earlier, chatting my kids like a paedophile does, and then kicked out.
Could be anyone though, isn't it? We don't know who it is.
I don't know who it is, but I know someone that can find out.
Yeah.
Remember, anyone can get got.
Yeah, these lot are jokers though, man. But it's the same people in all the chats, yeah. They've just got different accounts.
Yeah.
And then they're on at the panelists, like, you're on every panel I look on, you're there. Yeah, so how are you seeing me then? Because you're there too, innit? Idiot.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, stop following me then, innit? Why are you following me?
Afghan messed up and left his kids' picture showing around, then Luca got onto him about it. oh, this is all about Afghan's kids' picture. Afghan's been messing up, you know. Yeah, like, this ain't like the old Afghan. I think he just don't care no more. He's lost that fear, innit? He don't care no more. Especially ever since he made up with Veli. I think that the fear factor went down a little bit. He thought, you know, don't need to worry. I don't know. It's just jokes, man. What are you up to today, Becky? Doing anything nice?
Not really. I was meant to take the kids to school, but my washing machine decided it didn't want to drain. So when I woke up this morning to get the uniform out of the washing machine, it was soaking wet.
Oh, so they couldn't go?
So they couldn't go today, yeah.
Oh, man. Bet they were all gutted.
Nah, they're all right. My daughter don't want to go. My son's the one that's
going to get away from mum for a couple of hours.
Nah, you know, like my daughter, she was like, oh, I don't want to go to school today. My son was like, oh, I want to go see my friends. But my son's 5, innit? So he loves going to school.
Yeah.
Obviously, my daughter,
when we first took my kid,
in year 5 now.
My oldest, is it? Okay.
Yeah, she's going to year 6 next year. So obviously, there's a bit more pressure. So I think that's why she's like, oh, I don't want to go.
Yeah. That's the thing with school, man. They keep upping the ante, boy.
Do you know what? The school that my kids are going to is actually a decent school. I can't even complain. So, do you know what I'm saying? Like, and they actually prepare them for secondary school. You see, like how where's he gone? Khan's left me on my own. Veli, Khan's back. He's in the back chat roll, backstage. Khan is in the back chat, backstage, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yo.
Fucking Google Chrome kicked me out again, man. I've got to remember to stop commenting on my own chat.
You know what? I've stopped using Google Chrome for StreamYards now. I'm started using Firefox.
Oh, yeah.
It seems to run a lot more smoother because when I was on Jeds the other day trying to get on Jeds, I was using Google Chrome and it was just kept kicking me out, was going really slow. Do you know what I'm saying? I downloaded, someone said to me to download Firefox because it runs better. So I'm using Firefox, and since I've been on here, it's been fine. It hasn't been lagging or anything.
Well, that's good feedback, man. It's good to know. Don't let council catch you promoting Google products. He'll be on to you.
Yeah. Is Firefox Google then?
I think, yeah.
Because I know obviously Chrome is, obviously.
Yeah, I think Firefox is as well. What's that noise in the background? Is that your washing machine?
Oh no, it's the fucking fan on my laptop.
Oh.
I got an old laptop because I'm on benefits. So I'm a benefit scrounge, like everyone keeps saying.
Well, you know, you're a single parent bringing up kids without no help from no one. So.
Khan, did you not? Are you not in my hangout?
No, you got to add me.
Literally, I posted.
What's it called? What's it called?
It's called Empress Becca, isn't it? Everything's Empress Becca, man. But
it was about a year ago you kicked me out.
No, I didn't kick you out.
I'm joking. I don't know.
I was gonna say I never kicked you out.
I might have just left. Just got in a huff about it. You know what? I'm leaving.
Because like literally, I posted my pay slips in there because people keep saying about Becca's never worked. Becca's always been a benefits grounder. So I ended up proving the other day that I actually ain't. I actually have worked. So suck out, all of you.
It's a shame I'm not 10 stone lighter, because you'd make the perfect wife for me, I reckon.
You reckon?
Yeah. I hate all these fucking careerists. They're off to work and leaving the kids with childminders, man. I'm not on that, man.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it. I went to work when my son was about 1. That's when I went back to work. But the thing is, I'm a glutton for punishment. I ended up working in a nursery, so
no getting away from them.
I wasn't getting away from them. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, I leave home, look after kids, come home, look after kids.
Yeah, mad. Why'd you do that to yourself?
No, it was good. You know what? Looking after other people's kids, like especially in like in a nursery environment, it's different. It is different, and you'll find that them kids tend to actually behave themselves.
I hear you. Familiarity breeds contempt, they say. Probably why our children hate us.
Do you know what it is? It's because our children know the buttons to fucking push to wind us the fuck up. That's what that's about. But I noticed when I was in the nursery, it was like the I wouldn't say naughty kids. I can't call them naughty. I would say the cheeky ones. The cheeky ones seem to like me, then kind of like did as they're told.
I hear that.
Because there was one particular boy, he was like, I'm not like, I shouldn't really say it, but yeah, he was one of my favorites. Not gonna lie.
Was he I bet it was the cheekiest, naughtiest kid there.
Oh, he was. And his name was Freddie, lovely little boy. And he used to drive the preschool teacher up the fucking wall. And I used to just like, I think there was one time he was driving her mad, like literally driving her crazy. And I just looked over at him and I was like, yo, Freddie, you know you're not supposed to be doing that, innit? And he's looked at me with his cheeky little grin, and I was like, come on, you know better, innit? And he was like, yeah. So and like he was cool, innit? Yeah. Oh, Val, Natty's in the back.
Natty. I didn't know this, what's it called? Black Family First was a real thing. I just see Natty putting it up, right? And I thought, wait a minute. I thought he told me his wife's half Turkish.
Ask him, he's here now.
Yeah.
Try to say,
Natty.
you try to say, Carl.
I just thought it was you just being like, I thought it was you being all pro-black and all that, but then apparently it's a real movement. It's a real thing. I thought it was just you, innit? Just like putting up like Black Family First. And I was like, well, wait a minute, if you're that pro-black, how comes your wife's half Turkish?
Well, that's not me putting it up, bro. So you can see that's Mr. Riggs there, you get me?
Yeah. Mr. Riggs, Mr. Riggs, is your wife half Turkish?
The silence is
echoing. Does your wife teach you how to talk Turkish?
No, she don't.
No,
she don't.
It's a bit out of order. Should learn
Don't even know how to cook. Don't even know how to cook.
But you can't even, I bet you couldn't even order your own doner kebab. Walk in the restaurant, oh, mate. They're like, oh, no, it's him again.
No, I'll tell you the truth, you know. No, I'll tell you the truth. No, she don't really, she don't even really like cook all that stuff either.
Oh.
She eats kebabs. She orders kebabs though. But she now cook it.
Oh well. So you been, man, Natty?
I've been good, man. I've been good. I've been good.
That's good to hear.
I was just jumping on to this because of the title, man. I think the title's
All right.
Quite
Well, you want to have a
powerful.
bite of the cherry, yeah? You want to give it a stab?
Oh God, here we go. Go on then.
Yeah, we'll just go on mute.
Yeah, we'll just go on mute and let you do your thing.
I'll straight. These lot of fucking jokers.
Go on, Nathaniel.
Nah, what do you want to say? Nah, listen. This is a joint discussion. I'm having a joint discussion with you. I wanted to ask you, like, what do you think of it then, Carl? What do you think of it?
I think I already said, didn't it? Like the premise of the question is that the devil's responsible for the sins, but it's not. We sin, innit? The devil's just tempting us into sin. So removing the devil ain't gonna remove the sin. Ain't gonna remove the evil out of the world, innit? Like, because you know, people doing evil shit, innit?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Mm.
It's just stories, then, isn't it, Khan?
Well, sometimes stories is all we got, bro.
Just like,
how are we gonna relate to each other without them stories?
Yeah.
You know.
I like that. That's true.
And how are we gonna know right from
I think
wrong?
it gives you a conscience, don't you think? Yeah, exactly. We have to learn, man.
It's like I was saying earlier
have to learn,
love and all that. I was like, there's always been a heaven, from my understanding. I mean, anyone can correct me, but from my understanding, there's always been a heaven and hell, no matter what religion you're in. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, sins is like, yeah, that's what it is. Do you know what, like, I don't. That's what
but what I was saying is there's always been a heaven, but there ain't always been a hell. In like different cultures, like with the Vikings, for example, when you die, you all go to Valhalla.
Yeah.
There ain't no hell. So like in some cultures, like if you go back in your religion, Brekwa, if you go back far enough, there ain't no devil either. It's just God, isn't it? So people are like, oh, you know, God's doing bad shit to us. Then someone come up with the idea of the devil. They were like, no, it's not God doing it. It's the devil. They're like, oh, so God's good then. You know what I mean? So it's this thing, innit? It's like,
yeah, but then you can always go back into scripture and say that I think I can't remember the exact scripture, but it's along the lines of like the Most High is a jealous God. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
He's a hateful, vengeful God. Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
he's not all cracked up as people want to make him out to be.
Yeah.
Because he does hate. Like, I mean, like, what was it? Like, in another script, he's like Esau I have hated. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's prone to emotions like what we are, from my interpretation. I mean, it could be different.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. So,
yeah, and anyone who didn't do what he said, he just licked them down, innit?
Exactly.
That's what he used to do. Like, So
you're supposed to have a healthy fear of God as well as love God. You're supposed to have a healthy fear of God as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then that's showing you, isn't it, what fear is. Like, it's showing you what fear is. So that's what I mean. I believe these things in the world have to coexist with each other for us to, like, well, for things to start actually moving, like for things to actually be alive and start moving. I think there's like the law of nature. So I think like, even with this racism thing, racism is always going to be around, bruv. It always will be around.
Of course. I ain't got a problem with racism, because you're just showing me how dumb you are. I got a problem with supremacy. So when you're living within a system, if it's based on supremacy, then for me that's a massive issue.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. But things are just getting worse, though, bro. Like, things aren't going, like, things are calm. When I was little, man, things were so much calmer, man. I feel sorry for the kids nowadays because they've got so much shit to deal with. and the pressure on them, and even to the point now when you look at some kids and you just think they're like little mini adults almost, like the way they're talking, acting, they want to choose what they want.
Little office bots with their computers and
they want to choose this, they want to choose that. Yeah, like, but like even when they want to go out and choose their clothes and choose this and choose that, they're getting so much choices, and you know what I mean, like 80% of the time they're not the right choices. It's not beneficial for them, like in life, if you know what I mean. It's mash up. Like, I regret buying my son a bloody £130 Bake t-shirt for his birthday. I honestly feel like I've added to the fuel, because he ain't got a job and he was only 14 years old, and I'm buying him a £140 t-shirt. What went through my head at the time? Like, because I'm thinking to myself, that's 14 years old. When he's 16 and I go to drop him like a little £50 Nike t-shirt, he's going to be like, are you mad? He's going to be wanting all the big Hugo Boss and all this. You know what I mean?
Nah, I hear you. That's like mine. I don't buy expensive stuff for the kids. Like, I really don't.
Yeah.
Because
you don't know how that's going to pan out, though, Becky. Your kids might grow up.
You're going to get them to, like you said, too used to it, and you're going to make them materialistic.
Yeah.
And you don't want
but not necessarily. I don't think necessarily. Like, there's kids that grow up with bare designer goods and they get bored of it and think, do you know what? There's more to life. And then there's kids that grow up with nothing, and then when they get older, think, do you know what? Like, I've had nothing, mate. I'm gonna fucking bling now. So when they get a job and they get some money, they start like lashing out on designers. So I think it can work both ways, to be honest. Like, you know, that's the thing with that's the problem with parenting, isn't it? Whatever you do, you don't know how it's gonna work. Like, it could flip 180 on you, man. Like,
yeah, but the thing is like, think about it logically, man. Like, say at Christmases, obviously I don't celebrate Christmas, but obviously other people do. But like, say at Christmases, yeah. Say I don't know, like the new PS5's coming out this year. You buy your kid the PS5. This is like what, over £500 worth of fucking computer, yeah. Next year they're gonna want something that's even more. Because if you buy them, I don't know, fucking next year, you think, okay, I'll just buy them a PS3, say. Do you know what I'm saying? They're going to look at you like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's true. But that's why you keep them like 1 year behind, isn't it?
That's why you got up. Like, that's why I don't go. That's why you don't go out on Christmases and birthdays, because every year they're going to be expecting bigger and better.
No, you can't have birthday and Christmas. Either you're blowing out once a year for one thing and not the other, or vice versa. Like, I do birthdays, innit? Like, Muslims, really, we don't do birthdays, but obviously, no. We, like us lot, like my family, we do birthdays, innit? Like, I know we're not supposed to, but we do it, yeah? So Christmas and New Year's and all them malarkeys, like, my kids don't really get much. Do you know what I mean? You might get a little card with a little £20 note in it, or like, I might top up your bank account for you so you can go and get your V-Bucks or your Roblox or whatever it is you're doing. Do you know what I mean? Where's Natty gone, man? Natty, man, fuck it, no.
You might have got a phone call.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. So I'm not one for spoiling the kids, man, but obviously, like, I do like to, you know what I mean? Spoil them. How does that work out? But yeah, like, I think there's limits in it. Like,
but the thing is, it's like, like, the way I look at it, is I was a spoiled kid growing up. Like, I didn't want for nothing. Like, literally, I'd say to my mum, yeah, I want that. Within a couple of weeks or whenever, I'll get it. Do you get what I'm saying? And as a teenager, when you're a teenager and you're getting that sort of treatment, you don't respect the shit that you get. Because you'd be like, fuck it, mum's just going to buy me a new one anyway. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't.
Like, you don't respect it, because you'd be like, whatever. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying?
No, 100%. Yeah, 100%. And you know what? I like, nowadays, like, with my son and my son and with his mum, we try to make him earn this. So, like, if you want it, like, you've really got to, like these teachers have got to be buzzing off or texting off my phone telling me, like, how wonderful you are. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. For what? That's not going to make you happy. Making you happy is me making sure you've got a house, giving you some money every bloody month, so you got your food and you got making sure you got the basic needs. That should be your happiness. So if you want these extra things, you need to work for it, man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
whether we like it or not, man, spending like retail therapy has become something for kids as well now. You know what I mean? So like, what I do, I'll flip it on its head. Yeah, what I do is, if they want something,
don't have
make them save up for shit. Just make them save up for shit.
Ask him for things.
But look, if you're giving your kid, like pocket money every week, and he's getting his birthday money, his Christmas money, Hanukkah, whatever you're saying, then if he's coming to you and going, Dad, I want this £700 gaming computer, you're going to be like, well, start saving, motherfucker. You get me? Because that's how it's going now, bruv. Kids are asking for like grand's worth of computers. Like grands. You get me? I don't spend that much on a car. Man spending it on one computer to play one game, you know. Ain't like he's doing it to fucking start off some fucking computer revolution or design something significant. Like, what's the computer for? You could do your homework on a basic computer. Man wants a computer like to fucking game on. Are you fucking joking me, man? Well, if my computer's faster, then when I pull out my gun, I could shoot the other geezer faster than he shoots me, Dad. And my rate of kills will go up. I'm like, fuck off. Well, we used to be playing fucking Pac-Man. You chatting shit for?
But you know what, do you know what, though? When I left that shop, I think it was Selfridges, I realised, I thought, wait a minute, he don't even have a job. Like, I don't even I will refuse. Back in the days, obviously, I used to be kitted out, Moschino, this, now that. Now I'm just running off the bloody Primark, or I'm running off the bloody TK Maxx, brother. You know, when you go TK Maxx, you get the slam deals. You get me?
Yeah, it's true.
But other than that, I'm not gonna be like it's just clothes, isn't it? It's just clothes, man. Yeah,
but what trainers do you buy your youth though? What trainers do you get? What do you get for your kids though? What do you get for your kids?
I do get him Nikes and stuff like that.
But is he getting like one pair at a time, or is he getting like bare 4 or 5 pairs at a time?
Well, I get it.
Because what I'm saying is like we think we're spoiling our kids. Like I think I'm spoiling my kids by getting them Nike, yeah. But in reality, there's kids out there with like 4 or 5 pairs of Nike at any one time. Like my kids would get like 1 pair of Nikes.
Yeah, I mean they last.
And I'll make them last. That's what I'm saying. So I don't think I'm spoiling them that much.
I mean, I won't get them silly little flimsy. Yeah, I won't get them silly little flimsy. You know, the ones with the air bubble that got about like 2 millimeter of rubber soled and the rest is air bubble. And you're like, one little scuff. You know, when you scuff your trainer, done.
Yeah.
Like you're walking like you've got a limp. Them you know them ones. I mean, you know them ones. Once you pop them and they're squeaking out, it's not good.
That's it. It's just making some squidgy sound. Like they're walking through mud.
So yeah, I mean,
you know what else though? Like what don't help is like there's people like that will spoil their kids rotten. Yeah, it's like get them the latest iPhone or the latest Samsung or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, and they take it to school. They show it off at school. And then that just puts things in the other kids' heads. Do you know what I'm saying? And then they go back home and then they pester their parents for the latest fucking gadget going. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just, it's a cycle. It's just, it's a cycle that goes round and round and round and round.
Exactly.
Well, my son was in a private school, and these little rich kids, right? They had obviously all the latest trainers, this, all the latest that. Basically buying adult stuff, yeah. Like the girls, would be like needing Mac. Don't ask me why, but they needed Mac and all this stuff, yeah. So I've got him on like Snapchat, and he goes to this party, and the mum and dad are basically, this house is massive. But the mum and dad are basically the part that they've got, and they're letting the kids run around. Now, I'm thinking, okay, cool. So, my son, Dad.
Is it me or is Natty breaking up?
And I was like, yeah, I did. They're like,
it's breaking up, man.
They're like drinking that lean.
Who's drinking lean?
So I was like, wow, where did they go? He goes, oh, they might got it, or their aunt has got it for. The kids, all the kids drinking lean, and there was like a few of the older kids that went to the party as well. And my son was like, "Nah, they weren't smoking weed, Dad. They were doing that white stuff." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah." He goes, "It's that," because basically I had to start getting on a sniff. So yeah, and it was a battle because I'm trying to tell him like certain things like, "Oh, I don't want you to have this, and I don't want you to have this," and he's trying to tell me, "Well, their mum and dad lets them do it. Oh, and their mum and dad lets them do this. Oh, their mum and dad lets them go all the way into London on their own and do all that stuff." And I'm trying to show him like, that's their mum and dad. Like, I care for you. Like, you know what can happen. Like, you could get robbed, stabbed, and you know what it's like when all you lot in a group, and you know, you have a group and you want to fight the group. It's a battle, man. It's an ongoing battle for adults, I believe, man, when it comes to children.
Yeah, man. It's difficult, isn't it? Bringing up children, man, especially this day and age. It's fucking nightmare. And like when the biggest influence on your children is other children, you know, and not you, then it's a problem, isn't it? Because they're going by what other children are saying. It's like, yeah, it's okay because they do it too. You don't want your child to be a sheep, innit? Like following the crowd and that, because you know that can lead to danger, innit? Real quick.
I want my child to stay a child. Yeah.
Yeah, and enjoy the childhood. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's hard, isn't it? This day and age is hard.
It's a fight, yeah, because they look at you like you're the bad guy, you're not cool, and it's and you know, oh, I don't want you wearing your hoodie when you're going out, and I don't want you doing this because of certain things. Oh, but my friend's allowed to stay up at 10 o'clock at night and play computer games, and he's all right, and this doesn't happen.
10 o'clock. How old's your kid?
My boy's 15, just turned 15 June.
What, and he's not allowed to play computer at 10 o'clock? Or was that just an example? Was he doing that 10 o'clock at night?
He's not
going to bed?
No, he's in bed.
So what time is he waking up?
He's waking up about 7.
That's not bad. That's good. If you wake him up early, they go to bed early, innit?
But he has to sleep, like he does football, and he's messed up the next day. He's grumpy, so
that's a good point.
Like, he's in a routine. Yeah, we've got him in a routine.
Yeah, that's good, man.
Like, his mum's hard. His mum's hard when it comes to the computer. I feel sorry for him. Sometimes I'm like, boy, I feel for you. But like I say to him, like, if you prove her wrong, that you can handle it, or if me and you play Call of Duty and afterwards you could just put it down, you're not talking about guns and picking up stuff and talking about shooting people, it's fine. You understand it's a game. When you come off it, you come back into the real world. But if you're going to start going, yeah, I'll kill you, or your anger, come off that. It's not for you.
Yeah. That's it, man. You got to know your child,
or like when you, or like when he first wants to go uptown, I'll be like, all right, but you got to come back within an hour. He's like, what? And I'm like, oh, don't go then. He's like, all right then. And because he didn't argue with me, I only wanted him just to come back home. And then I was like, yeah, you could go back now. Just to see his attitude. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like what you say. If you don't know what your child's like, then
it's true. You're right, man.
I don't know, man. Like, I can't even answer that, bro. If you don't know what your child's like, that's just ridiculous. That's just a mystery, man. You've got to know what your child's like and how he's thinking that, because then you know what his attitude's like when he goes out. So when someone tries to pull you up and says, well, he was doing this,
no, when you was a nipper, when you was a little one, was you on playing art? You know, like you got the kids that play art, and then you got the ones that stay at home, innit? Like they're not allowed that. You know, like, so when you used to come home from school, you used to know like what kids are going to be out on road and which ones ain't going to be out on road. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and we all numbers down for the. You know, when you all meet up, you just ring them up. All I had everybody's list on a piece of paper, all their numbers, and as soon as I finished watching, like, what was it? What was it? Like Art Attack and all that stuff. As soon as I finished watching a few of the cartoons, gone. Laters. Yeah, everyone meet up, man. Those were
So
the
how old
days,
was you
man.
when you started playing that? How old was you when you first started playing that? I started. By the time I started playing that, yeah, most of the kids that were out already knew each other from when they were like fucking 9 years old. Do you know what I mean? Like I started playing that when I was in like I was like 12, 13. Do you know what I mean? I was older, innit? Than them. They were playing that from like 9.
I was
out on road.
7, 8.
Is it?
But like out the front, like out the front garden, like out, like,
yeah,
like literally like around my, not where I used to live, like where I used to live in a flat, because my mum used to be like, no, I can't see you, but because I always used to be a lot down at my nan's house, I used to just roll around there. Then when we moved into a flat, bruv, I was gone, bruv. I was on the BMX's gone.
BMX days.
Time.
Yeah.
My mum didn't even clock it, innit? I was vexed with her. Yeah. I was vexing my mum one day, yeah. So like my pals were like, yeah, we're all vexed with our mums, we're gonna run away. So I went home, filled up a big bottle of water, and I even said to my mum, I said, yeah, mum, I'm running away, see you later. She was like, bye then. And yeah, we didn't get far, man. We didn't get far, bro. We all sat underneath this bridge, made a little fire, talking about what we're gonna eat tomorrow, what we're gonna go catch, and all this stuff. And we were like, you know what, lads, I'm going home.
Natty, when I was a youth, yeah, we was on the BMX thing, yeah. We rode, yeah, me and about 5 other people rode from Stoke Newton to Alundra Palace. Yeah, non-stop all the way. Yeah, with no gears in it. BMXs ain't got no fucking gears in it. We just like on fucking one gear.
One time,
yeah. Telling you, nah, this is a different situation with gears, bro. But like, them BMX days were like murder. Going on some long ass journey, boy.
Come on.
Went all the way up there.
Come
on. Then on the way down from Ali Pali, like my mate never had no brakes in it, so he used to put his foot on the back of behind the seat and just like use his foot as the foot brake, innit? Like on the bruv, when man got to the bottom of the hill, yeah, he had one big gap in his trainer. He's using his soul to stop the bike, yeah. He just fucking had a massive gap. It was like, oh no, my trainer. I was like laughing at me, you fool. And then we come back. I don't know what route we come back, yeah, but we went through Holloway. When we went to fucking, I think it was Sainsbury's at the time or Safeway. I think it was Safeway before, yeah, where it's Peacocks now. And when we fucking went in there, but we just fucking, everyone was on the shoplifting, boy. Was coming back nicking drinks. Was just like, we was kids in it. We was thirsty as fuck. Like we didn't think like we're going on a massive journey.
None of us
thought to fucking
none of us had
drink
a problem
money
with each other. Like when we never looked at each.
Nah, of course not.
But none of us had
it went like that.
Problem with like color and none. Only thing we were positive in was like, remember like when we had Conkers. Did you ever have Conkers? Conker.
Yeah, of course.
Bro, I used to look forward to that every year.
Isn't it?
Mad. Simple thing.
People doing all sorts of unorthodox. Man, them doing unorthodox things to their Conkers, boy. Fucking sticking up a dog's bumhole for like 6 weeks to make it go hard or something. I don't know. Baking it in the oven, fucking soaking it in vinegar. There were so many different bullshit things to make your fucking thing hard. Coating it with nail varnish. Man's got their sister's clear nail varnish on there. Mad shit, bro.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Conkers.
When you said the cheese slicer.
I never had the cheese slicer. I never ever had a decent Conker. My Conkers used to mash up. They used to crumble. I don't know, like I think I was doing something wrong, innit? Like, they used to just fuck up. My Conkers never used to last. Yeah, man. School days was the best days, man. to go on school journeys and shit, man.
What about when knock it out your hand, dump it?
What you saying?
And
He's
Bulldog.
cutting, isn't it? Bulldog. Oh, don't chat to me about Bulldog, bruv.
Yeah,
Bulldog's
school
my
trips were
favorite.
the one, man.
Bulldog. Yeah. Their school trips, man. Went on a school trip to France, man. France was the best one. It's a love going them school trips. Yeah, it keeps knocking out. Natty, let us know when you're ready to jump back in and we'll holler at Veli for you. Yeah, so people, what's everyone saying, man? Everyone in the chat, name some subjects we can talk about, innit? Or let's get back to the subject at hand. Why are humans like Veli questioning whether or not God is good? For a start, he wants to know, is God good? And if he is good, why does he not get rid of the devil? Any questions, any answers, any info, any input? Anyone want to say anything? No.
I got some
yo.
input.
Yeah, come then.
Some input. if God, let's do this, if God of the Bible had sent Jesus to slap away the devil instead of sending Jesus to be sacrificed, the world would be a better place today.
How? Explain that. Name one example of what you're saying.
Because if the devil's the one that's tempting everyone into sin,
yeah,
if there's no such thing as a devil that doesn't tempt anyone into sin, but there's a Jesus and a creator that's trying to get everyone to follow the right path or whatever, the path of the Lord or whatnot, there'll be more people following the path of the Lord.
More people, but wouldn't you then want all people to be doing that? Not just more people.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Yeah, you'd want all people, but we have with law of averages, isn't it? Yeah, so you're never going to be able to convince every single person to do the exact same thing, innit? But you can get a high majority. Oh, unless heaven is that such of an exclusive place, because there's a place called Heaven in Charing Cross, it's a gay nightclub.
I don't know about them things there. I'm out of touch, bro. I'm an old boy now. I don't go out no more, innit? I don't know where the clubs are.
What do you mean? That club's been there from the fucking 80s, mate.
Oh, well. I've never heard about it. Charing Cross?
Yeah.
Was where all the thingies hang out, all the gay man them.
It's near Strand.
What and why have they called it Heaven though? Or is it meant to be a joke?
No, I don't know.
But they're all in there dressed like the devil, aren't they? They're all in there with the PVC and the leather and all that, dressed up like the devil. And they're like, ha, we called it Heaven, but when you come inside, it's like devil's in here.
Have you heard of a guy called DJ Fat Tony?
Yeah.
You heard of him, yeah?
Yeah.
He used to go there with fucking Boy George and George Michael and all them back, man.
Yeah, you know what? I watched a program on Fat Tony the other day, and he was explaining about how the amount of drugs that he used to do.
$1 million, but what on Sean? Is it Sean Atwood or James English? James English.
No, it was about Fat Tony. It's
yeah.
And Boy George is in it as well.
I was saying, was it on James English's YouTube channel?
No, it was on Vice. I think that that channel Vice. I think it's on the Vice.
Oh, okay.
Or one of their magazines, because it was on Facebook. To tell the truth, I think it was Mix Mag. Okay. I might be telling a lie. Mix Mag might have been on that. Yeah. So like, it's my you, innit? And he's like, oh yeah. He goes, I was standing outside the club, and Freddie Mercury comes out and goes, yeah, that's a nice shirt. And he goes, and then me and Freddie Mercury become mates, and we jumped on the sniff, and then he goes, he met George, Boy George, and all that. He's explaining his life, and then his mum's in it for a bit as well. And then it shows him like when he was fat, and then now he's just like one skinny, like, you know, cringy old man. Like you're looking at him thinking, what the fuck have you done to yourself? You can't.
He lost all his teeth, innit? He lost all his teeth.
Yeah, like, yeah. So like, yeah, he's a character, man. I didn't realize he was in like the Hall of Fame for like being one of the best DJs and that. But like he was going like he was stoned all the time. He didn't know what he was doing. He just fling tracks on and like take thingies from the crowd, like what's it called, requests and that. So I don't know, like maybe he was providing some people with entertainment, but you know I wouldn't rate him as a DJ, to be honest. Like I don't know of him.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, that was a side point, yeah. Before we start going into Kicks Crosses, Charing Cross nightclubs, yeah.
Oh, so that's their scene. You're saying like they were the leaders of that scene. That was all their time. All right, cool.
Yeah. To say that, when them man was walking about or going raving or whatever, they was going to them places there anyway. But what it was, yeah, was really about the Jesus defeating the devil rather than the Jesus being sacrificed. So, like, I can't see a reason why it would be better, why it wouldn't have been better for Jesus to finish the devil rather than for Jesus to be sacrificed. That's good to that. Must be on the phone, mate. You get me?
Yeah.
One sec, man. This kid's having problems with his PowerPoint. You got PowerPoint on your computer, innit?
Yeah.
So why ain't it working?
No, I messaged my teacher saying so I can't open it as PowerPoint.
Does anyone else's one not open as well?
No, it was only set
up.
Alright, go on, I'll come in a minute. Yeah, really. So back to the question, yeah? Here's the mistake your question makes. If there weren't no devil, there would still be evil. The devil don't own evil, innit? The devil didn't bring evil into the world. The world always had evil, innit?
Okay. Who created the evil then?
Oh no, but I'm saying like getting rid of the devil ain't getting rid of evil, innit? I'm saying getting rid of the devil doesn't get rid of evil, because the devil just tempts you into evil. Evil already exists, innit?
It gets rid of the temptation. But that's what I'm saying, innit? So I'm saying that, yeah. So
no, but what I'm saying is, hold on, pause 1 second. We can still commit sin or go evil off our own volition. We don't always need tempting. Sometimes it's us, innit, being cunts. It's not always the devil.
Yeah. So why? Yeah. All right. So like I was saying, yeah. God made evil, innit? Obviously, man was trying to avoid that one, yeah. I see you try to slide that one out there, can't you? I get that. I hear that still. But obviously, so whose fault that people are evil then? It can't be the devil's fault. You're saying it's God's fault then?
No, like, I thought you knew the Bible better than me, man. I know that you know, the devil just tempts you into evil, innit? So like basically when God and the devil's having a conversation about humans being good or bad or whatever, God's saying to him like, yeah, like I'm giving the option of choosing good and bad. So God must already know that good and bad already exists, innit? So then the devil already knows that good and bad already exists. But the devil at that point is not bad yet. He only becomes bad when he says, right, I'm gonna prove to you that Adam's bad. I'm gonna like show you that with a little nudge, he's always gonna pick bad over good, isn't it? Like, and that's the whole premise of the whole thing. But the fact is that bad exists independently from the devil, in my opinion. So removing the devil ain't removing bad.
Doesn't remove the evil, but it removes more temptation for people to do evil, yeah?
Yeah, but like you sometimes do evil without being tempted, innit? You just choose it yourself.
Yeah, but I'm saying, does it remove more temptation for people being evil?
So we were saying if we remove temptation, would people do evil less? Yeah, obviously. All right.
Right.
So then, then we look at the other side of the equation. You're saying that Jesus removes all the sins. So that by taking it all onto himself, he removes all the sins. Is that what you're saying? You're saying that by removing Jesus, what's God done?
Yeah, What I'm saying is that for the question was built around obviously the devil's got the temptation for God's people to be doing evil or whatever, yeah. So instead of making it so Jesus came and was sacrificed for everyone's sin, and the devil's still there able to tempt these people, why did it God send Jesus to get rid of the devil? So we're taking, then that would have done more than taking away everyone's sins, because that would have took more people have got less chances of sinning.
Right. So what's going to tip the balance one way or the other is just going to be your own personal decision, isn't it? Whether or not you let yourself get tempted, or on the other side of the equation, whether or not you turn to Jesus for your salvation and have your sins removed. So he died for your sin, and then the sin doesn't happen because you don't have to actually carry out the animal sacrifice. So when we go, what the Jews are trying to get to now, rebuilding the temple in the Middle East, in Jerusalem, and then they're going back to the Messianic age, what they believe, because obviously to them, Jesus doesn't come into the equation. So they're saying, when you go into this Messianic age now, everyone will have to commit blood sacrifices to remove their sins again. So technically, the humans will be less sinful because their sins will be removed by this blood sacrifice thing. So obviously Jesus don't come into it for them.
It won't be less sinful if they're removing their sins by doing sacrifice. It just means that they've got a back door to do sacrifices to just remove all the sins that they do.
Yeah, but don't forget they believe that the sins passes from. No, but they believe that the sin, once it's committed, passes from generation to generation. So they have to have it removed.
Instead of removing the temptation, or even the whole sinning in the first place, obviously that's the easiest way, isn't it? Well, for me anyway.
Yeah. So here's the thing, you're saying if we remove the cause or something that's like an accelerant, if you think about Satan as being an accelerant or an enzyme that's speeding up the sin process, he's like making more sins, yeah. And you're saying, okay, wouldn't it be better to remove that, yeah, and then you would have less sin? But here's the thing, once the sin enters into reality, once the sin's been committed, it doesn't go away, so it passes from generation to generation. So that sin also is like accumulation of sin. Get me? So I think if you're going to do an equation.
So are you saying that people take on their ancestors' sin? Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that that's what it says in the Bible, isn't it?
No.
That people take. Huh?
It says after the 7th generation, it doesn't pass on in the Bible.
Right.
After the 7th generation, it doesn't pass on.
Thank you, Jupiter.
Yeah, something like that. Let me look for the verse.
All right. While you're looking for the verse here, let me ask Torok and you the question of the day, yeah? I thought if God is all good, why did Jesus die instead of the devil?
Oh, are we really doing this today?
Huh?
Are we really doing this today?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but God is everything. God is everything, including evil.
Including evil.
Yep. All is one, one is all.
So God is the devil as well, then?
Of course.
All right. That's why the
Either that
devil
or
left.
either that or it's on or it's an entity on the same level as God.
Yeah, the devil in the Bible is just a simile or an allegory. Look, good can't exist without evil. It can never exist without evil.
Wait. Hold on. Are you saying that God couldn't create a world where there's just good?
No,
If he created a world where there was just good, you wouldn't know it was good because you'd have nothing to compare it to. Therefore, it'd be nothing.
Oh, that's a brilliant answer.
Wait.
That's a brilliant answer.
Yeah, I've got to big up Jukes for that one still.
No. You think that was a good answer? Yo, hear what I'm saying? So that means by that definition, there's no such thing as heaven.
Why? There's a hell.
Because you said that if something is all good, then it can't exist. Like if something's all bad, it can't exist. So how is there heaven and hell?
Yeah, I don't believe in heaven and hell, and I believe in the Bible when they're talking about heaven, they're referring to
the sky.
Yeah, the sky. They're referring to the sky. If you take all the scriptures back, you will see that they're talking about either sky cities or other planets.
You lot. This has been a big remix day today, you know. Yeah, everyone's done a lot of remix. So first of all, Freddie was doing the remix. You lot, Jupiter and Sorok are doing the remix, like Timbaland and Missy. Yeah,
it's bringing balance. It's balance, isn't it? It's duality.
But the remix in the thing, man. Yo,
it's obviously too.
Go by what the Bible says, though. Does the Bible say that there's a heaven or hell? Is there a judgment day in the Bible where you're gonna either rise again with Jesus and
yeah, but it's the Bible the only heaven.
Blah, blah. Wait, hold on. So is there a heaven or hell in the Bible there? You're gonna get a judgment day where if you did everything that God said you're supposed to do, then you go to heaven. And then if you didn't and you didn't pass the test, then you go to hell. Is that correct in Christianity?
Yeah, in Revelations they said there will be a judgment day and you'll be taken up into the Father's kingdom. Yeah.
Right. So there is a heaven and a hell then.
Well, not necessarily, because nobody knows that what the heavens actually is. Whether it's just I mean, you've got that one that was supposed to have gone up with God and flew over the world, but actually, when you go and look at what's his name, Ezekiel? Is it Ezekiel? Who's supposed to have gone and seen? But when you look at Ezekiel's story, that comes from much older beliefs, and it doesn't come from.
It's not Ezekiel. It's what's his name?
Yeah.
Carry on talking. I'll try and remember his name.
Yeah.
Hosea.
Anyway, there was one that was taken to the Father's kingdom, and you see Enoch. That's it, right?
Ezekiel.
Enoch.
Sure,
boy, you know nothing about Bible, my yo.
It's two people that went up to heaven. It was Ezekiel and Enoch.
Yeah, there's two people. But when you look back, those scriptures come from much older texts, and those much older texts are Sumerian, and what they believe is that they were taking them up to where their ancestors lived, which was off the planet. Now that could be cities in the sky, right? Because there are myths and legends that at one time technology was so so forward that they managed to build cities in the sky, or it could be another planet, whatever. But we don't know what exactly heaven is, and to say that it's a place of all goodness, I don't believe it exists. No, I believe that is just confirmation that if you believe if you go somewhere where everything is absolutely pure and everything's absolutely good, then it's a void. It will be void because you'll have nothing to compare it to. It won't be in the way that we see the world now. It can't be, because if everything's good and pure and there's nothing to compare it to, it will be a nothingness. which is actually what I do believe. I believe that your spirit travels out and goes to a different kind of dimension that you can't understand from the perspective that we have in this 3D world, because you go to a higher dimension, which will give you another perspective. But also, it won't be material. So the eons, in other words, and the electrons that are in us will be dancing around and going into a different level.
Oh, you mean the ions? The ions. Eons is like time, innit? When you go through time, that's eons. Ions is like polarized cells that carry an electrical charge.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Right. So in your version, yeah, that means there's going to be sin in God's kingdom.
No, I don't believe that at all. So what I believe is that positive energy, basically, which is within our body, the positivity will just cling together and travel in one direction, and the negative energy will cling together and travel in another direction, and they will go on to different dimensions, and then maybe meet up again, and interact, and then the whole process starts again. The Big Bang theory, basically. So it all goes right back to the beginning of life again.
Yes, is there, like I'm trying to say, yeah, is there a kingdom of God or not? Because that don't sound like there's a kingdom of God in your version. It just sounds like
I believe the kingdom of God.
Your one sounds like infinite.
Yeah. I believe the kingdom of God is all that we see and all that we know. It is everything now. This is the kingdom of God.
As well. Because Carl was going to talk about the part. Yeah, Carl, I was going to bring up the part with the forbidden fruit and certain thing like that. Because the forbidden fruit wasn't good or evil. It just like it had wisdom. Wisdom is just the truth, innit? Basically, the truth. Yeah, the truth is the way it is.
The truth is evil then. The truth is bad and evil then, yeah?
Yeah.
By what you're saying.
Yeah.
The truth is evil and bad.
Yeah. We'll say
yes, a Roman style. Big up a Roman.
Oh, man. Man like Herman Shelley.
Yeah, fam. I just
my resident Bible expert. You get
me? Come on,
yo.
Man. Listen. I heard the answer to this good and evil thing. This is the good, like this is what I've never understood about good and evil. So we have we say that we need evil, right? And we have different things of what we consider evil. So we have some things that are considered evil, which are out of our control, and things that were within our control, right? And obviously God could have created evil where, let's say, for example, you have a choice of, waking up in the morning and for breakfast, you could have, what's it called? These choices of pancakes or cereal. Or omelette. Or oats. And then he makes another third option of killing another human being and cannibalizing them. Why couldn't God just stick to...
That's a bit extreme. Why don't you just stick to the cereal? That both of the cereal is good and bad for you.
No, it's extreme because that's what happens.
Keep it hello. Keep it hello.
Just keep it sensible.
Yeah, why didn't God keep it simple? Yeah, why didn't God keep it simple?
So why do you think the cereal is good?
Make that choice not be available.
Yeah.
So why do you think the cereal is good?
Sorry?
Why do I think the cereal is good?
Well, of course, it doesn't involve killing anyone or doing anything harmful to get it.
Ermancel, let me ask you a question.
You don't know that there's certain cereals that have to get called back because of the grain that is infected, and certain things like that. But certain people won't let the public know these types of things.
Where's he? Wait, where are you going with this?
So take for instance now come on, man. Why do we need to hear people laughing? It's just
because you're clearly right.
All right, so you think the cereals are good, but people like Monsantos is actually owners of these cereals. So
Oh,
the
look
cereal
what he's doing. Look what
Monsanto.
he's doing. I can't answer your question. Ask your question.
My question is, when we use terms like good and evil,
Yeah.
and asking is God good, yeah, we're
Yeah.
asking from our own narrow field of vision, innit?
Isn't God
So
good
what
though?
we deem as good, yeah, and what good God himself classes as good, it's two different things. We've already established that, innit? So
So
when
wait,
people
hold
say,
on,
is
hold on.
God always good, yeah?
So God isn't always good then.
Well, by our definition, it's different, isn't it? And his definition is different, isn't it? But what the whole point is
Well,
to be righteous and
no,
try to use God's,
Can't.
try to use, put aside your own understanding of what is good
Can't.
and
Come
try
on.
to kind of
Can't.
get closer to God's understanding of what is good.
But you know that God has laid down what is good, right?
Yeah.
And based on what we're talking about, what is good. So if you go to the Bible, for instance, it says, wait, hold on, my dad's calling me, guys. I'll be back.
Alright, cool,
So
cool.
basically, man have written that Bible now, and so I think we have to be realistic about it's what God commanded his people to do. It's not what is good, and then what is only good to God is following those laws and commandments to God. So is it adjective now?
Yeah. So why didn't God make it? So it's written in people's DNA that they
Yeah, but
follow these commandments that He wants.
because people keep running back to the Bible God and thinking that's the end and all of God's.
No. I skipped the Bible. I went straight to God there. I was like saying, why didn't God make it in people's DNA that the code encrypted into the people, so
But this is why.
they have to follow it.
But obviously you can't see
Like
God,
that.
and so you can't see God and the devil as a duality.
But no, but really, when you ask a question like that, the answer is easy. We got to look on and say, what would be the knock-on effect if that was the case? How would the world be different now? And then that gives you the
Still with
answer, innit?
facts. Yeah, but they're still with the facts. The God and the devil is two instruments, but it's instructed by a higher being. What we're seeing and knowing
No.
is God. Of course it is.
So there's someone higher than God.
Of course it's called
Yeah, that's
Elohim.
mad.
You know what
It's
you're saying, yeah?
Elohim. I'm saying the entity what people are describing is actions of something that is given an order to. I.e., the devil's supposed to be an angel. So some people say. But when you look at when you look into the Egyptians, some of the Hindu texts, you can see that these people were even siblings.
What?
Osiris and the other one, Hades. The other one, I forget his name.
Is Hades in Egypt too?
I mean Seth, Horus or Seth, and one of them man there. Like they're rivals basically, but they're siblings. But in the later date, people would turn one into a god and turn one into like a god of destruction.
Yes, and the Christian Bible amalgamates both of them. So when some of the stories that we've got in the Christian Bible from the same God is actually two different people. If you go back to ancient texts of Egypt and Sumeria, those two civilizations, you will find that what it is that the two brothers have been amalgamated into one person to make the Christian Bible.
Yeah.
Yo, I swear down, I can't keep up with everything, all the different stuff that's going on that you are talking about, yeah, because you are just like Christianity in the way that you
run back to the Bible.
But this way is though. So who told man to write the Bible?
The Bible's a version of something. There's so many different versions of God. Is the Bible's for the Christians how they see God. The Quran is for the Muslims how they see God. The Hindu text is the same sort of thing. Sikhs the same thing.
Mm-hmm. The Bibles and texts that we look at today are not the complete story anyway. The Vatican has got most of the knowledge; they've hidden it. And basically, the hierarchical system that we see come out, symbolism. Hold on, and the symbolism that we see within the Bible yeah, the hidden language that's in there, actually goes all the way back to Kemetan and Sumerian, and probably even past them. It's just that we've got no records of it.
Okay, well, all I will say to this is that when it comes to good and evil, yeah, that point there is the whole evil bit is what I want people to focus on, because we can understand what we consider to be evil and what God considers to be evil, right?
Right. I'm with you.
So when God says certain things like, what's it called? Honor thy father and mother, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, right? And everyone agrees on that point, right? So what is the punishment for not honoring thy father and mother?
They dragged them out in front of the temple, and then I think they all stoned them to death together.
Right.
In unison.
Right. So this is the point I wanted to make here, that why couldn't it just be that, what's it called, you know, they chastised them, no, like, oh, not even chastised, wait, hold on, again, my dad's calling me.
All right, cool.
I think that's an easy question. That's a particular tribe's way of life. That's it.
Yeah. All right, Billy, what's the model answer, man? Because you got to mark our work now.
Yeah, man. Listen, I'm saying that, like, obviously, it's supposed to be a thing of, it's supposed to be like, fucking, sorry, man. I'm trying to find somewhere to park, man. At the same time. At the same damn time, yeah, still. So, fucking, yeah, I'm saying that the way that I understood the Bible, yeah, like the heaven and hell, good and evil sort of thing, yeah, was that obviously if Jesus came to take away everyone's sin, and then
Very runs back to the Bible.
but that's what it is. That's what it is, though. So what did Jesus come to do then? So what did he come to do then?
There's many gods in very.
What did Jesus come to do, so?
He come to do something for his tribe, innit?
Huh? Can't even hear you, man.
He's come to do something for his particular tribe.
Yes.
According to the Jews, okay, who they're waiting for hasn't returned yet, according to the Jews. That's why they don't believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
And when you, right, that's number one.
So
number
we're moving away
two.
from the good and evil. Sorry, Jupiter.
Huh?
We're moving away from the good and evil part, right?
Well, it's up to you. You can go back to it if you want to.
No problem. Jupiter, say your thing, and then, yeah. Let me see where the conversation goes.
I was going to answer your question where you tried to say something about the elders. I said that it was a particular tribe way of life where you had to honor your elders.
Where does it say that? It was the particular tribe. Where does it say that, please? Can you show me?
Was it for everybody to respect the elders?
Because it says, Hear, O Israel, thou Lord God is one. So he's talking to Israel, isn't it?
So God is not the God for everyone. It's God is only a God for a certain set of people, yeah?
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying? He
He's
made
saying,
everyone, but he's only he made everyone, but he only cares about two. He's like, that's like having a favorite son.
Well, that's what they claim. Well, Vel, you're missing the point. That's what they're claiming. They're claiming to be the chosen people, the favorites. That's what they're saying.
There was a favored son. If you go back to the ancient scriptures, it tells you that there was two heirs to the throne. The first child, who should have been the heir to the throne, okay, wasn't given it because his mother.
It was a bit naughty.
Royal.
You're talking about Isaac and Ishmael.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes all the way, but no, I'm not. I'm talking about Enki and Enlil. When it goes all the way back, right, all the way back to those two brothers.
No, it's babe. Listen, I'm not trying to contradict you in your own book, but surely it starts with Abraham because obviously that's where it starts, isn't it? Like there's no Jews, there's no Jews before
hold on. Abraham was
his
a
son.
Sumerian.
Yeah, but I said his son.
You have got a
His
point.
son, the one that was renamed Israel. Is it his son or his grandson?
No, you're looking down. Abraham was a Sumerian and took his beliefs with him.
That's right. I agree with you on that. But I'm saying, was it his son or his grandson that was renamed Israel?
Yeah, you can look at the. So you're only bothered about the people of Israel, yeah?
But I'm saying that tribe starts from there.
Yeah, he's saying that there's probably a correlation what you're talking about with
every tribe has a patriarch, and it's the tribe's named after them. You can't take it back further than them.
So you got Ishmael and you got Isaac.
You can if you're looking at where the beliefs come from.
No, yeah, but we're talking about the tribe, the people, like the actual physical people. The tribe.
Later on, when you get Esau and Jacob, so there is a correlation.
You guys need to understand what Torok is saying. Torok, sorry, what you're saying, Torok, is that there is 12 tribes and each are their own individual tribes with their own.
Jupiter said, referring back to an ancient text where they're talking about somebody's
Sumerian
birthright. Yeah, birthright, and can't say, oh, but wouldn't that not go back to say Ishmael and Isaac with Abraham, which it could go back to that, but I think what Jupiter's referring back to now is the Esau and Jacob, but that could
I think she's even referring back deeper to when you talk about the Enki and what I think she's talking about Cain and Abel. That's what she's talking about.
Yeah, you can't go back that far. There weren't no Jews back then. There was no Israel back then
as well. It could go back.
Yeah, well, forget the Jews. I don't know why you hung up on the Jews. What I'm telling you
because he's saying what we're saying is the verse is, "Hear, O Israel." Yeah. So Israel's either one person or it's a tribe of people that descend from that one person. Either way, you can't go back past Israel.
Israel was made up of several tribes. It was
between sorry, finish your point. Finish your point, and then
between Egypt, a group of people that were along the coast, and what's the other country on the other side? And that bit of wasteland in the middle, you're talking about Canaan people that were cast out went to, and even the what do they call them? The people who dig up the ground.
Lepers. You're talking
archaeologists. Even archaeologists have gone back and found that there was different sets of people in ancient times there. So they were amalgamated. It wasn't just one group of people. There was different sets of people that were cast out from the surrounding countries into that area of land.
Yeah,
amalgamated into what?
What my point is this, Jupiter. If the knowledge came from previous generations and previous tribes, like Muslims claim that it all goes back to Adam, right? That's irrelevant because the current tribe we're talking about, Israel, we weren't assimilating and incorporating and being open to all the other tribes to join them. They were a self-isolating group of people that had their own beliefs and their own customs and their own culture, and they believed that they had a covenant with God, a deal that God cut for them. So any other people outside of that is irrelevant, and where the beliefs come from is irrelevant because they've created group.
Yeah. Well,
hold on a sec, because I wanted obviously we've got Shelley on the panel as well now, but I wanted to get Jupiter, Torok and Shelley to have their time answering the question of the day. Like give your answer to the question of the day each, and then your points on why you feel yes it would be better, no it wouldn't work, or just whatever you think in it, whatever to the question of the day. And then you can get back into the sort of discussion of what it was, so we can get everyone's point on the actual question, because everyone else on the panel just gave their take on it, innit? So,
all right. I already answered mine, so ask Tarek and the other one.
I said it's duality, really, isn't it? I don't think God looks into good.
Yeah, that's a good answer, T-Rock.
What did he say?
He's saying basically creation is based on duality, so it's a balanced equation.
Okay. Yeah, Khan. You want me to answer the question? If God all good, why did he kill his son and not the devil? Well, God is clearly not all good. You know what I mean? So yeah, the reason why he's not all good is because, like I said, when you create what you call evil, you know, there are things that could be evil. Why is it that, you know, why is the option between stubbing your toe or being murdered? You understand? Like, why couldn't it just be stubbing your toe or a little harm or little ways of learning what good and evil is? You understand? So, you know, if that's
Yeah, but here's what I'm asking you. Yeah, is God actually created evil, or does God actually allow evil to exist? Because when you say God created evil, then you go into the old Sarah Speaker's Corner argument of you have to be evil to invent evil. So therefore, God's partly evil. But I don't believe that. I believe that, you know, evil is like decay.
That means
you can allow decay to occur.
If God didn't create evil, that means there's something that's got the same sort of level of power as God to create things that God never created.
No, what I'm saying is,
the Bible tells you God created evil.
Does it? In the Bible, it says God created evil.
I created woe.
Actually created
the light. Yes, he said it.
Yeah, so the evil's part of the world, isn't it? It's not part of God, though.
He created evil. It says it in the Bible. What are you talking about?
I'm saying it exists in evil exists in this realm that we live in. Evil does not exist outside of it.
What?
Hey, Renegade, listen. Man said
doesn't exist outside of it.
God created evil, but it's not part of God, though.
No, I'm not saying God created evil. I'm saying you're saying God created evil.
Right, look at it like this, Khan, right? You're God. Whatever you think you create. If you create it, it came from you. Yeah. Therefore, you are the creator and the creation.
Right. Okay. So if I create a light, does that mean I created the shadow?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. If I create a light, does that mean I created the dark, or was the dark always there?
Yes. Everything, all in one in all.
Yeah.
So in a dark world, I come with a candle and I light the candle and I create light. Yeah. And I create the duality that you mentioned, of good and evil, of light and dark. But wasn't that dark always there? Without my light, there would be nothing but dark, innit?
You've created something that is of God, so God has given you the material.
You create the concept, but the actual thing itself.
The candle is like you are the image. So you're like there's a big G and you're a small G. So now you have used things of big G's materials, whether it's good or bad, where you have formed into a candle now to make light.
Mm-hmm. And your question,
so it's all in one in all.
Your question
in the Bible, doesn't Jesus say only God is all good? So God can't be partly evil, innit? According to Jesus, according to the Bible, when someone says to Jesus, "You're good," and he goes, "Don't call me good. Only God is good."
Yeah, but what is God? The law, statutes, and commandments. Come out of her, my people.
Where's the story of someone calling him good, and he says he's not good?
What do you want, chapter and verse? You mean? I can't give you that. It's in the Bible, though.
I could imagine that, but it's realistically is a way of life, isn't it? Basically, come to this way of life, which is all God, which is all good.
Like that.
I'm just saying. I'm just breaking it down quite quickly. Like it's just like it's the same. Basically, Father does.
Okay, let me try and answer this question the way that I can answer it, but I'm probably going to confuse you all the way I see it. Right.
Now, do you know what? I think you should go all out and give it the full Jupiter answer.
Well,
don't worry about if we understand you or not.
What does that even mean? Oh, anyway, Jupiter, give your answer. Yeah, the answer the way you want to answer. Yeah. Go on.
I believe, that the reason that he didn't kill the devil instead of his son is because the beliefs that we've got in the Bible come over a massive period of time. And the stories of the devil actually refer to one of the brothers. There was Enki and Enlil. that they've amalgamated in one person. But the story of the devil actually comes from stories of one brother against the other brother. Okay, much further back in time. When Jesus came, it was a long time after, and I'm talking thousands of years after. So there would never have been a choice between the two. There you go. Because effectively, the devil would have been the one of the great uncles of Jesus, if Jesus were to be the Son of God, which the Jews themselves don't believe has happened yet. And the reason they don't believe it is because the ancient texts tell you that they were to come back again. They were to come back again. The people that left the earth were to come back again, but they never returned. They never returned. Everybody's still waiting. And that's why the Jews, they're still waiting.
That makes sense. Shelley? Got anything to say? Is he there?
Who? You asking?
You.
Oh, me. What did you say? What you were asking me? Sorry, because I'm
saying, did you catch the answer that Jupiter gave?
No, sorry about that, Jupiter. I got so many messages in the background, so I was trying to go through all of them.
Right.
Yeah. What? Summarize it out for me.
Jupiter, give him the recap. Jupiter, quick load, the shortcut version.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
The Bible is written. The Bible has been condensed from a load of scriptures all over the world, right? But that traces back to ancient scriptures of Samaria and Egypt, okay? And they've been condensed down. But the actual Bible is over an elongated period of time.
Mm.
And the devil actually alludes to one of the original brothers, okay? Because of the stories are from that brother's story in ancient scriptures. So it alludes to one of the brothers who was in a different period and time frame by thousands of years in between to Jesus. So there would not have been a choice between devil or Jesus. And in fact, the ancient scriptures tell you that when the people that left this earth, wherever they went to, when they left, they were supposed to have returned. And that was what everybody was waiting for. The Jews believe that they still haven't returned. Other people believe that Jesus did.
So, from what I understand, I'll say this. Sorry to cut you there, Jupiter. There is, in the Jewish idea of understanding, there is no life after death. There's just going to be a time where,
That's
the
right.
people who supposedly died are going to be resurrected on the judgment day.
That's right.
And that's what's, I think you said the good are going to be resurrected, and that's it. Then when it comes to Christianity now, there's a bit of, so the idea is that if you're Catholic, I was brought up Catholic, there is this belief of a place called purgatory. So this idea that basically you'll go there for an intermission of time, and then your sins will be purified, and you end up going to heaven.
That's people before Judgment Day.
Okay. Whereas other Christian groups branch off and they say that the basically Book of Maccabees, which talks about purgatory, is they say it's null, and that it's they don't agree with that. But this idea of life after death, I don't know, it's not really mentioned in the Bible specifically, but people try to allude to it, the fact that it is mentioned, because they talk about what you call Sheol or whatever, which is a Greek word for death.
After death is found in the is it the Dead Sea Scrolls or the other ones?
It is, but one thing you have to
in the Vatican, but they've never published it as part of the Bible. And this is why I say you can't believe the Bible as the absolute word on it. Islam is based on the Bible and Judaism.
Yeah, but Jupiter,
can't believe the Torah or that, because there's bits and pieces
but that's the point. Yeah.
And hidden away.
Yeah, but because a lot of people disagree that the Bible comes from Egypt specifically. They say that it comes from different groups around the time. So you have the people called the Amorites, you have the and there's another group where when you talk about the Passover meal, that's not in ancient Egypt mythology, but when you go to other groups, I can't remember their names, but they have something similar to a Passover, which they feel like comes from that ideology too. Then obviously you got what you call Hellenistic Greeks. So a lot of the Christian writings of that time was influenced by them. And even during that time of the Greek and Roman rule, there were people who were discussing and having these arguments saying that a lot of the stuff that you've got in your book, which you call the Bible, has similarities with our books. Even some of the Christians, so-called Christian theologians of the time were saying, yeah, that the devil deceived them, but we got given the right message, even though ours is the same thing. You can see it in their writings. But in terms of when you're talking about what the book says itself, when you're dealing with what the Bible says itself, yeah, there is really not really mention of life after death. It's more of, this. It's like an allegory for if you behave, good things will happen. If you misbehave, bad things will happen. So your hell would be on earth, and your heaven will also be on earth, depending on how you guys want to go. And these are the basic rules that we've learned throughout history and throughout our ancestors recording this. And if you follow them and abide by them, everything will be fine. But obviously, a lot of people don't realize as well that even the Bible itself is a collection of different books. So it doesn't all apply to one group of people. It just applies to certain groups of people at different points in history. So
yeah, it's a collection of books from a lot of different beliefs, but at the end of the day, it doesn't encompass all beliefs, and therefore a man, an individual, decided what went into the book and what didn't.
Yeah.
Therefore, the man altered the message, and therefore it's not valid.
But the original message comes
based on the Bible is not valid, and any religion before the Bible, right, must also be taken in the same consideration.
Yeah.
Because no man is not perfect. So we know the man probably altered even the Jewish, like the Torah and stuff.
All right. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When you lot got a minute. All right, cool. So everything that we know of is measured in units. So liquids measured in liters, distances measured in miles. Yeah. Can we measure spiritual beliefs by logic? Because that's my question, isn't it? Like, if you think that we should be able to apply logic, like, should logic be our highest form of reasoning?
Yes.
So, for example, can we have a belief that's not logical? Like, can we believe in something without it being reinforced by logic?
Not if we
because the question that Relly's asking is basically imposing logic on a religious premise, isn't it? So he's saying, to remove the source of evil, wouldn't it be more efficient to do that than to actually have something that mops up the evil after it's happened?
But you're acting as if these questions wasn't even asked. Like, these questions that you're talking about that Ben is asking, they've been asked even before Jesus Christ supposedly existed. They were challenging these. You go back to these ancient philosophers. They were asking those same questions to the people around their time about their particular creator. And
but Moses don't talk about the Bible. Moses don't talk about the devil. So from Moses to Jesus is over 1,000 years. So we don't have any information on how we got from not believing in the devil to actually an existing devil, because Jesus talks about devil, right? So how did we get from A to B? It's not documented, is it?
In terms of when okay, so you're talking about when Jesus was on 40 days, 40 nights, tempted by supposedly what he thought was the devil. That itself, you could easily say it wasn't a being; it was just a subconscious telling him that there will be, obviously you're the son of God. I'm the son of God. I fall down from there, and nothing will happen to me, innit? And that could easily just be his mindset because of the fact that he hasn't eaten and done everything for and eaten or drunk anything for the last 40 days, that could be in his delusional state now, acting like that. So like some people have argued that you shouldn't take the Bible literal, but if you were taking it, because obviously we're dealing with people who call themselves literal people, we have to apply logic here. So this is why we're asking them. Like, if you were saying, "Oh, what's it called?" No, this is allegorical for this. Yeah, I would say no problem. There is a lot of allegory in the Bible. You know, if you understand the Bible, a lot of it is astrology as well. So it's talking about certain things too.
You mean astrology or astronomy?
Astronomy. I don't know. I get confused by which one, but it's to do with the Libra star signs and all that stuff. Sorry, yeah, Jupiter.
Oh yeah, that's the star signs is astrology.
Yeah, Jupiter. What were you saying? Sorry.
Astrology and symbolism. Look, if you look at the 12 tribes, the 12 tribes actually go back to again ancient scriptures, which tells you that comes with the Zoroastrians. They were people that looked up to the skies, and they believed in it being separated by 12. We're in fact 13 because they believe in Orpheus as well. Orpheus is represented by Judas in the Bible. The 12 tribes are representing to the other major people. All of it stems back, and a lot of Jews. This is where you get numerology from as well, because Jews understand that you can break down the numbers and letters in the Bible represent. They were
obsessed with 7 and what's it called, 70 something and 12. Like they were obsessed. From the Bible, when you read it, you can just see the numbers 7, 12, and whatnot. And
lucky 7, isn't it? Lucky number 7.
Yeah, they were obsessed with that. So yeah, it's, you know, like I said anyway, they are not from the writers of the Bible are not all the same. So they're writing from different points of view, and that's why you will get contradictions in the Bible as well. So yeah. In terms of the question, like I said, go on.
Look at this, right? It's like this. Even the names of the people meant something, right? In the genealogy of Genesis, right? You had all the names, yeah. I think it's Sham, Seth, or is it Ham, Seth? I forget the names that go in order, and then it goes down to Methuselah and all that. When you look at the name meanings, it means man appointed mortal sorrow, the blessed shall come, teaching his death. That's in the genealogy of Genesis. All the names meant something as well.
Of course, my name's Raphael, so Raphael means physician of God.
Yeah, but if you added that to your ancestor, your father's name, does your lineage bring a message? Yes, it does. This is what people don't understand. Why naming your child was so important.
What does Israel mean then?
Israel means struggle with God.
Depends
wrestle with God, doesn't it?
Yeah, struggle with God.
Several meanings.
Is that what Israel means then?
Yeah, because Jacob was the guy who fought God in the tent, so he named it Israel. Struggle with God.
So what Ishmael? What does Ishmael mean? Do we know?
I'm not sure about that one still.
Oh, right, okay.
It means Prince of Power, Yasharallah.
Interesting.
Prince of Power.
But the L bit means God, so it has something to relate it to God. So it's not just.
It could also mean Israel is son God, because they used to abbreviate for one of the gods.
Elohim.
Any word that's got EA in is relating to God. So beauty, sea, anything like that is related to
but Israel is not how it's supposed to be spelled in the Bible. Yasha Allah, Israel, Yisrael.
I'll say this though, the Jews did believe in a pantheon of gods, so they didn't just believe in the one God. They just started off believing in one God. No, they believed in many different gods, and
yeah.
But here's the thing though. Go on, Jim.
Of the Bible, the very first, when they talk about Elohim is plural, and it means gods, not God.
Yeah,
and that's where they go wrong. Right at the beginning of the Bible, the Genesis story reveals that what you're going to be led into with the rest of the Christian Bible is not truth.
I watched the TV program on that, like, and they translated the Bible, and they said that every time it says God, it's a different God. Like there's one that's Baal, like Baal. There's all different names for God, and they say, so there's all different God.
Yeah.
But if we look at it in a progressive, like in a linear way, it ends up being one God. So although they start off with all these different gods, like they're people that have just run out of Egypt, and they're all different tribes and sects and whatever, and they'll end up becoming one God, isn't it? So they become one nation with one God. So it's obvious when the first line is, "Hear, O Israel, your Lord God is one." They're creating a new nation of people, with a one God.
Forget the nations. Imagine cells in a body. They all make up the body. Everybody that is in existence at each step of time, because get your head around it. Everybody on Earth today, right? On Earth, right now, at this living moment, never existed 100 years ago, and everybody that existed 100 years ago are no longer in existence. Everybody, right? So, so it's a rebirth all the time. So the completion of God, yeah, we are like the cells that rejuvenate, because every time that there is a different group of people evolving on the earth, we are a different personality trait, or a different way of expressing God. Now, when he talks about it in the Bible, you were saying, there was all these different tribes and everything else, but they were all one person, and that's what it's referring to. God is everything, and everything is God. So all of those people with their different beliefs in God, it didn't matter if you believed in a Hindu God, or if you believed in a Islamic God, or if you believed in a Jewish God. It didn't matter what you believed in. All of those gods were God, because they were all part of God.
Yeah, but like, if you think about in terms of cycles, there's a cycle where we all come together, and there's a cycle where we all break apart from each other. There's a cycle where we amalgamate all these different beliefs into one belief, and then there's a cycle where they dissipate into all different beliefs. So it's a positive and a negative, anabolism, catabolism. It's a duality, in it, day and night. It's not like a linear thing like you're saying, where it always happens. Because
we're seeing the migration patterns where these beliefs are traveling from. And you have the Council of Nicaea that linked up the Eastern sun god with their god, basically what they create as Jesus. So this is where you get Christianity and Christianity and all these
a lot of the old churches have got Mithra underneath them. We've got Mithra.
Well. That's true. In England as well, they had Mithra.
Yeah.
Even in England.
So it all correlates back to each other, because like you touched on astronomy earlier, and a lot of astronomy is very crucial to the whole faith system. So Easter, the winter solstice, the harvest, and just when it's the longest day, like they have certain periods where basically the moon and the sun, and it's very important to go by the times of days to know when the feast days are as well. So a lot of these things are incorporated.
Nice. All right, you lot. It's been nice chatting, man. I'm gonna jump off for a bit. Have fun. Bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said your name is Raphael.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raphael. Yeah.
He thinks he's an angel.
Definitely not an angel. God is definitely not an angel.
So what do you think about that name for African people?
Sorry, what do you mean?
So what do you feel about that name and for African people?
What do you expect? I don't get what your point is. Wait, what point do you want to?
It's not really it's not really a West Coast African name.
Of course, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, my parents have European names too, so of course they was from colonization. So yeah.
It was from colonization.
Yeah. Why do you disagree?
I don't know. Are you proud of it?
Of course I'm not.
Okay. So what would you like your name to be if it was an African name?
Well, it's there on the screen. That's my middle name there.
What is it?
Aaron Mosele.
Aaron.
Error Mosele.
Aaron Mosele.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I forgot, something to do with God as well. I need to check out. You can type it into Google and find it. To be honest, it's there anyway online.
Can I just jump in for 2 seconds? The question is, if God is all good, why did he kill his son and not the devil? You may have actually covered this, but the way that I understand it is that if you follow the Christian belief, this life is like a kind of test, and we're not robots. And so God has given us good and evil, and to either have to live life according to good or live life according to evil, and to give us our salvation, he killed his son so that we could through him go to heaven, and all our sins would be forgiven. And at the end days, right at the end, there'd be this titanic battle between good and evil, and the devil would be cast into hell with all the sinners. And that's the answer to that question, as far as I understand it, from a Christian point of view. I may be wrong though, because I'm not an expert on these things.
Yeah, the Christian point of view. This is where the Christian point of view gets shot down. Because if you're giving a test to people, right, that test is something that you don't know the outcome of it as a teacher or as a person who's given the test. If you know the outcome of the test, then what are you doing the test already? What's the point of the test?
Because if the reason for that is that God doesn't want robots in heaven. What he wants is he could have created perfect beings that committed no sin and could have just automatically gone to heaven.
You've missed my point. God already knows the answer to the test, but he still gives the test to people. What is his point?
Well, that's if you believe in predestination. I think that he does actually give you a chance to either follow the path or to fall by the wayside.
No, because he already knows what path you're going to take. He knows.
Do you know what your cultural beliefs were before Christianity?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what your cultural beliefs were before Christianity?
What do you mean by that?
Do you know what you were before you was a Christian?
Well, I was just a child. I mean, the thing is that we had Sunday school. This is all we had.
No, your nation of people who you belong to. Where are you from? England,
Paganism.
Paganism, yes, I should imagine so. Yes, like a kind of druidism. I would imagine.
Do you know any other? Have you looked any further into what they believed in or how they looked at God?
No, not really. No, I haven't at all. The trouble is that there's very little known about it. If you look at, let's say, Druidism, the Druids were really, really powerful at the time of Christ in Britain. They were really powerful, but there's no records of what they did or how they operated. We don't know. We simply don't know what their beliefs were. They were refounded in about 1900, and a lot of things have been made up about them. And at the summer solstice, where they go to Stonehenge and they celebrate the dawn on the longest day, the thing is that all of that ceremony is entirely invented from about 1900. It didn't exist before. We have no idea. We know very, very little about paganism. If you look at Anglo-Saxon chronicles, they make a few comments about trees walking and voices in the woods. There's a lot of oral history about the Green Man and Yeah. But it's very sort of an ecological kind of religion and sort of kind of spiritualism that comes out of it. But we know very, very little about it. I mean, if you the earliest religious. Sorry?
What I've learned is like Cornwall used to be kind of separate from everybody else, but they were saying something about the Stonehenge. It links up back to there's like a trail line or something they say, but and it goes all the way to
ley lines,
yeah, ley lines, but go all the way to Scotland and sort of things like that. And there's like a next sort of type of Stonehenge up there and sort of things like that.
There's a lot. Well, we think, we don't know, because there's no history of it. There's no written history of it, so we don't know. But we think that the earliest people that we found records of are called the Beaker people, and the only reason we call them the Beaker people is because on their they made a whole load of standing stones, and that's exactly as you say. If you go up to the north of Scotland, up to Aberdeenshire, Grampian, around there's loads and loads of stone circles that you will find down in Devon and Cornwall, exactly as you say. And on both of those kinds of stone circles, like a ring of stones, stone pillars that go all the way up to Orkney. They have these little beaker symbols on them. We don't know what the beaker symbols were. We don't know what function the pillars have. But there's, strangely enough, some of the stone circles up in the north, they attract people that are connected to the occult. You get an awful lot of white magic and black magic, that is ceremonies that are enacted around that.
Black magic.
Well, no, listen, man. I'm using a term that's actually used. I don't know what other word
it's two different arts. It's two different type of arts of magic school.
Well, I make no judgment on that. I'm just using there's a term called white magic and there's a term called black magic. I'm not an expert on that. I'm just telling you what the little bit that I know. Right, I'm not trying to insult anybody.
No,
okay?
no.
So if you're triggered, I'm so sorry.
I'm not even triggered at all.
I think they mixed up the gypsy magic with black magic as well.
Well, I don't know, but I mean the thing is if you go down to Kent, if you travel from London down to Dover, on the way there's a hill called White Horse Hill. And that's got some of the earliest traces of these stone circles down there. It's about halfway between London and Dover. And all sorts of ceremonies will be going on here in the early hours of the morning.
Druidism is connected to India. It's connected to the Vedas.
How's that, Jupiter?
Well, they've connected the Sanskrit language. The very name Druid is composed of two Celtic roots which have parallels in Sanskrit. The root vid for knowledge, which also emerges in the Sanskrit word Veda, demonstrates a similarity. The Celtic root Dru, which means immersion, also appears in Sanskrit. So a Druid was one immersed in knowledge.
Think about that for a moment, Jupiter. They must be 7,000-8,000 miles away. India, 7,000-8,000 miles away.
No, but
and yet there's this connection.
You can see the gypsy culture in Ireland, though, as well.
You know the Faroe Islands from Romania. Skara You know Skara Brae in Scotland?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
There's actual ancient buildings and proof that shows that the way they built their houses predates actually Egyptians, and there's proof that those people went on to be the Doga tribe. So people were traveling way across the world a long time before. And when you look at the Skara Brae people, they were made up of two sets of people. One were Nordic looking in description, and the other were black people in description. So if you go and look at these things, what we're being told in our schools is not the complete history. People travelled the earth far wider than we're led to believe.
Well, with respect, Jupiter, I mean, I think what they might say, archaeologists might actually say, is that they can only go on the evidence. And I know exactly what you're saying, that there's like the word druid, and that there may well be links between India and
Druid
let's say
and
Scotland.
Dravidian and Druid.
Right. But the thing is that if it's a tenuous link and there's not sort of the middle bit is missing, they can only surmise, they can only suggest, they can't. So you may find that they're being conservative in their message, small c conservative. They hold back on their message. We think that this might be the case. There might be links to India, but we can't completely prove it. There are words that are used in India that are very similar to words used in and it's. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, they use what they use
the Aryans, didn't you have to remember as well?
The language tree.
Yeah.
The family tree of language. And it can be quite proven because a lot of the language overlaps. Not only that, I wish Angel Moon was here, a lovely lady from Ireland. I always say annals, but it's not, it's annals. The annals of Ireland contain a lot of stuff that tell us stuff about the ancient pagan beliefs and the Druidism. Wow. So actually, when you say that we don't know, that might have been maybe 10 years ago. But now the internet has opened up and people are sharing information. We do know, and the links and that are all there. They're all there.
But if you notice, with a lot of the teenagers in the 90s, they were sort of going back into that sort of culture with like the rock and roll and mixing it with the Druidism and the white and black magic.
But I tell you what, Taruk, an awful lot of that was fanciful. I mean, it really was wawa. It was really, really fanciful. It was, it really was, a lot of it was invented and made up.
No, but sometimes it's the DNA in the body of us just like reconnecting sometimes.
DNA in our body. Interesting.
Do you know that there are scientists who say that the DNA in our body has actually got encoded messages?
Yeah, like a kind of sense memory.
What are you talking about?
No,
well, Carl Jung reckons that we carry a collective memory. That Carl Jung suggested that you have a collective memory of your ancestors. That going back, Carl Jung was a sort of
come on.
Sorry.
Come on. Yeah, I've got a bit up.
Okay. Go on. Carl Jung was actually suggesting that we have a sense memory of things in the past. That exactly as you say, it's like a kind of it's in our DNA, and we can't account for it.
When you talk about sense memory, I can understand it when it comes to, maybe there was ancient diseases that our body remembers and
fights against.
Yeah. But that's an example. But what exactly are you saying that we can remember that? I don't know. Like, what exactly are you trying to get? Is that what you're trying to come?
Well, what I think his suggestion was that, and a lot of his ideas were sort of fanciful, and they were Freud called them trash. I mean, Freud just actually said this is unscientific. It's nonsense, right?
Sigmund Freud.
Sigmund Freud. He called Jung's ideas trash, right? Oh. But a lot of people actually sort of credit Carl Jung because they say, no, there is something in there. And what he was sort of suggesting was that this is like a kind of survival mechanism, that if something happens, then something in your DNA will actually make you react a certain way that you haven't reacted before, and that comes from deep inside, like the lizard brain in you.
Like dormant cells, like hereditary intelligent dormant cells, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm. Yeah.
You pick up ancestral traits.
That's what I believe. I believe that.
What type of ancestral traits are you talking about?
Survival traits. Survival traits.
No. You have to nail it down, man. You have to nail it down. You can't just talk. Be specific about it, man. You got to nail it down.
They talk about it in your agriculture continuously.
No, hold on. When we talk about in terms of fighting certain genetics, certain diseases, yes, that's what our cells and would have these ancient, ways of fighting or whatever. Not even ancient, but have this memory coming across this infectious disease and fighting it and stopping it from reinfecting you again. What are you talking about now when it comes to culture now? Like how?
Well, okay,
So
well,
we're talking
think
about
about
DNA wise.
animals.
So take for instance doctors. You have a family of doctors, people that are used to seeing blood, used to seeing horrific things. Not a lot of people have that type of DNA memory or have the ancestral where they come from a line of doctors, so their DNA is not too shocked when they see somebody.
Like for example, this is another example. Sorry,
that's not true. That's not true.
Good example. Yo, Raf. So say if in Africa, the methods of them killing people and torturing people back in the time when they were coming for goods and property, right? So whatever Belgian king did to the people. If that is so say if he kills some certain people by a wild animal. Now, what that would mean is a number, even up to 2 or 3 or a generation down the line, you may have a phobia of a spider or certain animals, and that could possibly be a trigger of inherent sort of subconscious.
Hold on, no, because you took it off 2 different points. You were talking about the people coming in and talking about how the ancient memories of it and them leading to what they have today. No, when we're talking about
it's just inherent thingy, isn't it? It's inherent inherent fear.
Yeah,
Rafe, I mean, I think that you lean towards Freud, and I think Freud would agree with you entirely that this is.
Sorry, he's just gone quiet for me, but you can see the connection, Raf.
You can't hear Ned.
I can't hear Ned. Was he just gone dead?
He was talking to you. Ned, talk again.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Can I just say that I think that you would probably be you would follow Freud would agree with you, Rafe. But think about animals. Think about birds and animals. They have instincts to like fly down. Birds fly down to the same place in Egypt. Why? Who tells them to do that? Birds migrate. But is that not sense memory? Is that not something in their DNA?
Flying down to Egypt could have been something that they're witnessing their parents and other birds doing that.
And it's learned behavior. It's learned behavior.
Yeah.
I accept what you're saying there, but I there's loads and loads of examples of animals and birds doing unusual stuff, and you sort of think, why the hell do they do that? Where did they learn? And maybe they wonder. Some people have actually suggested that maybe that what we call instinct is our sense memory. Do you follow me?
Instinct, from my understanding, comes from experience that you've had. So, for instance, you said when someone sees a spider, because of your ancient memory system, we know not to fear that spider or whatnot.
Or fire.
Well, babies don't fear fire.
No. True.
Babies don't fear spiders until they get bitten. Babies don't fear snakes until they get bitten.
Yeah, but you develop these things over time. Your DNA builds up to your characteristics, who you're going to be in the future.
Yeah, but that's your DNA reacted to the elements.
That's your experience.
Some people could look at a child and say, "Oh, that's somebody's great grandfather come back to life," and they look at it, they show you the picture, say, "Oh, look, you look just like your great grandfather." And
that's what they say. Yeah,
it's just it is a recycle of things that you are already.
But when it comes to birds, scientists have found small amounts of a substance called magnetite in the beaks of birds, and they say that it's to do with the Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah, but we're talking about learned customs,
the Earth's
magnetic field, or intelligence.
The Earth anyway.
Intelligence inherited by the child. So that would be like learned stuff. They're not just like your body.
It's like a Rubik's cube in a sense like that. Till you get to an older age, you can say, all right, he's a bit complete now in a sense like that. Like when you're young.
See this. Let me just give you. See what example I was using was say if Africans were killed a lot, or a particular group were killed by wild animals, because that's what they used to do. They'd chop your hands off, wild animals, whatever. So now you would have an irrational fear a number of generations later for no particular reason, just because you see an animal. Now that is what you call is exactly what Ned is talking about. That's
No, it's not. What are you talking
experience.
about?
That's a subconscious experience that you're not aware of.
If you took a young baby and put it in a dangerous thing, it would just do what it wanted to do. It wouldn't see danger.
Yeah.
The danger has to be taught to a child.
Exactly.
Yeah, but don't forget. Look,
Learn
we're talking about a child that doesn't have the cognitive ability yet and the intelligence and consciousness to. Yeah,
Why
they don't.
So they develop their instincts.
Yeah, but they
after a certain time.
No,
you know
look,
what, you're right. I have to agree with that because, like, with my grandma, for some reason, she was always scared of frogs. And like, when you check back into like my grandmother's mother, where she comes from, Venezuela, there's literally poison frogs in it, basically, where people use.
So that is all real,
things like that.
All real.
Why are you scared of frogs?
Can I just jump in there? I've found an article by the BBC which says behaviour can be affected by events in previous generations, which have been passed on through a form of genetic memory. Animal studies suggest. Now, this is on animals; it's not on humans. Experiments show that a traumatic event could affect the DNA in sperm and alter the brains and behaviour of subsequent generations. Which sort of ties in exactly with what Chirac just said.
Give us an example.
I'll give you one if you want. It's got one here. Do you want me?
What is interesting is the same scientists say that it can be repaired and you can stop it from passing on, depending on your life experience.
Exactly.
What is the theory of that, actually? What is that? What's the name of the theory? What we're talking about?
It's conquering your fears. Conquering your fears.
It's not epigenetics.
Remember Bruce Lee had in his film. Remember Bruce Lee. Remember Bruce Lee had in his film like there was some man who always used to fight in his dream, and it's like a lot of people try nowadays to conquer their fears. So if you like conquer your fears, hopefully the next generation that you pass it on to now don't really have those same fears.
I don't. Well, Ned, what is the example they give?
Right. Sorry. I will tell you. Somebody asked for the word. It's transgenerational epigenetic inheritance.
Transgenerational epigenetic. I was right, bro. Go on.
Okay,
I didn't doubt.
He's coming at me because
I didn't doubt what you were saying.
Ned, he's talking about me. Don't worry.
Right. Okay. The team at Emory University in the US looked at what was happening inside the sperm of some mice. Okay.
Sperm of mice.
Yeah, well, they're experimenting on animals, right? A Nature neuroscience study shows that mice trained to avoid a smell pass their aversion onto their grandchildren. Experts said that the results were important for phobia and anxiety research. Exactly what I think Turek said. The animals were trained to fear a smell similar to cherry blossom. So they were trained to fear this, and then their grandchildren had that same fear. The team at Emory University. Sorry, I just finished. Please. They showed a section of DNA responsible for sensitivity to the cherry blossom scent was made more active in the mice's sperm. Both the mice's offspring and their offspring were extremely sensitive to this fear of cherry blossom and would avoid the scent despite having never experienced it in their lives. Change in brain structure was also found. Sorry, please, you were saying, Jupiter?
That's okay. You've answered it there. You answered
No,
it there.
I wanted to ask one thing. So, in this research that they conducted, did they separate the child from the parent after it was born?
It doesn't say here. This is just a BBC news article. I mean, I would imagine that if this is a medical school experiment, they would probably do that. They probably would.
They would, but it's not said in it. So
no, it's not said. So we don't know. No.
So we don't know in it. So yeah, that would be.
But if they're not experiencing, if they've given them this fear of cherry blossom, and let's say that the parents raise that mouse, but Cherry Blossom is nowhere to be seen, heard, smelt, or experienced in any way, right? Then how can that be taught?
But Ned, I could give you an example of us humans. Yeah, when a baby is being held by someone that's not their parent, obviously they cry, innit? You know what I mean? So that's an instant reaction. That's an instinct that we have. Where if we're not familiar with certain smells or whatnot and everything, we're gonna react differently to that. But that's just an instinct. I don't know if it could be passed down. I mean, yeah, that could be an example. So that would make it my when me arguing against that for that example. But overall, when it comes to certain things like, oh, is it a spider or whatever? No, we can't never say that that's the same example because of the fact that most of those things are learned.
That's a good point. I mean,
so the spider example could be said as part of our instincts anyway.
No, the spider couldn't. It's learned.
Yeah.
You learn that whilst you're being alive. You don't learn.
All right, that's fair enough. You could say that. You could say that.
Could I just say that this report comes from 2013, which is like 7 years, and they're making so many advances in DNA that this may have been overturned by now. There may be scientists that actually say, no, this is flawed research. This is nonsense.
No, of course. Even the idea of what we call human nature has been, like, when you go to anthropologists and people who study human behavior, they'll tell you that there is no one example of human nature. Human nature, it depends on the environment you go upon. So when people are saying that you remember your culture, like the way what's it called? Someone, if you take a child who is born in a thingy to a mother, to keep one in that culture in there, and you take another one, let's say they're twins in it, you take one, you put them in separate environments and whatnot, they're just gonna live like whatever the environment is. So it's got nothing to do, like, culture is just whatever you've been socially told to be in it. So in general, human behavior or human nature is subjective. It's got nothing, when I mean subjective, like I said, in it, it's got nothing to do with
like nature
memories.
So can I just look, supposing I come from a family of criminals and everybody in my family are criminals and it's a house based on thieving, right? Will I have no morality, or will my morality be skewed by my experience just living with crooks?
Well, this is what I'm saying. There is no gene for being a crook, is there?
Yeah, there is actually. They've looked at the brain cells. They've looked at the brain cells of what they call them people, serial killers and certain things like that. And they said, oh, they have got some sort of trauma to the brain that causes these people to be kind of disturbed.
But hold on. It said no. It's also said that when these people grow up from a certain age, not experiencing these traumas and whatnot and everything, when they're in a different environment, they do it, that so-called gene that you're talking about that disappears. So even then there are people who have that same gene that have grown up and don't still have what you call,
what we're trying to show you, sometimes
crook gene.
Sometimes that gene doesn't awake, or sometimes it is awoken.
It's not awoken. What are you talking about? It said that
sometimes
those people
it is awoken, sometimes it's not awoken.
Listen to what I'm saying, brother. Listen to what I'm saying, brother, because I watched a video on this recently. So
but the reason why I say that you're only going to see these people play out these roles when they're later older in life. When your DNA is more
same
complete.
People, they noticed it in other people, and those people ended up not being what you consider a crook. So there is nothing like a crook
how old
gene.
were they though?
What are you talking about? What do you mean how old are they? What's that got to do with it?
Because when you're older now, your DNA is more complete. When you're younger, your DNA is still like getting configured.
Tarek, there is nothing like a crook gene. They've done the test on people who supposedly had the gene, and they ended up.
So there's a section of your brain, is what he's saying. Is if a section of your brain gives you propensity. So if you should cut out part of the brain,
or lack of empathy.
That's a cut out part of it. It's not. It's got nothing to do. It's the same. They did it on mice. Yeah, they did something on mice.
No, now they've done it on mice. We're talking
No,
about
hold
human
on.
beings now,
No,
right?
no,
Because
no.
you
Hold
didn't
on.
believe the
I'm
mice
giving you this
before.
example. I'm giving
You
you the
never
example.
believed the mice
Right.
before.
But
Now we're giving human beings.
No,
you
you're not
wouldn't
listening
even
to my
believe
point, bruv.
the amount of things that are in your brain.
We're talking about
Listen
human
to my
beings
point.
now. You didn't
Tarek,
believe the mice before.
Tarek, what are you talking about leaving
You
mice?
did not believe the mice before. The brother explained it to you, gave you all the broken down. You said, no, I still don't believe that.
You
So
haven't
now
even
we're
heard
giving you
what's
human
the believing
beings
mice?
now. We're
What's
giving you
believing
human
mice,
beings.
Tarek?
We're giving you human
See when you
beings
want to
now.
win an argument, brother. I beg you try to listen before
I'm
you
not
try
trying to win an argument.
Yes,
You're
you
trying
are.
to win
Then
an
listen,
argument
then
going
listen to my
back to
point,
the
innit?
mice.
I'm not the mice. I've said this test that they did on the mice. Yeah, they took a gene out that supposedly was for what's it called, learning better, innit?
Veli,
And
Jupiter wants to come back
Talking
on.
about human
Sorry.
beings
and
now.
hold on, and supposedly the mice wasn't able to learn. They could see that the mice were struggling, but apparently when you put it in a different environment, and actually the mice, that gene supposedly for not learning, what's it called, is overcome. So in the end, they said that there is no gene for learning how to learn better or learning
Talking about
quicker.
human beings now.
But this is my point, that when you talk about the brain,
mice
it's more
being
complicated than
earlier.
a gene for being a thing or a gene for being this
Yeah, but
other thing, innit?
So what about what the other example the gentleman gave a couple minutes ago?
Yeah, I just told you that, what's it called, that when it comes to that example, that you don't know how this contest was conducted. You're just assuming that it was done properly, that it was done. Hold on, you're just assuming that, what's it called, they were separated, but they weren't. They probably wasn't.
So what year was your that investigate?
2013. So it's 7 years ago. It's a long time ago.
Your one, Ralph. How old is your one?
How old is my one? It's probably older than that still. It's a lot older than that, to be honest.
So I will go with the gentleman's one, that is very modern, up to date, and sound very plausible.
Yeah, no problem. Tarek, you go with wherever you want to go to. My point is, though, when it comes to understanding the brain, it's not as simple as what you think it is. And like I said, they tested it on people that they said that, what's it called, that had a gene for so-called violence, and that gene ended up not being there. That this idea of the gene being there is not actually true. They said that if you grow up in different environments, this supposed gene.
So why don't we now go in to see who are these people's relatives, to see if there's some sort of DNA or some, what they call inheritance?
James Jones, just jump on, fam. I'm not asking those. Well, jump on, fam. I don't know where you're going anywhere. I don't know where
Jupiter, can I just say you were fantastic on Friday? You pointed the conversation.
What did you say?
Well, then we can go down into the person's DNA and see who does he get those traits from, or who he has inherited those traits from. Just like what the gentleman was saying, if your family were crooks and certain things like that, you might have a different look into life. If your family were soldiers or police or even doctors, they're gonna have a different look to life.
Tarek, it's pseudo. It's not true. You're misrepresenting science. Let's go look into it properly.
A doctor's way how he looks at life is not going to be the same as a normal patient would look to life. Same as a soldier, same as a policeman. So when the policeman, when the policeman or woman raise their children in the army, in the police force, they're going to have a different look to life, innit, than normal civilians will have.
Brother, it's not an argument, man.
It's very simple, but you find it as an argument.
Look into it properly, yeah. Ned, my man's asking, what do you prefer, Hong Kongers or Brits of African origin?
Why would he ask that?
Well, do you prefer people?
Why would he ask that? That's a strange question to ask.
I don't know.
No, neither do I. Let him bring his evidence. He's making allegations in chat. Let him bring his evidence.
What's the allegation he's making? I don't get it.
Look in chat. Let him bring his evidence. Where's your evidence?
Just be honest.
So, do you prefer people who are?
No. The thing is that this gentleman's making all kinds of allegations against me. Bring your evidence, man. Bring your evidence.
I can't see the chat. I just thought it's a straight question.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I said I was only bouncing on for a minute. I'm going to have to go. But the thing is that you bring your evidence. Jupiter, You were absolutely fantastic on Friday. You actually brought that. You made that happen with the way that you actually guided the discussion. Well done. I'm going to go. Bring your evidence, James, if you've got it.
Bye. Here, James.
Why are you getting upset? Just answer him. The fact of the matter is, a lot of people are getting upset because the Hong Kong people are being given permission to come into the country. That's what that is, Ned. And some people are taking it personal. They're thinking that because British people understand that the deal's been sort of like relinquished, and that they should be allowed to come in. A lot of people don't understand why we can't apply that to just ordinary Africans. Well, the simple fact is that we had no agreement. It's all because of recent events that we're saying they should come in. But me, myself, personally, I think it's going to be a bloody nuisance because we haven't got the infrastructure. That's the truth. It's not fair. It doesn't matter. This is the problem. It doesn't matter where people come from. It's the numbers. That's the problem.
Yeah. So, Tarek, I got to go as well in it, but you need to look into that properly, bro. Carl.
Well, you need to look into people that's raised in the army, people that's raised around people in the police force. They have a whole different look to life as normal civilians.
Yeah, that would be considered the nurture part of the raising, though, Turek, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, if your grandfather and your other father, and you got a whole line of people in the army, you're gonna look to life a bit different, just like doctors.
Because you were nurtured. Because you were nurtured through their eyes.
In your family life, you're gonna have a whole different look to life.
You see how Jupiter shut that down because they were nurtured, because they were brought up with people who were in the army, and that's the reason why it's that idea of a gene getting passed down that makes you violent or makes you this is pseudo.
What I'm saying to you and Jupiter, their outlook on life is not going to be the same as everybody else, isn't it? Am I right? Without Jupiter and Ralph, they're not going to look at life the same way how normal people
go look into it, Tarek.
The same with doctors. If you grow up in a family full of doctors, they're going to have a different look to life because they've got a wider knowledge of certain things what we're not familiar with.
Of course, because you were nurtured in their understanding. That's the point. Not because they were genes that were passed down.
Yes, because it has been passed down to them, mate.
Oh my days, this guy, man.
It's been passed down to you. Got families and families of doctors and
I
families
think it's
and
a bit
families.
of both. I think it's a bit of both.
It's not genetics at all.
You've got families that have been in the army, families that's been in the police force. It's something that has
it's not bro.
engineered their way of life in a sense like that. That's why some of these people are perfect for that type of job. Same like with doctors.
Tarek's funny, man.
You're funny. I got nothing to be funny about. You got time to be funny. with your old research.
My old research.
That way. This is when black and white TV was around. It was not that way.
You're trolling.
Yeah, that's what he does, man. After when he lost the argument,
you don't need to get so upset about it because you know that he's only joking.
Huh?
It was not that way.
So this way, right? If it came down to an argument on race, whose side do you think he would take, no matter what?
Tarek's side on race.
I'm
if it came down to race, he would side with you.
No, I wouldn't.
So why are you taking it personal? Why are you taking it personal?
Who's taking it personal? Me.
I'm equal with race. I believe in every race.
Not really.
I believe in everybody.
No, you're further than those, but you're not equal. No, you're further than those.
I believe in everybody, and I know in everybody. I don't deal with black and white. You and Ralph deal with black and white. you don't deal with the black and white magics.
Yeah, because it exists. Do you not believe it exists then, Tarek?
Yeah, but I deal with the green magic. The neutral.
You deal with the what magic?
Neutral, pH, green, neutral, organic. That's what the life that we support. You deal with black. I mean, you deal with white. Ralph deals with black. I deal with the green, the natural, the life, the earth. organic.
King of Gold, what are you doing on the panel?
Yeah, it's not exactly green. It's more sort of a yellowy colour.
It's green.
It's not green.
Like Green Giant, sweet corn. That's what he's talking about.
Talking of green,
you
seen
You're cutting out.
that recently that they've just admitted that sorry, it's because I'm gardening at the same time, so I haven't got it attached to electricity.
I can hear you.
Talking of greens, did you see the scientist who's come out to admit that all the environmentalists that were saying about this global warming and that have been lying?
No.
And that he was too scared to come out and tell everybody. But now he's written a book about it, he's come out and everything else.
He's full of
and
shit,
he said
man.
that he apologises because it played on his conscience when he read the story that 1 in 5 British children thought the world was going to end because of it all.
It is
You read
basically.
the story somewhere.
Did you not see when there was a lockdown, the whole earth repaired itself? And this is what's happening. That a lot of people just say things just to make people angry and upset. I'm gonna read this book now and I'm gonna debate him about his views. It's like, mate, come on. When there was a month of no planes flying, nothing was on, everything was on the ground. The whole earth repaired itself, and that is just a month.
You're very low. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I'm just saying like when it was like the lockdown, a whole month where there's no planes, hardly anybody moving anywhere, the earth repaired itself. So you know what I mean. So this person is just chatting a lot of shit.
I do believe that we have a detrimental effect on nature. I do believe that because we've
Look at the sky now; it's full of clouds.
Nature, yeah.
Look at the sky; it's full of clouds, mate. This morning it was not cloudy, mate.
It's not. It depends what area you're in. It's not.
It's the planes that was flying across the sky. When there was no planes flying in lockdown, the sky was blue, like a not like a, but it was blue.
So why do you think that is?
Because all of them planes are doing fuel and all them fuckery in the sky.
Chemtrails.
So chemtrails. Not only that, it would be the CO2 emissions would have been less because the industry would not have been pumping out all of their crap into the ozone layer.
Because England is too greedy as well. Because what England does is make loads of planes come here and land, and divert flights to go to other places from America. So it's like loads of air traffic just keeps coming here and things like that, just because they want to keep it.
Yeah, that's right. Chemtrails have got something to do with it, but I'd say the formation of cloud. Huh?
Yeah, man.
I said it's all too pseudo for me right now, but I'm not gonna lie, still.
So what do you think, Ralph?
What do I think about what?
What is you? Scientist, chemist? What is it?
I don't know. Oh no, man. Depends on what topic you're talking about, mate.
So where have you found yourself in knowledge now?
Are you going to be? Are you trying to be a doctor, like your parents?
No, I'm doing pharmacy at uni.
You want to be what?
What do you want to
pharmacy at uni?
So
chemist.
So what? You want to be a chemist?
So far, I'm doing. Well, not really. I just want a degree. That's it. I'll get the degree and then I can do whatever.
So tell me this. So what plants can heal people?
What plants can heal people?
What's one of the best plants?
What's one of the best plants to heal people?
Get rid of the common cold. So that'd probably be one of the best plants.
Get rid of the common cold. I don't think they've found any yet.
Yeah, echinacea. I've studied a bit of echinacea. Good for that. But I don't think
it's for symptoms.
Yeah, it's 13th century Chinese medicine, so it's not really.
It's for symptoms.
Oh, yeah. But I think the only prevention really is just a boost your vitamin D or.
It's gonna be a drug dealer.
Because that's your
illegal drug dealer.
A qualified master degree drug dealer.
What chemists should, and doctors
drug
strengthen up their immune system. That's all you have to do. That's the best way of dealing with any medical or health issues or your health in general, is just to fix your immune system. That's it. That's the main thing. Because like, if you don't fix your immune system, it's not that you're going to be susceptible to like germs and stuff outside. It's that your body will create itself problems.
Smart though. I take the good route. Instead of these people that sell the weed on the road, there should be pharmacists. It's true.
Yeah, I don't think that. Well, we understand now. There's not really a need for chemistry or anything like that. Like
there is no need for chemistry
in relation to health. Related to health, it's kind of irrelevant.
Kingo Gold, you're dangerous, man.
No, it's not, because I'd say that for you to not see the problem with the pharmaceutical companies when it comes to your health, then I don't know. You maybe have to question yourself.
I know it puts Ralph in a good position still, but he has to know the overview of a lot of things what's going on. Like, it puts him in a nice situation still.
It does. It's good to know what elements do, what compounds and what it does, really, and all the rest of it. But at the same time, we've learned from Sebi.
From Sebi.
We've learned from Sebi that putting something. Sorry, I don't know if you're speaking. Are you speaking, Toro?
Yeah, I'm saying industrial wise, it can help him more. Like, he wouldn't understand more of the companies and sort of things, what they do or what they specialize.
Yeah, it's a business and technology and all the rest of it in industry. Yeah, it's good to know, but I don't know. I think it's a dying pharmaceutical company sector is dying.
Pharmaceutical companies are not trying to poison you. They just have no funding to do their research on drugs.
Or not. They give you the thing to put in the what they call it, the tablet
tablet form.
Have you heard of something called
formulation?
Pilu or something? Palu. The little tablet where that is
Quaaludes.
Pilule. Pilule.
Paludes.
A pilule. It's like a pill that just deals. It's like just one of the most recent pills they've made, and it just deals with inflammation and just all round well-being of your body. But rather than you taking sort of painkillers and cocodamol, mixing all these crap together, they made this one pilule. That was it. Pilule. And I had one of them doctor. I don't know what the name of them doctors are called, but something pathy. But they deal with alternative medicine, but they don't deal with the raw sort of diclofenacs and paracetamol. They deal with
about homeopathy.
That's it, homeopathy. Homeopathy. They're the people you want to talk to when it comes to using anything chemical wise that have been put together, compounds and tablets, because at least they deal with the most healthiest part of chemical like remedies and all that. They're the best people to go to. If I was to do it myself, I think at worst I'd be a homeopathy. I'd do homeopathy.
Good on you, King Gold.
But you're a dangerous guy. Like you said to me, you're a dangerous guy. Now you know about chemicals.
I said you're not dangerous in the sense that I think you miss. I think you. I genuinely think that you're. It's not that. I think I get it, man. Like, being skeptics today, a lot of skeptics have this version of skepticism where it's,
nothing work past, bro. What's work past? What's really work past? Anything that's been spoon fed, yeah, like fucking. It's what's worked. Nothing really works. So how you can't really blame me when it comes to that.
I have not said that I'm blaming you. I haven't even got to say what I wanted to say in it because I haven't even thought of how I'm going to put it. But I think overall what I'm trying to say is that I get it why people are skeptic today of the government and, you know, these corporations and whatnot. What I would urge people to do is look into these corporations and what they're about. So I know a lot of people who are involved in the pharmaceutical industry because some of them are lecturers at university, and their thing is that they're there because they need the money to be able to do these research. So they're being underfunded, and that's why they're they're at university to get their money so they can do their own research. But when it comes to the pharmaceutical industry and why it's not making medicines to cure people, because obviously at the top of it, the top of the pharmaceutical industry is a business. The people are there to make money. You don't make money from curing people. You make money from repeatedly just tackling people's symptoms of the problem. So everyone's going to always use cough sweets because, you know, cough sweets, as soon as you take one cough sweet, you stop coughing. So you don't need to, that's going to be a massive industry. When it comes to, you know, treating more serious conditions now, that's where you're going to see, the whole industry and whatnot and everything, put money into that. But unfortunately, what's happening is that when it comes to things like antibiotics, a lot of the antibiotics that we have today are becoming resistant. So in the sense that the bacteria that it was killing back in the 50s is now developing new ways of, you know, how do you say it now? They're developing new ways of basically not getting killed off by the antibiotic. So what you're having is, because of that, what's going on now, the funding that should be put into looking for much more better antibiotic resistant drugs is being underfunded. So the people who could look into that, they're having to still be at uni teaching us, when their thing could be more useful in the lab, looking for these things with the funding. The same way COVID went down right now, where in 2002, when the outbreak happened the first time, the funding there was going on, and as soon as it died out, or as soon as it got low and it wasn't as so-called that's a threat anymore, the United States governments decided to pull out any funding to do with that. And if they had continued funding that until today, we wouldn't be having the situation of COVID.
And this, you're talking about research, right?
Research, yes.
Now, but the problem with that, right, as well, they're putting $4 billion towards homeland security, as opposed to the 40 million that they put into the NHS in total. So I don't know how much of that is allocated or distributed, you know. Yeah. So and that'd be a small percentage.
So even allocation of it, certain things will go into things. A lot of it will cover, you know, the electricity. It will cover the bedding, you know, being able to the food for the patients. Do you understand? Because this is what a lot of people, and then on top of it as well,
that's the bare minimum. Fucking hell.
You would assume that is the bare minimum, but it covers a lot of cost for these stuff. A lot of people don't realize. And then to talk about putting the funding into this area of medicine, let's say if you're in a hospital, there's different wards, and these wards have their different or specific thing that they're tackling. So one could be histology ward or cardiology or whatever ward or whatever, and putting money into those wards now, because of the money that's not left over, the money left over might not be enough for people to be able to do what they want to do in these wards, let alone get involved in research.
Right, and that is probably the catalyst to why we've got so many people up in arms now in the NHS, actually waiting 6 months to a year to get appointments. Then we're talking about chronic illness, you know.
And not only that, you even got people who are up in arms saying that the system is trying to kill them, because the people who are supposed to be funding these systems or supposed to be dealing with the way money is allocated to helping get proper funding for the people who have spent years at university studying this to be able to do the research. They're intentionally underfunding these people.
So what was, in your reason, your opinion, why the sudden change was? Because don't forget, before it was all about sort of science and discovery, and you know what I mean? Like the health industry wasn't so under scrutiny at all, really.
Like I said, in the past, these drugs that they had were potent enough to do what they needed to do. So, they didn't need to, and some of these drugs still work even till today. But the problem is there's fewer drugs now. So a lot of people, they're going to go back to a time where, the simplest of bacteria is now killing us. And then because of the fact that, there's this mistrust of the government, and which people have said that, if the government's funding, anyone who's getting funding from this government must be in cahoots with them. Ergo, then we don't trust them. So because of that now, people don't want any type of thing to do with the scientific world, and they always say that, these people are trying to kill us instead of actually save us. But that's not really what's going down. I'll give you an example where at my sister's university, a lot of our lecturers were refusing to put up lectures after they've done the lecture. So a lot of students won't turn up to the lectures, and they won't put it up. Why? Because they said that basically that they're only here because they're only here to get the money that they need, or their salary that they need to be able to do their research independently. So they don't care for the students, they only care for the money, so they can go away and do their research, which they have studied in years in university to do, not to come back to uni to teach students so that they can get funding for that. They just expected to come out of uni and get stuck in the research on whatever they want to do and have that. That's the type of living they wanted to do, innit? But clearly that's not how it works, innit?
Yeah, because I feel like underfunding a service is indirect.
So you didn't listen to what I said. I said the simplest bacteria will eventually be killing us. The simplest one in the future will end up killing us because of the fact that there's no funding. Yeah.
Nah, but they can't. I mean, that is literally going backwards. So I mean, what area right now that we hold dear to, or what UK hold dear, which is taught comprehensively and is actually a big part of the, the economy, and how's that going to die out? Why are they going to? No, it's huge. They're going to privatize it. I don't think the research is going to, because they'll want to save themselves. I think the exposure that we get,
privatization is even worse.
Exactly.
Now it's going to be even more about profit rather than just actually caring for the patient. So if wherever patient wants to, wherever the patient pays, that's how much service they'll put into helping that person. It's like when you go on a plane, you got the business class, you got the normal plane, and then you got the first class, second class. The first class is the one that you've got the best service because you're paying the most money. That's how they're basically going to be treating it.
Like hospitals.
Yeah.
That's quite dangerous, because if you look at these, like I said, man, I always refer to this movie. You see in America with Will Smith when he tried to save his daughter, and she's dying of some sort. I don't know if it's cancer or bone marrow. I don't know. And he's like trying to go in a hospital and ask this doctor, and then he ends up going and just like literally holding the whole place up to get his daughter seen. So I think that if England was to go that way, it's going to be big problems, and that's such a huge shift. You can't just it's impossible to go to a good couple of years of being underfunded, and a lot of people actually having a lot of pressing charges on the NHS. Actually, you know, more nurses apparently have left the NHS this year or in the last 5 years than since the World War. You know, World War One, or was it World War Two? Have you heard about that stat? Yeah.
I haven't heard. Well, I can imagine, because you know it's not the what they thought it was anymore. You know, this is supposed to be something that people are giving their life to, not giving their life, but they're giving their energy to save people and help people. And if they've got the resources, and they're left with they're left with these amount of resources, and then at every corner when something goes wrong, people are trying to get you sacked and lose your job and whatnot and everything. Then why do you want to be involved in this thing? You might as well go. Yeah,
it's treacherous. And what they're starting to be called now by the peers, they're calling them the medical mafia.
See what I'm saying?
And that's gonna stick, bro. You know that they kicking that shit.
Well, what do you mean by medical mafia? Is it the idea
that's what they're labeled in the medical mafia?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people die from. A lot of people don't know that one of the biggest killers is not knife crime. It's not all this stuff. It's medical malpractice. So, and it's because of this issue of funding. People ain't funding. People ain't, and the fact is, even doctors as well, they're not given the environment where what's it called? You know, not that they want to encourage them to make mistakes, but you know, if they did make something like a small error, you know, their jobs are being threatened. You understand? Their livelihood is being threatened. So a lot of people, yeah, man, it's crazy.
Wow. Yeah. It's so. I mean, they just pay you off with a bit of money. I don't, you know, it's nuts. I mean, it's not something you think about when you're young.
Sorry, God, I keep cutting you off. I was going to say, I urge people to, obviously, we know that there is an issue going on in the medical industry, in the pharmaceutical industry, but look into it sincerely. Like, don't just assume that, because there's something going on is they want to poison us and kill us. That's not what is the actual thing. Like, because people want simple answers. It's not a simple answer. You got to look into this stuff deeply and see what's going on. And everyone always says follow the money. So follow the money in it. What's going on? Like, why is
Jeremy Hunt? I just named him. He fucked up the whole last 7 years. But this now we're in the subject, right? I know. Well, this is it. I'm just going to say it. I know that in the last 6 years, I've had AS is one of the most painful things. It's up top 5. So when you type in ankylosing spondylitis, they say the first thing comes up, why is it so painful? It's like kidney stones, it's like whatever, one of the worst things you can feel, heart attack, whatever. But heart attack is a bit more sudden and scary, but this is still. But what I've stopped doing is taking painkillers in the last 2 years. So 2 years I've been in, I can experience up to a 10 pain just from like walking wrong and putting a foot wrong and bumping into something or someone bumping into me. But what I've realized is that when I take a painkiller, right, in the beginning stages and the later stages when I'm at advanced stages and I understand about my nervous system. At both times I've taken it, the beginning stage and the end stages, it exacerbated my symptoms. Yeah, so I don't know what word I'm trying to use, but it made it made it like a bit more worse than it had to be, right? So that's that was because of the come down. So there's a peak. You know when you call it, you get the high and then the low. The high was great, but too temporary, and then the low was too bad for the high for it to be beneficial. Does that make sense? So in the last experience was it just wasn't worth it for the temporary sort of, pain relief. So what I've realized now is with exercise and good food, I'm telling you what, your body is magnificent. You'll come over everything. But what we've now is just take a tablet, boom, take a tablet. It's like I look at my mum and I think, my God, she just want to put a tablet of everything.
Yeah, but God, it's not the tablet that's the issue. Obviously, like you can do things in your everyday life that can improve your lifestyle, but the tablet isn't the issue. Like taking a tablet doesn't mean that we've become so used to tablets now that we're numbing ourselves of actually doing something other than taking a tablet. It's the fact that the tablets that we have now, like, can there be better tablets? So in your instance, there are probably tablets that they could take or other forms of medicines that you can take that could help you where the high that you're feeling, that where you're feeling good, could last a bit longer. Longer. So there is drugs called modified release.
Epidural. You know what women get?
Yeah.
You get that in your back.
Yeah.
You can get that in your back.
Of course.
But at the same time, do we really know how we're offsetting all the chemicals in our body by introducing this? What's that going to do?
It's not upsetting all the chemicals. All it does is going to block the pathway of pain that you're feeling.
Yeah, but that's chemicals that are going to do something to all the rest of the chemicals in your body. What is going to happen is your white blood cells are going to attack it immediately.
No, your white blood cells are not going to attack it at all because white blood cells. It's not a chemical. It's not a chemical. It's literally the same stuff as your body. It's just the fact that it's like a, if you know about enzymes and receptors and all that stuff, enzymes and substrates and all that stuff, that's what's basically happened. There's the drug is like an enzyme, and that enzyme binds. No, it's a substrate, I think, or an enzyme. One of those two. Anyway, the point is that
the composition of a tablet will involve a small percentage of like some sort of filler, so it's more of an organic sort of filler. But you will have compressed.
You're talking about something else now. You're talking about excipients. I'm talking about the actual drug itself, the active ingredient within the drug that is going to actually do the work.
Isn't that a chemical?
Of stopping the pain.
Element?
You can call it a chemical, but chemicals are all the same thing. It's just like imagine if you had an accident now, and you had the same adrenaline and you had you were that pain for that moment, it's gone because there's adrenaline in your system now pumping, that's been passed around your body, that's going to stop you from feeling that pain for that moment, so you can flee that environment, so you don't get into even more pain. But that's my point is that that's the same way that works is the same way that drug that's taken works in your body. It's doing the same process that your brain would do.
All right. Yeah, but don't forget that's natural stuff that's given out by your gland.
The plant is natural too.
Yeah, but you look. Yeah, well, so is it really? So is it like 100% compressed, like plant material matter?
Yeah.
Okay.
All medicine come from plant.
Looking all chemical and smelling all chemical.
The only few chemicals come from. Only few of these medicines come from plants. Like I think over 70% from what I remember studying last year comes from plant. It's all just a plant not modified, because everyone when they hear modified, they're thinking it's some different. No, it's not different. It's just a plant, but they put it in a capsule or a tablet. And what happens is that the reason why they put it in that form is so that they know that once you swallow it, that certain enzymes in your body is going to act on it in certain places. So the point is that, okay, when it gets to your stomach, now the first layer of the capsule gets destroyed there, but it will last long enough in your stomach, before it goes to let's say you want it in your liver, it's going to spend probably 4 hours in your stomach. So by there it's been dissolved and whatnot and everything, but that layer is being resolved slowly, so it's taking its time and whatnot and everything. By the time it gets to your liver, it's completely been destroyed by the enzymes, and not by maybe the enzymes or the acids and all that and all that stuff in your body.
but it gets that region and it actually does its work.
You reckon they're using more powerful, dangerous plant material mixed with some sort of chemical compounds, which are synthetic?
No.
Okay, so it's all natural, but obviously these plants have quite damaging. The property is quite powerful and actually can be quite damaging to the human body, right? So obviously,
what do you mean it's powerful and damaging the human body? I've never heard that before.
Cocodamol, if you do too much cocodamol, you're dead, because that would just stop your heart. So what I'm trying to say is, these pills, even though they come from plants, the property in these plants could be completely deadly, but they're taking a small bit out of it, and really, even that small bit that's in your body, if your immune system wasn't there, that small bit would probably damage you way more. So it's still
the point that obviously anything in excess can damage you. That's like saying eating certain
but
food.
But I'm not saying it's excess. I'm saying there's certain things that you're damaging your body to help.
But that's the point. Cocodamol, if you take it in excess, it can damage you. Cocodamol is just used for what's it called? Pain or something, pain relief or something like that. I can't remember.
Pain relief.
Okay, so that's my point. If you take too much of it, yes, it can damage you and do something to your heart or whatever you're saying, right? But if you take the right dosage that you were being told to take, it won't do anything to you apart from what you want to stop happening to you. They've done these tests for years, man. They're not going to give you something that's going to stop your heart, brother.
All right, so let me tell you something now. I took these painkillers. They give you cysts. That's one of the first things. You've got to take a liner in your belly in order for a lot of these pills, diclofenac, all these other naproxen, they all map up your belly. So that could be natural for a plant, but that substance in there, without you taking other things to offset the damage.
Damaging. Yeah, of course, because
you're done. You will get cancer.
But that's the point. They've done the test before, so they know that what's the code. It's not good that you're going to get cancer. Maybe you get
a tumor or a cyst, and that's an early stage.
Okay, but the point is that what's it called? That they've seen that what's it called when they've given people in the past. Unfortunately, it led to that, but they now know how to counteract that. So they give you another drug which is going to counteract the sepsis or whatever and whatnot and everything, and so make you less likely to get the sepsis in your stomach when you take that drug. The one ultimately the reward outweighs the risk. So so
I agree.
So when they're saying that they're giving you the thing, they don't want to give you sepsis. They're trying to minimize the chances of you getting sepsis. So they give you other stuff to take in order to counteract that. But but with a lot of medicines, they do have side effects, and usually the common side effects would be a bit of nausea. Maybe it would probably be headache, or not something that's serious. You understand? Something like minor. So
I've heard about chemicals that you've already got in your body being disrupted by the additional chemicals that you're putting in.
Hold on.
For example, if you put too much sugar in your belly, that does something to your sugar, something to your really, really in depth that I don't know really too much about. But,
sugar in your belly, you said?
Yeah. So if you have sugar, if you take sugar that is not really super sort of
but that's probably with any form of food or anything that you
consume. 90% of sugars will fuck your belly up completely when it comes to you being able to your belly working at optimum. So so as soon as you put sugar in your belly, it drops to such a level. That's one of the worst things you can do is throw off your sugars in your belly, because you've got natural sugars in your belly, isn't it? Something. So if you throw the balance, then that's probably one of the worst things to do. But we're not told that. We're just go get some sweets, go get them sherbets and what the fuck they're called, sherbet thingies, man. So
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with most foods anyway. There are some foods that I heard that if you take too much of it, it will do something to your belly as well. So it's not just with sugar or specific types of sugar. Even food in general is not good for you there. I think they said that who was telling me? They said that steak is not good for your liver or your kidney or something like that. I was told that if you eat too much of it, it can give you this disease.
Oh yeah, I can imagine it's just so thick and
it's
probably
not
sit in the belly.
It's just the things in it.
Okay, well, when you're talking about, I think
I hope they're all right with their examination today.
Yeah, I finished it.
What's the time now?
2:30. Yeah. Why are you going to work?
Look, I'm not work. I'm going to B&Q. I'm going to go and find some more equipment.
Okay. All right.
This is grass. The weed that inside the grass.
Okay.
Special equipment to cut it.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that why Uncle came yesterday?
Uncle Peter gave it to me from his house.
Okay.
So I used this morning, so I'm going to take it to B&Q to find it.
Yeah. That's all right. No problem.
Raf.
Yeah. What are you saying?
Your brain and the memories that are laying dormant, hereditary memories, probably your memory bank, they call it. I think that was a conversation because I kind of believe in that. It's quite easy to believe in.
What? That? Say it again.
The hereditary, like your inherent memory bank. Apparently, lay dormant in you, and we only use how much % of our brain. So there was something about this Epstein or whoever it is, or this is meant to be a conspiracy, but apparently the doctors done something to his brain or something. And you're probably going to call this pseudo, because I know you're not on this or any of these pseudo things. Science is his brain, he plays with kids and shit, being a kiddie fiddler. And they did something to his brain, give him a lobotomy to try and help him out, because he was so apparently onto kids, and they didn't know how to stop it. And these scientists that deal with the brain obviously have come very far, and they tried to do him sort of a brain, like a little brain surgery, and it went wrong apparently.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I've never. I don't know what happened to Epstein after he got arrested. He probably killed himself. He probably didn't kill himself. The government killed him. Probably whoever sent an agent to kill him. He's probably hiding. I don't know, man.
That's a conspiracy. They're saying that he was out of control, and that the bit of the brain they took out made him actually lose his memory and a lobotomy. So he loses his whole memory, and also he was actually wanted to have more relations with kids. So they tried to work on a bit of brain that is linked to pedophilia. Apparently, there's a part of your brain function that actually is linked to pedophilia,
I highly doubt
like young children or something like that.
I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I know. So so when you think about it like that, the way these metaphysical scientists, they look at these things, they do believe that the brain, all these segments of the brain have really distinct functionality, to different parts of your life and your thinking. It's crazy. So I can see how that's real, but
yeah, the brain does have functions of what it can do to
how much of the brain do
body.
you use again? Is it 5%? Is it 5% of the brain?
What happened to the brain? What did you say?
Well, how much of the brain do we use again?
I don't know. I heard it was a small amount, but I don't know how much exactly.
5%.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe even that. Yeah, people don't understand everything about it. So
10%.
Can't just say, yeah, this is what they said. This is what went down. It's always.
So what was Ricky reckon there? I don't know. I don't even want to think about why they would probably try and convince us that 10% of our brain is only being used. What is their thinking behind that? We only, according to a survey of 2013, around 65% of Americans believe that we only use 10% of our brain.
What's the problem with that?
Just that alone, that first sentence just makes me think, my God, what sort of market research have they got?
No, but that could also be the fact that what's it called? They don't understand a lot of the other parts being used, so and they just appear not to be used at all. It's like when they said there's a thing in the past that people used to say junk DNA. I can't remember what they found the use of it, but they said that it's not actually. They used to call it junk DNA because a lot of the what it looked like was a lot of it wasn't being used, so they just assumed it was junk DNA. But I think they have found some uses to it, but I can't remember what it was exactly. But yeah. There was
But
one.
this is just a myth. According to the interview with neurologist Barry Gordon in Scientific American, he explained that majority of the brain is almost always active. So they would be able to see inside their skull. Someone had their head blown off or something.
That's what their head blown off.
Yeah, the skull blown off.
I mean,
times where people have lost the top of their head and they've been able to look inside. So
yeah. People when they die, people donate their bodies to science so they can study it further. So, yeah, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. Can't really say much to.
Yeah, another. It's an unknown thing, but I like to talk about unknown things, man. I like
I like to talk on. I speculate on unknown things, but too. Like I try to be as logical as I can with it. So this is why I was saying that a lot of the stuff that you might say, I might perceive as pseudo because
not too much, not too like fucking science fiction, to be honest.
Depends what science fiction you're talking about. And even now, I'm watching certain things on science fiction that I'll be like, that doesn't really make sense in the scientific world. But I don't know, man. Don't know.
That's why I feel like I like studying astronomy, because everything is literally based on elements.
So that one more time.
I like studying astronomy because it's like all the elements in our world. So it's like these are actual matter. You're actually dealing with matter as opposed to any type of like the brain junk. Junk.
The brain is physical. You can feel it.
Yeah, it's physical. It's still part. Like you can't
Astronomy
really.
is more of something you can't even feel or touch or see. You just assume and stuff now.
What's that?
Astronomy is more even.
You could say that, but like, don't forget, right? We do have matter that floats into our ozone, and onto our Earth that we can actually do tests on and find out what it is, the material. So when it comes to the brain and this junk inherent and this and thought and consciousness, I'd say that's the most unrefined area when it comes to education. Spirituality of astronomy is just way more practical and factual. So based on that, I'm just more interested in it because it's more. It is. It can be.
Wait, I'm coming back here. Wait, hold on.
I think obviously the brain we can work out spirituality, but there still will be people's theories. It's all about the mind, really, isn't it? I just feel when we start going to these planets, doing tests and figuring out what material is on it, is just going to be way more conclusive. Shit. Yo, respect everybody. Pick up yourself, Council. Nice ears, bro. I see you there, bro. All right. Devil worship people. Big up everybody in the building.
I'm back. What are you saying?
Everybody in the building.
What were you saying? It was more. What's spirituality more practical then?
I don't know. I feel like the study of stars and the material that has floated into our ozone layer and fallen, we can ascertain what these materials are from probes and stuff that we sent out.
How's that spirituality though? That's not spirituality.
No, I didn't say spirituality. Science. It's proven science.
Oh, cool.
From and the evidence is from, as I said, them studying different types of material that have fallen into our kind through our atmosphere and whatever. So look, yeah, but with this mental with spirituality, it's way hard to be. It's just too many theories and hypotheses and whatever. You know, so like even with homeopathy, is meant to be pseudo scientific, alternative.
Well, to be fair, I don't know specifically. Like I'm not too aware what exactly homeopathy is, because I hear different things with it. Where I'm hearing things like it's about doing bloodletting, and then I'm hearing other stuff like just taking things like tea, and you think you're gonna get better from it or something like that. So I'm not exactly sure what homeopathy is. So what is it?
And that's the thing. They've literally, one of the first things that you read on homeopathy is homeopathy or homeopathy is a pseudo scientific system of.
What is it about though? What's it about?
Created in 1796 by Samuel. It's just about alternative medicine, but not too alternative. It's not the raw form.
But what's the alternative medicine? What's it about? Like, what is it? Yeah, because anyone can say alternative medicine, but what does alternative medicine mean?
Alternative medicine, as in it's not mainstream. So diclofenac, naproxen, cocodamol, all these things.
I know that, but what exactly is
mainstream?
I know what mainstream means to when you talk about mainstream medicine. What is homeopathy actually about? What exactly? What are the treatments associated? Give an example.
It'll still be pill form. It would still be formed. It would be basically the same as what the NHS are giving you, but it would be in different varieties. It'd just be more safer varieties from what I've known. From when I spoke to the homeopathy, they just explained it, and I was like, "Yeah, what is homeopathy?"
Yeah, then explain to me what the homeopathy.
I just told you what the other. Brother, you listening? I just said. I'm said that it's alternative. It's the same as the mainstream, but they're giving you different pills.
Like what?
Just giving you like pilule, P-I-L-L. I can't even got this in French. I think from pilule. It was like at the time they were giving me cocodamol or naproxen. Someone referred me and said that they said take this pilule. I'm a homeopathic. I think it was P-I-L-L-U-L. I can't really. Let me say P-I-L-L-U-L pill. Medicine. I'm saying medicine. So rather than you taking the mainstream stuff that they're pumping out, she had a pill. That was I've got it. Yeah, pilule. I've got it. Definition by pilule. Look, a small pill. Farlex partner medical dictionary. I'm just going to get it up now.
What is homeopathy? Homeopathy is a holistic medicine which uses specially prepared, highly diluted substances given mainly in a tablet form, with aim of triggering the body own healing mechanism. A homeopathy will prescribe medicines according to the patient's specific set of symptoms, and so it's got nothing to do with you treating yourself. It's got to do with giving something to your body that will cause it to treat itself. So okay, I've heard something similar. So it's almost like some people say that you give the virus that infected you to treat the virus. So
That's what I've heard about homeopathy, but I might be wrong anyway. But I've heard something like that. That was the example I was described. A homeopathy will prescribe according to the patient's specific set of symptoms, how they've experienced them, taking into account their overall level of health.
Yeah, we never got to that.
Let me read that first bit again. So homeopathy is a holistic medicine which uses specially prepared, highly diluted substances, in brackets given mainly in a tablet form, with the aim of triggering the body's own healing mechanism. So your body doesn't get better from taking a pill. Your body triggers to now
that's sick,
the illness you have.
So what do you think, that it starts to work on your immune system as opposed to?
No. Yeah.
That's the only thing that would really heal your body, isn't it? It's your immune system. So it must be focusing all on activating.
Of course, your immune system helps to fight bacteria or fight whatever pathogens in your body.
Yeah.
But this is the point of it, is saying that that is triggering your immune system to do it through homeopathy. So your immune system is already trying to fight against the thing, but say that it's given an extra trigger to do something as if it's not doing anything. So it seems like that's what I seem to get from that. So homeopathy is based on the principle of like treats like. Okay, that is a substance which can cause the symptom when taking a large dosage, when taken in large doses, can be used in small amounts to treat the similar symptoms. For example, drinking too much coffee can cause sleeplessness and agitation. So according to the principle, when made into homeopathic medicine, it can be used to treat people suffering from sleeplessness and agitation. So you just give more coffee to treat agitating and sleeplessness, just in small amounts. Yeah, Dolly, what are you saying?
Well, go on, man.
What's going on, man?
I put a link for you in the back chat, man.
What is it?
The sharing one.
Okay.
Warrior.
Well, go on.
Yes.
Always believing in good. You hear me?
Warrior.
Always believing. Yeah.
This is interesting.
Gold is a G, still. Keep gold is a G, you know.
Wait, bro. I went to reanimate, bro. The M-Stacks is funny, bro. His character has to. I actually laughed at him.
Nah, M-Stacks' character was a violation, so I can't lie. He's a full chihuahua. He's a full chihuahua.
That's funny, bro. These facial expressions are literally spot on.
Apparently, phone has a bug that can cause whatever to.
Who? What can do what? A bug?
No, yeah, something like that.
Wait, bro, it's interesting to me because like I'm fucked. So I've had science and medicine for some reason. I've never was into it before.
Really? Sharing the screen.
One second, sorry. My bad. James should. You got the volume up as well? Yes, my age. I have a pro at this shit now, yeah.
All right. Play it now.
The G-Book has literally been the house of pain, right? Because when you make man have to reflect, it's crazy, right? Because there's one thing I'm not about, is just blaming everyone else for my fucking problems. I had people accusing me of being the reanimator yesterday. That's how deep it is.
Alright, imagine I know the reanimated identity, but I'm gonna keep it under my hat.
Yeah, keep it there.
Yeah. If you put £5 in the PayPal, you know what I mean, mate? You know what I mean? £5 in the PayPal, yeah? You might be able to get that information. Might be shareable information, yeah? For a price.
The reanimator was just like like his last video with the goldfish was just like
nah.
it was just
that's a write That was a write-off still, I can't lie.
Not even that. This is the thing. If you just watch it, and you be able to like hear yourself, and then you can reflect and say, right, actually, you know what? Yeah, that was dumb.
You know what? Yeah. Have you seen a pom pom pom?
I was watching it in the car when I was coming back from Luton with my dad yesterday. Yeah, right. But my dad didn't know what the Reanimator was. He was watching the Goldfish one, right? And then when Nine's asking the Goldfish about have you seen a pom pom, right? My dad was like, Junior, you see it. The man that's a pom pom. That Goldfish video was the first Reanimator video my dad's seen, yeah, because obviously I need to go down and see him and ting, he's lonely. And his reaction was priceless, yeah. And then we played the FGM one, and man was just like, Junior, you gonna see it there? Zombie. Zombie. I was like, yeah. And I'm telling you, reflection upon one's behavior, upon one's words is always a good thing. Sometimes what I realize is when someone you don't like says something, you know, there's that natural defense where you probably struggle to take it on board, probably won't want to take it on board. But likewise, if you hear something from someone you really love or you really like, they'll say something and you'll just take it without even questioning it. Now, for me, the latter is more dangerous. That's the zombification of your brain. And what's the communicating or trying to reach a zombie? They're dead.
Oh, it's Reanimator himself, Ultra Funky. Anybody that's had videos put on them from Reanimator, don't worry if you can't find out the identification. I know who it is. I heard it through the grapevine.
Like I said, what is the point trying to communicate with somebody? Okay, go. What go on, broski? You all right?
Yeah, I wonder who we're talking about this morning or referring to. Possibly. Now, I know there's people out there that have some sort of culturally skewed ideas of what reality is. Me personally,
culturally skewed ideas.
Yeah, because it's culturally induced. It's only like we figured out, like we realized. Okay, only time this thing's going to really be a common thing is where you've got a culture that is already like accepted it, you know.
I have no idea what we're talking about.
Well, we're talking about I'm referring to like the FGM. Yeah, so I mean, you know, I wasn't fully out supporting it. I was just literally saying
there's the reason that they're giving us, or the reasons they're giving us, I do believe are being highlighted way more than the other obvious reasons as to why someone would actually want to try and get rid of something, a part of their body. Do you know what I mean? And I know that's the case. Whereas some people kept presenting, it's for less pleasure and to stop the woman having sex or whatever. In my logical thinking, I know that it would have been definitely predominantly more used for either health or aesthetic benefit. So I mean, and I know personally now, I still know in my heart of hearts I'm right, but we won't have that information. We'll have the propaganda type of skewed number type of narrative. So that's all it is.
But yeah, I'm not defending anything, just to clear everything up. And yeah, Reanimator, you're a bitch.
Subscribe to the.
Yo, hey, come on, hey, go. It's like we're writing the script out here. You see the way this? You see the way?
Pete,
the way these things are falling together, yeah.
That's cool.
It's like we're planning these shows beforehand, and then, yo, this is mad. This is the best reality show not ever created. Never created. Speaker's Corner is the best reality show not ever created.
Oi, good. Big up though. Hope you don't gain any traction and you stay below 1,000 subscribers so it doesn't go viral. That goes viral, boy. I'm fucked. But nah, boy.
Yeah, you are fucked.
You're alright, man.
No,
poking fun at me. Don't tell him that you messed up, fam. Messed up. But it's good that you realize your error.
In his case, I better not get poked for it because I will. Then I'll start turning nasty.
Oh,
we'll find out who.
But this is why it's like the scripture.
You engineer, bro.
Because
I know how to.
Hey, go listen to this, yeah. Renegade just gave you the biggest exit, yeah, that you could have just said, yeah, this is the way out, and you decided not to take it. Are we right in the scripts out here? Because
no,
how's man gonna say, yeah?
I want more.
You've seen a way to be able to change your way, and you said no. I'm just gonna get even worse.
No, obviously, what I'm going to try and do is come with a bit more information, so I'm not really on the receiving end of, oh, so what, why, what, and I want to be telling people about things as opposed to, you know what I mean? People ask me why I've got that opinion.
Just before you jumped on, Betty, we were talking about homeopathy, and he said that he's in support of homeopathy, and I said to him, well, what is homeopathy? You couldn't describe it to me.
I was in support of it. I just said that that was.
You said you were in support of it. You said you would be a homeopathic doctor if you.
No, I just said that the mainstream pharmaceuticals is coming to an end. It's like a dying field.
You said you would be a homeopathic doctor, brother. Why are you choking? Oh, that's good though.
I don't know. Did I say that? Did I say that? I don't know. Maybe I rationalize why I would be, but
you see the sincerity with certain people.
I probably said, you know what? If I was to go into it, the only thing like that, at worst, I said, I think, that's what I did say. At worst, I'd be a homeopathy. I'd be doing homeopathy. So that's how I said it. So it's all about context. But anyway. Any more on this reanimate bringing out videos? It's all good, man. I don't mind.
Come on, man. His editing skills. Listen, come on. You gotta congratulate him on his editing skills. Like
I've said worse.
Yeah. The way he got the he's got your theme tune in there as well. Go, always believing in God. Yeah. Oh shit. It's all wrapped up in there, man. You get me? And then when you pop up and you go, I know who Reanimator is, and the goldfish starts smiling. That is sick, man. Yo, this edit is bad, boy.
Always believe.
Yo, hey, Raj, what go on, man?
Oh, sure.
I'm on. All right.
The viewing is 150. Raj is here. Literally, every time Raj gets on the panel, the viewing goes to 150 because everybody's ripping each other's hair out. And
I have to say, King Gold, I'm impressed with you, man.
What's happening, bro?
I've been listening to you on other streams for the first time. I'm impressed, very impressed.
Oh, is it? All right, thanks, man. Why am I getting better?
What did you do?
He's worse than me when it comes to causing problems, man. I thought I was bad, but this guy's on the next level, man. He makes me look like an amateur when it causes like issues.
Don't try
I thought you just did it. I thought you just did it to me, but you give it to everyone. So I don't feel so bad now.
You pre-Raj when it comes to the online beast, bro.
No. You're on the next level. Yours starts ending up with death threats. I haven't got that many death threats, man.
Azim Hamid.
People want to kill Gold. Gold wants to kill more people.
I was on Jedi because I don't really listen to Jedis. Yeah, I'm being honest. Obviously, I don't like the guy, but someone sent me the clip of Khan and stuff. So I was listening, and then I rewound back a bit, and this Gold was like freaking fighting everyone, man. So I thought it was just me that he'd done it with, but yeah, he's an equal opportunity prick. That's what I'm saying. Like, everyone gets it. What's going on, man? What's the no. Gold is on the next level of madness when it comes to arguing. Oh yeah, actually, ours is on the next level as well. What's the title today then? God,
today, it is.
Yeah.
If God is all good, why did He choose His son to die instead of the devil?
Obviously, I'm not Christian, so I'm not sure if that story. Yeah, from my understanding, Christians believe that Jesus was sent to kind of show a moral code and kind of a way to live and a way of morality, and he died for the sins of mankind.
So in a sense, he sacrificed himself in order to show people how to live a pious life. So yeah, I don't believe in a literal devil though. That's the thing. I don't believe there's like a devil in the sense that there's someone down below with a freaking pitchfork, kind of laughing. I think the devil is the man. Let's just say our inner kind of like what's it called? Our inner kind of like anger, lust, greed, attachment, and all that kind of stuff. That's the devil that you need to control within yourself, though. So that's the devil.
If the devil's like that, yeah, why didn't God make it like written in your DNA that it's easier to follow what God says rather than it is to follow what the devil says?
Because then there wouldn't be a test, would it? I mean, in order for people to pass the test, there's no point making it easy. Like you've got to be I mean, I don't like using the word test because obviously somebody else said that and it got a bit wrong. Yeah, but I'm saying let's just do it a bit slow. But I'm saying in the sense that look, you're given these kind of inner kind of let's say weaknesses, and it's the devil. It's I'm not calling it a devil, but it's basically a form of like evil in a way inside your body. I'm not saying God put evil in there, but you've got to control those inner thoughts. Yeah.
But
and
wait,
that's where
if
you're
God
going to
never
control
put evil in there, if God never put evil in there, yeah, is man able to do things that God can't create?
Well, God, yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying it's evil. Like having lust, yeah, there's nothing wrong with lust in itself, as long as it doesn't go out of control. Like, because if you don't have lust, then obviously, then you won't procreate.
The question though.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing the Sufi dance, like tap dancing all over the place. Obviously, it's a hard question, isn't it? I just woke up, for God's sakes. I've been snitching all night, so I've been snitching. It's I'm not even lying. It's very tiring snitching, man. I'm not lying, man. Very tiring, man.
We say what Respect's back now for you snitching, yeah?
No, nothing to do with respect. Nothing to do with respect.
All right.
My Nigerian neighbours, yeah, I do have were having a party yesterday, and the music was so loud, and I hadn't gone to sleep the night. I don't really mind because I only do it like 3 times a year. But it was freaking. I didn't have no sleep the night before, and I had the music all blasting.
Hey, what, you weren't in the party?
I don't talk to my neighbours. No, I don't talk to my neighbours.
So what?
No. What you say? You don't talk to your neighbours now?
No. What thing? No. What it is, my best. What I try and do is I always try and ignore my neighbours as much as possible because I don't like having conversations with them, and it's not because they're black. I got white on the other side. I try. If people say hi to me, I try my best just to keep the minimal like hi. Or if I can, look at them in disgust so they never say it again.
Hey, Raj.
Yeah.
What's your I forgot what I was going to ask you. It wasn't
all right. All right.
I just got sidetracked now.
Yeah. So the God thing, yeah.
Imagine Raj. Hey, imagine Raj in the party, dad.
Dude, I was there.
Joanna.
No. We got all chocolate for day, bro. We do our Bhangra, man, to everything. I even used to do Bhangra to freaking other music, man. So yeah. Even Nigerian music's quite nice, actually. It's very. I was trying to go sleep, but when music sometimes is so kind of like has a rhythm. My foot was just
dancing in the room, yeah.
I wasn't dancing. I was trying to go sleep, yeah. And the thing is that sometimes, like when you got to tap the music, that's got a bit of a rhythm to it. It just kind of like gets into your body, man. Couldn't go sleep, man. That's why I'm still tired even now. I was snitching all night before, preparing evidence for my police meeting yesterday.
Raj, how much money? What's Crime Stoppers? So wait, how much have you saved?
All night long.
Snitch. Have you got a snitch kitty?
No. I do it out of the love of it. Some people do stuff.
So wait, you are a voluntary, so you're not even a paid
man. No, you're mad. I get paid for that shit.
Levels 3 or stupid.
You got free. To be a good snitch, you got to do it for free because then you got to do it for the love of it. Yeah, it's a bit like an artist. Yeah, if you go into, I give the analogy of like being a snitch like an artist. If you go into art for the money, then there's no point. You've got to do it for the love of drawing and art. And the same with snitching. Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
He said you got to do it for the love, you know, like
man.
like I love just doing it before I get paid. Obviously, that's how the best make it in their trade, innit? That means you're going to be one of the best snitches ever.
Yeah, I'm actually doing. I'm actually, but I'll be honest.
Now you know why I don't tell you shit. Now you know
but
why
I'm not. But hold on. But am I snitching if I'm doing it against Afghan? Is that snitching? I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is. But Danny, could you do me a favor and could you move Torok next to Raj? I don't want to be next to Raj.
You don't want to be next to the Raj, father. You scared? You shook.
I don't want a snitch near
You're shook.
Yeah, true say, man.
Yeah, I'm between you two. You can be my boy. What I'll say is that Kingo. Let me just say something. Kingo Gold and Rap are my bodyguards for snitching. So that's why you're side by side. I'm in the middle. I'm like the Raj father, and you two are my bodyguards. They're willing to take a bullet for me. They're willing to take a bullet for me. Anyone try and touch me?
I need to do so. You can swap people around like that, but boy.
Yeah, look how I'm surrounded. Yeah, look how I'm surrounded. Torok on one side, Veli on the other side, you two on the other side. I'm like connected hard on this one, man. The Raj father in the middle.
Snitch kitty, bro. You're getting paid.
You're supposed to be the snitch father.
When are you going back to? Because it looked quite full yesterday. The park. I was just watching a video of it. It looks like it's getting back to normal. Speaker's corner. Yeah, it looks like it's getting back to normal now.
Make sure you're down on the 30th of August.
Yeah, I might just go a week. I need to go to the city on a Sunday. I think maybe in like 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks. So I might just pass through for a minute. I'm not going to stay, and then I'll come back on the 30th, and I'm going to slowly start coming back after that. So my first full day will be I'm not coming for the 30th for no other reason. I'm just there because it'd be a good day to turn up on the 30th. Yeah, what is anything special going on in the 30th? Because I don't know what's going on in the 30th. I'm just going to turn up on the 30th.
At the time, Afghan's coming down all the time.
Oh, I didn't know that. So anyone say that I'm turning up for Afghan, it's a lie. I didn't even know that. So yeah, I'm just coming down. It's going to be a normal day for me. So I'll be back on the 30th, man. Hopefully, my turban stays on my head. Because some people are threatening to take my turban off and stuff. We'll see if that happens.
Hey, Bo, is it exciting for you when you're walking around with a camera? Just people's faces, and you don't half looking behind you.
Can't hear you, man.
Is it exciting when you will have to walk around with a camera because someone could just walk behind your back because you're talking about?
Only time
issues, you know what I mean?
Only time I walk around the camera is in Speaker's Corner. I don't walk around the camera in real life. If anyone doesn't believe me, ask Emmanuel. Emmanuel lives right down the road from me, and I see Emmanuel a lot in my area. I don't walk around with a camera.
You've got cameras all over your shoulders, bruv.
dude. You just need to, Emmanuel. Just ask him. He's seen me at least how many times in the last couple of weeks. I normally bump into him. I don't walk around with no camera.
You got a rape
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, you know Emmanuel.
No, I don't.
I don't know if he jumps on there, but he used to before.
Right, have you got a rape alarm?
I got a rape alarm when I see you.
I reckon you have as well.
No, when I see you, I got a rape alarm.
You got a rape alarm. You scream at
when I see you down the road, the first thing I do, is cover my backside.
Man walks next to Ryan.
First thing I do is cover my backside when I see you.
Like a woman.
Yeah. First thing I see you do is cover my backside.
She's like a woman.
God, are you getting effed by your boyfriend then? Is that why you're screaming like a bitch? I might actually remix that with you screaming. I don't really take it personally from you because you're such an arsehole that everyone gets it. So
I know. It's just
it's only that you fight women more than men though, which I've realized. Why is that? He's getting something put into his bund, a 10-foot pole.
Like he's getting a pole in his bottom.
Yeah, you got a 10-foot dunda in your bund.
He runs across the road, boy.
Dude, you'd be surprised. Like, honestly, I'm not even joking.
Get lick up in the air by a car.
Dude, let me say that. Dude, calm down. I'm not even joking. Yeah, like I know people think I walk around with like 50 freaking cameras, 50 people around me. Firstly, I'm always by myself, and secondly, I don't carry cameras. And if I did, I wouldn't lie about it. I'd say I'm doing it.
To be honest with you, man, I think I've risen or gone to levels that I've been dragged into. which is my bad. But
when
anytime I've butted heads with anybody,
dude, you do it every day.
Nah, not every day. Well, people that have been coming at me for a long time and I've been ignoring them, but recently I've been like putting my finger down on it anyway, and just put, you know what I mean, just say, look, back off, fuck off, and you know what I mean. Otherwise, I'm going to give you some home truths or some nasty, you know what I mean, to how it usually would happen.
Yeah, I know. I've experienced it firsthand.
You know,
I'm a recipient of your great intellect.
Oh, really? Okay. In its many forms. Why? What did I say to you? I can't remember.
You've forgotten, have you?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been.
Yeah. It's probably best not to repeat it because obviously you might bring back good memories for you, and you might want to do it again. So let's pretend it never happened, and let's pretend it never happened.
All right, cool.
All right, so what's going on, people, on here? Because I'm gonna go. I'm too tired.
What do you think? What, you going on Sunday, yeah, Raj? Am I going to see you on Sunday on Content Over Everything?
No. I'm waiting until what's the date today? It's I might. I mean, it seems that things are settling down, so I might come back. I might have to go to the city. I think next week or the week after. I might just. I'm not going to stay at Speaker's Corner, but I have to go Covent Garden, so I might just pass through Speaker's Corner while I'm there on the way back.
So do you still think that the guy that got shot, that took the taser off the police person, or sort of pulled it off of him because he was running away, and it happened to be his hand, he's probably had something sticking in him? You reckon that it would have been best that they shot him because he was drunk and he could have gone elsewhere and done another crime like 10 minutes later?
I don't believe he should have been killed.
Just to drop him?
Yeah, I don't believe he should have been killed.
That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's wrong that they killed him. I said that 50 billion times.
Yeah, well,
I said what they should have done was to try
or rationalized him.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say is that like he committed a crime, even though it might have been quite minor in your eyes. When you look at people that are drunk, yeah, they can go on to cause a lot of problems. If they're running away, they could run in the middle of the road. They could.
So you ain't got that. You ain't got that belief.
What?
Then you don't believe that. Then, yeah.
I never believed that in the first place. I said they shouldn't have killed him.
Yeah. All right.
But I believe they should have subdued him, like shot him in the leg or something.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, because he's running away. So I'm not saying. Yeah. The problem is the American police, the whole system from top to bottom, is shit. Like from the training.
Not that to shoot him in the leg, though. They could have still they're gonna let him go and catch him another day. That's
Exactly.
what a lot of
shooting
people
someone
do.
in the leg actually is going to probably likely to kill them because that's where your biggest artery is.
All right. So what about shoot him in the toe or something?
No,
I
don't
don't know.
shoot them anywhere. Just don't engage in a character where you punch. Have you ever punched? Have you ever seen a drunk person get punched before?
Yeah, I've been punched loads of times. So
Yeah, no, when they're drunk though, they can't.
Yeah, when I was drunk, yeah.
It's not even a. It's not even a challenge at all.
Well, not really. I've been punched when I was drunk, and I've been had to respond.
That like this is just defeats.
No, I've been much more drunk than that guy, and I've managed to respond. I know people are probably shocked, but yeah, I've been hit quite a few times. So
I mean,
I've managed to respond.
When you see drunk people, you don't generally think that what, if I hit this guy, you think if you hit him, you're gonna hurt him, innit?
Yeah, but that guy wasn't that drunk anyway. He was, I think, only twice over the limit, or maybe 3 times over the limit, which isn't. I think twice is not a massive amount.
I'm not deflecting that the guy got, he obviously got pulled over for a particular reason, but when it gets to that stage, when you see white people, they just kind of like run after them like it's an animal. How it was like an animal, and you don't want to shoot it. You just kind of want to just catch it in the neck. You know how they,
The truth is, police are supposed to be de-escalators.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I know, but this is what I'm saying to you. That the police in America need to be reformed from the bottom to the top. Everything basically needs to be broken down and restarted because they don't have accountability in terms of when they make mistakes. They've been trained to shoot to kill, which is a disgraceful thing to do. Because at the end of the day, they're not judge, juries, and executioners. They're not judge dreads. They're there to uphold the law. So I'm saying that the officers that did that, they've been trained to do that, and they need to untrain them. No, you don't scrap. You don't scrap the police. You restart the training, and you
get rid of all of them.
And then what? What you want? Lawlessness. You want that? You want that city? Remember, Chad?
Rebuild the system on.
Rebuild it.
Rebuild the system on what do they call it? Reforming people rather than punishing people.
Yeah, but you still have to arrest people in order to reform them, don't you?
We could say, due to the law, that actually it's very discretional job. So we can say that it's down to the very man on the beat that it has to be changed, because it's all about what decisions he makes, isn't it? So it can be a hierarchical thing. We know it's probably most likely, is hierarchical. Is coming down from the chief police and that all these sort of zero tolerance type of attitudes. But still, the people on the beat, they need to be reformed. That needs to be revamped and relaunched. That's the problem.
Well, the thing is that the police
this element that is just has to be cut out for you to be seen as you know what I mean, a first world country.
The first of the police, the police are public.
Democratic system.
Oh God. The police have. Oh, I can't even hear him.
Civilized democratic system needs.
No, he just talks over you sometimes. He does that.
All right.
With me? No, I thought he was talking over me.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I can't hear you properly. I think my mic. So basically, the police are supposed to be public servants. Yeah, they're being paid to protect and serve. And so the problem is in America, because I've seen.
Whose interests are they serving?
Well, it's supposed to be serving the interests of the people. So we don't want criminals walking around.
Police. If you break down the word police, it stands for policy enforcements. Who makes the policies?
Well, obviously the government.
And is the government the people?
Well, in an ideal situation in a democracy, it should be, but obviously things are flawed. Even democracy is flawed.
So if they're just upholding, there's a reason now why the police are killing people now, because if they're not doing it for the people, they must be doing it for the government then, aren't they?
Yeah, because if they say you lose your job, you'll go to jail if you mess up. There wouldn't be all of this happening.
Now, what they need to do is, first of all, they need to scrap the training they give to police officers in America, not the UK, but America. They need to train.
In the UK.
Let me finish. So I'm talking about America right now. So they need to scrap it, and what they need to do is to start training the officers on how to subdue people without killing them. Yeah, it's that you shouldn't have to shoot. I mean, there's a case I think a couple of years ago which I totally condemn. Is that a guy put his hand in his jacket and he got shot 50 times? That's not normal. Like, he got killed, like, and you didn't even have anything. So the automatic reaction, as soon as someone puts their hand somewhere, they're gonna shoot every single one of them, and so the guy's gonna die no matter what. And so from the bottom, and then also, if an officer does do something like that, those particular individuals that did it, they went away scot-free. But there needs to be accountability. Like, you can't have internal affairs where the officers are regulating their own officers. It needs to be an outside body that is kind of, let's just say, investigating ops that are behaving like freaking Judge Dredd and all that kind of stuff. But the UK system is different. I'm sorry, I know people don't like it.
UK system is not different, and it's not better.
Come on, man. Of course it is.
You've got the IPP, who are ex-police officers. No, it's not IPP, sorry. Is it the ICC or something like that? Or I can't remember the name. But these are ex-police officers who, when situations like this happens, all they do is they back their own. So
all right, so are you talking about just to clarify, you're talking about the investigation? I don't know nothing about investigation.
Yeah, well, of course. Well, this is the point where you're ignorant on the topic of what is going on. And I tell you this all the time, that what's it called, when it comes to the people in the UK, because you're not of black origin, you're not going to understand that.
I've been arrested though twice.
That doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter because I've had.
It doesn't matter because, like I said,
One minute. I've had no. Hold on. I've had a pepper spray put to my face, and they've said, if you don't stop.
The key word is black skin.
Oh, no. It's not just about being black. I'm an Asian guy with a turban on, yeah. And I had my 1 minute. Let me finish. I had my turban knocked off, yeah, outside a club on purpose. When I went mental, and the police turned up, they thought I was the aggressor because I was screaming and freaking trying to get at the guy. So obviously they went for me first. They put a thing in front, was this pepper spray can right in my face. Said, if you don't stop now, you're going to get sprayed. Yeah, or I don't know what it was, some little gas canister. And then they arrested me. I spent the whole night, 10 hours in a police cell, even though I was innocent. Now, I didn't start fighting the police because I knew, oh, 1 minute, let me finish. I knew, even though I was intoxicated, I knew I cannot beat that police officer when there's 4 or 5 of them and they got handcuffs and the law on their side. I just said, okay, when I wake up in the morning, you're going to say sorry to me, because when you look at the camera footage, you're going to see that I am the one that was actually assaulted. And they did. When I woke up, they looked at the footage and said, okay, sorry, you made a mistake, and they apologized. And I moved on.
Raj, yeah. Me, yeah, I've been stopped by the police too. Yeah, me, I'm a very, very chilled out person. You've seen me, I'm very chilled out. I don't try to get into arguments with no one, innit? When they've stopped me now, I haven't even tried to make arguments with them. I've just noticed certain things. So when I went back to ask people now, they're telling me, well, they're not supposed to do that. So I've had where they've gone into my wallet now and they're looking at my university and they ask me, do you go to university? And they're checking to see whether or not I go to university and all that. Well, all from just a normal stop and search to, oh, is he illegal?
I'm not saying there's no bad police officers. There's probably loads of them. I've encountered a few.
Okay.
So, like I said, even the officer that dealt with me, if he spent just 2 minutes to find out what was going on, he would have figured out that I was not the aggressor. He could have just asked somebody, but instead, because he wanted to probably go home or something, he wanted to wrap it up. So, in a way, I encountered a bad officer then. Yeah.
So fine. That's your situation now. But to say that it's not like the American one. Just because in America they have guns and they're shooting police officers doesn't mean that here in the UK, if they weren't given an opportunity, if they were given the opportunity to have guns, it would be a lot worse, you know.
Of course, but until that point happens, we can't compare the two. Right now,
the two is very the same because of the fact that the ideas of why they're going around stopping and searching people, especially people that look like me, is very significant, especially when you've looked at the data. If you're sincere with giving the data to even Jupiter, it shows.
I'm not saying, I've never denied the fact that I believe that stop and search is a problem. I've said that if you're stopping, because the problem is this year. So this is what happens. Like I've experienced it myself. An officer, it stops a random black guy like yourself. Now, for you, your experience with that officer is going to be bad. You're going to be like, okay, why was I stopped? This officer is abusing his rights. You know he's abusing your rights. So what happens is the next time you meet another officer, because of that bad experience with that one, you're going to be more suspicious of that one. Yeah. Now, when you meet the second officer, he might be a good copper, but because of your bad experience with the other one, you then are a little bit more apprehensive with him, and it becomes a vicious circle because you're basing your experience on previous experience. I don't blame you. I can understand because I sometimes do that as well, but it's just a vicious circle in that sense. But until the police, and I'm going to be straight with you, until the police have guns and they're killing people in that the way in America, I can't say I don't think you can compare the two, because the worst that's going to happen to you.
You will not compare the two because of the fact that they're killing.
You can get killed in America. You can lose your life.
In the first place, the reason why they're doing it is what's important rather than them.
Yeah, I agree with you on that sense, but I'm saying the end result is still going to be very drastically different. You might be let's just say if you resist arrest here, you're probably going to get handcuffed. You might get a little bit of a let's just say physical assault on you for them to subdue you. Might get sprayed, and you might spend a couple of hours in a police cell. In America, you can die. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure there's a big difference between spending a night in a police cell and getting shot and getting killed. The consequences are much more. Let's just say the fallout, of bad decisions from American police is life and death. In the UK, the fallout from a bad decision from a policeman in the UK is gonna be, let's just say, inconvenience at the minimum, and maybe even harassment at the max. I don't think what's so thingy. Is that you, Shahid?
Yes.
Oh my God, me and you, I heard something. How dare you say that about me?
What did I say?
You said you think Frogger Fast can knock me out in one punch.
That's my opinion because
Oh
you're
my
overweight.
god! Wait till I get in shape, dude. What? Wait till I get in shape. Right now, I'm not because just to explain that I offered Fugger Faz as a kind of a trolling thing, but I'll do it in real life, a charity boxing match, a friendly thing. I don't hate the guy. It'd be funny to do it, and I'd let people think you watch it. So I trust me when I get in shape, I'm a lot more fit. Yeah, as of right now, yeah, I agree with you. Oh, so make that clear though. As of right now, when I'm overweight, let me get into shape.
As of right now, I don't know when you're in shape though. So
Yeah. No. When I get down to 12 stone, I'm around 14 stone right now, and then I'll start training like Rocky, and I'll get the optimum thingy. I don't think Fugger Faz has been in a fight though. I need to ask him because I have. I know people find it hard, but I've actually been here. I don't know if he's ever been here. I've been punched straight in the face, and then he broke my nose, and it's hard. Think about me. I'm not a fighter, but I know I can take punches. I'm like a good punching bag.
Hey Raj, my brother broke my nose.
Oh, did he? What a prick, man. Yeah, me and my brother had a couple. It was my brother-in-law that smashed my nose. He punched me straight in the face, and freaking nearly broke the thing. So I think, he did not. He was double the size of me as well.
My brother fucking broke my nose, huh?
Yeah, brothers can be.
But I did give him a black eye.
All right, see, you need to. You need to preface that first as well, though. Yeah, we'll get Veli as the referee or something. Yeah, I'll be the Don King. You'll be my manager.
I'm not a fighter.
Is Amanda Veli as my manager, and you can be Faz's. But have you ever met Fogger though? Shahid, have you ever met Fogger?
No, I've not. No.
Yeah, so you don't know. He could be an out of shape. Goddamn.
We're both fighters. We're both fighters, Raj.
No.
We're ready to go, but we're ready. We're war ready.
I wouldn't say that, but I know I've been tested enough to know that. I haven't got a glass door. I know that for a fact. I haven't got a glass door because some people have got glass doors. That's one thing I know. I know for a fact I haven't got a glass door.
I've never been knocked out.
The thing about me, I don't bruise either.
I've been kicked in the head.
Yeah, I've been punched, but I've only bruised once.
And I didn't even get dazed, mate. I didn't get dazed. I popped up like a fucking jackrabbit.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Some people are good at. I'm lucky. I'm not a good fighter. I haven't got power, but I know for 100% the amount of times I've been hit.
Warriors, Sparta.
Yeah. I don't bruise that easy.
My crops.
Yeah, so you need to find out from Fogger, man. Let's get this arranged. We're doing nice. And it'll be a friendly thing, though.
Hold the line. Stay with me. Find yourself riding alone.
Yeah, we could have a Kingo Gold versus Raph as a second billing. What do you think of Kingo Gold?
Lithium.
Gold. What do you think about Gold? Hold on, you're not listening. What do you think about you being on second billing against Shahid?
What we do in this life echoes in eternity.
He's just going on a mad one. What's happening, Shahid?
My name is Mactus Desus Meridius.
God. Why don't you do the whole? Oh yeah, Abu Aisha. Yeah. Can I talk about Abu Aisha for a minute? I have to do a whole show on that. Have you heard about that, Shahid? Abu Aisha. Shahid.
Yeah, I don't know why I just got sidetracked there.
I know. It's like you was doing the whole. It's like you was doing the whole reenactment of Sparta.
It was Gladiator actually. That was just way more at that time.
All right, I can't tell you. Yeah, have you heard about Abu Aisha?
So what? Who are you voting for anyway? Conservative or Labour?
I don't vote anymore because I don't like any of them.
Traitor.
No, I'm doing what's called a.
Who are you voting for? UKIP.
I'm not voting for anyone. I haven't voted for the last 2 elections.
Why don't you go be a good man and go and vote for Greenpeace?
F Greenpeace, those little pussies, man.
What's wrong? Come on, man. They only get 2%.
All they can do is freaking sit down and freaking I don't know, drown in the water and shit. They can't do anything anyway.
I mean, you're already sitting much a spiritual terrorist. Well, you was. So you may as well be an anarchist as well. And be
no. Let me ask Shahid something. Shahid, 1 minute. Shahid, unmute yourself. I need to ask you.
Yes, hello.
I'm saying nothing too much, but have you heard? I just got videos sent about Abu Aisha.
Okay.
And let me say something. I'm shocked about what I found out. That guy here is a little degenerate. Wait till I speak to him again. He's in a video that when it was pretty worldwide. I'd seen the video before, but I didn't know it's Abu Aisha.
To be fair, I think a lot of people are suspicious of him still. I can't lie.
All right,
Even
so
Faz is suspicious of him on
he's
the
in a
acid
car.
trial.
He's in a car. Yeah, he's talking, doing all the ISIS stuff about al-Baghdadi and all that kind of stuff. He's driving past. He says, "Pledge allegiance to al-Baghdadi." Yeah, that is full of ISIS shit. Yeah, yeah. So I've listened to the whole thing. Then what happens? He's driving about. The guy that he was driving with gets sentenced to 5 years. Yeah, but I don't really hear him talking that much. So what is this guy still doing around? Because he was saying the most amount of stuff in that video. And on top of that, you know, the guy that was arrested and then went into prison, he was good mates with Abu Aisha's mate. What's his Karam Butt, the guy that done the London Bridge attack. Them two were like besties. Yeah. So he's a full-on ISIS guy, yeah. And Abu Aisha's in a car with him, driving about, and then he's on the net. He's not been arrested. What is he doing? Why is he not under suspicion and stuff like that? Because he's in the car. I would like to know what he's not in prison for, and what deal did he get to not go in prison? I'm going to ask him that, because there's no way that his mate has gone prison for 5 years, and he's now on the streets and nothing's happened to him, and it's 2020.
He's probably going to deny it, him.
No, it's not. It's him. It's 100% him. Yeah, and the guy that he was with, he is fully linked to what's it called? Karam Butt, the London Bridge attacker. They're in videos together. They're best mates. And this guy is out and about, but his mate's in prison for 5 years. What deal did you get, Abu Aisha, in order to not go to prison? I'd like to know that, because he said pledge allegiance to al-Baghdadi and shit like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to talk to that guy. Wait till I chat to that guy, man.
Oi, bro, you love talking about who is al-Baghdadi? Who is this?
He was the leader of ISIS.
The leader of ISIS was al-Baghdadi.
Yeah, al-Baghdadi, yeah.
Okay, and how much contact did he have with CIA and MI5 or MI6?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know the whole story. I just know he was the leader. So
cool.
Anyone that says they pledge allegiance to him means they pledge allegiance to...
there's probably more, like you said, there's probably more people who are radical, quote unquote radical, just on the street or in hangouts than these sort of puppets.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about, imagine, all right, so let me give you an example. Imagine you're with somebody and you're both doing the same thing, but you're out on the road, but your mate's now in prison. Now, I'd ask you, how comes your mate's in prison and you're out on the road? Did you snitch on your mate? Did you give something up so you don't go to prison? Like this guy, he was saying the most reckless stuff. But I mean, when I look at the news reports, because when I was on the Sky News and the BBC, they didn't even mention the guy Abu Aisha. He was actually the one narrating and talking. So wait till I speak to that little prick here. Let me find out. Let me do the freaking.
Does he go Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, he's on the panels, always telling Raspect and everyone off. You should not do this. You know, he's always because you know Raspect does the Black Lives Matter thing, and he's
al-Baghdadi.
No, not al-Baghdadi. Al-Baghdadi's dead.
All right, go on.
Abu Qasim. Abu Qasim. Abu Aisha keeps on every time Raspect talks about black issues, he starts saying, "Oh, stop doing nationalism. That's bad. You have to talk about Palestine. Why don't you talk about this?"
And that's Abu Mujahid as well.
Yeah, is it? Which one's Abu Aisha then? That's there's two of them. They sound very similar.
That's Praise Salah.
Oh, Praise Salah is that one. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm giving so Abu Aisha is Praise Salah.
Yep.
Okay, Abu
all
Aisha.
the things of present, all the things of past, and all the things of future must be addressed in all of its variety, in all its variety. So that would be blacks, Muslims, whites. So no one can have, you know what I mean, rule over someone else when it comes to someone like you addressing the cause. I think it was more about what is more of an emergency.
Right.
At best.
So sorry, I think I'll go. I wanted to ask. Yeah, obviously this is. I just like it's just a random question, and like you don't have to answer if you want. I just want to know for like that. What do you think about black people getting reparations? Do you think
me or side?
No, you, Raj. You.
I think if you can prove that your actual ancestors were enslaved and taken to another land and ripped off their wealth, their roots, their name, I don't really have an issue with it. But you have to prove it. I'm not saying every black person.
But you can basically prove that. Because you've got the descendants today in
Jamaica. Yeah, that's fine. But if you're descendants of slaves, and I think it's especially transatlantic slave trade in terms of that, I would say yes. I don't have an issue with it per se.
What about colonization? What about colonization?
Colonization is different from slavery. I don't care what anyone says. They're two separate issues.
So what do you feel like? Do you think they should be reparated?
No, I don't think you should be reparated.
And what reason?
Because colonization, the reason why I think people are being enslaved, like some explain why I think enslaved people first, then it'll make sense.
No.
I need to do it. I need to do it my way. So let me do it. Let me just explain
an example, man. You can use.
I wasn't trying to argue with it.
Let me explain my logic. Let me explain my logic. The reason why I believe
literally avoid my question.
I'm going to answer the question, but I need to answer it with a little bit of why I think people who are. So the reason why I believe is someone who's can prove that their ancestors were enslaved and taken over to America or Jamaica or a place like that can actually ask for reparations because they've been taken from their land by force, taken someone else, and they've been ripped of all their history, their roots, their language, their thinking. So I don't have an issue with that. Okay. Now, so when it comes to colonization, the reason why I say no is because as bad as colonization is, the people that have been colonized normally stay in their homeland, normally still have their own history. Like, for example, with my people, I still speak.
No.
Let me finish. So,
address it properly.
Yeah, I'm addressing it in my way.
No, you gotta let him finish, man. Let him finish.
Yeah, let him finish.
So for me, I'm going to give the example of my people first here because I want to show it from my perspective. Now, if you got a different argument, fair enough. From my perspective, as people someone from the Punjab, I still have my own language. Yeah, trace back 3,000 or 4,000 years. I still have my own history. I can trace it back 5,000, 6,000. My name is still there. The buildings are still there. I can trace back pretty much everything within my land. Even right now, my area is pretty much the same as it was prior to the British coming, apart from maybe language and a few buildings here and there. So it hasn't changed my history or my people's legacy that much. Yeah. So I don't think we don't need it. We're doing well. Yeah. Now, if they want to give back certain things like the Kui Nord, or if they want to give back certain things that they took, okay, that's a different matter. But in terms of reparations, no, I don't believe that people that are colonized should. But if you can prove to me that colonization was different in Africa, then maybe give me an argument for that. As of
by law, let me break it down a bit more simple for you. By law, if something is stolen from you, and you can still hear today, right now, or your family members, do you think that should be given back to them? By law,
if you can, yeah.
Objectively, by law, you should be given back, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind property being. So if somebody, say, if the Brits took, like, I don't know,
that's reparation. You just literally.
No, but all right. So you need to clarify what you mean by reparations, because for me, you need to clarify, because for me, reparations.
I just pulled your pants over your head.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So for me, you need. I can go. Calm down. Okay, I know it. I know it turns you on. Your pants over my head. I know.
Dingling.
I know my dingling is showing.
Your dingling is showing now, bro.
Yeah, it's not so little though. It's not so little. Let me finish it.
Dingling's up.
Let me finish it. So
You're a little dingling swinging.
No, it's not so little. But let me say something. When it comes, let me finish, dude. So you need to clarify what you mean by reparations. For me, when I think about reparations, hold on 1 minute. Go.
He's little dingling swinging.
He's on crack.
Where you get it at?
Yeah. My ding-a-ling has been put back in. Calm down, man. It's not swinging about no more. So when it's about reparations, from my understanding, when you say reparations, I'm thinking about an individual person being given monetary kind of like compensation for the past. Now, what you're talking about is giving back artifacts, and that's a different situation about giving back artifacts.
Okay, so look at it like this, right? Artifacts. Now, land is owned. You can own land, Raj, yeah? So if you give back land, so sovereignty, that is pretty much wealth. Commodity is. I prefer that over any money or any type of monetary currency they're trying to throw at me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you need
that's reparations. So colonists, by law actually have more rights to getting back reparations at this stage.
All right, so let's try and separate. So so you're talking about giving back land, yeah, and
so
giving back.
You're basically trying to speak on settlers, people stealing land, and you can't speak on that. Have you seen in the news what what's been happening in Israel, where they've, you know what I mean? Yeah, you've seen what's been happening. So now how can you argue over what we've seen is like unarguable?
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, it's two separate issues. Giving reparations for me, like I said before, it means giving individual compensation to a person, monetary gain, monetary. When it comes to land and artifacts, that's a different situation. That the land here is being given back to a country or a group of people.
No, yeah, and wait, anybody that has come as economic migrants from this land would, by going back and receiving their sovereignty and where they, were tied back to, and getting land which is owned by, the powers that be, that would be reparations. That's even more. That's what
let me take the IC3 about this, because
that goes to mines, that goes to oil, that goes to all the minerals and wealth.
This IC3, if you got time, jump on for a minute while we talk, because I need to go in like 10 minutes. Let me clarify my IC3.
So I for you to say that you don't feel like the people from the diaspora or from the diaspora in general, and that be colonist people, descendant of people that's been recently colonized, that shouldn't get something back, is just stupid. You just pulled your own pants over your head.
Yeah, my dingling's showing it. Make sure you don't suck it, weirdo. So the thing is,
ugly man, that's some talking talk, bro.
No, but I'm saying that when it comes to reparations, can people just give me a definition, like an actual kind of like a definition that everyone agrees upon? Because I'm getting confused about what. Because for me, this is and if I'm wrong, so just clarify. Reparations is giving back some kind of compensation to an individual who can prove that his people were enslaved or taken away from their land. Yeah, that's reparations, and I don't really have an issue with that.
Cool. That was some. Do you know
what it is, though? So is that what you think? So tell me what you think. There's no point arguing about what reparations.
You're Hopkinist. Katie Hopkins, all ugly. You're Hopkinist.
I thought you meant Anthony.
The whole philosophy is ugly. Hopkinist. You're Hopkinist.
So I'll speak to you. Let me start later.
Hey, Gold, what's that or what?
Oh, yeah. You hear that, right? Yeah, he's a Hopkinist.
What is it?
He's a Hopkinist. You don't need no more there, man.
And you're a pensionist.
I look what IC3's written. He said, Raj and the IC for Asian unity. I'm not for Asian unity. You should know that by now. I'm a Punjabi Sikh. Obviously, I get over my Gujarati Muslims or Gujarati thingies and thingy, but we're not like united. I'm not like a pan-Indian.
Raj.
Yeah. How you going, Natty?
Yeah, not bad. Hey, have you ever seen a film called Only the Strong?
I might have. Let me just think here. Who is only the strong? Let me just double check. I'm just googling. No, I probably have, but I probably don't. Actually, no. I just say Indian. What is this? Louis Stevens of an elite military unit kept. What's the report? Because I'll watch it then. What is the movie about?
No, it's the music in it, man.
All right, let me listen to it then. Is it a trailer you're talking about? Oh,
yeah, no, it's called the song's called Banana Way.
Banana Way. All right, so only the strong.
Is that Asian or is that?
I don't know what it is.
Nah, it's like South American. It's like I don't know like how to describe it, but I'm telling you, yeah, when you listen to this shit, yeah, you just the film.
Capoeira Piranha.
That's it, yeah. It's based on like martial arts fighting,
right.
Like you know, like Tekken, you know, like Eddie from Tekken, you know, like when he does like handstands and.
Oh yeah. Is that really gonna work? Oh yeah, I can see it now. Yeah. That's pretty useless though in a fight though, isn't it? It looks good.
Nah, it's well basically they used to fight like that because when they were colonized, they used to it was like basically like play fighting. So to keep like their martial arts skill, they used to like pretend to fight. Yeah. And then they made it into an actual like martial arts. Now you get if trust me, bruv, if someone comes at you with that, bruv, starts breakdancing and
well, I quote from the great Dr. Phil Valentine, colonization is slavery.
No, no.
Well, he's one of the greatest metaphysical scientists to
slavery is different from colonization.
Colonization is
that term's going to be coined.
I say it's to enslave more people in their own land. Why do you disagree with that, Ralph?
All right. So maybe you can. All right. So let me put that back. Maybe you can argue it's a form of mental slavery. Yeah. But it's not slavery in the same sense that I think of slavery.
Raj, I heard what happened in India. Are you from India, Raj?
I'm from the Punjab. Yeah, in India.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I heard that there was a battle with the British, and the only way because the British won was because they got children from somewhere else. They got these children, and they put the children in the cannon thing that fires, and started blitzing the bodies over. And then basically this Indian tribe basically surrendered. So
I think
that is colonization, mate. When you go over there and start making them do and making them think how you want them to think, that is slavery.
Right, so the thing is, there's an element of truth to that story. I've not heard of children, but I've heard of freedom fighters who were fighting against the British, were put onto cannons and then blown to smithereens. Yeah, that's definitely happened. Now the thing is here, like when it comes to the colonization of India, like, a lot of people always think of India as one big country. It's a bit like Africa. Like people think of Africa, but there's so many different people in Africa who have been warring with each other or got beef with each other for thousands of years.
Right.
So
do you know what I disagree?
Let me just finish, then you can disagree. So when you think of India, you think right now of an India, Bangladesh and Pakistan. At the time that the Brits came here in the 17th century, there was probably around 100 different states that were all warring. A lot of them were warring with each other for a long time. Like in the Punjab, where I'm from, we were fighting other states all the time. So the Brits here were very clever in the sense of understanding this. And so when they come in, they would promise one state or a princely state power if they fight with them against another state. Yeah. And so, like, at the end of the day, as much as the Brits here are the ones responsible, the people siding with them have to take responsibility as well for going against their own countrymen. You understand? It's a bit of both. It's not as simple as just the Brits come in, because the Brits were small in number, and there's no way they could have colonized India without fellow Indians fighting against other Indians. It would have been impossible. Same with Africa. There were probably African kings and stuff that sided with the Brits in order to get power. Is that correct or not?
No, they tried it, and they came back with the gunpowder, and then they united under Europe, and they're united under the Catholic faith as well.
Even the idea of what's it called, African tribe, like African people had been interacting with each other way before, like you said, didn't it? They were interacting with them. Obviously, I'm not trying to make it out like there weren't issues. There wouldn't have been issues, but the reality is a lot of the issues that is being talked about, a lot of it conflict was when the British came in and were doing the Chinese whispers thing. They like a lot of people just try to say that Africans were all warring with each other. No, this is not entirely true. A lot of it was
peace.
I'm not saying it was peaceful either, but
no, but most of the time, like if you looked how Shaka Zulu and the Zulus used to fight, they never used to, like, tribes never actually used to kill each other. They used to have, like, it was like a game of chess. It was like they used to move forward, chuck the arrows.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Chuck the spears. They used to move forward, chuck the spears, and they used to have the flags, and they used to beat the drums and tell them to go in the formation.
Used to battle.
Yeah,
one sec. Raf, have you seen how them ancestors used to battle?
I don't know about that. I've never.
Well, I don't know where I saw that. Where did you see that? I saw like two wars doing battling, but they were throwing spears and shooting and arrows. Every now and then you see someone stopping it and hit. But it wouldn't.
So basically, it's like chicken. So
yeah.
Now, basically, it's like chicken. So you've got 20 of your best throwers that can throw, that can throw far. So they move forward, and then the drums beat, and then you move forward, and then as you're moving forward, they chuck the spears, and then you stop. So, do you know what I mean? It's like whoever.
1 minute, can I ask you that? But there was still a winner and a loser, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There was still a winner and a loser, but it wasn't like brutal violence. The violence came from when they were talking about the great men like the Greeks from when they came. That's when they had to start stepping up again.
Was that practice widespread, or were they all warring like that? Were the wars more serious elsewhere, and they were just showing
It was very like peaceful because it was vast amounts of land.
But was that was that all of Africa, or do you reckon there was some real cannibals?
In certain places in Africa, like you had your influence, so like Benin, Mali, like places like that where they would have had like influence from other countries. They would have obviously been a little bit more advanced because obviously they're trading, they're getting knowledge, etc., etc. But most of the time, if they couldn't get on, that's what they would do, or they would swap their people. They'd be like,
ceremonial. So it's more.
I'll take your daughter. You take my daughter. That means we don't need to. Now you're the part of the blah blah blah. Now our daughters. It's just like that. There's so much food.
I agree with you in one sense. I think the land of Africa probably didn't need warring. So certain lands are sparse and cold, and the climate means that you have to, in a way, be selfish and kind of like for your own people, and so you have a more. I agree with that. So if you give an example of Northern Europe during the winter time, you would have like pure kind of like like freezing cold winters where you could die if you didn't reserve your food and stuff. So people, I think, become more kind of let's just say collective, like taking stuff within certain areas. So even in the Punjab where we're from, you have colder climates in the winter. So and the land is very harsh, so you have to be able to kind of survive. So I agree with you in the sense that maybe the mentality of the
in order to survive where you are, your technology would be advanced. You'd have to be advanced to survive there. The same as like the Egyptians, to live in the desert, right? In a desert, you have to be advanced. It's not like the jungle. It's not like the jungle where something drops down from a bush and you just pick it up. Or there's vast amount of shit. You have to get your food. You have to.
So I agree. Maybe the culture was different because the land was plentiful, and so you didn't have to go to full-on war in order to kind of like subdue your enemy. So maybe you got a point on that. But it's still a scenario where someone wins and someone loses, and whether you are fighting and using blood in order to attain that, you still got winners and losers. And when you have that, you have a long history of people probably still got grudges against the people that they lost against. Do you understand?
You hear what I'm saying? The tribal.
Let me ask Nate.
You're right. Come on,
Let me just ask Nate for 1 second. If you had a long civilization and over that time your people lost, whether it was through blood or not, against your opponents, do you think there would still be a chip on their shoulder about, okay, they beat me, and then when another group comes in who says, okay, if you side with us, we will let you avenge what they did with you in terms of them beating you before? Can you not see how that will kind of manipulate? Because that's what they did in India.
That's in your area, in Africa.
But it's same in Africa. We're all human beings. We're all human beings with ego, with anger.
The only thing I could say, Raj, the only thing I could say, Raj, was a spoiler. I would look at it as like this: is Africa is like an apple, but because so many flies have come over and turned. They've turned the apple rotten. So they're obviously, when they started bringing the tobacco for like wild animals and stuff like that, because these wild animals were like, listen, you start taking these wild animals back and stuff like that, you're getting money for them. People are like, what the fuck is that shit, mate? That's fucking. So when you start bringing the tobacco and then the people start getting hooked on it and start, and then you're going over to your next door neighbor and then, you're telling, like the tribesman would say, no, we're not doing business with you because it's bad. Then you go to your next door neighbor and then you say to your next door neighbor, blah, blah, blah. Then they start, obviously there's a suspicion starts rising.
Africa's problem was alcohol when they brought rum in. I wish Terry was here. Yeah, Terry will tell you that there was place in what we call Nigeria today. Yeah, that when the Portuguese came over, they said that they likened it to the way the city was in Portugal. So this idea that Africans were uncivilized and were just doing what you got, like they said that the way that it was set up was literally like the way it looked like in Portugal. And by then, Portugal had the influence of the Moors, and they were having their civilization or whatever going on there in it. So this like the people that they're claiming that came in and that there was little for me, the way I understand it is alcohol was given to them, which obviously when you're drunk now in that state, you're gonna have a different mindset or outlook of
course, yeah. Manipulate them.
But the violence come from being attacked.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say to you. That's where the violence came. That's where they started having to start, like, because what they used to say was that when they first tried to come over, they wanted to do business, right? So the Nigerian king, who was talking to all these other kings and all these other people, like all these other tribes from other places, like big main cities and everything like that. They were like, yeah, the queen wants to blah, 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 or the king at the time, whoever it was. And he was like, listen, we're not doing stuff on this time. This is our like spiritual time. We're not doing our business. Go away. They didn't like it. So they brought a white horse, chopped off the head of the white horse and left it at the gates. So then they thought, oh, it's war. Yeah, because they've already had people like Vikings. They've had people used to come there. And yeah, loads of people used to try. But when they came, they got fucked up. If you read the stories about it, what the British and the French were writing about it, they were talking about like sandmen appearing out of the sand in the night and wiping out like women, and the women as well, like the women soldiers as well, that were just crazy, like screaming banshee women and stuff like that.
Hold on, I have to say one thing. I'm going to go back. One thing I think people need to stop doing is using the word civilized, uncivilized. What is civilized and uncivilized? Like, just because somebody doesn't have, say, like technological prowess, it doesn't mean they're uncivilized. It's how does that society work? If you're going around like killing people and enslaving them and killing them and using them as this, that's uncivilized. But they might be technologically advanced. You understand?
That is what happens. Killing is what happens when you don't have food, and it's a natural instinct. So obviously the Europeans, especially like up in the Scottish areas, and you can even ask Irish people about what they used to say, what them people used to do in them villages, them dark villages. They would eat people, mate.
I think
when you get a hard winter, and everything, you are praying to anything to feed you. You are gonna believe that the berries on the trees are gods,
And when it comes to winter, you know you need to go and get food, and you know you need to gather. And when you gather, somebody else is going to come and take it.
Do you think that mindset
That was the
over to other? Because like, if your evolution or your people have lived in a climate where in the winter time, like you've got to gather it, and if you've got to still, like, imagine your neighbor, they didn't do it, they died, they see people dying around them, so it's like survival of the fittest.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Let me say, so maybe that mindset of like going around wanting to take things and collect things and gather wealth might be linked to the kind of climate of a land, and the more abundant your land is, because I think Africa, it's got a land.
Yeah, well, look, if you're in Africa, wheels, you don't need wheels in Africa, right? Because everything is around you grows, right? So the technology in Africa, all the people would have needed is probably their spears, probably their sharp tools to make beautiful stuff.
And I'm thinking, you wouldn't
to
really
make their houses. Go up more, come up more out and out and out and out. And as you come outwards, it's getting harsher.
Yeah. And you wouldn't really need, like, why would you need a castle in a boiling hot area? Like, the reason there's castles is because obviously, you know, when it become winter, they'd have to kind of go in there, and in the summertime it might help them. So in certain areas of the world, like, you don't need these kind of
but it described the structures in Africa to be likened to places in Portugal, so they had structural buildings.
Yeah, but they would have had structural building, but I don't think they would have made them out of material that would have lasted for 1,000 years. So, like, I don't.
What places in Africa? Why? Why don't you think that?
I don't think they
have the technology. Is that what you're
I'm not saying that. I don't think they needed it. There's a difference between needing something. What's the point? Like, why would I build something to last X amount of years when my land doesn't need it? Like in Europe, they had to build certain things. They couldn't think about, okay, this thing needs to last for a week. They need to think about, okay, this needs to last through the winters. They need to last through this, and so. I don't see the point. Like, why would you want to build it?
They have it anyway.
Yeah,
why would you want to build it?
It's true. Yeah, why would you want to build it?
It wouldn't even cross your mind. You'd be like,
in Egypt, they built the Nile. They practically had to make streams come from the Nile just to feed their crops and everything like that.
In the past, people used to create stuff in order for need. Now, if you don't need something, what's the point of making it? It's pointless. It's like trying to create something.
But they did need it because obviously there was insects outside, or there was like to say like in Africa, obviously you got snakes, you got all kinds of creatures that.
Yeah, but the war. We're talking about the war.
You don't.
Raj is saying what we're saying. Raj is saying now because we didn't need to war as much and get guns from this, because look at the ages that these like up here have gone through. Iron Age, this age stuff. These guys have gone through stuff because their next door neighbor has come with some next invention because they have had to survive.
Look at castles.
Drinking blood.
So look at castles, the way they put the fort around it. Look at guns. What were guns? They didn't build guns because they wanted to kill animals. They created guns because they needed to kill their enemies more efficient. And everything a lot of things that have come from the West here, I'm not saying everything, has kind of indirectly or directly been because of warring fractions about people warring. And so this is why when doing wartime, they tend to make massive technological advances, like the nuclear bomb was created during a war. You're looking at rocket technology was created during World War II because they're trying to defeat their enemies. Now, if you're not warring with your neighbors all the time and you're living in a land which is very plentiful and sunny all the time, then you don't really need to be even thinking about that stuff. So then when you come up against a group of people that have been constantly at war with each other, you're going to have a battle which is going to be a bit more one-sided. Yeah. Not because one group...
Do you know why they won't allow Africa to have nukes?
Let me say it's not
because it's not because they'll use it for war. They don't want it because of natural disaster in Africa.
Yeah. So let me say, I just want to clarify. It's not because one group is cleverer than another. It's because one group has come from an area where they don't need to do X, Y, Z. So when they're coming up against another group, so that's why you have other groups can dominate because they're used to warring. So when they went to America, like they just literally went in there. They were so used to warring that they could just freaking go in there. And that's the different mindset. Even in India, I'll give you an example. The north of India, where my people are from, is used to wars because of the land. People had to invade. So the northern people of India, like from the Punjab, although we are only 1% of India's population, we make up 25% of the army We're the highest decorated regiment. We're known for being very loud and very in your face compared to other Indians. And that's because of the land, yeah, because we had to be like that in order to survive. And you go to other parts of India, they're very kind of like, quite small, skinny, not that kind of militaristic and stuff. And that's not there. It's not because they're less than anybody else. It's because they didn't need to be warring like the way the people from the East did.
Yeah,
Does that make sense? I don't know.
No, it does make sense. It does make sense.
Is Islam and Abrahamics involved in your situation, to be honest. But even in Africa situation, when the Yorubas and the Hausas were warring, that was Abrahamics again. You understand? So, yeah, I mean, I was just saying that when you talk about the structures, like they had structures, Africans had structures.
I didn't say they didn't have structures. I'm saying they didn't need to build. So let me just clarify. I'm not saying there was not structures, but did they need to build a castle with a fort around it, with water around it, bridges? And
yes, they did at one point. Yes.
Yeah, maybe
they
at
did
one
with the city of Benin. Yeah, they did. They did.
Maybe at one point they did. Yeah, but I'm saying that in certain areas of the world, yeah, they didn't. So what I'm saying, in certain areas of the world, like if you went to certain areas of the, they didn't need to do certain things, not because they couldn't, because they didn't need to. Why would you create something for nothing?
Benin's very small, so they needed the wall of Benin was I think it's the biggest wall in the whole world.
Yes.
I guarantee you there was lots of structures around Africa because of the material that they were made of. And they probably just disappeared. But in Europe, they had to make them out of, like in the stone castle and stuff, they had to make them out of very durable material because of the fact of the climate, of the cold climate. So there's lots of stuff in India, I guarantee, that have just perished, that were probably there for thousands of years and then just perished by the time it's come to today. Whereas with Europe and stuff, because of their kind of like, they're constantly at war, they had to make structures that were very durable. Yeah. It was out of necessity.
But Benin used to work with the Portuguese.
Yeah.
No, correct.
And what happened? They had a deal with the English, and because they didn't come through with the deal, they sent people from Sierra Leone regiment to go there and certain things like that. And because they had like a certain ceremony, they don't let outsiders in the ceremony or something like that.
Yeah. So what did they do? They got a white horse, cut off its head, and left it out the gate. Now, was that the first war?
Godfather
stuff? No. One of the people that came from the English side basically got either killed or hurt or something like that, and from there.
Yeah, it was a white horse though. Yeah, no. Trust me, my Nigerian brethren told me the story, man, because I never even knew. Yeah, but that's what it was. It was like meant to be an insult, a real bad insult, and declare it for war. And
they killed one of the superintendents that went there because they were saying, what's going on? Because they had some sort of deal, but they're not allowed to let anybody.
Yeah, they insulted the Queen by refusing, or the King at the time, whoever it was, by refusing to do exactly what he said to do, some business or whatever. And it was like, listen, this is our holy time right now. This is our spiritual time and everything like that.
What's this about someone saying, come on, Danny, share the story of how the hijab got injured.
But do you know who they used to beat the Benin people? It was the people from Sierra Leone who they were like setting up the colony. Like they had like an Africa regiment and a West India regiment located in Sierra Leone. So it's mostly the descendants who they probably sold off.
No,
they used against them.
This guy, man.
No.
Yeah, but people.
Well, this is why they have a statue of Franco de Souza, the biggest slave trader in Benin, and the Portuguese were there before the English.
It's different from the Benin we're talking about. The Great Wall is in Nigeria, not the Benin country.
Yeah. So where is the statue of Franco de Souza at?
Do you know what Benin is and Benin? There's a difference.
I know the difference. But where is the statue of Franco de Souza, the father of all slave trade?
I'm trying to find it here.
I'll be honest, Hector's brought it up before. Like Franco de Souza was the
you're talking
father
about.
in. Yeah. So the point I'm making is some of the descendants But they used actually these were words that were actually used by the actual people. They were saying the descendants that they probably sold off actually came
there's a
back with the
statue I'm
British.
seeing now.
Conquered them.
Monument of King Gyel of. I don't know if that's the right one. I don't know if that's the right one.
You're confusing the two.
I know. I'm just typing in statue Franco de Souza, Benin.
That's the country Benin. The Benin.
Yeah. I know. Benin's country. Yeah.
From the country Benin.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
From Benin. Yeah.
Do you know what Benin that you're talking about is my area in Nigeria. But that's
we're not talking about Dahomey. We're talking about Pacific areas where the Benin
Empire. Dahomey is Benin. That's who you're talking about.
I'm not particularly talking about Dahomey, that particular area where the statue is.
The statue.
We know Benin used to be actually Nigeria, and you have places called New Benin in Nigeria. We're not talking about that.
Torok. Hear what I'm saying here? This is what I'm saying in it, yeah. The Benin city is in, you have Lagos now, and then you have, which is on the west side of Nigeria. Then you have the east side of Nigeria, which is the Igbos. In between those regions is Benin, which is also called Edo State. And that is where the Great Wall of Benin is. Now, when you're talking about Franco de Souza now, he is in Dahomey. Is in what they call Dahomey, which is what would be what you call Western Nigeria, which is borders Nigeria.
He's a Brazilian, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
He's confusing the two.
No. You're trying
yes,
Francisco Felix de Souza. Who's that then?
Because Benin was
you're confusing the two.
Empire. No, Benin as a kingdom.
Even Jupiter's telling you.
Benin as
Who? Me or Torok?
Torok.
All right.
Benin used to be a bigger empire than what we know of it today. It hasn't been.
The Edo people is a different people from the Igbo.
Yes, I know that, but he doesn't even know that the Edo people is a different people of the Benin people. The one in the.
We know that. I did not mention nobody from Edo. I'm talking about the Franco de Souza. And he's the father of a lot of these slavery and certain things like that. He was a big slave merchant.
No, the Portuguese had interaction with the Edo.
Yeah, the Portuguese had interaction with the Edos, but the Edos are not the ones that Franco de Souza had interactions with.
Yes, he had with the kings. They had the kings
of
Benin.
No.
He had the kings of Benin.
No.
What you keep saying no. Benin was a bigger empire than what we know of it today, Bridget. What you keep saying no every minute.
Torok, look at a map, of where Benin is in Nigeria.
Benin Empire we're talking about. How big was Benin Empire?
It was just
how big was it?
Nigeria. It's literally not central Nigeria. It's between what you call the Yorubas and the Igbos.
How big was the Benin Empire?
It was between what you call the Yorubas and the Igbos.
See what this guys keep doing?
What?
Keep doing the how big was the Benin Empire?
Yeah, he's right there, Turok. I have to admit, bro.
He's not right because Oyo. He's talking about Oyo. He's talking about Oyo State.
Oyo
Benin.
Oyo is Yoruba, no?
Come
on, tell him.
The Benin Empire was a vast empire.
Tell Uncle, tell Torok, where Edo is, which is also called the Benin Empire, and where the Benin country is.
It's near the Delta. It's Delta, near the Delta.
No, Edo is not in Delta. Edo is near Ogun State and Oyo State.
So where is Abakuti? Is that near there?
Abeokuta.
What do you say?
You see, Abeokuta is my kingdom. That's my family. Yeah.
Okay.
I was the king of Abeokuta.
He said.
Okay. So hold on now.
Souza was in Benin. Where Edo?
When you understand, on that side is the Yorubas, Ogun State, Ondo State, Ilorin,
Oyo.
Oyo.
Okay, so Abeokuta is all right.
Abeokuta.
So where was the British stationed?
They were all over.
No, but where were they mostly populated, still situated?
They were all over. Like you go to if you go to Ibadan, you go to the University in Oyo, you hear that one of the fraternity halls is called Queen Elizabeth II.
Is this where that story comes from? Where the prince came from Yoruba to rule the Edo?
He tried it, man.
Is there a story that where the princes of Edo, Oyo, and
yeah, you're on Jupiter.
Went to Benin, right? I mean, the Edo states, the Edo people.
Benin was a vast empire.
Huh?
They ruled
on a vast empire. It had a lot of.
Remember?
Yeah. What Gold is talking about is Benin City history with the Yorubas and the Benin.
I'm talking. But there's the other part of Benin. Like there's a big kingdom of Benin.
The Republic of Benin is a country. The Republic of Benin is a country. Benin City, Nigeria, is a city.
There's two, as I said. It's the Yorubas that left in the Yoruba region that went into Ghana and Benin and Togo. That's why when you hear certain Togo names, like Adebayo, the footballer,
yeah, he's Nigerian.
Yorubas. The Ga people in Ghana are descendants of the Yorubas.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
Jupiter. The Franco de Souza. Did he have interaction with the Edo people?
No, he was to do with Ghana, isn't it, Hector?
No, Benin.
Republic of Benin. Sorry, Republic of Benin.
Here you go.
Yeah, Franco de Souza.
Together.
Franco de Souza is the one that they still celebrate till today, even though he founded the whole nation on slavery. The whole nation.
Yeah, and that's in the Republic of Benin. But he's confusing Franco de Souza with the Benin in Edo, the one that created a Great Wall.
Not the same place.
Yeah, they're nothing to do with each other. No, it's not. It's not the same place.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Wait. You said Adebayo. He's Nigerian, but he's Yoruba, but from Togo.
Yeah, he's Yoruba, but as I said, he will class himself.
So you're saying that the Yoruba gene? One second. Sorry.
His mother is Benin. His mother is Benin. His mother is from Benin.
But I'm trying to say what I'm trying to say with the Togo people have got a lot of blood relation to the Yorubas.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Maybe.
That's why the Togo people practice their traditions. Oh. But it's the same thing with most tribes. You see that you get a lot of the Igbos going all the way into Cameroon.
Yeah, that's right.
But didn't one of the Yoruba kings go with the British and actually stop slavery?
No.
There were two Yoruba kingdoms fighting against each other.
Yeah. There's two Yoruba kings, but he wasn't the true king. The British put him there.
Yeah, but the British only put him there because he said he would stop slavery. The other one wanted to carry it on.
He didn't stop slavery because he was the one. He's the one that increased slavery.
That was the agreement when the British put him there.
All those kings. Yeah, all those kings were descendants from Mecca. They shouldn't have been there originally anyway, not in Benin. Maybe in the Republic, but not Benin, Nigeria.
That was the agreement. That was the agreement that the Benin king made with the British, and that's how he was able to overthrow the other Yoruba king.
Listen carefully,
Oh, you're talking about when the bloke got reinstated.
Yeah.
Okay. So you had the Great War of Benin. You had the Great War of Benin where you had the British consulate that went there to find out why they hadn't got their pardon bill. When they went there,
they're droning you out still.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
Sorry.
The guy that the king Torax talking about, he wasn't a true king. He was helping the Niger Company.
Yes, but the agreement was with the British, but he was able to be still a ruler because he stopped slavery. That was the agreement with the British.
He was the descendant of the king that was taken off the throne and died.
Exactly.
No, he wasn't the one that was put there on the spiritual rituals. He was not put there. That's why when the British went around for him, this guy lost. He had to get an alliance.
No. From Benin, what happened was
this is what
from look it up on Wikipedia.
I'm telling you what I know through proper history and through the ritual.
We're talking proper history.
He was not legit.
He got helped by the, whether it's legit or not, he was helped by the British and he stopped slavery. He stopped slavery. He stopped the slavery. That's how he became the king.
Of all kings, who's the king of kings?
He worked with the British.
Who's the king of kings?
He worked with the British.
I'm asking you, who's the king of kings?
He worked with the British.
Hold on, listen. Who's the king of kings?
He worked with the British.
Come on, answer the question, man. Come on.
They all work with the British. They all work for the British. That's what I'm trying to show them. They all work for the British. Selassie, all the other kings, they all work for the British.
I'm gonna take one again. Who's the king of kings?
Selassie.
Okay. That means that your king is Indo-Indian, yeah?
Selassie, I said Selassie. He was crowned kings or kings. Was Selassie not crowned kings or kings?
Abyssinian.
Remember,
was Selassie crowned kings of kings? Yes or no? Why are you upset now?
I'm not upset. I'm telling you.
So who is the king of kings then? Because in Africa and Europe and Asia. How many coronations came to crown Selassie king of kings? Where do you see that happening in anywhere else?
Huh?
He's got Abyssinian blood, bro.
Show your face.
Oh God.
Yes, last I had Abyssinian blood, right? It had that kind of had mixed, not so much Nubian. It was more Habesha.
Yeah, wasn't it his father who was mixed, Hector, when we looked it up, or was it his mother? I can't remember now. We looked up. One of his parents was mixed.
One of them, yeah. But that goes back to the original battle that they had when the Abyssinians took over that part of Nubia, of Ethiopia, of Kush.
Do you know one of the strangest facts that I learned about Selassie that I can't believe? Is one of the strangest facts about Selassie that I can't believe is that when he died, they buried him under a toilet.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's actually true.
No, yeah.
It is. Look it up on Wikipedia. Look it up. He's buried under a toilet.
Say that.
I know sketchy parts of that history. I'm not really going to speak on it.
Who's buried under the toilet?
Look it up. Type it in and look it up. It's really strange.
That's straight. Right, is that how they done him?
I can't remember where it was. I don't know if it was Germany or one place.
It's one of the strangest things that I've ever read about history. Weird. But it's true. Look it up.
Well, I do know one thing, man. What Mr. Riggs is saying, you have to be elected by the spiritual leaders. You can't let no one come. Yeah. You can't let no one come from Timbuktu and say, "Yeah, this is your new president." Like, no, them things can't happen.
The chieftains and the obas, not the kings. Not these kings. The kings, the Eze.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Natty. But you definitely got confused earlier because Benin history is nothing to do with a white horse. Nothing to do with a white horse.
Sorry, no, Turek was right. No, Turek was right. It was
So it's one of their people who got killed or something.
Yeah, it was a general or something.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. What happened was the British had an agreement. Up to that point, the king was still ruling in Benin, and the British had an agreement with him to have palm oil. He didn't make the production date, so they sent a load of people like convoys to him to find out where the palm oil was and why he'd broken the agreement, because he'd already had the money. When they got there, he was doing a special ceremony. I've forgotten the name of it now. It's a ceremony that they do every year, and it included human sacrifice. And the king didn't want the British to see it. That was part of the thing. So he sent the word came from his watchers in the what they call the forest. Yeah, that there was a party coming up through the forest, and should they allow him access? And the king said, no, don't allow him access. Tell them to wait. They can't come yet. They'll have to wait a few days. But the British, being arrogant, carried on through. So then they met the warriors, and the warriors killed them all. There's a statue at Benin that actually depicts the white people being murdered.
Was it white people though?
They've got a vast history though.
Yeah, and Sierra Leone. There was some Sierra Leone people. There was an army.
It's funny because you know what? Do you know who?
Yeah, go on. Hello?
No, it's funny because
Can you hear me?
the Pope visits there. The Pope visits there quite regularly.
A lot of people go to Benin. So what happened after that was the some of the Sierra Leone regiment, well, most of them got murdered, and there was only two. There was two white British left. They made it back, but they were severely injured. They made it back to Britain. When they got back to Britain, Britain was angry that they'd been slaughtered, like the regiment had been slaughtered and that people had been injured. So they sent an army in. So then the army went in, and when they got there, the king had already killed a lot of the villagers already, because he believed that the warriors, by killing all those people, had cursed the village, and so he had to make atonement by under his beliefs of killing people. So when they got there, that half of them had already been killed anyway. They'd been sacrificed.
Wow.
The other half warred with them, and then they got overthrown. But the reason that they got overthrown is because he'd already sacrificed half of his people.
No, it was the West India Regiment.
And then when they got inside, it wasn't. When they got inside, that's when they took. You know, all the brass bins and everything.
Statues.
That's when they took. That's when they took all the stuff in there, including the lion.
People, yeah, they talk about the Edo Benin people, not the Benin in between.
Yeah. And they went into the palace and they took out all of the carvings, all the bronzes, and all the stuff. But what's interesting about them bronzes is those bronzes actually tell history. They do tell some history. They've got a history of the Portuguese arriving and stuff like that, haven't they?
That's the most priceless artifact they got is from Africa, and it's just that mask that they pulled from it. The mask that they got from it. Because you know what, they've got vast history, you know, military history, but they don't really tell you. They like to talk about Ethiopia because there's a bit more of a white streak in that, you know what I mean?
Well, Benin is one of the most ancient cities.
Yeah, but I'm talking about war. Yeah, of course, yeah, it is definitely. So they've had a lot of war as well, because they've been kind of close to the coast as well, from where the Portuguese.
At one time in history, sorry. Well, when they found all the bronzes, the British didn't even believe that the people had made them. They thought they took them from somewhere else, which is a liberty, really, because they were really sort of like works of art. But
even to this day, they look at intricacy. And they used to make their shapes were nice, isn't it? It's like so unusual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's where Hector's family come from.
Is it?
They're related. Yeah.
Now, there's a number of places now down there where they split up now. Obviously, it's not the same. It's not the same. Yeah. So there's
And another thing is that the Afro-Brazilian communities, what Franco de Souza made. So before there was places called Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, and all that. there was people from the Americas. This guy has brought over to
yeah, definitely. He was Brazilian himself, wasn't he, Hector, in heritage? Yeah, his parents were Brazilian themselves. He came over and created the country, and but he created it all completely out of slavery. And this is why I say that history should be left as it is, and people should learn from the bad of history. Because if we start running around dismantling everything that's founded on slavery, you're going to have to dismantle the whole of the Republic of Benin, which is where people are going to live.
I think you're talking
There's
about
some
the
people
level of
who are turning
emphasis.
home.
We're talking about the level of emphasis maybe that you're going to give to those. From not only is it being the curriculum.
No, the whole country is founded on him. The Republic of Benin celebrates him.
On you.
They celebrate him.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
celebrate him. They have ceremonies. They have ceremonies to him all the time, and yet he founded it.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, if my, you
To be
you can't.
honest, it was happening before he was born. To be honest, if you know what I mean, he just got in the middle of probably the height of the transatlantic slave trade in a sense like that. So it's happening
Yeah,
before.
it was happening before, but to be honest, the Portuguese were the ones who started the European
and the Dutch.
intervention.
Dutch
And the Dutch, yeah.
There's a
So
thin
I
line
don't know
between.
how much we want to say that he wasn't involved. I would say he was as heavily. I mean, he became a very rich man out of it.
I think there's a thin line between advocating and encouraging it, then sort of and glorifying it, then sort of giving a ceremonial recognition to the lives lost. I think that's where your perceptions kind of is wrong, because you can't really glorify things like that, man. That's for 100%. You can't glorify.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. They do glorify him. They glorify him.
Can't highlight things like that by breaking down all these elements and making brass fucking statues out of it. I mean, that goes without saying.
Yeah, I just think that it should be.
Super right. And there's a good moral you can actually have by reinforcing a totem or a statue about it, so people remember.
Yeah, what they should do is actually educate.
If the just a little paedophile, rapist, killer, then just get rid of the whole thing, everything that surrounds it. Just try and minimalize it. Don't highlight it. That's all it is. Smart emphasis. Yeah. And really taking down things is going to actually probably encourage less war in effect, or war like.
No, I would say if you take the stuff down, history might repeat itself. Whereas you're better off leaving it there and being more honest about it.
To get the war. War is you're never gonna want to forget. I mean, I don't know what argument that is there really. It's just a weird one. For me personally, history's always going to be there. But are you going to go and make sort of propaganda like cowboys and Indian movies to piss off?
Yeah, well, that's why they should leave it as it is. Because look at it this way, right? Before we had Christianity in this country, we had paganism, we had the Druids, right? And we had a conversation earlier with Ned. Yeah. Where now the internet's around, right? We're beginning to establish that there is a lot of Druid history with Sanskrit and over in Ireland and stuff. But before that, people believed that all the history had died out when all the people were killed, right? Because a lot of it was hidden; it was completely gone. Nobody knew what they did, why they suddenly disappeared. Nothing.
Nobody, or us, the UK populace.
Well, yeah, us.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But the people in the UK didn't know their own history because it didn't exist. Now, there's a danger if you start taking away everything to do with slavery, that people will forget that slavery even existed.
But tell the truth of slavery. That's all we ask, basically.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that.
But no one's ever going to forget the crimes of other people, because it's in their curriculum to remember them things and to highlight history and note it down instead of sweeping it in, because this is what it is. But it's about emphasis and how much you glorify it. That's all.
And what it is as well, it's fighting through a mindset that was very old, you know what I mean? So a lot of the young people now have to go through a lot of these documents where people were kind of very ignorant and naive and try and pull it to the forefront as well. And it's good that people are actually doing these types of things, because a lot of the people back in the days were very ignorant on, just not that well educated or versed in certain things. But now we've got a lot of different minds and people. We can bring a better story or a better truthful narrative.
What I just explained, if you want to get really sort of, in depth about it, it's back to the thing where it's like they make sure it's part of the ritual, isn't it? They have to gloat and let you know about it after it's done and before it's done. So the impact is like I told you so sort of thing. And that's what it goes down to, isn't it? It's like all sort of ritualistic, the way that that they sort of are keeping up and perpetuating war and evil doing, and that's the thing. It's that's why they come across so heartless, because it's part of pretty much their doctrine. These people who write history in the media. You know what I mean? And I believe that, bro. I believe that it's like some sort of fucking ritual where it's like.
That's why I say it's important for the Africans now to bring up their side of the history as well. Like all four corners now have to come with just their narrative. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's like preservation. That's like almost letting someone see the needle before they put it in your arm.
Because really, it's going to be interesting in the future, because this is why I can't wait to hear what the Africans say from their side of the story, and you know what I mean, and who's going to challenge what they say in a sense like that. It's going to be very, you know what I mean?
You knock someone out, you don't want to be saying, "Oh, you're okay." You're going to kind of, if you're scared of them, you're going to try and keep your chest high. You know what I mean? And keep your guns up. So that's what.
Well, I know in Nigeria, there's a lot of tribes that are coming to terms with the fact that they built their wealth on slavery and stuff, and they've started to sort of like do religious ceremonies to sort of like cleanse the earth and stuff like that, where they believe that they need to sort of like atone and do ceremonies to atone for it.
Well, I think out and out of these pedos and all these house arrests and all these sort of like pedophile fucking. I mean, out and out whistleblowers. I think there's someone at the top that has got conscience, and I feel like he's like, you know what, I need to atone it, so I'm outing them all out, and they're just flushing them out because they're I
don't know. I think things just got too big, and too many people were too educated. There's never been a time. Well, there probably has been, but not on recorded history, of so many people being so educated and even to a basic level of reading and writing, because what they used to do is they used to keep it away from the masses. So whoever in the world decided to start educating the masses is probably the hero of the world, really, because people were able to sort of like pass information. And then of course when the internet came, people can pass it country to country within a second. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So at this stage, it's I think the new world order is in its final stages. So if you survive to this stage, you're probably either lucky or more desirable than the next.
Yeah, but the new world order just keep the world going.
They see more use of you're less expendable than the next.
The New World Order is in its final stages, I would agree, but it's not been finalised. And
I believe I've just seen I saw in the news, I think it was about a few weeks ago, about the annexing that they want to do in Israel. And I believe once they do that, once they have that whole occupation there, they're going to start building that third temple that they've got there their
Of course they
mindset.
will, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. They're going to try and make it come true because they believe that what's written in that Bible is what they have to fulfill.
Yeah,
I
like
told
Bob
you the other
Marley
day,
said.
the more further up the purity scale you go, or the piety scale, the nuttier you become.
I don't
Sad,
know,
but
man.
yeah.
There's something like, what is so important about that land, man?
Well, they
Like
believe
Jerusalem. Why is it so like important?
because the Bible says it is, but also because the Jewish hold it as their see, to the Muslims it's only their second most holiest place, but to the Jewish it's their first.
I don't know. I've heard Muslims say that's like meant to be like the
Muslims
importance.
Mecca is the first place, the first holiest place, which is weird, really, because their praying position changed sometime in I can't remember the actual date, but in the 600s it changed. They used to pray to Petra.
I'm gonna have a look that up.
Yeah, they know this because they've looked at the mosques and where the altars are, and where you not altars, they've got a special name for it, but that's how they know. That's how they know where they were positioned in relation to where the people were that would have had to pray. They used to pray to Petra. This is why I tell people all the religions are connected, but there's still much knowledge that they've hidden, and everybody most people that bothers looking and reading knows that it's all to do with the Jesuits and their order.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So
Rome was powerful at that time as well. Rome was powerful.
Yeah.
And the Roman Empire had a lot of influence all over, and they had such a big army everywhere, like that I think they even knew that it was only a matter of time before like the slaves are gonna like start uprising. So yeah, I think there's a lot of history with them as well. I think there might be a little history of quite a few groups.
Well, I think
Because
the
if you
Romans,
know-
they were just users, really. What they did was it's a blueprint that's been used by many people now. But basically, they just went into every country, conquered them if they could. If they couldn't, they held back. But if they could, they conquered them. And then they did. I mean, they did do, even when they came to Britain, they did do things for Britain. Most of our roads, our major roads, are still on the roads that they built. They came here, they built roads, they gave us underfloor heating. In fact, they advanced us so much that when the Romans left, the British that was mainly enslaved didn't know how to keep up. A bit like Africa in a way when they got independence. The British didn't know how to keep up or do the underfloor heating and stuff, and they went backwards for a little while. They had to rebuild because they didn't know how they had that not technology. I don't know what they would call it. Innovation. They didn't know how they did it, so they went backwards for a little while.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just weird, man. That mosque is just so like important all over the world.
The mosque. Oh, it's what's
Yeah,
under the mosque. It's what's under the mosque that's important. Underneath the mosque is the original Jewish temple. That's why the Jews say it's theirs. Because there is archaeological proof that the Jews were there first. And the Muslims know this. That's why they built it over the top.
That's right.
It's called the.
That's why they still fight over it today. That's what all the Crusades were about as well, really. You had I think it was something like 642 battles with Muslims when they tried to come and conquer Europe. But it was only when they were really took over Jerusalem that the Crusaders decided enough is enough, and they battled back to regain it. That's what happened in that history, and then obviously it got regained again the other way. But that's why. Yeah, that's what all that Knights Templar and everything else was about.
Yeah, but there's got to be some mad treasure there though, because that's what me and IC3 were talking about a while back. There was so much treasure, there was so much gold and treasure going there that it would take you years and years and years, like if it is true, to get rid of that motherfucker. Like the amount of gold that he used to get brought to him from all over the world. And like I was saying to people as well, you see like that Solomon as well, he had so many wives. Like instead of like fighting, he'd be like, yeah, I'll marry your daughter, we don't need to fight, we could trade. You know what I mean? And everyone was
the most expensive or most revered article in the time of Solomon was actually the Ark of the Covenant, which they say is now in Ethiopia, I believe. But then there's other people that say that it's travelled the world and that it's now with the Jews in America.
That is still where it is. That is still where it is.
No,
if it's true, if that box is true, that is 100% still where it is. Because that's why they had that place.
There's a church where that it's supposed to be in Ethiopia, and they guard it. They've got special people that guard it.
I think that might be. I think that's chapters, because they would have listened. You think they would allow them to have that? They would have found one way. Listen, they would have sent bloody Ethiopians in there to go. They would have set up an Ethiopian frigging warlord group to go in there and take them.
Yeah, but it's how Solomon's wife got it in the first place by deceiving.
That's what they say. But that's a good story.
But that Ark of the Covenant, whoever's got it knows that it's actually ancient technology.
Well,
and when
they believe
they will understand.
They believe that it was a child that he gave her, not the Ark of the Covenant. It was a child, so he had like lineage.
Yeah, but they still deceived, because King Solomon told his wife that she couldn't have it, so she sent in her son to do it for her. But what's interesting is earlier on people were talking about DNA and stuff, right? Do you know that scientists have now proven that there was a fusion in our DNA, human DNA?
What do you mean a fusion?
There was a fusion. Our DNA has been spliced. They now know for a fact that it was definitely spliced about 200,000 years ago.
Really?
Whose DNA?
Yep. It's human DNA.
No.
Which is just another interesting sort of fact.
Hold on. How do you mean? Wait. Spliced as in how though? What, the human people have been spliced?
Yeah.
According. Okay, so aliens came and basically spliced us from Mars.
We don't know who's done it, but our DNA has definitely been spliced, and they can tell because I can't remember what the name of it is. I'll have to go and look it up here in a minute.
You know how many Christians and theists are equivalent or European?
Basically, in your DNA, there's little blocks, right, and color coding. Yeah, and I don't know if the color coding's there to show you the different blocks. And at the end of your, what's it called, your telomites or something like that, I can't remember. It begins with T, right? It's your DNA strip. At the end, it should always end with one thing, but in humans, yeah, it doesn't. We've got two lots, but where they match in the middle, we've got a double up, which shows you where the splice was. I was watching a documentary about it today. Yeah, it's very interesting.
How believable is that, though?
Well, I think it's very believable. It's coming from the scientists. And the funny thing is, it backs up the very, very, very ancient scripture that was non-religious at the time. You see, what a lot of people don't understand is that the Sumerians had a religion, but it's never been recorded. So it wasn't what we know from them and what we know from the Egyptians. Their scriptures involve religion, but the Sumerians didn't. Their scriptures was just basically philosophy, art, daily life, receipts. I mean, a lot of people think that it's the British that brought about accountancy and stuff like that. No, it was all from ancient Sumerian. A lot of people say, why do I go on about the Sumerians? It's because most of everything that we do today comes from them. Hymns, laments, songs. They had songs, they had music, they had written language, they had a bartering system, they had receipts for things, they had accountancy, they had laws, they were the ones that constructed our idea of time, or recorded it anyway. They were the ones that's why we've got 60 minutes, because they only counted up to 6. They did their things in 60. So that's why we've got 60 minutes, 60 seconds, etc. Everything had to be divisive of 6. So yeah, they believed in all that kind of stuff, but they've got so much, and all of their stories, which they say is their history.
Are we talking about the Mayans? Yeah, you talking about
the Sumerians. But what you have to understand is the Sumerians is one brother. The Kemetans is the other brother that the Sumerians talk of. So the two brothers split up, and they had 2 sections of the world each.
Well, they were black people. They weren't the Turkish people that you see there today, though, right? You know that, innit?
According to the Sumerians, there were whites and blacks. We know this.
That's always been happening.
We know. I'm going to tell you why we know. We know because there was a black king that used to order for white people to be slaughtered and their innards cut out of their stomach so that he could read his future.
Okay, but yeah, we know that the original people there were obviously clearly African, indigenous. It wasn't like a land that had nothing there before. But yeah, that's not what was.
Sumeria? Before Sumeria, there was probably people before them. I think they were called the Akkadians. We do know a little bit about the Akkadians, but not much.
I was just trying to see this thing about what black people have. Some girl broke it down into about 1 minute about all the things that black people created.
And black people created quite a lot. Created like, if you talk about ancient stuff, they've created quite a lot, and some of that stuff is still in use today.
I'm just trying to find it now.
You see, a lot of people say that it was the Arabs that created certain things, like. For example, the 0 in the number system, that actually comes from India. It doesn't come from Greece. That got attributed to the Greeks, but it wasn't. It came from the Vedas. The Vedas were connected to the Sumerians in recorded history. Hinduism comes from the Sumerians. All of the religions trace back to the Sumerians and the Kemetans. All of them.
Even the Mayans somehow, I think they were a bit connected to the Sumerians and the.
Yeah, well, the Mayans, that they believe that there's a ceremony that they do every year, where they've got a pyramid, and when the sun goes there, my son went to the Mayans in Mexico, and he brought me back some stuff from there that I asked him to get. But according to that pyramid, they're called the snake people, and it comes down, it slithers down. The shadow slithers down the pyramid.
Oh, I think that's in Peru.
Yeah.
In Mexico.
Fucking racist pig.
Who's he talking to?
Racist.
Who's playing that?
Oh, it probably by accident.
Huh?
Probably by accident.
Yeah, I know, but it shows their mindset, doesn't it?
It might be their ringtone.
Might be their intro, yeah. Oh God. Okay, now. But it's all interesting. It's interesting how everything connects to everything, just like you know the ancient beliefs say. It's fascinating. I find it fascinating.
Yeah, because they all connect, even Benin Empire as well. With the
Oh yeah, of
the
course, all of
lizards
it
and all
connects.
that.
All of it connects.
Egypt.
If you look at I can't remember the name of the tribe. Is it the Dogma or the Dogon?
Oh,
There's
yeah,
a
Dogon.
there's a tribe that know about the Sirius system.
Yeah, serious star.
They're
Serious
connected as
people.
well. Now they're connected in knowledge that the Sumerians and that had. So somehow they must have known those people as well. But the most
Yeah, they probably
interesting
came from
thing
the
about
east
them,
as well.
yeah, and that's how far apart they are. But the most interesting thing about them is that like I said earlier, they're also connected to Skara Brae in Scotland, which is a little island off the coast of Scotland. It's the Faroe Islands, ironically enough. Now, why would we call them the Faroe Islands?
That's weird.
Yeah.
Pharaoh.
If you go and look at Skara Brae, you'll find that some artifacts that have turned up in Egypt actually imitate the natural geometry of Skara Brae Island, which is weird as well.
I definitely think there's a connection because they said some of the people from Egypt went up into places like Scotland.
Yeah, isn't it the Queen, the one of the princesses of Egypt married someone from Scotland or something?
Maybe, yeah, true.
Yeah,
True.
Scotia, Princess Scotia or something like that. And there's also a myth to do with the throne of the King of or Queen of England. That under the throne there's a stone. Listen to this. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to find the name of it. But there's a myth to do with the stone that if a ginger-haired prince, right, were to sit on that stone, everything would be taken away.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a myth, which is quite weird considering the present time we live in.
Yeah, because I think gingers might be connected to black people a little bit.
Well, I know at one point there were mummies that had ginger hair, weren't there? Came out of Egypt, but I'm not sure how far down the Egyptian dynasty it was.
Yeah, because even in the Mesoamericas, there is a tint of red hair, and I don't know if it's maybe from the Irish or Scottish, maybe, but even some of the mummies over there has got like a red tint into their hair.
Well, the giants of Peru, yeah, they were ginger because when they found the giant skulls, they still had the hair intact.
But I'm just thinking maybe that's some abnormality that happens over time. Because even some of the Rastas I noticed in Jamaica, their hair would just turn blonde after a while.
Yeah. I can't remember where it is, but there's an actual island where all the black people got blue eyes, bright blue eyes as well. Stunning features. I can't remember what the island's called.
Oh, and they're very black, dark black.
Very black, yeah, but they've got stunning blue eyes. Really, really deep blue.
I think in the Indian Ocean or something like that, maybe.
Yeah. But here's something, another fact. Everybody on this planet who's got blue eyes, yeah, are related. And they reckon that came out of the Black Sea area. Turkey, that region. They reckon that's the area where the blue-eyed gene comes from.
Nah, I think it goes further than that. Because there's people in places like Afghanistan and them areas with different color eyes.
But they reckon the blue-eyed gene turned up in the human genome around the same time as the tolerance for milk in some adults. Before tolerance. That, yeah, most humans were intolerant to cow's milk and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's why they link it to Turkey. that set of blue eyes sort
Um, it's just interesting, all these little facts, and when you sort of like add them into what you know, it just kind of fits stuff together. It's amazing, I think.
It's kind of weird though how the Swedish like all carry that sort of gene, or not all of them, but majority of them.
Mm-hmm. It's just really interesting. Really interesting.
Because even you get some Chinese that are or Oriental folk that are ginger or blonde.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Have you looked at in China? You know, China's got loads and loads of pyramids, but they won't let anybody explore them. They've covered them all
You're
with mud.
joking.
So, yeah, they've got
Yeah, they probably
loads,
do.
right? Huh?
Yeah, they probably do, thinking about it.
Yeah, no, China's got loads, but they won't let anybody explore them. But what they've recently discovered is a trading way between China and I think it's, I can't remember where it is now, but it's a link to do with Africa, and that they believe that that's why a lot of their statues have got like Negro features, and that there's a connection there as well.
What's that again? What, underground tunnel?
They believe that they found something to do with trading routes.
No,
They only see it.
everybody was trading in there. Everybody.
Yeah, they only see it under the infrared, but it proved a connection with Africa. And they had a very ancient myth.
Not really. I don't think that proves anything with Africa.
Yeah, no, they did. I can't remember all the details of the documentary, but the trading routes led them on to something else, which led them on to
I
link
see
to
what you.
Africa.
Yeah, but what age was that? That's kind of recent then.
No, in ancient times. I'll have to look it up. I'll try and look it up for next time I talk to you, Tarek, and bring it to you. But
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. So from what?
But they also believed that there was one ancient god. I mean, long time back, that was dark skinned.
No, oh yeah. No, but they all say that though, like the Indians and the Chinese, like the Nagas. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if they're just normal black people that was already there, if you know what I mean. Then to say that they came from somewhere and traveled back.
You know, so I don't know. I just think that people have been different races all over the world for a very long time and intermixing all over the place.
You know the Sentinelese people, those people that people tried to give Christianity to and they killed them. They speak an ancient Sanskrit language, and it's only them and the next people called the Vedas and some of the Indian government that can actually communicate with those people.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because that's why they reckon that the Druidism has got from the remnants that they do know of the words that they. I think that people travelled the world for millennia. That's what I believe.
Definitely. Because they're finding a lot of the Pacific Aboriginal Australian people in South America, parts of North America, Caribbean, all the way down to Argentina.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's that our historians have been dishonest. I think they've only dealt with the knowledge they've known at the time, and as they get increased knowledge, just like by everybody else, the story changes, and they realise that actually it's a little bit different to what.
Because realistically, if they said that the ice has been melting, so realistically, somehow or the other, you could have walked from, I don't know, say New Zealand or Australia, from Antarctica all the way to South America.
Well, that's what they believe happened, don't they, during the Ice Age, that people migrated to the warmer countries and then migrated back out again. And that's when the bottleneck happened as well. Like something happened that made a lot of people die, and then we all went down to so many people, and then the population started exploding again.
Yeah, it's very weird. And it's kind of funny that when you look at the products of certain things, that Egypt has got Egyptian cotton, and I think India's got the same sort of cotton tree that we have in the Americas as well. So it's like you can see where there's certain connections of, I don't know, like of material or plants as well.
That's what I mean. I think they've been trading and bartering with their goods for years, and I think that people have travelled for years. I think believing that the boats were brought about when they believe they were brought about is probably very well, most definitely wrong. I believe that there was sea travel much further ahead. You see the Celtic cross that's got the round bit on top, the Celtic cross. That's what ancients used to use to travel the seas.
Yeah. Oh, bloody
That's
hell.
before compasses were invented. They used to use them, and they used to use the stars. That's how they navigated.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, because most of the traveling through the desert would have been through the night.
Yeah, that's how navigation was done with the Celtic cross. Weird. It's just interesting every time you find something out. It's like the oldest computer. We think of computers as what we've got now, but the oldest computer they found in the sea just off the coast of Greece.
Wow. Yeah, because they found something in Spain as well. Like Spain and Morocco was quite old, like very old, like 80,000 years or something.
Yeah. I mean, all you have to do on YouTube if you want to see these anomalies is just type in ancient artifacts that don't fit the modern narrative.
Yeah,
and you'll see loads come up. Loads. I mean, real loads.
Yeah, because there's some bones what they found in Guadeloupe. Like, and some people just date the cement around it from 28,000 years, and I actually haven't tested the bones for some reason.
That don't make sense, does it? Well, it's like they found granite rock, didn't they, that contained a hammer.
Wow.
They don't know how the hammer got in there because it shouldn't be there, because according to them, back at the time and age of the granite rock, because it's so old and how solid it was and how deep the hammer was into the core, it shouldn't have been there at that time. But there it was.
Crazy.
You know.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's come on with a name called Jupiter's Gaping Arsehole.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
Yo, unmute your mic or you're getting kicked out.
Oh, like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, unmute your mic. Obviously, that I was never going to talk. I thought they were just going to try and bomb by minutes. So that's why I made the screen one screen it.
Yeah, just little weirdo. Why would somebody want to call themselves that, of all things? Oh, dear. It's made me laugh. What an idiot.
Gaping, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Why gaping?
I don't know. Mine's fucking exit only, so they've got that rule.
Yeah, man.
Probably Afghan coming undercover or something.
Yeah. So I'll put what was it? Remember you were talking about the Faroe Islands, yeah?
Yeah. Skara Brae in particular.
But they're named by the Dutch. By the Vikings, sorry.
Yeah, look up the history of Skara Brae and you'll see how it's connected to Egypt. It's weird. Type in Skara Brae and Egypt connections and you'll see a historian talking about it, not a well-known one, but a historian talking about it.
Yeah, but it's connected to no, it's not connected to Egypt because it's called the Faroe Island. That's what, sort of what you're saying.
You might.
It's not spelled. It's actually the Pharaoh, the way that they're spelled, and the Pharaoh Egypt spelled different
There's
ways.
an island was supposed to call Ascotia or something like that.
Also,
That's supposed to be connected to the Egypt, and even the Queen of England, somehow with royal things, they all connect back to Egypt as well.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And the Egyptians, they call their kings pharaohs.
Let me see if I can find. Let me go indoors. I'll see if I can find the actual thing that shows you the connection. Hold on. They are, because I was astounded, and also the language, the ancient Egyptian language, and the naming of the certain places. It was just really interesting. Hold on. Go on, keep talking while I look. I'll look at while I'm here. Let me see what the video is. Okay, there's plenty of them that come up, but I want to find the one that I've seen. I think that might be it. Let's see. Okay, it's to do with the Orkney Islands, and there's one video that you've got is called "Why Did Ancient Egypt Have a Colony in Ancient Scotland?" That's one of them, but there's one that goes further back than that. Okay, I found it. The person that you need to look up is Lard Scranton. That's Laiird Scranton, Scranton, and the mystery of Skara Brae. And he will explain it all, and he explains the Dogon's connections as well, the Dogon tribe. Yeah, Veli, you're correct on the name of the Faroe Islands, but Orkney is actually the island that we're talking about. It's part of the collection of the Faroe Islands. So Orkney Islands are connected to Egypt, and they're connected to the Dogon tribe. So seeing as I'm sitting here and nobody else is on, let me talk to the audience. Oh gosh, we've got Danny Martin who's talking about lizard people. The fish god of Babylon was Ea. Who can be traced back to Enki, or is it Enlil? One or the other. Enki and Enlil, Danny Martin.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, my phone got out for a while, man.
That's
Yeah.
all right.
So what you saying? You had to show something about the Faroe Island thing.
Yeah, you're right about the name of the Faroe Islands, right? But coming from the Nordics. But if you look up Lard Scanton, Laiird Scanton, Scanton, and the mystery of Skara Brae, he explains the connections between the Dogon tribe, Egypt, and Skara Brae Islands, and it's fascinating. You have to have time to listen to it, but it really is fascinating what he tells you. But there's definite connections. It's interesting, Benny, because all across the world there's connections to each other. So, but I don't think the historians have done. I think some people have tried abusing the fact that there's been a cover up of history, but I think in the main, most historians just didn't know, and it's only now that more and more evidence is coming forward, and the connections are being found. I think that's the truth of it. They made up their own theories and ran with it, believing what the evidence they had at the time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, hey, man. Yeah, man. So,
let's have a look at the news.
You don't think that? Yeah. What you see, like, if these old tribes and old ways of life or whatever were so advanced and so superior, why are they not still about now, or why have they not been able to advance their people?
Well, civilizations have risen and fell all over the world. They probably have in the past.
Yeah, so it was advanced for its time, right?
Yeah. I mean, you look at Rome. Rome was once really mighty. in a nutshell.
But he's still got the Vatican, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but they say the libraries of Alexandria was filled with all the wonders of the world and all the ancient knowledge, and Islamics burnt it down, didn't they? And then the Europeans destroyed other stuff, and this is why I disagree with any history being destroyed. I think it's important that we leave it, even if it's bad. Just leave it so that we can look back and say, look, in those times this happened. It was disgusting. You know what I mean? Rather than have no knowledge at all.
Yeah, but you see, like, what the point I'm trying to make here is that it's not. There's no like. No one's got no special magical powers. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not like because if any of those old civilizations did have a special magical power or whatever, they would still be ruling or have some sort of power now. They wouldn't be all shrouded in mystery.
Like that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. They just had beliefs. A lot of them had alchemy. So to one group of people, it would look like they had special powers because maybe they knew how to melt metal. Say one tribe didn't know how to melt metal and another tribe did, and they were able to make artifacts out of metal. Then the other tribe would look at them at certain stages in the world as marvelous, as having some sort of special invention. I mean, if we took somebody from the 1940s and placed them into modern day Britain, they'd probably be amazed at the things that we've got. I mean, even growing up, Velly, I grew up in a time when televisions only just came popular. You know what I mean? And even then it was black and white before the colour TVs. We had house phones, the old house phones. We didn't have mobiles. I grew up as a kid without mobiles. You try explaining that to children today that have got mobile phones. They won't understand that. I grew up before the internet. And in some ways, the knowledge that people of my age group have got is deeper on the foundation level, if you know what I mean, than others have got. For example, planting, gardening, DIY, things like that. We probably know a little bit more about that than other people that are at a more advanced level that just take those things for granted. It's just different. It's just different.
What's the point of that? Is that you always look at civilization. Like you always look at Samaria, but like, I understanding what they did here, but I don't see like the Sumerians had any special powers that made them sort of advanced to today. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just that at that time they got the idea of whatever it was that was making them deal with whatever they were dealing with.
No. The reason why I look back at Samaria is because between them and Egypt, they're the oldest recorded. Yeah. And when you go back and look at how much knowledge that they had that came out of nowhere, according to our historians, it came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, people just knew how to build up civilizations rather than be nomadic. So at some point, between them two civilizations, they started to build. Do you understand what I mean? And in ancient Africa, because Benin City is actually very, very old as well. That's like 900 before Christ. Maybe even older than that.
Right, but you just said about how the civilization just like started out of nowhere. What do you mean it just started out of nowhere? They was uncivilized and then they were civilized.
Literally before that, even with infrared, which they've now done over a lot of places, even with infrared, there doesn't seem to be any signs of civilizations that predate that. Well, if they dig up something and find that it does predate that, then all very well. But as it stands at the moment, what they're saying is that for some reason people were living in caves and being nomadic and just following the seasons as they went, if you know what I mean, a bit like animals do. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they started to just build up simultaneously great civilizations and very advanced civilizations. I mean, have you ever heard of the light bulb?
Sorry to cut you, Mr. Riggs. Can I add that link one more time? Because I didn't get to log on to it, you know. Yo, Mr. Riggs. Huh?
I'm not sure if you're there, you know, he ain't chimed in for a bit still.
All right. When he comes back, you can fucking I'll hang tight until he comes back until I can hear him again. Respect, fam.
Yeah, man. So like, what was the advancements that
the Baghdad light bulb? They tell us in our history we're taught that they didn't have proper lighting. They only had torches and things like that were like rags and that lit on rags and stuff. But it's not true. Now modern day science is just waking up to the fact that actually they had electricity. They definitely had electricity. It's just how they had electricity is daunting. The Baghdad light bulb proves that they had electricity. There's hieroglyphs.
You mean the Baghdad battery? Is it called the Baghdad battery?
Yeah, sorry, Baghdad battery. But it's essentially a light bulb. When they lit it up, it was a light. They used electricity that created light. And if you look in the hieroglyphs in Egypt, you will see that they show it being used.
What, the Baghdad battery?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
So what is it though? What does it do? I'll have people talk about it. I don't even know. What does it do?
It was electricity. It's a way of getting a current of electricity to light something up, basically.
You get a current of electricity to what? Light stuff up.
Yeah, to light stuff up, and it's probably what they use to do all the hieroglyphs and that, because you've got to understand that you couldn't draw those hieroglyphs in the dark. You couldn't do them in the dark because to go deep into the recesses and draw those hieroglyphs, yeah. If you had a candle, say, the draft there would have been no draft. It would have been so deep, it would have extinguished the candle light. And it's when you start realizing that actually there is ancient technology that we're not told about. Let me look up some stuff. I'll tell you some of the artifacts. Let's find them. Ancient artifacts.
I hear people say, oh, the Egyptians had electricity, Sumerians had electricity. It's like, I don't know though. Still, how about that?
Well, you know Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
He built his technology. He claims that he could have given free electricity to the world, right? That's what one of his claims was, and then he sighed. He claimed that, and then he died. He died mysteriously, didn't he? And the Rothschilds ended up with his patent, right? But he's where he got his ideas from was that actually the pyramids of Giza, and the undercurrent, the water currents that flowed under the pyramids at that time. And he claims that the pyramid structures were like electricity pylons, and that's what he based it all on. So Tesla was actually
Pyramid structures were electricity pylons.
Yeah, basically. That's what he claims, and he's got great diagrams to show it all and everything else. And that's what led him to create electricity.
Yeah, but if the Egyptians were so like, and the Sumerians were so much, how did they get conquered by other people? How did they get conquered?
Well, if you believe the scriptures that were left behind, they left. They left here.
Can I just jump in there? That if you go to Wiki, it actually says that in fact there was a Baghdad battery, which is incredible. A ceramic pot, a tube of copper, and a rod of iron. It was discovered in Iraq. But what they actually reckon, they don't know why it was used. Some people actually suggest that it was for electroplating, where you actually, if you get, there's some kinds of silver or copper in some materials. I don't know how they make it, but if you pass an electric current through it, like with a key, it copper plates the key. It's it's like chrome plating. You use electricity for
Silver's the most conductive.
Yeah.
Copper's the second.
You pass a current through it, and the like the copper or the chrome or whatever. So they actually reckon that maybe, they don't know why, but they think that it may have been used for copper plating, for electroplating. The other thing is that for electrotherapy, where you give somebody an electric shock, and it does actually jolt you. It actually sort of it will actually sort of make you feel a bit more alive. The shock. So I mean, it may have just been a novelty trick. You know, you're saying about electric lighting. Well, if you think about it, you've got to know how to blow glass so you can make a glass bulb. Then you have to learn how to extract all the air out of that glass bulb, and at the same time put in a copper element that you can pass a current through. The technology needed just to make an old-fashioned light bulb is really like thousands of years ahead of this copper pot. So it's probably, you know, with the greatest respect, I don't think that there was electric lighting in Iraq. You may find that it did have a purpose. If it was popular, there would have been loads of them. We've only found a couple of them. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
And just getting back to what you were saying about the Tigris and the Euphrates, that the thing is that apparently that was such a fertile delta. You know when the water comes off the mountains and it runs down to the sea. The deltas are very, very rich farming land. That's why the Nile Delta is so one of the cradles of civilization, because all of the minerals and goodness goes into the soil at the delta, and anything you put in the soil there, it just sprouts up and grows. Really, you may be able to have 2 or 3 harvests in a delta, and so. The thing is that if you're growing loads and loads of stuff, you don't have to worry so much about other things, and you can start thinking about art and culture and music and all the things that take time. So that's and also if you're actually making if you're beginning to make money from the crops that you're growing. You actually need to tax it. The authorities need to tax it. And they think that one of the reasons why writing came into existence originally, the earliest documents they can find writing, I think about 6,000 years ago, was to do with they were tax documents. They were people sort of saying, I own this piece of land and this is how much I think I need to pay in tax. This piece of land produces this amount of food and I need to give you 1/10 of it. And that's what the earliest documents are, tax documents. And that's why they say that the Nile Delta and the Tigris and the Euphrates, where Iraq is now, the cradle of civilization, because they had so much free time, they could start concentrating on developing writing and developing, artistic drawings and starting to build buildings that were made of stone. They actually had time and resources to actually develop a civilization.
So what do you make of the ancient Egyptian inscription in the Dendra temple of Hathor, of the light bulbs? What do you make of them?
Well, you see, the thing is that it might be a light bulb. It could be. I'm afraid, Jupiter, I'm not familiar with it. It may well be a light bulb, but it's a lot of these things are open to interpretation. You know what I mean? I mean, one person would look at that and say, yes, it's a light bulb. Another person would look at it and they'd say, no, that's not a light bulb. That's a star system. That's You know what I mean? I mean, the thing is that if it was undoubtedly a light bulb, it would look like a light. I mean, there would be a lot of archaeologists saying it's a light bulb. But as I've already said, you've got to make glass, and I don't know whether they had glass in Egypt. Then you've got to actually develop the technology to
glass in Egypt. Of course, they would have done. Because of the intense heat and the sand. How do you make glass?
Sorry, go on.
They would have found. They would have definitely been able to have realised that the glass could be transferred from the sand. They would definitely have been able to find just pieces of glass that had been heated and changed and ebbed and flowed with the ebbs and flow of the sand drifts. They probably found them in places. But yeah, when it comes to Tesla himself based his theories of electricity on the pyramids.
Well, you see, you're yes, as with most things, you're right again. It is believed that Egyptians were amongst the first to use glass in their art and culture as far back as 2,500 years ago. Yeah. Amulets and so, and it does actually show. It gives some examples of blown glass. What's the name of this electric light bulb? What's the name of it?
The Dendera light bulb. It's Dendera.
Yes, it's funny. It's just come up actually. The Dendera light is a motif carved as a set of stone reliefs in a temple in Dendera in Egypt, just as you said. It was specifically resembles modern electric lighting devices. A fringe hypothesis. So this is on the edge, Jupiter. You're on, you're not in the mainstream here, right? You're out on the periphery. Suggests that the Dendera light depicts advanced electrical technology possessed by the ancient Egypt, exactly as you say. However, mainstream Egyptologists view the carvings as representing instead a typical set of symbolic images from Egyptian mythology. So mainstream Egyptologists suggest that the Dendera looks very similar to standard symbolic imageries from ancient Egypt. I'm looking at the Dendera light at the moment. It does look like a light bulb. It really does look like a light bulb. It's quite amazing.
Yeah. And the fact that they would have been able to make glass and know how to do blown glass, and the fact that they had the Baghdad battery, all of it looks like more and more likely that that's what they had. And to do with the fact that Tesla also based his theory of electricity on that, and that's where he got the idea of electricity pylons from. It's astounding. And Tesla claimed that he could light up the whole world free of charge just by using energy from the cosmos. And that's why, and then when he died, weirdly, mysteriously, his patent went straight to the Rothschilds.
Yeah, I would sniff at that. I dispute that really strongly. I mean, there's been loads and loads of these theories about that there are these cars that run on water, and the patents on engines that run on water, and they've all been bought up by General Motors and Chrysler, and it's hogwash. I mean, it's phooey. There's loads and loads of theories like this, where sort of world-changing inventions are being hidden by the American government, B, the Rothschilds for some reason. I don't know why the Rothschilds. Chrysler, General Motors. There are loads of these. I would dispute that. I don't think that that's true. Because if somebody were ever to make a petrol
Tesla, have you looked
Sorry?
into him? Have you looked into Nikolai Tesla?
I'll have a little look now if you wish. I'll
have a little look. It's interesting. I mean, it's easy to be dismissive when it all starts to make sense and you can see the logic behind it.
I mean, most importantly to the point with Nikolai Tesla is that he invented alternating current, which is, and also bloody hell, wireless transmission waves. After his death, I mean, he's a truly remarkable man. You know the difference between DC and AC, direct current and alternating current, is that alternating current travels an awful lot further. You have to have a generator about 200 foot away from where you're using it. You can't travel much further than that. Whereas you can have a generator 40 miles away from you and just AC. It travels long distances, which means that it transforms electricity in a city. Am I making sense?
Yeah, but it's recorded.
And he invented. Sorry,
it's recorded that what gave him the idea for his inventions is that he believed the pyramid was if you look at a diagram of the pyramid at Giza, you will see that he believed that it was a conductor, it was a power station, and that the running water underneath helped with the currents, and that's what gave him the spark of ingenuity.
If you look at the light bulb, that the Didera light bulb, is it? Yeah, the Didera light bulb. It's not actually a light bulb. It does actually have the outside glass. It does seem to have the outside glass envelope, but the element inside. It's like a shepherd's hook. Yes, and that's not how an electric light bulb works. What you do is you put it. It has to be a circuit. It has to be a circle. It has to go out through the element, which is heated up to such an extent that it starts to light up and give out light, and then it comes back. It's got to come back. And if it just goes out to the end, at the end of like a shepherd's hook, am I making sense to you? Goes out to down a line and then just hooks around, and it doesn't go anywhere. The electricity won't work. It won't light anything up.
I understand what you're saying, but considering that they drew everything with a flounce, I mean, have you seen the inscriptions of the helicopters and the aeroplanes in the ancient hieroglyphs?
No, I haven't. We'll get onto that, but could I just go back to one of Tesla's attempts to provide everyone in the world with free energy was his world power station, a method of broadcasting electrical energy without wires through the ground, which was never finished. But his dream of providing energy to all points of the globe is still alive today. And what he said is his intent was to condense the energy trapped beneath the Earth and its upper atmosphere and transform it into an electric current. He pictured the sun as an immense ball of electricity, providing sources. God, bloody hell! I see what you're saying. Actually, it's not Holcomb. There is something there.
Yep, absolutely. And I think in the future we're going to find out that it's actually true. It's amazing.
Well, it is. I mean, yeah, condense the energy trapped beneath the Earth and its upper atmosphere. Oh, bloody hell. I'm surprised that nobody sort of picked that up.
Well, some people on the fringe have.
Yes, but I'm sorry, with all due respect, Jupiter, you know, you and I, we just don't matter. You know, the thing is that, look, if you're the CEO of General Motors or Donald Trump, right, or the head of NASA, you can do something about it. But the thing is that unless you've got like huge sums of money, like billions and billions and billions, if you're Elon Musk, hey, funnily enough, it's saying that Elon Musk is doing research on this.
Yes. Yes.
Bloody hell. It says that Elon Musk is actually doing some research on this.
Yeah.
God, he's amazing, that Elon Musk, you know.
What he's done is he's picked up stuff from the fringe. Like I said to you, but unfortunately for me, people think I'm a lot stupider than I actually am. But so have you looked at the inscriptions of the pyramids of the have a look it up now while you're talking to me. It's interesting.
What's that?
Inscriptions of aeroplanes. Just type that in.
Okay, then. Is it ancient Egypt?
Yeah. The hieroglyphs of aeroplanes and helicopters.
Oh my God, yes. The Saqqara bird is a bird-shaped artifact made of sycamore wood, discovered during the 1898 excavation of a tomb in Egypt. It has been it's dated to approximately 200 years before Christ and is now housed in the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities.
Yeah. But the hieroglyphs themselves, have you looked at the hieroglyphs?
Well, that's what it referred me to. It sort of says, it suggests that this thing...
Can you see the hieroglyphs where it's got the plane, the helicopter, and the other one beside it?
I'll have a look. How do you spell hieroglyphs?
I think it's HIERGLYPHS, I think. RA.
I just had it just a sec. There we go. Yes, you weren't that far out, actually. Helicopter hieroglyphs. The helicopter image is the result of carved stone being reused over time. So what they're saying is that oh my God, it does look like a God, it does look like a helicopter. It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like an attack helicopter. That's remarkable. And one of them looks almost like an airship blimp.
Mm-hmm.
What mainstream Egyptologists are saying is that the helicopter is a carved stone, has been reused over time. The initial carving was made during the reign of Seti and translates into "He who repulses the 9 enemies of Egypt." This carving was later filled in with plaster and recarved during the reign of Ramesses II, with the title "He Who Protects Egypt and Overthrows the Foreign Countries." Over time, the plaster was eroded away, leaving both inscriptions partially visible and creating a pamphlet effect of overlapping hieroglyphs. So there,
what they're saying.
yes,
Do you
yeah, the
believe that?
hieroglyphs have been interpreted as an out-of-place artifact depicting a helicopter, as well as examples of modern technology. This claim is dismissed by Egyptologists, who highlight that Pareidolia was partially based on the widely distributed retouched images that removed key details from the actual carvings. So, you know, hieroglyphic experts sort of say, no, this is somebody's actually sort of scratched that out, plastered it up, and then and it's come out. The plaster's fallen off and it now looks like a helicopter, but bloody hell, it does look like I see exactly what you mean there. It really does look like a helicopter, a modern day attack helicopter.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's amazing. So that's what the Egyptologists say. But if I tell you that the Egyptologists are very close-minded into opening up any other interpretations, because they want to believe that their version of the narrative for the tombs and everything else, because they believe it was for the dead and the kings, when a lot of evidence suggests otherwise. I think it's quite possible that there are people that are stubbornly refusing to believe anything else. That's what I think.
But if you think that through, I mean, you sort of say about the electricity and the the helicopter. Why, if let's say that they did exist, why would they suddenly disappear?
Well, because according to the ancient texts of Sumeria and even in Khmer, the people decided to leave. They weren't of this planet. That's what they say in their texts. And these texts are being translated continually because there's so many of them at the British Museum, not just the British Museum. I think they're all over Europe, actually. But Oxford has got a site where you can actually sign up, learn cuneiform, and start translating for them, because they've got so many. And what they do is, once you translate them, they will check it and then they publish it as fact. So they've got people that are higher up that if you give them a complete one and you say you believe this translation, they check it because they do know cuneiform really well, and then they release it. And
yeah, I've seen that site. Just one second. I'm so sorry. Just a sec. I'm sorry. I'm back. Yes. No. I've seen that site actually. I've seen that site. There's also, do you know, there's another one for SETI, which is search for extraterrestrial life. There's another one that they've got a whole load of images of the universe, and it's just too big for.
Yeah.
And so what they do is that for them to but they reckon that there's certain formulations that if you've got a certain planets and they have a strange, they think that they might be able to identify solar systems with Earth-like planets on them, and they're searching for those. And if you go to, I think it's NASA, and you download, you leave your computer on all night, and your computer does a whole series of calculations. And most times that you put in like a certain image and it uses this sort of program, most times like sort of 9,999 out of 10,000 or whatever, nothing. There's absolutely, and people have wasted a whole lot of their computers of Word all night for nothing. But occasionally they've actually come up. They you know, it's the same idea. So you actually think that we were visited from outer space?
Well, the way I look at it is this way. We are now trying to go and populate Mars. That's what they're trying to do. Yeah. We have got space stations. And if we're thinking of doing that now, then it's quite possible the ancients have done it before. And that we were populated. And if you go to the ancient Sumerian scriptures, that's what it tells you. Now, they also tell us that we were spliced and created by these people to be slaves for them. That's the whole.
What for them? What for them?
Slaves, workers.
Oh,
workers.
I see. Yeah, I see.
Right. They wanted a new race to work for them. And science is now showing up evidence that we have been spliced, that our DNA has been spliced. All of it is beginning to fit together very nicely, all of it. And it's very.
Well, you see, I heard one theory that the Earth may have been seeded. That, you know, if you go with that theory that the Earth was seeded with organisms, that it was an inert mass, and that it was like jump started by seeding. And do you know that there was talk by NASA and by the Soviet, the Russian Space Agency, to seed Mars in some way, because you know they found water on Mars, and if you find water, go on.
Yeah, they believe that in the DNA, right, there's one here called Ancient Texts Reveal Hidden Message in Human DNA that talks about the splicing. And that's only 3 months ago that was uploaded. You can have a look at that. And it tells you what people that you can go and refer to and check up on it. But yeah, basically, in our ancient DNA, well, in our DNA, it shows at some point about 200,000 years ago, our DNA was spliced. And it was added to make us as we are now. Now, if you listen to a lot of theories on evolution, they will tell you at some point we just jumped. Not only did we jump evolution into modern man, but around the same time, civilization started popping up all over the place. If you go to archaeological history, around the same time, they start is when they start to find the earliest civilizations. So it's very interesting that it all connects, and I think there's a lot of evidence to prove that it all connects in more than one place.
Yes, I mean, I know that they now, on the evidence that we've got on Darwin's origins of the species, they now scientists now believe that it doesn't work. That they're exactly as you say, there's just too much of a time. There's not enough time for nature to adapt in the way that Darwin suggests. There's just not enough time. It doesn't make sense.
Sorry, I've turned on my laptop at the same time. I was looking for other stuff. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no. So just as you say, scientists now are beginning to suggest that there was this jump, and that we can't explain what that jump, what occurred, why it actually occurred in the way that it did, which may actually suggest aliens. I mean, another thing that would perhaps I watch Joe Rogan a great deal on television, on YouTube, perhaps too much of it, and he had a pilot on, a US Navy pilot, and this was the pilot that Trump about 2 years ago allowed. There's this film of objects in the sky, and this is about 2 years ago. Unidentified sort of flying objects. They've got a different name now, but they just couldn't explain. It completely defied the laws of physics, and this wasn't just one camera that caught it. There was a flight of about five fighter planes that were dispatched out to this area, and they all saw it. But one of them actually, there was just one of the 5 that managed to catch it on camera, right? But the other 5 pilots, crews, all verified that happened. And when this guy, and this was the guy that was on Joe Rogan, and he said we don't like talking about it because it's a mental health issue. If you report, he says pilots, fighter pilots fly at extremely high altitudes, way above the, I think it's like 37,000 feet for an airliner. Well, they fly above that, just below the edge of space. Some pilots, some US fighter planes, and they actually reckon that they see all kinds of strange stuff up there, and they don't actually talk about it because it would actually trigger an investigation into your psychological well-being. The US military are not happy.
Yeah, they treat you as crazy.
What, sorry?
Yeah, they treat you as crazy. They treat you as crazy, so you don't. It's a shame culture. It's a similar thing to what's happening here in Britain right now, which is incredible. Did you know that last week there was an author that came out to let me see if I can find his name, to admit that all this stuff to do with global warming is fake? Did you know that?
Oh, there's a number of scientists. Yes, there's a number of scientists that have sort of disputed that. But that's how science works. I mean, you'll have like the main herd of scientists. They all believe one thing, and then another scientist will come along and say, no, that's not the case.
But the thing is, once upon a time they believed there wasn't no water on Mars. Now they're saying there is, and they can prove it, and that Mars has got ice caps.
Oh yes, polar ice caps, and one of the reasons, and the moon as well, and one of the reasons why they're talking about setting up a colony on the moon is because they can use that water to grow food, but also to they somehow or other they can make some kind of fuel from the moon which will sort of catapult them to Mars. And that's
another strange fact, right? That when they went to the moon, allegedly, because I'm not so sure that they went to the moon the first time. I believe that was a fraud. But I do
Shame. No, go on.
But I do think that there has been people on the moon, but I don't believe it was in 1969. But do you know it's illegal to have any moon dust that's been brought back? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's illegal.
But that might be that, but that might be because it's the property of the United States government, and they might jealously guard it. They may sort of say, "Look, it's cost us an absolute fortune to get this stuff back." They'll give samples of it to the Natural History Museum in London. They'll give some to, the Sorbonne in Paris. They'll give some to some museum in some research establishment in Berlin. But it's always the property of the United States government, and they can always ask for it back.
Yeah.
I mean,
going back to pyramids, let me tell you something else that I played in my mind. Did you know we've got a pyramid in Europe that is actually still active called the Sun Pyramid in Bulgaria? Yeah, the pyramid. Just type in the pyramid in Bulgaria and Europe, and you'll find it's still active. It's got inscriptions inside that they've partially deciphered, but there's others that they don't know what it means. But they found that it's got high healing qualities that they can prove on infrared. Scientists have been in there and they've proven it.
I want to call BS on that. I'm sorry. I really would call that into question. I don't know about it because that pyramidology. There's so much old nonsense talked about. That you can put.
They're actually excavating it right now. They were looking for volunteers 2 years ago to go out there. Sorry, the Bosnian pyramid, not the Bulgarian.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. The mystery of the Bosnian pyramids, and it just looks like a very pointy hill, right? Yes.
But if you look into it, you find that they believe it's still active. That there's energy that's coming out of it.
Not just any pyramid. The Pyramid of the Moon. It's the world's largest and oldest step pyramid, looming above the opposite side of town. It dwarfs the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And apparently there are two others nearby to it. Some say it is 12,000 years old.
But have we ever been taught there's pyramids in Europe? No, never. China is full of pyramids, but they refuse to have them excavated. What they actually do is they deliberately cover them in mud if they discover them, and plant trees to hide them.
Oh, but I can tell you why that is. Because although China's a very, officially a secular state, apparently it's very strong. Confucianism is very, very strong in China, and they really believe that that your ancestors are watching you, and they're vengeful and angry with you most of the time. You've got like sort of tiger ancestors that are really, really angry, and if they think you're doing something wrong, they will do something nasty to you. Right? They're all watching you, all of your ancestors going way back, and that's a very strong Chinese belief. So a lot of buried tombs have curses on them that your ancestors are going to come and wreak their revenge on you. And although officially they, the Chinese government would sort of say, no, that's just superstitious nonsense. Apparently that has a deep, firm grip on a lot of Chinese people's psyches. They really, really do buy that. And so, I mean, I've heard it. Do you know the Jade Warriors? You've heard of the Jade Warriors?
No, not really. But explain them to me.
Right, there was an emperor who was like one of the first Chinese emperors, and he was phenomenally powerful. And he was so powerful. He lived until he was something like about 99. And he drank mercury to actually extend his life, and they think it made him mad. And well, no, yeah, they sort of the doctors sort of prescribed. He wanted eternal life, and there was this sort of thing going round, belief going round that if you drank mercury, it made you live longer. And so he drank mercury, and they think it drove him mad. And the thing is that when he died, they wanted he thought that he would still be. He didn't want to be in a tomb on his own. He needed protection, and they sort of thought that they'd just kill an army and put them down in the tomb with him. But somebody else had another idea, and they said, let's just make a whole load of Jade Warriors.
Oh, I know the warriors you're talking about. I've seen
yeah,
them.
well, yeah. Well, the thing is that they sort of had all of these Jade Warriors. That it's an entire army of cavalrymen and archers and swordsmen and an entire army, vast number of people, and apparently. It's like there's this curse that a lot of the people that were involved in the excavation, it's a bit like Superman. There's a curse on Superman. Everybody that's been Superman has ended up with a horrible fate. Like the Superman from Christopher Reeves, he ended up paraplegic from the neck down. And everything that's happened to every Superman is, film Superman. There's a curse on it, they reckon, and they actually reckon that there was this curse on everybody that was involved in this excavation. Exactly the same with Tutankhamun. When Tutankhamun was brought up, they reckon that the electricity supply just cut out right the way across the whole of Egypt. As soon as the tomb was opened, and a load of people connected to that tomb died prematurely under very questionable circumstances, and they think that there was this curse on it.
Wow.
So, getting back to the original point, it may be that they are doing this because they don't want to disturb ancestors. They don't want to make the ancestors angry. It may be for another reason that they don't want to reignite interest in royalty, emperors, dynasties. If you've got a communist regime, the last thing you want is people harking back to a golden age when there were emperors and royalty. So there might be ideological reasons for that. Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, you are definitely. But a lot of this stuff is amazing, and it all connects. It all connects to each other. I mean, it really is.
Well, listen. If that's what you believe, then good luck to you. There's nothing I can say to dissuade you, but I just think that the world is wonderful enough without having all of that.
I'm open to other ideologies and beliefs, but that is what I generate up. If you look at it, right, every single religion from Buddhism right down to Christianity and Islam, all fits in with what the Sumerians say. It all fits in. Even the Bible. You see, the Bible, the very first line of Genesis fucks up the whole of the Bible, because Elohim is actually plural. It doesn't mean one God. And so it fucks up the rest of the Bible. But once you actually look at what the Sumerian texts write and what they say, and then compare the two, you actually understand it much better. That's why I talk about the Sumerians a lot, because it actually makes sense of all of it.
What do you mean by, forgive me, but I'm not, is Elohim the name of God? Is that?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You see, I mean, I understood that an awful lot of.
Let me get you the first passage, and I'll show something to you.
But I understood that an awful lot of the things that you see in the Bible can be found in earlier religions. I don't know about the Old Testament. I don't know about the Torah, but I know it's my understanding that the New Testament, there's an awful lot of older religions, and that it looked like they took a little bit from this religion and a little bit from that religion and a little bit from another religion, and they put it all together. And if you look at the Gospels, they contradict each other. Like Mark's Gospel contradicts Matthew's Gospel, and it seems that they were probably written at different times.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's many different authors in the Bible, isn't there? They know that now by studying the style of writing.
Oh yes, but with the Torah, it's my understanding that you couldn't copy like copies of older copies of the Torah and rewrite it unless you'd actually passed all kinds of tests that your writing was up to snuff and that your spelling was up to snuff and that you would not make sort of mistakes. And then it was checked and double checked and triple checked. That apparently the Old Testament, they checked it and double checked it and triple checked it for generations and generations and generations before printing, and they tried to make it as accurate as possible. If you read anything by Bart Ehrman, it would actually appear that the New Testament is not like that at all. We've only got a few fragments of it, and it would appear that the copying from like an old copy into a new copy was pretty slapdash, and that maybe the entire Bible, that as we know it, is just a hodgepodge of bad, bad copying, lost fragments, people adding little bits in to sort of adding bits to it to sort of fulfill a prophecy. I mean, for instance, Christ, if you see the later Gospels, time and time again, it'll actually say, this happened so that it fulfills the prophecy in the earlier book. And it seems that there was a lot of examples where something happened to Christ, and it just chimes with something that was said in the Old Testament, which predicted the coming of the Messiah. And some people have suggested that maybe this was just it was bolted on to help prove that Jesus was actually the Messiah, when in fact, am I making sense?
Yeah, I think all of the scriptures have been altered by man,
and they're not accurate.
Yeah, right. Listen to this. The Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. Okay?
Yeah.
We're meant to believe only Adam and Eve were the first creations. Yeah?
Yeah.
In Genesis 6:4 it reads, the Nephilim were in the earth in those days, not on the earth, in the earth. Nephilim, yeah? That's one set. And also after that were the sons of God, second set of different differentiations, that came unto the daughters of men, third set of beings. How do you work that out?
It doesn't make any sense to me at all. I don't know what they mean by the daughters of God.
It does when you read the Sumerian text. The Sumerian texts tell you, okay, that there were beings on the earth. Then there were the sons of God, which they called themselves God. They elevated themselves because they thought they were superior. But basically, it was just kings. They gave themselves kingship over our earth. Okay, forget the beings that were already here. So they were the second lot.
Yeah.
And man, creation that they created. In fact, they explain that Adam and Eve were not the first man and woman. There was that they created beings before that. A lot of it went wrong, and some of them they used DNA from all different species, and some of them came out as monstrosities, half women, half man, half donkey, and things like that, which is interesting because in ancient Greek mythology we see all those depictions. You see how it all begins to connect.
Well, I mean, if you sort of think about the Neanderthals, they reckon that there's a form of early form of humanity. I don't know whether it's classed as Homo sapien, but it's very similar to the early man, and that it's not that there's something like about 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 of us have Neanderthal DNA in us.
Oh yeah, and Denisovians.
What's that?
There's Denisovians and Neanderthal. Neanderthal were the oldest people in Europe. Yes, I mean when people say when you get black people go, oh, we were here first, and there were black Neanderthals, by the way, but not many. The Neanderthals are mainly European. Denisovians are the ancient ancestors of Africans. But when you get people go, oh, but we were in Britain first, the blacks are here first. Well, actually, the Neanderthals were, and they're a lot older than any of us. So, yeah, it does make you laugh a little bit. But yes, yeah, you're right. There's another group. Is it Antisovians? There's another group that they've discovered up by up in Northern Europe. Another group that they've found that they claim were giants, that were very tall people. they link in with the people that oh God, what's the name of it now? Not Petra. It might be Machu Picchu, that sort of area, where they discovered the elongated skulls. And the elongated skulls have got ginger hair. And now they've proved that with the elongated skulls, we used to believe that it was down to deformity, right? We used to believe that people did it on purpose, because there are ancient tribes and tribes even today in Africa that elongated the skull from birth. What they used to do, they bandaged it so that as it grew, it would elongate. But we now understand that those tribes are obviously trying to imitate these other people. And these other people must have been sort of like revered, because when we look at their skull formation, it shows, you know, when human babies are born, modern man, the fontanelle, that you've got fontanelles because the skull bone overlaps in order for you to give birth. These skulls, the elongated skulls, you can look them up while we're here if you like. Look up elongated skulls. They've now found through science that where their fusions are in a different place, and that the skulls were actually natural and not made through bandaging or anything. So that's interesting as well.
It's funny that, because you know that in the Andes, up on the highest peaks, and it's very difficult to get to them because they're incredibly high. They've found human remains of, I think, babies or young children with elongated heads.
Yep.
In the you know, like in the snow, and it's sort of survived because for you know, for I don't know, for 1,000 years or however long, hundreds of years, or I don't know. Because in the snow, it's just kept it sort of in deep freeze.
Yeah. So they've discovered them. Also, if you go to, I think it's in Mexico, their ancient artifacts, there's hundreds of them, which what appears to depict some sort of like, oh, I don't know, half human, half dinosaur sort of like beings, and what can only be described as spaceships. It's weird. And they're ancient artifacts as well. See if I can find them for you. I'll tell you where exactly they're from. Let me have a look. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just typing.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's absolutely cool. But as you say, it seems that the Sumerians, a lot of the ideas from the Bible originated first in the Sumerian culture, even to the point of a God giving his only son to sort of save humanity. It was an old Sumerian idea, and it seems as if a lot of ideas from this particular religion bear a very close relationship.
Yeah,
sorry, go on.
For the Bible to make sense, you have to elongate it out over eons of time. What they've done is they've condensed it. They've took out things. I mean, for example, you've got the Gospels of Thomas that they never put into the Bible. That actually, if you read them, it gives you a lot more of a spiritual understanding and meaning. They're all in the bloody Vatican. The Vatican have took a load of stuff and hid a lot of knowledge away. But yeah, the Lost Gospels, they're interesting as well.
Is that that's the what's the name of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah.
And they're beginning to allow people to access them, because there's a Gospel of Judas, and there's a gospel, as you say, there's a gospel of Mary as well.
Yeah.
And in fact, the Gospel of Judas is very curious, because the reason why Judas betrays Christ in the Gospel of Judas is because he says, "I know who you are." And he says, there's some planet out in the sky, and you come from that planet, and
and that ties in with the Sumerians, because what the Sumerians say is that, right, basically, I'll give you a breakdown of what the Sumerians said in their scriptures. They said they came to Earth. They found on Earth there were some beings there that were living. When they first came here, they came with two kind of races. They came with the Anunnaki, and they came with the Igigis. Okay, the Igigis were seen as Anunnaki, but a separate kind of being. Now, I don't know if that's because one was white and one was black. Don't know. We can only speculate. But for some reason, they were slightly different. Now, the Igigis were of lesser status than the actual Anunnaki. Okay.
Yeah.
But they came here. In fact, the first one that came was called Enki. He arrived because he had been banished off his own planet because he'd done things against his own father, the king. There was an argument over who was going to inherit the throne when their king, so-called Anu, dies. So
he was like an exile.
Yeah, so he was exiled into space. He was given some sort of like spaceship, and he was exiled into space, into fate. That was their way of exiling him, and it was left to fate what would happen to him. But he was given enough stuff to live and stuff. But he went out into space and landed on Earth. So he, according to them, he came to Earth. He realized that the Earth was abundant, and he could live without any covering or anything on his face, and that he would be fine. He then, because he was still he still had some way, right? This is what is interesting, because it's written in their scriptures. He had some way of communicating to them, even though he was on a different planet, of what he found. Okay.
Yeah.
He also knew that his planet was looking for gold for some reason, to do with alchemy that they were doing over on the other planet, to repair their ozone or something like that, something to do with their atmosphere, and that they had been greatly worried that their atmosphere was changing and that they needed to do something about it. And according to these scriptures, he found gold in abundance here, and he let them know, actually, I found a planet, I'm living on it, and there's gold here. The king then sent down a whole heap of people, right, which were the Anunnaki and the Igigi. They came to Earth, they started mining the gold, but then they started complaining because they weren't born on Earth. And because of their circulation around the sun, they aged differently to us. Okay. Now, again, this was written in stone. We've later found out with modern science that time does slow down when you go elsewhere and stuff like that.
Yeah, when you travel. Yeah.
Right?
Relativity. Yeah.
Which would account for, by the way, in the Bible. I'm going to jump backwards and forwards how I see it to explain to you. That would account for why in the Bible people seem to have such long lives. Okay. So they live for much longer than us because of their elongated circuit of the sun. They're in the planetary system.
Yeah.
So they came here and they found that they were starting to sort of like tire and get ill because they were down here for too long. They were okay if they stayed for a while and went back and then came back. But if they stayed here, they started to decay quicker, and many of the workforce started to complain about it. And in the end, they rebelled. Okay.
Yeah.
The god Anu had two sons. He had the one that he'd banished, who had found the planet, and he had another son that was going to be heir to the throne on his own planet, according to the scriptures. The son that was going to be the heir to the other planet was given the inner earth and in charge of all the mining, because that's what they thought was more valuable at the time. The other son was allowed to have the outer earth and anything he found on it. Okay?
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to them, there was actually people living on the outer earth. when these people rebelled, and he was a great scientist, was the one that lived on the outer earth. He liked to experiment. He took lots of that's how he was able to tell there was gold and that the atmosphere was good. He was scientific. He liked to experiment. He liked to study, and he liked to keep records of everything. So when the workers, the Anunnaki rebelled, he said to his father, I have the answer. We could create a being. And they said to him, don't be ridiculous. And he said, no, we could. There's actually a being that is very similar to our own evolution, but so far back in our evolutionary chain. What we could do is add our own DNA and jump them forward. But what we will do is only jump them forward so far so as they are not as wise as us. Yeah?
Yeah.
So the king okayed it. The king of the other planet said, okay, go ahead, do it. See if you can make it work. So they then they've got loads of text and scriptures where they go about trying to make this being that they can use as a workforce. And the first lot of beings they made it came out wrong. They came out half human, half animal, and all this business. And they tell you all this, and then eventually they create the first humans. Okay.
Yeah.
But the way that they had to do it, they couldn't inject sperm into the beings that was already here. They had to concoct their own DNA into the sperm of the being that was already here, and then use that on a Anunnaki woman. So they had to have certain women that was just used for breeding. Okay. And obviously breeding takes 9 months, and they wanted the workforce quicker than that. They needed them in the hundreds. They didn't want a wait around. The Anunnaki that was still working were getting even more impatient. So what they decided to do was to get the beings that they'd now created as a workforce and make them able to procreate. At this point, they tell you how they done it. They tell you that they take marrow. They take marrow, and that they do play around with the marrow, and that's how he does it, right? Which is interesting, because the only scriptures from any religion that suggest anything to do with bone marrow or anything near which you could interpret is actually Islam, actually, because they think that the creations was to do with somewhere under the region of the rib cage, and a lot of people take the mickey out of that. Okay, they take the mickey and say, well, we all know that sperm comes from testicles. How can life be created from that? But if you were to look at it as a simplistic form of explaining that translation, you would understand what they were trying to say. Anyway, so then the second lot of men were created. Basically, that went on in peace for a while. There was still the wild beings that was sort of like roaming, so they were still progressing, way behind in evolution, but they were still progressing. And then you had the ones that they'd created that was a little bit more forward thinking, but not as forward thinking as them. And then what happened was that the brother that was the heir to the kingdom, the planet back home, he couldn't contain himself. He started getting sexually aroused by the female beings that had been created, and he ended up sleeping with them, 2 of them. The story goes it was 2 women on the same night, and after the period of carrying the babies, they were both born. One born in the day, one born at night time, and that one was female, one was male. They were Adam and Eve, right? He knew that he'd broke the code because they were not allowed, even though the king had agreed that they could scientifically make these beings. There was a council of gods, not gods. Well, were called gods, but they weren't gods. They were just other beings from another planet. But there was a council of them that used to make the decisions. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this council had said, okay, we're going to allow we're going to allow you to play around and splice and create a being, but we're not to breed with them. They are to be treated as a separate being because they're not natural. That was the way it was seen. But unfortunately, he did sleep with 2 women. They created 2 children, and he now had to hide them. He had a garden that was called, he had a complex that was called Eden. He had them in the Garden of Eden, but basically he had them on his complex. They were living on his complex, and he treated them as if they were the lower beings. In other words, naked. They walked around naked while the superior beings were clothed. And one day, the other brother come to visit, and he see the naked beings in the garden, and instantly recognized that they were not the same as the other beings that he'd created, and therefore put 2 and 2 together in his own head and realized that his brother had slept with the lower beings and created another being, right? Modern day humans. He was angry. He argued with his brother according to the scriptures, and then he went straight to the beings in the garden and told them to clove up because they now had more superior blood in them than the created beings, and therefore they should be walking around naked. It was a sin. That story has been changed to talk about sex in our Bible, but basically their origination story is that it was all about the fact that of their status and the fact that they weren't clothed. The brother that then created them clothed them like their own father, clothed them, but got angry that they now knew that they were of status, and so he expelled them from his garden, and they were told to go and find their own way with all the lower beings, even though they were superior. They went out and they carried on. They mated together. They had children, etc., etc., etc. So far along that there then came a time that they believed that their planet was going to be orbiting again within our solar system, because of their elongated planetary
orbit.
The orbit, that's it. Sometimes I forget the words. I'm getting older.
You're doing fine.
When you get to when that was happening, they realized that their planet was going to be coming into our planetary system, and that they wasn't sure what would happen when that happened, because they knew from when they lived on their own planet that they disrupted planetary systems when they went past them, and they didn't know how that was going to affect the beings on Earth. Okay.
Yeah.
The god that by now the eons of time had passed. They were still alive because they lived for extra long times according to their solar system. So by now they'd realized that they'd created these superior ones, these 2 superior ones, are procreated so much that there was now a set of beings that were actually quite knowledgeable. Yeah. And they were making ways, they were creating civilizations themselves, they were building up towns and stuff, and they didn't like it. They were too noisy. They started complaining about the level of work that they were doing for nothing. And so they decided that when the solar system was coming, when their planet was going to come in, what they would do is they would only take the superior beings, the Anunnaki and the actual Igigis, up into off of the planet Earth, but basically on space stations until the planet had passed, and then come back down. Yeah. What they didn't realize was that it was going to kill most of mankind. Okay.
Yeah.
So they had turbulence. Most of mankind died. Most of their creation died. When they came down, they felt really guilty about it. Really, really guilty. And they set about. There was only a certain few people left, and those were the people that were left up in the mountains. They talk of one mountain where a lot of people that had once been banished were left on the mountainside. I assume that you could relate it when you read the scriptures as to the story of Cain, who got chucked out and sent out.
Yeah, cast out. Yeah.
Yeah. because there's a lot of things that are very similar. But they talk of there was only those beings left, and obviously the gods that had gone up in the spaceships. And so when they came down, in a funny kind of way, they were relieved to see that some people had survived, some of their beings had survived, because they felt guilty that so many had died. But at the same time, they now had to sort out everything else. So what they did was, when the waters eventually descended, they shared out the land between all of those surviving people. So it must have been a minimal amount, surviving people and themselves. Yeah. So they built up civilization again, and this is how those modern day people came into the kingship line. When before that it would have been just the people of their own planet. This is what their scriptures say. So their text says. So after that happened, according to them, they built up mankind. Some of the gods did pass away because they'd been here for millennia, and but others were still alive. The two brothers still kept arguing. They kept arguing because now Earth had become so valuable that the brother that never had the right to the planet, the other planet, wanted to have planet Earth instead, right? So they kept arguing and they kept arguing, and there's a lot of talk about them toing and froing who should be in charge and everything else. And eventually, what they say is that the one that found planet Earth should have the domain of Earth, but the other one would be given the domain of Mars. Okay, now that means that they knew from their scriptures that Mars was actually livable and that you could live on Mars, which is incredible considering we've only just found out.
Well, no, not really, because that you can, by the naked eye, you can actually see sort of what looks like roadways. If you look at Mars, you've got good eyesight, you can actually see what looks like canals and roadways on the planet. Yeah. Apparently.
So according to their scriptures, the other one goes up to manage Mars, right? He goes up to manage Mars, and this goes on for a while, and everybody's living in peace. And when he went to Mars, he was given the Agigi. He got given all the Agigi, was sent off of Earth to go to Mars and live on Mars. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because the original people that came down off of the planets, the ones that came down off the planets, the Agigis were only male. They were not female. They were only males for some strange reason. They were not happy about it because they couldn't mate. They couldn't find wives. They just lived their whole life working on Mars, and then they died, right?
Yeah.
And the Agigis kept complaining to their master on Mars, and sort of their god on Mars, and they were saying to him, this is not fair. Well, he was single, but it was time for him to find a wife, and he had fell in love, according to these scriptures, with an earthly being, one of the superior ones that got left behind after the flood, and he wanted to be given permission by the council to marry her. He wanted to marry her. They've got a lot of other side scriptures to talk about what all the other gods do, but in relation to beings like that are meant to be asked, I'm explaining it this way. So basically, they give him permission, but as soon as he gets permission, and he finds out that he's going to be allowed to have a wife from the Earthlings, for want of a better name, the Agigis go mental. Why can't they have wives? This, that, and the other. And they go to him and they lament to him. That's how they put it. They lament to him, and he says to them, "Okay, my wedding is going to be planned for being on Earth. I'm going to be going to Earth for my wedding. You are, as you are my workforce, you are going to be invited to the wedding. If you can find a wife on the day of my wedding, just take a wife and do as you will." That's what he says to him, because he says it's not fair that they can't have children of their own. He saw it as a bit of unfairness. So according to these scriptures, he goes down, he goes to get married, which is where the stories of from heaven to earth comes from, the fallen angel, the Agigi. The Agigi come down and they snatch women at their will. Okay? And then they go off to a part of Earth and they take it over and they refuse. They refuse to go back to Mars and they stay here and they have children, right? The gods by now are really, really angry. The council of gods are really, really angry because this has upset the whole order of everything. But they also know that the time of the second passing is coming. The planet's coming into the planetary system again because the eons of time have moved on again. And they know that there's going to be another natural disaster, right? But this time they decide, we're not going to do like we did last time. We don't want to sit and watch people dying or anything else. We're not even going to warn them. We're going to leave them to their fate. What we will do, we will tell them that we're doing a mission to go back home. Only pure bloods, only pure anarchy, and pure Agigi can come back with us. Anyone that's chosen an earthling wife and got half earthling children, which are what we call the demigods in the Bible, are going to be left behind. Okay? We're going to leave them behind. They cannot come. So you can't come if you're only half. You have to be full. Which I find is quite surprising because it's almost like everything's going in a cycle, and this is where we are today in the world with everybody trying to be divisive. Okay? That's why I find it interesting. So they go off. But when they leave, they promise a return. Okay? And they say, if not their generation, of the next generation, a return will come. Right? And they end their text with saying that basically the return never happened. They're still waiting. They were still waiting. And there is a belief that people who this is just outside anything authorized. People who have read these scripts, that there is a sort of consensus that maybe that's why the Jewish believe that the person hasn't come yet. Okay?
Yeah.
Because you don't believe that the Saviour's come, do they?
Right? No. The Jewish people don't believe that their Messiah has come yet.
Right, and this
They're
might
still
be
waiting for him.
Yeah, right. Anyway, they went off and they wait, and it says in their scriptures they waited and they waited and they waited many millennia, and that they never arrived at the appointed time. They never came, and the planet never passed. Okay. It then goes on to say, but during that time of waiting, the demigods sort of like follow a storyline very much of what's in our Bible, where they became cannibalistic. There was lots of wars, and then basically it's just left with them still waiting for the return, but it never happened, and that's how it ends. And that's why I believe a lot of religions have sprung up from all those beliefs, and a lot of their scriptures actually talk about a lot of the stories that we've got in the Bible, loads of them. Samson and Delilah. There's two gods that fall in love. A woman that's quite like the Roman god Diana. You know the she's a war god, but she's also a god of love as well at the same time.
Yes.
Right, they've got one like that, but theirs relates a bit more between Samson and Delilah and that kind of Greek mythology. But you can see where all the belief systems are all basically stemming back to this one society.
They've sort of just copied so many other religions have copied so many of their ideas and put them, sort of bolted them into their own religious beliefs.
Yeah. It's just really interesting. But personally, do I think that that we definitely had other people that came in? I think that it's a very, very strong possibility. Very, very strong possibility. The more stuff that they uncover.
But if that's the case, why haven't they contacted us? Why don't we know about it?
Maybe
I mean, they just seem to be teasing us. If there are if there is intelligent life out there, why hasn't it come in? Why hasn't it come here?
This is what's interesting, Ned, right? Because the planet is supposed to be on an elongated scale, right, and go through our planetary system. And so far, we've not got any records of our modern history, or even as far back as we can go, of recorded history of this planet coming through. Okay.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it in our recorded history that we've got, apart from what the Sumerians said was likely to happen. However, science has said that there is a planetary force out there, because like the law of magnetics and the weight and everything.
Oh yes, which puts a kink in an orbit. That's one of the reasons why they know that there's a planet. They can't see it from in outer space, but in far space, distant space. But a star will actually have a slight wobble on it if there's a planet around it, and it sort of indicates that there may be some kind of planetary system that makes it sort of wobble. Yeah, sorry.
And that's why one of the planets is on its slightly tilted on its side, isn't it? I think is it Venus? Well, one of them's on its side. Now, so they've said that there is definitely a planet out there, right? But if it hasn't passed, either it's going to pass or something's happened to it where it's
gone entirely out of the solar orbit. It's gone out of the gravitational pull of the sun. That's what you're suggesting, and that it's actually traveling now into deep space.
Or it's actually died. Because if it's like a red dwarf, it will actually extinguish itself, and it'll be eaten up or whatever.
Well, look, a planet is a planet. It's a rock. Yeah, like we're the third rock from the sun. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, but a red dwarf is a very, very old star. It's an old star that's burnt up. It's like the sun in like 40 trillion years time. When it finally runs out of energy and just goes fut and stops working.
Yeah. So I'm suggesting that maybe it was a much larger planet, but was actually like a red dwarf star, and it's just stopped working. It stopped being able to sustain the life on it, and
they've tried to find other planets, because that there's a planet. There's actually a satellite to Jupiter. There's a satellite to Jupiter, which is, I can't remember. Is it Europa? And they think that has a lot of the characteristics of Earth, that they say that it's just possible. There's definitely water there, and they weren't able to go under the water, but they think that it's not impossible that life could exist under this sort of, it's a frozen moon circling Jupiter, and they actually reckon that it's quite feasible for life to exist on that planet, Europa.
Yeah. So do I believe it's feasible? Yes. So why should I rule it out? No. That's the way I look at it. I'm not saying that's what's definitely happened, but I'm saying to me it would make sense.
Well, that there's another theory that maybe they're here. Maybe they're in this room that I'm in now, and maybe they're in your room where you are, and they exist on another dimension and we can't see them. Do you know? I mean, some people have actually posited the idea that there are other dimensions that we can't, with our eyes, with our ears, we can't see them, we can't hear them. Maybe they're on a different time frame than us. They move so fast, or they move so slowly, or whatever, that we just don't see them. They don't register with us, but they're here all the time. That they're living around us. I don't know, but I mean, that's been an idea that's been put forward.
Yeah. I think if they're here, it would be through their genes, their genetics, the fact that they spliced us and that we have them in us.
Well, it's very curious. It's very curious that when we started exploding atomic bombs, suddenly there was a massive upsurge of UFO sightings in the Mojave Desert and in parts in the sort of around the area where the US military were setting off nuclear bombs, and that was like a major turning point in technology. For the first time, we had the means to destroy the Earth, and if there was aliens out there watching us, then that might well cause them to go and see what the hell we were up to.
But you know that in ancient Vedic literature and text, that they talk of flying machines, the Vimanas, right? Yeah.
Sorry, run that past me again. Sorry, just 1 second. Reanimator. Europa is a moon of Saturn. It may well be. I am a complete klutz when it comes to astronomy. Sorry, I don't know. I just know that there is one moon out there that NASA have said controls Earth. Sorry, going back to your point, Jupiter.
Right. Yeah. During the war, Hitler had a woman called Madame Trotsky, who went around the world collating all the ancient artifacts and literature that she could get for Hitler, because he had a fascination with it, which is why he uses ancient Indian
Tibet. They were big into Tibet. They had loads and loads of expeditions. They spent a lot of money going to Tibet and researching all of that stuff. They're a bunch of hippies. Those they were into.
Well, one of the main things that he found, he went to the Vedics and the Vedas, and what he found in the Indian religion was that they had transcripts and manuscripts and diagrams to show flying machines. Okay, they were called Vimanas, and they talked of their ancient gods having war, which fits in again with the Sumerians, because Sumerians talk about the planetary wars and stuff. But anyway, that's a different thing.
Sorry, just one. I'm terribly sorry. The Reanimator. I know you wasn't having a go. Please, don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. Titan, output mode. You may be right. It might be Titan out there. The Sumerians. You think if there's a chance that we were affected by aliens, you strongly believe that maybe that Sumeria is where it happened? 4,000 to 2,000 years ago. No, sorry. 4,000 years before Christ to 2,000 years before Christ. That's when the Sumerians existed. One of the earliest civilizations. And you're suggesting that maybe
they're mining. No. The oldest civilization is in South Africa. Okay. That's where the oldest. That's where they've got the Adam's calendar as well. Now in South Africa is where they did the mining for the gold. So there was two groups of people. There was the ones that were living on the earth. So the earliest civilizations, yes, when they started to civilize and they started to build themselves up and keep records and everything else themselves. But the actual early settlements of the workers was in South Africa, and they've got the remnants of it there. There's a what's his name? Michael Tellinger does a lot into that. He also talks about how you could look at the way that we structured our cities and everything to be an energy production unit, in other words, like a circuit board, and that we were the energy that made the circuit board run as well.
They're laid out in blocks. Is that what you're suggesting? They're laid out in squares.
Yeah, which is interesting, but that's a side note. But anyway, going back to the Vedas, they had the flying machines called the Vimanas, right? And they were supposed to have been run on anti-gravity, which would be very much like the flying saucers that we saw flying around, right? And they say there is theories that Hitler actually gained extra knowledge and in how to win the war by using these manuscripts and that, and recreating what he see written down. Now, a lot of people say that's far-fetched, but this year, anti-gravity flying machines was actually patented. So
anti-gravity machines, where?
Gravity, the ones that work on just not anti-gravity. Sorry, I used the wrong words. They just use gravitational pull. They don't need electric. They don't need fuel. Let me find them. Let me find the article to do with it.
The Germans collected anything they could. In 1938, 1939, they spent an absolute fortune going to Tibet, apparently. They collected anything they could, thousands of artifacts, a huge number of plants and animals, including living specimens. They sent back specimens of 3 breeds of Tibetan dog, rare felines, badgers, foxes. What they needed with these animals, I don't know. They collected barley, wheat, oats. The seeds were later stored by the SS for plant genetics. And they also did a whole load of geomagnetic testing in Tibet. It's my understanding, though, that they went out there and their results were very disappointing, and that they fiddled the results to make them look better for Hitler because this was his personal sort of pet project, and he spent he spent an absolute fortune sending these expeditions to Tibet for some strange reason, and they just didn't deliver, and the results were fiddled with. They were of no use. They kept meticulous results on marriage, rapes, menstruation, childbirth, homosexuality, and masturbation. So they were asking, in his accounts, Tibetan homosexuality, he describes the various positions taken by older lamas with younger boys, and then goes on to explain how homosexuality played an important role in the higher politics of Tibet. I don't know why they would be doing this research but they did it. Hitler was a bit of a hippie, apparently. I mean, he was really into all this new age sort of nonsense, really.
Well, what he did was he put together all the scriptures that he found from around the world, and he started to get more spiritual. I'm trying to look for the.
I would imagine that an awful lot of that was drug craze. Danny Martin, that's an interesting post you put there. Hitler was trying to go back to the East. He tried to re-establish the old Aryan Empire on the ancient Eastern occultism. So I suppose he was looking for traces of the old Aryan religions, I would imagine. That's what you're saying, Danny Martin. That's very helpful. Thank you very much for that. So and Mr. Elio, the Nazis were interested in the occult and sorcery.
I think this might be it. Let me just look up.
He had all kinds of crazy ideas. I mean, he really did actually have all sorts of crazy ideas.
18th of April 2019, US Navy patents an anti-gravity aircraft which looks like an alien. Anti-gravity system, Google patents. There's quite a few of them. So they've started patenting in this kind of stuff that basically the Vedas already had the manuscripts for, and the diagrams and everything. And if you look it up, they've got ancient beliefs that talk about the gods flying and how they flew and everything else. So it's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, Scientific America is actually saying, is there a theoretical basis to support the existence of anti-gravity? Scientific America is an absolutely pucker, respectable journal, and if they're talking about anti-gravity, that's remarkable.
So there you go. So everybody thinks I'm a nutcase and I'm on the fringes. Actually, I'm probably a bit forward in time than other people.
Well, except you sort of think that we didn't go to the moon, and we did. We so did go to the moon. There's no question about it.
The footage that we were shown was fake. Let me put it that way. They've played around. They didn't show us what was really there.
There's one picture of Collins apparently on the mission, and it's now turned out that wasn't on the actual moon mission. It was a training. They've proven that this was that was a much earlier training mission, and they actually changed the background somehow to it was in the days before Photoshop to make it look like. And I know that there are questions about the moon, the flag.
To me, that would make more sense, to be truthful.
Sorry, what's that?
I said that would make more sense to me if they're admitting that some of the pictures were fabricated, they weren't the real ones. That would make more sense.
Well, yeah, no, but you see, the thing is if you've
you've only got to look at the moon landing imagery and then look at the technology that they had at the time to see that it was a movie production.
Look, stop right there. Now, the Russians were deadly rivals of the Americans. The two countries were struggling to get the first man on the moon. Real life and death. They actually reckon that
which is why I think America faked it. I think humans have been to the moon, but I don't think the Americans were the first. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, what? Just let me finish this. The thing is that if there had been any chance of it at all of this being fake, the Russians were all over this. They were watching every stage of it. They were plotting it on radar. They would have had their best people looking at it, looking to see if it was an actual fake, right? The launch was witnessed by sort of millions of people. It was broadcast across the world, right? If it had been a fake, the Russians would have named it, and they didn't. Another thing is that apparently there's a like a kind of timing device that we use every day, that technology uses every day of the year, all the time. On the moon, there's like a kind of there's some sort of device which is like a kind of mirror, and they bounce a signal off of this sort of plinth or gizmo, and it tells you, it gives you precisely accurate measurement of how far away the moon is from the Earth, because sometimes it's slightly further away and sometimes it's slightly closer away. It's not a uniform distance all the time, and we use that gizmo on the moon all the time. If it had been fake, we couldn't use that gizmo.
Well, I've learned something new. I didn't know about that. So,
right. The thing is that, and if you sort of think about the money that was spent, and somebody somewhere would have actually by now have said, yes, it was a fake. Somebody would have called it out. But this is now, what is it, 40 years, 50 years, whatever it is. It was a long time ago that somebody would have called it out, and nobody has. They would have made millions if they'd actually exposed the moon landing.
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know. I just think that a lot of their footage and that was dodgy. But if you're saying that they've admitted that some of the photos and that were not from actually,
well, I mean, you see, you know, if they have to if NASA are asked, you know, we need to actually have a picture of Collins suited and booted, and he's one of them. He wasn't the guy that went down to the moon. He was the man who stayed above the moon and orbited it, while the other two went down to Armstrong, and the other gentleman went down to the Earth, went down to the moon.
Yeah, Neil Armstrong's the first, isn't it?
Yeah, Armstrong. The thing is that you can imagine somebody, the news agencies across the world saying, we need pictures of this, pictures of that, pictures of the other. They don't have the, and what they do is that they just throw out a load of pictures at the time, not the moon landing pictures, but like pictures of Collins, which that's the questionable one. And what NASA officials have actually said is, look, a mistake was made, that was put out, and it wasn't a true a genuine photograph. And that is true. That was not a genuine photograph. It can be shown that it was taken a couple of years before. We didn't use that kind of sort of helmet at the time the photograph was taken. It's an outdated, you know, and so you can understand. I put it that photograph down to cock up rather than conspiracy. I know that they say, if you look at the flag, there's a slight wobble on the flag. There's a slight zephyr on the flag, like there's a wind blowing on the flag, right? And they said there's no wind on the moon. But what NASA have said is that with the sun's rays beaming directly down there's no atmosphere on the moon. That would make the flag was tin foil. It was made of metal. It was made of metal, tin foil, and it would actually wobble under the heat from the sun. They have actually explained it. Well, it seems that I'm alone here. Everybody else thinks that it's a fake. That the moon landing was a hoax. I completely disagree. Moon landing is a hoax by Kissinger and Nixon. I can't believe we're in the 21st and still these people still believe the moon landing was aired live on the moon in the 1960s.
So, Walter, I didn't say I don't believe in the Bible. I said I don't believe that the Bible is the complete story. There's a difference. So, anyway, I'm gonna have to go because I want to go and do my kids some tea.
Right. Well, I mean, I've just been sort of keeping the stream open. Really, I'm just, you know, yeah. It's been very nice talking to you, Jupiter. It's really interesting, the whole stuff about Samaria and such. I was just keeping the stream open for you know, because you know, otherwise it was closed. So that's why I was staying on.
So anyway, take care. We'll both go. I'm sure Velia will come on and other people will come on soon.
Yeah. Bye-bye. You take care. Well, it seems that I'm on my own. I'm just listen. I'm just keeping the stream alive until, you know, somebody more interesting comes on. You know, and just, you know, if nobody's on here, I suppose it closes down, doesn't it? So I'm just keeping the stream going somehow or other. I hope that you're all well, and I hope that we don't get a second wave of COVID. It seems that Speaker's Corner was open yesterday, which surprised me an enormous amount. The police were there, and I saw Bob was there, and Ralph seemed to be there as well, and so was Afghan Mo. There didn't seem to be many people there. In the past, what's been happening is the people that go to Speaker's Corner have been told to go home, have been shushed away. I don't know whether they went on the London Transport. I don't know whether London Transport is open to people that aren't key workers at the moment. Or whether you get challenged on the trains or the buses on a Sunday. I honestly don't know what the situation is there. But it seems that people were there yesterday. I don't know whether they were there for a couple of hours. But people are not in the habit of going to Speaker's Corner quite yet, because if they would, COE would have been there, Content Over Everything would have been there, and the DCCI would have been there, and as would Ali Dawah and Mohammed Hijab. So, I mean, I don't know whether next weekend you're suddenly going to find a lot of people there. If you go to parks, there's a lot of people in the parks now. So it might be that, people are just going now, and we're just going to, you'll find that it'll be back to normal next weekend. Everybody will be in the park going back to it. The interesting thing is, because people haven't been there for a long, long time, I would imagine that it's going to be like taking the top off of a bottle. There'll be a lot of pent-up energy. I would imagine that the Christian preachers will be even preachier, and the Muslims will be even, more devout, or their message will be even stronger, because they've not been able to go out there for months and months and months on end. Why are you suggesting that I'd be a fisherman weather reporter? Are they particularly boring, Gurdeep? Listen, I am. I'm just keeping the stream going. I'm just keeping the stream going, just for just to stop it from closing down until somebody more interesting more interesting comes on. My name's Ned Ludd because oh, who's this?
It's me, but I can't carry on to us why your name's Ned Ludd.
Okay, my name's Ned Ludd because I'm named after a famous machine smasher. When factories were first set up, they put a lot of people out of work. There were a lot of people that made cloth by hand on looms, on big wooden looms, and they could make a lot of money if you made cloth by hand on a loom and made sort of woolen garments by hand. You could make a lot of money. And then factories came along, and steam engines and machines and water-powered machines. And once these machines, a machine could do the job of 60 or 100 people at this, and they would go day and night. They would never stop working, and they put loads and loads of textile manufacturers. They put them all out of business. People that were working out of their living rooms, working out of their own homes. And so what they did was they tried to set fire to the factories. They tried to smash the machines. They were machine smashers to stop the factories, and they became known as. And if anybody asked who did that, this fictitious name came up, which was Ned Ludd, and he was there was this supposedly this organized sort of smasher, and he was like a boogeyman that was behind all of this machine smashing. Ned Ludd, and he was sort of anti-manufacturing, anti-industrial. Yes, I take my name from washing machine smashers and machine engines. Yeah. Ned Ludd. Have you had a busy day? Veli?
Yeah, man. I'm just getting home from work and all that, man.
Well, you're driving, have you? Why do you keep
Yeah,
this?
I'm just
Why do you
getting
keep
home
this
from work
stream
and all
going? Why do you keep this stream going?
that.
It's great that you
I'll
do,
tell
but I
you.
mean, why do you keep it going?
Because I like listening to live chats on YouTube.
Good. Yeah. You get some interesting people on.
Yeah.
And it's fairly good natured here, isn't it? It's not like vicious, is it?
No, it's about points, not about personalities. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, it must cost you money, like £20 a month, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're out of pocket. You don't get advertising or anything from it.
I just got monetized the other day.
Oh, so you get? Oh my goodness! Right.
So.
Do you get much comeback? I mean, I know that you've had to take a couple of streams down. I was watching Banksy, and he's got a bald head now, and suddenly this great big bald head appeared, and I thought, the bald head doesn't have a center parting, and then I realised it was an enormous penis on. Somebody was streaming their erect member on stream, and suddenly within and Banksy just freaked out. He was, Felly, take it off now! Right, it was absolutely panicking, and you took it off in a matter of minutes. Did you get into trouble for that?
No.
Did they strike you or something? Sorry.
No, I edited the ending so that streams back up now.
Ah, right. How long have you been doing this?
What, this G Block?
Yeah.
Since just before Christmas, sort of thing. About October, November, sort of thing.
That's a long time, isn't it? It's getting on for sort of 8-9 months.
Mm.
And has it grown in numbers, or is it going down? You're now monetized. You need to have 1,000 to be monetized. Is that right?
Yeah, it does both, innit, man? Depends what the topics are, who's on the paddle, how interesting the conversation is. Obviously, not everyone's interested in every conversation, so depends on what it is. Like, I'll tell you what. One time there was about, I can't remember how much, but there was quite a lot of people in. And it's like no one weren't arguing. It was like a debate about topics in it. So even if people get passionate or whatever, so
yeah.
And
who's
big
the big draw?
Hold on a sec. Let me
give
a shout out. So shout out to Output Node for the super chat. Yeah, big up yourself, bro. Just put a £10 in the super chat, man.
Yeah, big up Output Node. And smash that like button, people. Smash that like button.
Watch an advert, and all that shit. You know what I mean? And share the truth. You know what? Yeah, hitting the thumbs up, watching the advert, and sharing the stream is free, innit? Yeah, so it's something that everyone and anyone can do for free.
Does it actually make a difference?
Yeah.
Who's the big draw? I would imagine that Raj usually gets big numbers, doesn't he?
Depends, innit, man? Depends on who's what people are talking about, man. So like, it's very big. It just depends, innit, man? Who's talking, man, and what the topic is. So yeah, all the people with their own YouTube channels like Raspet, Jedi, Raj, who else? Rob, Jupiter.
What's happened to Raspet? Because he seems to have he's sort of intermittently.
He's doing his Instagram thing now, innit, man? So
he's getting big numbers on Instagram. Is that right? Big numbers.
Yeah. That's the thing on Instagram, man. He's doing his Instagram, but he had an Instagram before, anyway. So.
But is that the Black Lives Matter that's really sort of boosted? Because he's done a lot of sort of broadcasts from Trafalgar Square, and hasn't he? Has that sort of now transformed him onto Instagram?
No, I think he had his Instagram followers before, and then obviously he started to concentrate more on Instagram because of YouTube. Hold
But
on.
didn't he also get some really big names? There's like a couple of like big athletes and boxers and DJs and as such were actually talking to him on
Because
Instagram.
most of the younger crowd and the more popular sort of people go on Instagram now, innit? So that's the sort of the place where, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
so,
Have you thought of going onto Instagram?
you mean, no. I'm out. Like I'm saying, it's not really a platform of me going on monologues about what I like or what I dislike. It's more for people to jump on and then so we put a question out, and then people on both sides of the questions, opposing and for, jump on and discuss why they're for or why they're against it, and then Chinese whispers into whatever topics.
Yeah, and it's sort of yeah.
So like obviously, you could probably do that on Instagram, yeah, but I don't think that Instagram's sort of what that sort of platform, innit? It's more like one person talking, and then someone might jump onto.
They don't have panels like this.
A couple minutes.
They don't have panels like this, like live stream panels.
I think you can do a live stream panel on Instagram if you wanted to, but I don't think it's like the same. It's not the same sort of platform like YouTube, innit? Like YouTube's a bit different to Instagram, innit?
Yeah. There's a couple of messages here. Ned, you're too old for. You're too old for. Yes, I probably am too old, Gurdeep. I'm probably too old to be messing about like this. But but I'm just sort of helping to keep the panel going until more interesting people go on. If there's anybody interesting, please come on and by all means, I'll jump on.
Listen to this though, cause yeah, it's like we're saying, from when we was doing the shows early, it's like. Now, like on my way home back from work or whatever, if it's time to wrap it up, man can wrap it up, innit? Like if people jump on, they jump on. If they don't jump on, they don't jump on. It's never been about fucking do you know what I'm saying? Like a charity mode or anything like that.
Except that the thing is that you see, I would imagine that this is quite a quiet time. Okay. And I would imagine that in an hour's time from now, there'll be a lot of people that have got home from work. They will have had their tea. They would have, had a shower or whatever, and then they'll be ready to come on and give it what for. And so, I mean, this is just a quiet time, isn't it? It'd be a shame if you sort of closed it. Well, I mean, do what you wish, but if you,
man. And like I say, man, people jump on the panel all the time, man. Like everyone and anyone can jump on it, right? So it's not like you get me.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I mean, you take me, so you can't be that choosy. Don't agree with me, Veli.
Big up yourself though, innit? Like obviously, if you like I'm saying. As I say all the time, anyone that jumps on, that comes to talk or whatever, say their piece and this, that, and the other, whether I agree with them or disagree with them, I still big them up for jumping on and holding it down, innit? Because obviously, without people,
well, I see free. I know, I mean, there's sometimes where he'll just talk for like 4 hours, right? And he'll just see his picture, and I'll go and do some jobs, and I'll come back 4 hours later, and I find he's still there on his own, just talking.
I don't know if people have got the
tenacity, fortitude.
I really have no respect for the chat. Yeah, man. Like everyone's in the chat, innit, man? Typing what they want to type, bro. If I didn't have no respect for the chat, bro, I'll be timing out everyone every 2 seconds. Every time you say something I don't like, bro. Like I'll let people say most things in there still, like. So it is what it is, man. The whole thing is just it's all together in it. Like without the people watching, or without anyone jumping on the panel, there ain't a show in it. Like, so
well, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Big up to the people that watch in the YouTube live chats, as well as the people that jump on the panel. But obviously, the people that jump on the panel entertain the people that are in the live chats. So especially when it's someone that people in the live chats don't like on the panel, they've got more stuff to type. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So really and truly, yeah, it's a love-hate thing, innit? There, so they hate the actual people, but they love it when they're on the panel, innit? Because they've got more things to type.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. I mean, yeah. It's funny though, because they seem to. It seems that a lot of streams seem to have like a period where they're popular, and then they seem to sort of fall off. Like if you look, Safaz was very popular for a period of time, and he seems to have interest. It seems to have sort of faded. You seem to have held on for some reason. I don't see.
I think what it is, yeah, it's obviously. Like again, it's not about me being fucking Billy Big Bollocks. Oh, look how good I am. I'm so dope, and you should follow what I say. I'm right. I'm always right, and rah rah rah. It's just about the question, and then two sides were for and against, arguing out the points, innit? And then that's it. Move on to the next
questions from, because some of your questions are pretty good. I mean, I know that you're asking the question about, should there be violent resistance or peaceful resistance? Is violent resistance counterproductive? Is peaceful resistance a waste of time? And you ask some really good questions at times. Where'd you get them from?
Just from, like you're saying, the situation of the way
what's happening out there.
So, yeah, whatever's happening, and then it might even be like I was watching the other day. I was watching my brother's COE. Yeah, big up COE. I was watching his
big up COE, man.
His live stream. Watching his live stream in the park. Yeah, and it was Prince and Steve debating about something to do with Christianity, yeah, but the topic Chinese whispered into alcohol versus marijuana. So that's where, so that was like I put the question out of that: which one's more dangerous, alcohol or marijuana? You get me? So because a lot of the stuff what Steve was saying about how dangerous marijuana was like unfounded claims or whatever, and like he said.
Steve who?
Yeah, Steve from Speaker's Corner.
Oh,
Steve.
What it was, was that he was saying a lot of stuff about mental health, innit? Yeah, and I was saying, and obviously I'm saying that if there's a case of someone who didn't have any underlying sort of mental health issues, and then they developed mental health issues, like someone as an adult, not someone whose brain's not developed yet. Like I said, like a 13-year-old shouldn't be smoking weed or anything like that. You know what I mean? That's an adult that's got a job or whatever in it. Like they know what they're doing. They're paying their bills or whatever. They've decided to smoke weed. If there's a case of someone who is just normal like that, yeah, gaining a mental health issue from just smoking weed, then I'd sort of have to agree with him. But like I said, Witness brought up a case one time, yeah, where someone did die from or supposed death from marijuana, but I can't remember exactly what it was that happened in it, yeah. But it was that one case.
It does that. Like I said, I do believe alcohol is much worse. If I was to give a level, I would say weed is much lower in terms of any kind of intoxicants. I've seen now. Before I say, how do you know, right? I've hung around with friends who transferred over from going from drinking a lot to smoking weed a lot. And out of the two, even I have to say to them that, okay, although I don't agree with it, they function better. Like one of my mates was still working, still look after his kids and stuff like that. Didn't go out on a Friday night and all that kind of stuff. And just was at home looking after his family and stuff and working. And it calmed him down when he come back from a hard day's of work. So I was like, all right, you're still providing for your family and stuff. But he did sit there like a zombie, I'm not going to lie. So I'd go around there and like, if you try talking to him when he was stoned, it was like, you know, you
man, you're fucking up my high. You talk too much, Rad. You're fucking up my high.
So he'll just be sitting there going, yeah. So it was actually, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a what's worse, him going out on a Friday night drunk and puking and maybe, you know, trying to flirt with other girls, or him at home with his wife and his kids and he's a little bit quiet. You understand? It's like you have to weigh the two up. Because one thing that what weed does, it actually it doesn't have the effect that alcohol does. With alcohol, you want to go out. With weed, you just want to stay at home. And if you're a family man and you're stressed out and stuff and you've got kids, it's better you're at home stoned at your head than out, you know, doing X, Y, Z. That's just my opinion personally.
Some people actually reckon that if I think the government suggests that that if you are under a certain age and your brain hasn't formed, that smoking weed retards your the development of your brain. That it does.
Yeah,
I don't know that
it
damages the brain, but it's
we don't know. This is the problem. It could be true. We just don't know. We know the long-term effects of alcohol and stuff. We just don't know. This is the thing. I mean, how do we know what's going to happen if a 14-year-old is smoking weed, and we don't know what it's going to do?
That's the whole thing, innit? It's not for like you're saying. You don't see 14-year-olds drinking alcohol, so it's not for.
Where you been living, man? Where you been living?
Yeah, but I'm saying you're not supposed to see. I will say that. Repeat that. Yeah, it's not. You're not supposed to see 14-year-olds drinking alcohol or whatever on a regular basis, isn't it? Like that's not what. Obviously, it says 18 plus in it for adults only, even probably 21 and 25 in some places or whatever. Now,
regular cannabis,
like 21, but you got to look 25 or some bullshit like that to show you. If you don't, then you got to show ID.
Regular cannabis use increases your risk of developing a psychotic illness such as schizophrenia. A psychotic illness is one where you have hallucinations and delusions.
That's one thing I've seen with my own eyes. People becoming I'm talking about paranoid to the sense of like, I remember one of my friends thought people were trying to kill him, like even myself and stuff. I remember he said like some kind of mad episode.
Because like you're saying, there's different sorts of people in it. Like, so he might have had an underlying mental health.
No. He was totally normal guy. He was totally normal guy.
Yeah, but you could have had something without it being this. Like listen to this then, yeah. So when we was younger, yeah, there used to be a guy. I've said this story before, yeah. That we lived on a different estate, yeah. But then, like in them days, yeah, going down to different estates wasn't like. It wasn't a fighting thing, innit? People used to link up and sit down and chill and talk shit or whatever, yeah? So then we used to go down to this different estate and link up with some of these other dudes, yeah? So we went down there and we were smoking weed in that, yeah? And then there was a guy there and then he used to act funny every time he started smoking, innit? But when he weren't smoking or whatever, he was just normal. Everything was cool. He was, you know what I'm saying? He was one of them and them, you playing football, going Sega Zone and all them sort of shits or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like he was just normal.
It let out the demons. It let out the demons.
That's what I was trying to say. Like, so when he started smoking, he would be all giggly, acting silly, and just, you know what I'm saying? Like, just acting different. So it was like that was triggering whatever was underlying in it before. Maybe
it brings it out. It brings it out. Yeah. It says
when he had control, when he wasn't like that, he sort of had control of it. But I don't know if he knew it, if it was like that, or I don't know.
Your risk of developing a psychotic illness is higher if you start smoking at a younger age. You smoke stronger types such as skunk. You smoke it regularly.
I can I just go sorry to about it was. I remember
go on, please. Yeah.
I remember the day he said it. He said, I remember them doing. They called it super skunk, yeah. And that was the day when one of the guys had like a psychotic episode. Like he started hallucinating that people were trying to kill him and stuff. And that was the guy. And that stuff was like freaking. It was so strong, the smell.
Listen to what I'm saying though, Roger. I know that Raj and Ned is probably going to disagree with me, yeah, but I'm calling for the legalization of all drugs. So they're correct hands, they're clean, and then if people do, worst comes to worst, yeah, with the education where people wouldn't be taking them, if people do end up taking the drugs, they're taking the clean version of the drug.
Yeah, I've been watching a few. There's a great channel. I don't want to advertise, but it's got over a couple of million viewers, so I don't need to. But they do a lot of interviews with people around the world, and one of them is they do interviews with heroin addicts. And I'm telling you something now: heroin and meth should not be legal. I'm sorry, like this kind of meth and heroin is so dangerous that I don't think anyone can control it.
Heroin should be legal, man. I tell you what, you need to do, Raj. Yeah, you need to look at the countries where heroin is legal, and then look at the countries where heroin is illegal. And then
I know they mix it up and stuff, and so they're giving bad batches. So there's one guy who had a massive abscess from a bad batch, so it literally destroyed all the skin, and he just walking around and got freaking. They look like they're walking dead and shit like that. So I would say that, yeah, I think if you want a case of should we legalize weed, I don't agree with it, but if they didn't, I wouldn't really care. And softer kind of like recreational kind of stuff like that. But when it comes to that,
listen to this. Man said, "Nah, Veli, you're dangerous to Western society."
Oh, no. I got a brother.
Raj. Hold on a sec, yeah. I was talking about Portugal, yeah. So while you lot are going through or whatever, yeah, do a little quick search on Portugal, and you get me?
Portugal decriminalised use of and possession of all drugs in a way that moves the focus from criminal punishment to treatment. Drugs are not freely available, and they cannot legally be sold. If you are caught with in possession of a quantity of drugs, there are still civil consequences.
Yeah.
Portugal's policy does not differentiate between types of drug, whether it's hard like heroin or soft like cannabis. But what they try and do is that, as you say, they focus on treatment rather than
why do people want to do drugs? Why someone want to do heroin, or why does someone want to get like cracked out of their face, or you know what I mean? So.
Well, availability, because Portugal is an easy entry from, it's an entry port for drugs into Europe. The thing is that they tried to control it, they couldn't control it, so they threw their hands up and said, "Let's stop trying to control it. We're losing this battle. Let's try and deal with treatment." Sorry, did I interrupt you, Raj?
Yeah, wait, hold on. You're not going to get that half the 3/4 of the story, yeah. But so look at their crime statistics, or the people that do drugs, or the people that are addicted to drugs here. Do they have more people per capita?
Oh no, it's had an enormous effect. It really has had the decriminalisation in Portugal has had a major effect. On crime levels. Yes.
You're talking about positive, obviously.
Yes.
No. But I'm saying with the people addicted to and taking drugs, is there actually more people per capita addicted to drugs than the UK, or less?
Well, because they focus on treatment, they actually reckon that it's on the decline. That addiction is on the decline, and that it's had an effect on petty crime, because a lot of people with a heavy sort of heroin addiction will try and turn to crime to pay for the drugs. And so if you try and decriminalize drugs, they're not so inclined to burgle houses or shoplift, or yes.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah. I mean, one of the reasons why they have to do that is because they can't work, and so they have to go around and buy stuff. And I agree in the sense that I do not agree with legalizing hard drugs and stuff like, even soft drugs. If I'm being honest with you, I would actually. But when it comes to like stuff like heroin and meth and stuff like that, from my understanding, if the batch that they get is not cut properly or whatever they call it, or it can cause people to die. I've seen one thing where he's got a massive hole in his arm, and I don't know how he's living, and that was because he injected with some bad stuff. So, really, saying that regulate it might sound good on paper, but I don't think you can regulate something like that. I think it would be abused to the max, and it's destroying lives, meth, heroin.
This is because you didn't even listen to nothing that Ned even said here. That they're concentrating more on
treatment,
rehabilitating the people that's taking the drugs. Yeah, so giving the people a clean dose of the drugs, yeah, so they're not ending up with limbs that's falling off and whatever, and funding petty crime around their city, like stealing from fucking supermarkets, prostitution, all them shit, breaking into people's houses, cars and properties and all them sort of shits. Like,
well, it says HIV infection. You know, one of the major causes of HIV AIDS infection is dirty needles. You know, somebody shares a needle, they've got HIV. They give it to you when you inject, and it says HIV infection has plummeted from 104 new cases per million to 4 new cases per million. So it's plummeted from 100 new cases per million to 4 cases per million. It's like an enormous drop. They say that it's had an enormous effect. This is the Guardian. Since it's decriminalised.
Guardian, oh no.
Okay, well, they can't make it up, Raj. They can't make it up.
Well, they can. They make a lot of stuff up, the Guardian. They're goddamn degenerates.
Well, it says there's been a dramatic drop in overdoses, HIV infection, and drug-related crime.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm not saying. Can I just say one of my Sikh brothers want to give you a message? Yeah, called Gurdeep gives sound system. We used to argue all the time. I used to call him out, but we called a bit of a truce and we apologized to each other. So, but he said that he wants to give you a message. He said, Raj, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Ned is a fuddida. Fuddida.
What's that?
A prick, a little idiot.
Oh yeah, well I am.
No, you're right, man. You're right. I don't have no problem, but you are very patronizing and condescending.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Right.
You can't. I could imagine you in the when the Brits colonized, you becoming man. We will help you, young brown people. We will help you. We will look after you. You don't know what you're doing. You are the white man's burden. We will look after you. But you don't think you're being patronizing when you're doing it. Sorry, dude.
No. There is a missionary. There is only one path, and that is to Jesus.
Yeah.
Come this way.
God.
And
but you're not the worst though. Let me just say something. You're no way the worst. You're like what? Let me just say, if you're not the worst, but there's somebody here that is million times worse. Who I could imagine, literally like, if a homeless person was like in the road, they would probably tell them to get up, you lazy little B word. What are you dirtying my streets for? And that is obviously the lovely lady called Tash Jeffs. You know, the most pious lady in the world. So yeah. She's much worse than you, I can tell you that straight now. You're not malicious when you do stuff.
All right, mate.
No, I'm sorry, you're not malicious. The thing is, there's a difference. If you're malicious in when you say it, then I would call you out. But the thing is, I think you genuinely believe what you're saying is like trying to help people. So,
even though it's wrong.
Yeah, even though it's wrong. Right. Tash is actually malicious.
What's the best way? What would you say? Yeah, is the best way? Yeah, to win the war on drugs and drug use.
Oh God, man, I don't even know where to start with that because I see your point. Yeah, I kind of in a way understand what you're saying, but I just don't see how it could be implemented. Yeah, without people abusing it. On the other hand, like the way it is at the moment. These drug cartels here are freaking loving the fact that it's illegal and that they can charge extortionate amounts in order to get it and kill people en masse. So I don't know what the solution is. I would say maybe, and this is controversial, maybe legalize weed at least first, and let people, if they can do weed without fear of because the problem is here when you do weed. And then you get arrested and you this, and then you go to prison, then you meet people, then they might get you onto other drugs here because you're then a criminal anyway. They've made you into a criminal. Like maybe just letting people do it as long as it's recreational and they're not selling it. Then maybe, yeah. I think weed
what would you do with somebody with a heavy addiction? How would you deal with that? I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I think there's a lot of truth in what you say. I'd agree with you. But what do you do with somebody that abuses it, that is constantly smacked out of their heads? How do you deal with that?
The problem is I know people that do a lot of weed, but they're working 9-to-5 jobs. I know, like one of my best mates, for like he used to drink a lot. And then what happened? He got married. He's got like 3 kids, and I've seen him once in a while, but I don't really keep in contact. But I remember when I used to go around, we used to drink together, and this is when I used to drink. I don't drink no more. And like he used to be out of his head and stuff, like going out. And then what he did when he's got a job where it's quite taxing, he would just go work, come home, do weed. He's looking after his kids. He's with his missus and go sleep. But I would say he does weed a lot every day. I think that's a lot to smoke weed every day. And he seems
especially like skunk, which is like it really just knocks you out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know which one he does. I know I've seen him do that before, and but he seems to function totally well. He does look like he's the most saddest man in the world in terms of being married and having a freaking being chained up, but he's functioning to the point that he's doing a very high stressful job in the government. I don't want to say his name, and he's functioning and he's doing weed every day. I know he does weed every day. So
well, I understand that you get heroin.
Sadiq Khan, yeah. You know I don't have Pakistani mates. How dare you say that? I'm joking. You know I don't hang out.
Oh, it's Preeti Patel then.
Preeti Patel is actually Preeti Patel. She's actually Hindu, Indian. Yeah. We hang out, man. She gets stoned out of her head every day. But it's one of my Sikh mates from before. We used to drink a lot with him, and then he doesn't really drink that much, so he went on to weed around. I can't remember how long ago it was ages ago. When he got married and stuff, and I saw him actually, I think a year ago on the train. Obviously, I tried to ignore him, but he spotted me, and I thought I'll have to talk to him. And he's working. He's got grown-up kids, and he still does weed. I know that because I asked him. And so I don't know.
I just thought his job doesn't his job pull him up? Doesn't it say you're not working hard enough?
No, because he doesn't do weed at work. So what he does is like imagine someone coming home from work and then they have a drink, and then they go away. So I'm not saying he's stoned that he said at work, but he can control it to the point that he's smoking every day, but he does it as he gets. So when he goes home after a day of work, he'll get stoned and just sit in his chair and freaking do whatever he has to do. So,
well, I understand a lot of Californians do that. It's perfectly legal.
My battery's on like 5%, man. Let me give it a charge for a second and you'll jump back on,
Yeah. I understand that in California. I mean, that's just an accepted way of life now. It's perfectly legal. You can actually go down. You go and see a doctor. They give you a bogus sort of chit saying that you have a medical need for marijuana, for dope, for weed, and once you get this chit, and all doctors give it to everybody. There's no you just go to the doctor and say I need one of those weed chits, and you automatically sort of get it, and then that allows you to go to the shops and buy cannabis totally legally, and there's all sorts of ways that you can sort of take it, and now I mean it's just a standard part of people's lives that they have weed as and when they, like this time of day you've finished work, we're both talking, we both sort of just light up and start puffing away, and it's perfectly accepted in California. I don't know whether that's working, and I don't know whether the like psychosis has increased as a result of that, but it's there's like shops everywhere, head shops where you can just buy stuff.
I mean the problem is we know alcohol is worse than weed. That's just a fact. It causes more problems. So if alcohol is legal, and the sad thing is that like I said, I don't agree with intoxicants full stop myself personally. That's just my own personal decision, not to have any intoxicants. But and I'm like this naturally. You should have met me when I used to drink. But the fact is that like alcohol does much more damage, and that's totally legal. Weed does damage. That I mean, one of the problems is that people don't realize is that people have been drinking alcohol for thousands of years. We know the effects of alcohol, but we don't know the effects of weed. Long. We don't know what it does to somebody when they're 90 years old. It might bring on Alzheimer's. We don't know. It could bring on something else. So we don't know the long-term effects now. It's going to be a bit. And I agree, children should not be doing it, and I'm pretty sure children are doing it. Well, that's my opinion. I think they probably are.
Well, the other thing is that it's got a lot stronger. The dope that you could get like 20 or 30 years ago it was much weaker, and now this apparently like Dutch skunk is will blow your socks off, and that's a pretty standard. They've sort of bred. Fertilized, it's like selective breeding selected, and it's just cannabis has got stronger and stronger and stronger, so that now if you get cannabis, it's incredibly strong.
I'll tell you how I know it's much that the skunk is different, because I've never done weed myself, but when I used to meet up with some friends, we used to sit down. They used to do weed, I used to drink, and normally when I do normal weed and stuff, I don't get affected at all. Yeah, because it's not like even if they're smoking in the room, it doesn't really do nothing. But I remember this one time when they did it, when I told you that my mate went paranoid, it was to the point that even I started feeling woozy and stuff. Like I remember sitting down, I was just drinking, and I tried to get up, and I couldn't get up. Not because of the alcohol. Alcohol doesn't do that to you. And I was like, shit, maybe the stuff that they're smoking is getting into my lungs and stuff. Because even I felt, I don't know what it was. I don't know if this is how people, because I didn't smoke it, so I don't know whether this is how people. I did ask them. They said, yeah, you might have got it in your lungs and stuff, because it was very strong stuff. I felt like somebody had basically put nails into my legs, so I couldn't
become leaden.
Yeah, I just couldn't get up. Yeah, and I hadn't even smoked it. It was people in the room smoking it, and I was just like stuck to the chair. Yeah, and I tried to get up. Yeah, I just couldn't get up. And the room was full of smoke at that time. That's when I kind of left the room after when I could. And I said, look, dude, man, you like getting that stuff into my lungs and shit. So I know it does some. So, I mean, imagine if you was driving a car and that happened to you. You're
deadly. It's deadly.
Yeah.
It's absolutely deadly. Yeah. Also, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, if it was after work or at the weekend, and I was at a barbecue or something like that, I think it would help me. You know what I mean? I'd become a better person. I'd just be just smoking a joint. It would actually make me a nicer person. It would make me a friendlier person. I would feel more at ease. It would make me, it's in a strange sort of a way. It would make me a better person. Yeah. Well, isn't that one of the things about drinking alcohol as well? That people drink it because it makes them feel.
Yeah, I mean, I only drank because I like the fact that it gave me kind of like, because I'm going to be honest with you, no offense, even the people I used to hang around with, I kind of hated, if I'm being honest with you.
Did you really hate them? Because you seem to. I know you say that, Raj, but you're.
No, I did. In times I liked them. But they drove me to drink. Like, they wouldn't stop coming around, because one guy lives down the road from me. I don't want to say too much. He's a freaking alky. He just kept on turning up to my house, and I hate people turning up to my house. So what I had to do in compromise, because I've known him since I was a kid. He's one of the very few Sikhs in my area, and so he knows my family. So what I had to do was I had to compromise, and instead of letting him, because he would just turn up to my house randomly, and so I made a decision. I was like, all right, just to appease him. I'm going to go to his home, and I'm going to drink with him so he doesn't come to my home to get me to drink and come over. Because once he's around my house, my mum doesn't like. My mum would just say, just go out with him and just get him out the house. You understand? Like they would say, go.
Yeah.
No. So I made a decision. I was all right. I'll have to compromise. There's no way getting rid of him. I was like, all right, I'll come to you. As soon as he rang up, I'm coming round. Right? I said, no, I'm coming round yours. Oh, yeah, we'll go to the pub or whatever. Yeah, just to do it. And so I had to start drinking more with him. He drove me into a freaking alky. A proper alky. We were drinking freaking on roads and shit like Big Odds.
Oh no, I know about that because
he was like there. Take one saying like Big Odds, yeah. Like he was like Big Odds. I ended up drinking on the roads, yeah, which I don't normally do, because he's such an alky. He would buy whiskey, Bacardi bottles, and he would stand next to a when you see people just standing in the middle of on a side street.
Yeah, with a bottle in their hand.
And so I got into that shit for like 6 months. Yeah, actually, one time, I don't know why. This is how crazy it is. We ended up taking a one of those metal bollards.
Yeah.
We ended up putting it in because someone knocked it down in a car crash. I don't know why we did it because we were so drunk. We ended up putting it into a trolley and wheeling it to his house. And it's, from my understanding, it was so heavy. I still don't understand how we picked it up because it was just me and him. And that was actually 3 of us. And even for 2 years, it was in his front yard. We still don't understand why we bring it there. But it was in his front yard for years. So this is what alcohol does to you. It makes you do stupid stuff, man. Like, why would we need that shit? We put so much effort into. I don't remember how we got it, but we put so much effort into putting it into a trolley and wheeling it to his home. It was like freaking 10 minutes away.
It becomes, I used to be in a job where everybody went to the pub at lunchtime, and then sometimes the lunch would become like a liquid lunch, and like 2, 3 o'clock, we'd still be there, and I got into a habit where I was just consuming vast amounts of booze, because it was just like a workplace practice. We did it. We just drunk all the time. And you just get acclimatized, and you don't the alcohol doesn't have the effect once you start drinking quite heavily. It doesn't have the effect that it had when you first started drinking. It takes longer to get drunk. But I mean, that was just because it was part of the job. You hung up, you sort of worked hard, and then you let off a lot of pressure when you went to the pub and got plastered.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't do shit like you don't hear of people who've taken weed do mad stuff. Like it's not like they go around doing crazy stuff. Yeah, like they don't do crazy stuff. They'll do something like maybe sit at home and maybe talk shit like but they don't. They won't go out and pick up
they're perfectly passive and peaceful. Yeah.
Yeah, they won't pick up a bollard in the middle of the street and roll it home like we did. I still don't understand even to today why we did it. And we actually got into a fight with him as well, like altercation. So I'm sure if he was smoking weed, we wouldn't have done that either. But we was friends afterwards. It was just a minor thing when we was.
Well, different drinks have different effects. Because I mean, I seem to remember whiskey made me fighting. I'd want to punch out the world. If I had tequila, it made me happy.
Bacardi is my one. Bacardi.
Why? What did you get from it?
No. I'm saying if I drank Bacardi, it's the one that would make me get more aggressive. So certain alcohol would make me more fun, and I knew not to drink Bacardi because for some reason it would just do something. I don't know what it was though, but it just made me more angry for some reason.
So if you don't mind me asking, I mean, was your drinking because of your friend, or had you been drinking before that or after that?
No, actually, because my family, this is the problem. I'm going to be dishing my own community away.
Don't if you don't.
No, Ned, stop being such a goddamn snowflake. Let me dish my own family.
Okay.
Basically, the Punjabi people, even if you're Muslim, Sikh, or Hindu, I don't know what it is. We have a predisposition to kind of like drink, yeah. And so people, especially Punjabi Sikhs, yeah, and it's against our religion. We have a big alcohol problem. So as I was growing up, my family is very religious. Somehow I managed not to drink, even though I've got cousins that are freaking full on alkies. I don't want to say their names, but they're full on alcoholics. Like when you see them every day, they're drunk or they're drinking. And so I got to the point, like, I don't know what happened, but when I was 20, I do know what happened. I went uni, and that's when I started drinking at around 21, 22. And the reason I started drinking was snake bites. I don't know what it is about that drink. That's the only drink I love the taste of. So I remember going uni, I saw this drink, it was snake bite. And for some reason I was like, shit, let me just taste it for the first time. Right? And after that was it. I was drinking snake bites every day at uni.
Was it part of the culture? Did everybody pile down to the pub and at the bar?
Yeah. The problem at I mean, in uni, I had a great time. Don't get me wrong. When I started drinking, I had a great time. But I ended up drinking just one drink. But then they banned it. I don't know if you know, but snake bites are banned from pubs.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's very, very lethal. Yeah, in terms of thingy. So they banned it. So for 2 years at my uni, I used to do snake bites. And then what happened is once I left uni, then you couldn't act. They barred it in all pubs, and so we couldn't get it anymore. So what we used to do is drink other stuff. But by then, even if I wanted to stop, I didn't because I was so used to drinking when I was going out and stuff, like bars. And yeah, I did go to a lot of clubs, dudes. I think I've been to more clubs than most of you lot. And I don't mean white man clubs. I'm talking about Asian Bhangra clubs, Bhangra clubs, like Asian clubs and stuff like that. So yeah.
What are they? Are they like discos, or are they like clubs, or what are they like? What are they?
No, what it is they get a room and they just sit in it.
Nobody does any dancing or anything.
No, we just look at each other. No, of course it's a club. So look, right. So I'll give you an example. I've been to the Hippodrome. Yeah. Now the Hippodrome, you can get. Some people go there. The square when it used to be Hippodrome. But somebody would book out the place for a specific gig for Asian people only, with. I'm not saying white people can't come, but it'd be like Bhangra.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so you'd have what's called like certain venues in London that you probably didn't know about. There's a place called Limelights I used to go to all the time, and that every Tuesday they used to just have Asian music, and so you'd go there, yeah.
Yeah.
And so when I'm talking about going clubbing, because people think I'm dancing to trance and shit or some freaking rave, I'm talking about Asian clubs where it's Bhangra and stuff like that, you know, Bhangra music.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so this is still going even to today. Like you can go to
What
certain
sort of time
places.
would they go on? Would it be like a 3 o'clock, 3 in the morning finish, or would they finish when the pub's closed?
Dude, look, I don't know whether you think we the Indians are like having some weird kind of like alternative lifestyle. Like
I don't know. I know nothing.
Just normal times. Like if a club in normal clubs open at 8, 9 and finish at 4, that's what would happen with them. They're the exact same venues.
Yeah. I
You'd
didn't
have-
know that. I didn't know that.
So if you look at in Leicester Square, what was that freaking place in the middle, man? Equinox.
Trocadero? Is it? There
was a place like Equinox. There was places like Hammersmith Palais, Hippodrome, Limelight. All of these places you could go for all different types of music. But
Was
there
it
was
a meat market? Was it a meat market where you met chicks and stuff?
Yeah, there's girls and everything here. Obviously, it's not. I don't know what you think.
know. I don't know.
It was just all Asian men dancing with each other and snuggling up. Dude, man, just to make it simpler for you, yeah. Imagine a club you've been to. Imagine a club you've been to with your white friends.
Yes.
Just change the music to Bhangra music, and just change the demographics to Asian people.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not complicated. We haven't got some kind of alternative timeline or kind of like alternative, like a different kind of. I mean, our gigs are basically the same, but they're more fun, to be honest with you.
Well, it's just my only image is, of weddings, like Sikh weddings, and that. And I sort of thought, and I thought, is it like a Sikh wedding?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. But in English clothes, because you're not going to go there in like Asian clothes and stuff like that.
No.
So yeah. So when it comes to that, so you're just it's pretty much like a Sikh wedding, pretty much, yeah. But with a lot more fights and.
How could you afford it though? Because that's an expensive lifestyle. I mean, that is an expensive lifestyle. If you're clubbing, it's money, and the booze in a club is really expensive. I mean, we used to get drunk before we got into the club because yeah.
Yeah, we did, dude.
I'm sorry.
I don't Ned yet. I wasn't freaking a tramp. Yeah, I had money. Yeah,
right.
I wasn't living on the streets. I had money, so I could afford a drink. And also on top of that, when I was working as well towards the end, but then I stopped afterwards. But yeah, at the time, I would normally. So what we do is like most other people. You know what other people do? White people and Asian people were not as different as you might think.
No. Well, obviously,
we would get like a bottle, and chip in for a bottle of like say Bacardi, and then or vodka, and then we would just share it, and then we'll get wrecked before we go to the thingy. By the time we get in there, we don't really buy too much in the club, but then we'll just thingy in the bar and stuff. And if you want to get a drink, you get a drink for yourself. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And we didn't charge thousands of pounds. It's only like £10 for a ticket.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, you can sort of afford that. So you how long from university you would drink it? You started to drink.
So 90. Well, when did I start uni? Actually, I went uni for 3 years. The first year I didn't drink, and the last two. So I'm trying to think. 90. I graduated in 99, so I must have started in 97, and then I stopped. When did I stop? So 2014, 2006, 13. I stopped in 2013. Totally. I mean, dead. I slowly stopped drinking, but then I totally stopped drinking. And I don't think the last
That's
time
a long time, isn't it?
The last time I had a drink, I'm pretty sure was 2013. I'm telling you, best decision I made. Once I stopped, I started drawing again. Like it's not a coincidence. I stopped drinking in 2013, and I started drawing again in 2013.
Because It's sort of, yeah, and I can understand that
I
entirely.
didn't draw from 2000 after I graduated all the way up to that point. I'm talking about not. I think I only drew one drawing for my nephew for his birthday, which was when he was a kid. He liked Pokemons and stuff, and that was it. Other than that, I hadn't drawn anything. Not a single thing.
It's sort of because booze sort of takes the edge off of everything, doesn't it? So, I you can't be so bothered to draw or do anything that's sort of that might be a bit of hard work and application.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, I remember drawing is a like the way I draw because of the detail and stuff. I can't just like start a drawing and then like the problem with me. I think God. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I look back at it. At the time, I used to get pissed off, but I swear to God, I used to have the worst hangovers, and I'm so glad I did. So glad I did. Now looking back,
why, if you don't mind me asking, why did you stop suddenly? Because that bloody hell, it's like 15 years that you were drinking. That's a long time. Why?
No, I mean, it was just slowly, man. Like then I started. It was my job basically. Obviously, I argue a lot, so I had problems at work with my boss, and I can't go into it because I got
no.
I've got a legal order.
No, obviously not. No.
Because I got a settlement for it, obviously. And so basically, what started happening was I had a case against my company, and I was working with them as well. And if anyone knows a tribunal case, I thought it'd be pretty quick to deal with, but it ended up taking 2 years. And in order for me to do it, I had to do my own case. Yeah, because I didn't want to get a solicitor involved. So I had to concentrate a lot. So
you had to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it took over my life. I mean, I'm very obsessive, as you know, but I'm talking about every day I was doing my tribunal case. And I realized there's no way I can do, like, I just stopped hanging around with people, stopped drinking. Anyone that rang me up said I'm doing my tribe. And then slowly I started realizing, all right, yeah, these people aren't really my friends. And my way to stop was just to stop. Like, if someone rings me up, yeah, and they go, Rod, yeah, let's meet up, yeah, and they go, yeah, let's have a drink, but they don't ask me, oh, what's going on or anything like that. They're not really your friends, to be honest with you. Like they're drinking buddies. So I just stopped. But yeah, so with my tribunal case, I had to deal with it by myself, and then
what did you? How did you get the legal? How did you get the legal advice? You read books, did you? Is there books on?
No, you do know the internet was about in 2013.
Yeah, but so yeah, there is the internet. But what does it do? I mean, how does that actually help you with a tribunal?
I used to. I know people are going to say I'm so sad, but I used to go to tribunal cases and watch
what other people did, how they.
Yeah. So I used to go into like on my day off, I'd travel down to London, and I'd sit in the case. You're allowed to do that, and I would just sit there, kind of like observing and stuff. And I've learned so much stuff. Like, let me say, one of the best thing I've ever learned. If anybody is having trouble with their work, yeah, you can do something I didn't realize. You can record secretly your employers and actually provide it to a tribunal. Now, the way around it is this. Obviously, secret recording people is probably, some people might say it's illegal, you can't use it. The way you get around it, the way I got around it, was I recorded meetings of my employees, kind of like, trying to intimidate me and stuff. Obviously, I did it secretly. And then what happened is that I submitted it, and then I was told I can't use it because it's a recording, but there's a way around it. You can transcribe it.
Yeah.
But the issue with transcriptions is this, yeah. Like, obviously, I'm obsessive, so it didn't really affect me, because if I got to do it, I'll do it. I'm a type of person. If I've got to write, so basically, my recordings were hours and hours of recording, and they might have only had a couple of minutes of content, which was very, very explosive. So, you have a meeting with someone for an hour, but only around 3 minutes is something that you want to show to the court.
Yeah.
In order for you to then submit that, you have to do that whole transcription of the whole meeting for context. I mean, you can't leave a single word out. So I had to go through all of the things, and I read everything. I mean, I'm talking about hundreds of pages worth of bullshit just so I could submit the bit that I wanted. And it took a long time. And also, you have to then give the copy of the recording to their legal team. And then what you do is they then check it over to check that what you've written in your transcription was correct. And obviously it was correct on my side, because I'm pretty thorough when it comes to stuff like that. I actually went up against one of the biggest legal teams in the UK.
And won?
Is a settlement a win? I don't know, but I do remember like it was like a David and Goliath because I was by myself, and then I would look to the side because we had to what's called preliminary hearings. I can't talk too much about it.
No,
it's kind of like setting out the groundwork about what is going on. And then basically, when I looked to the side, I had like 3 barristers or lawyers or what you want to call solicitors. And I was thinking to myself, shit, this is like thing. And it was one of the, I can't say the name of the company or the solicitor firm, but it was a massive company, one of the biggest solicitor firms in the UK. But to be honest with you, Ned, it actually worked in my favor. I'm not going to lie.
How does it work with a recording? Look, if you transcribe a recording and then they challenge that transcription and they sort of say, no, we don't think that was a true and accurate record of the conversation that took place, can you then bring forward the recording?
Yeah, I mean, you give right. So what you have to do is this. So, for my example, I didn't know that. I only learned this as I was going along. I recorded the meetings because I was getting kind of like, obviously, I stand my ground. So, I was getting kind of my bosses sort of like trying to intimidate me and stuff. So, I recorded it secretly. Then I submitted it to the when I did my case or my submission. I said I got recordings. They then replied back, you cannot submit recordings, but if you transcribe the whole of the recordings and submit the recording to their legal team. So what I had to do was send them all my recordings and then the whole transcriptions, and they would match up whether it was correct. And they said it was correct, so I was all right. But if you make mistakes, trust me, they're going to pull mistakes out and say, okay. But remember, they're right, though, because you have to look at things in context. So if I've got a meeting for an hour and then like 3 minutes of it is very volatile, where I think it's worthy of being sent to the court, they want to hear the whole meeting to put into context.
Because I could quite easily have wound up somebody and got them to actually react and then given them that reaction.
So I had to prove that, okay, I was being very civil. I wasn't really saying anything or doing this because one of my bosses, I mean, I know you find it hard to believe, but one of my bosses threatened me. I wonder why. So I had to sort of like think, and so so when it comes to recording stuff, it's complicated. But the problem is, if you don't, you can get someone to transcribe it for you, but it costs a lot of money. So I just did it myself. It was a freaking pain in the backside. I'm not gonna lie, man.
So you actually watched proceedings, and so you worked out how people made their submissions, how they actually started laid out their case, how the opposing side laid out their case,
and I saw
how they cross-examined each other.
Yeah, so I saw that one of the things I realized, and I realized it in my preliminary case, was that being by myself, because people said to me, get a legal, somebody do no win, no fee basis. And I was like, no, I know I can do it myself because I watched these cases. And one thing I realized was that, and it actually worked in my favor. When I was standing I remember I was standing by myself. I can't say, I have to be very careful what I say. Basically, I was standing by myself in the preliminary hearing, setting up my basis of my case and some of the paperwork and stuff that I was going to submit to, because you have to give all my paperwork. I had folders worth of paperwork that I had to then submit over to them, and they had to submit their evidence over to me. And I did a trick here, and I know this is people are going to say, Rod, you're fake. So I don't know. All right, so I think I can say this, but it was a good tactic here, so I'll say it. It's years later. I took 2 folders, massive folders. One folder was full of real information.
Listen, Raj, maybe it might not be one.
No, because I'm not going into specifics. This is a tactic that I think was a good tactic. So I took 2 folders. One folder was full of information. The second folder, the same size, had nothing but plain paper in it. Now, the reason I did that was because I wanted the opposition to look at my table and see mountains of evidence. And so I was like, looking through it, like there was loads of stuff. The other thing I did was I realized that, not because my brother-in-law wanted to come to me to the case because he's very articulate. He's a bank manager and he's pretty argument, so he's actually dealt with stuff before. And so what he did was he said, come down. I said, no, I don't want anyone to come with me. And the reason being, because when I was watching court tribunal cases, I realized that the people that were by themselves seemed to get more sympathy. So if there was one solicitor against 3, I realized that the judges,
the court would side with you.
It wasn't they would side; they'd have more sympathy. So it almost looked like the 3 were bullying the 1, even though it wasn't necessarily the case. And the 1 always looked like David and Goliath against a bigger team. So I thought to myself, all right, this one little seat guy up against this big legal team of 3, and I stood, and it worked. The judge was very sympathetic towards me, you know, because I was standing by myself. She said, have you got a legal team? I said, no, I'm doing it myself. And she was like, all right. And because she knew the other team was, you know, the actual legal team that I was up against was a regular there. And so when she saw that, I could tell. She gave me some I can't say what I said, but she did give me some leeway, because she said I'm doing my own case myself. So any of the time, because they give you kind of dates you must do X, Y, Z by, yeah.
And they were fairly good, easy with that, weren't
they? Yeah. And can I say to get the people in the chat that are saying, Rod, you're talking about yourself all the time. Rod, why are you so telling your story? Let me say something, because I like to annoy people by talking about myself. You know what it is? The worst thing is, the more they tell me they find it irritating, I'm reading the comments going, okay, Raj, they hate. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, but do you know what, Raj? As soon as you appear, the numbers go up. When I was, when I was talking on my own, there was like 20 people watching, and the thing is it's sort of more than doubled since you come.
And I bet 15 of them were on the verge of jumping off a cliff. No, but the thing is that even if you don't like me, what I'm saying, if you got, you know, at work here, a lot of people don't understand their actual their rights within the workplace. They don't really get it. Like, they think their bosses can do whatever they want to them, and there's a lot of bullying going on in, like, you know, in companies and stuff where you know, managers and stuff will try to kind of bully you. And so if you know the tactic that you can record that, this is one of the, and I've used it, not, you know, this secret recording, I haven't just used it at work now. I've used it in other places, because it doesn't just come from it's not just in the tribunal.
It's universal. It's
universal. And it's a loophole. I actually had a problem with the dentist, and I recorded them. Freaking got everything on there, incriminated. Then they shut up once they realized I got the recording, because they were lying and shit. They were trying to charge me for some dental work when I should have got it free at the time. And so, yeah, even for it. So this is something that you don't have to like me to take lessons from me. Obviously, I'm your legal advisor. I am pretty knowledgeable about employment law, though. I can't remember everything, but I was pretty good when by the time I finished my own case. Look, if I got a settlement out of it, and it was a pretty good settlement, and I'd done everything by myself, then, because they don't just give settlements for no reason. If they think they can intimidate you out, because I'll tell you something, they took me right to, I think, like 3 days before we were supposed to go to court. That's when they gave the settlement.
Yeah, it took it right to the wire. They took it right to the wire.
It's like what I say about, like, it's about, you know, when you get 2 cars, when they're called chicken, they're going to push you to the edge, yeah, and they're going to see how far you're willing to go. And I'm the type of person, like I said, man, like, I'm willing to crash the car if I have to.
Well, I mean, I understand that with a lot of cases like this, because there's case law, I understand that there's quite a few cases where a big corporation will go literally on the morning as they're going into court. They'll like pull somebody over to the side and say, "Look, we've got an offer. Here's our offer," and then because if it goes against them, then it's not just your case. That might then lead to 7, 8, 10, 12, 14 other cases.
And also the publicity is terrible. Like, the more your company is basically got a reputation of they've got to uphold a reputation. If they lose a particular case, and I don't want to go into what the case was about, but it would have been pretty bad for their reputation, because I would have milked that to the freaking house come on, because I would have been like, okay, I would have gone to the papers and stuff, because a story about one little seat guy going up against a big company and then a legal team and actually winning, and then and they knew that, so I think it was like 3 days before. I remember getting all my clothes ready, all my paperwork. I was just about ready. I was practicing what I was going to say, and then what happened is just literally 3 days before, they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Yeah, I was like, all right, is it? And to be honest with you, with that, it allowed me to then go into do art again, because I was comfortable enough to be able to
Whatever made you do that? Because that's quite a leap. If you're sort of gainfully employed as a commercial artist, and then you suddenly decide
I wasn't a commercial artist. I was a kid.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, I was a kitchen designer and a bathroom and bedroom designer.
Right. Well, that's quite a jump. I mean, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, it's none of my bloody business, but if you don't mind me asking, I mean, why did you actually? That's a hell of a risk, sort of becoming a professional artist.
Because the thing is, like, you know, at the end of the day, I come to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm not going to live my life for anybody else apart from myself. And if I know I know I'm good enough to make it. It might take me 10 years, but I'm going to make it. Yeah. Some people, like, you know, I'm sorry, they're kind of deluded, and like, you know, some people, they think they can sing and they're going to be the next Mariah Carey. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to sound arrogant. I know I'm going to make it. It's just a matter of time. And so if I know that, I'll have to go through pain, because right now, obviously, I'm a struggling artist, but I know I'm going to make it. It's just a matter of time. So it's just about looking at it, because I don't look in like years and stuff. Like even when I did my tribunal case, I wasn't looking week to week. I was like, okay, what do I want to attain, even if it takes, because it took 2 years.
Yeah. How do you even start with that? I mean, because I know that you did like, you get a picture of like Denzel Washington and you do a drawing of it, which is remarkable. It's a stunning picture. That it really is remarkable. That picture of sort of Denzel Washington is amazing. But how did you actually start? Did you sort of think, I'm going to turn out a couple of pictures of celebrities like Sherlock Holmes, and they will sell. They'll be put boilers to sell, and then
no. I look here. When it comes to anyone can do those drawings. Dude,
I can't. But carry on.
No, it's not anyone. Let me say something. Yeah, when you look at those drawings, you're impressed because you like, okay, it looks very realistic. It looks like that person. There's millions. I'm not talking about thousands. Millions of artists that can do that, and millions of artists that are actually even better than me at doing it. The point that was for me to practice, and in order to get my skills back up to the standard that I was happy with. I don't like celebrity portraits. I don't give a shit about celebrity portraits. If I wanted
you make quite a bit of money. Don't you actually make your living doing drawings of people and like doing portraits?
Yeah, but that's different. Like if someone wants a portrait done of their pair or them and that's different. But when it comes to celebrities, a lot of people, you know, like looking at celebrity portraits. I got some great ones of like Marilyn Monroe, and they look like photographs. But that is not really art. I'm being straight with you. That's not art.
No. I know what you're saying.
What it is, yeah, that is like a photocopy. Like you're just photocopying. What I'm doing right now is like my gun drawing and stuff. I'm doing like drawings that are thought provoking, and that's what I want to be known as, somebody that wants to do drawings tackling issues like, you know, animal cruelty, gun violence, freedom of speech, and all of this kind of stuff. So a lot of people say to me, Raj, keep on doing these pictures of celebrities, and yeah, I can do. And I'm telling you, I could do an Instagram page, and I could get known as being a celebrity portrait artist. But I don't want to be pigeonholed. You understand? It's like if you start doing one thing. Imagine if you're a singer, and you're known for singing kind of like uplifting, like love songs, like, you know, like with Esau and Real. You know, Esau and Real, their love story.
Yeah.
And just thinking about, you know, you would do anything for your man and all that kind of stuff. Now, you will be then pigeonholed into that, and in the art world and in certain things, it's very hard to then push yourself out of it. So I made a conscious decision just to do celebrity portraits for practice. And then once I've got to a particular stage, I haven't drawn a celebrity portrait since 2015. I don't see the point of doing them.
So where do you? So
everyone say this is your life, and you're like, what's his name? What's the guy that used to do This Is Your Life?
I'm sorry. I'm just. You know. Look. Listen. If I'm prying, then please stop me.
No. I'm fine. I'm just fine.
It's good. No. It's just interesting. I've never spoken to a professional artist before. So I mean, you know, I'm just interested. I've never spoken to a professional artist before. So
you don't want to though. Let me tell you something about artists. Most of them are pompous little pricks. Yeah. No. They are. This is one of my biggest.
But you have to be. Surely you have to be.
No, but you do have to be. Look. The thing about art, yeah, it's 50% talent, and then it's 50% playing the game. And a lot of artists, like I don't like group. I have done 1 or 2 group shows, but I'm going to be honest with you. I found around 95% of the artists to be pompous little pricks. Yeah, you know, and I just don't like the art world in that sense. Like, you know, if you got an artwork here and you put it on the wall and you need to explain for 5 hours what it is, because it's like a line, like I don't think it's really, you're not really doing what I call kind of good art. Like, you should be able to put a piece of artwork up and the artwork should talk for itself. And if someone asks you, what is it? Maybe I'm an art elitist because I don't like the new kind of modern art. I think modern art is garbage. Sorry, Ned. I think it's an indication of a society's downfall. Yeah, because art kind of is an indicator of like the mindset of the society.
A reflection of society.
And right now, modern art, yeah, is the biggest art form, and it's selling millions and millions of pounds for bullshit paintings. Yeah, lines on wall, a freaking dot in the middle, cows being cut in half, a bedroom with condoms on it. You understand? It's garbage.
Wouldn't they say that it has international that Damien Hirst sells across the world? The Two Georges sell across the world. Now, whether you like what they're doing or you don't like what they're doing, people in America, Australia, Russia, across the world will buy their paintings. I mean, I find a lot of Picasso stuff very, very simplistic, but you can't buy them. You can't get hold of them. They're all in museums, aren't they? I mean, there's an appeal for those that I don't understand. That, by the sound of it, you don't understand either. But there's obviously something in there. They're not just commercial. They're not just selling them for money's sake.
They are. The whole worth of these paintings, like, I'll give you an example. When I went to the Modern Art Museum, and there's a line in the wall on a canvas that's around, I think it was 20 foot by 20 foot with a line in the middle. And the description in the side was longer and more complicated than the actual painting. You understand? Like,
yeah, because it's all about concept, isn't it? It's about it's high concept art. Yeah.
You
have the ideas behind it.
You have to read the thingy in order to then put your understanding of the artwork. And the great art, that is going to stand the test of time doesn't need long descriptions. A lot of these arts that you see today, people will look back in around 100 years and go, what were they thinking? They'll just be trash at some point. The only reason they will have worth is because of how much they're worth. Yeah, and it doesn't matter how much they're worth. This is why I get kind of like, when I hear people saying, Raj, how much did you sell your artwork for? I'm like, look, I'm not thinking about short term. Even if I die and then my artwork's recognized, I'd rather my artwork be recognized for giving a message than selling thousands of pounds for no goddamn reason, apart from the fact that, my reputation is what sells it, not the actual not the actual message within the art. Like Tracy Emin, she's done some.
Yeah.
Tracy Emin's actually, I've looked into it. She's actually done some okay art, but her bed stuff is garbage. Raw garbage.
Yeah. No. I mean, I sort of accept it, and it was part of a sort of movement. It was like the Brit, was it Britpop? There's like a kind of movement, and she came in this sort of wave of Damien Hirst, the two Georges, Tracy Emins. They were part of a sort of movement, and she got swept up in it. And I agree with you. The bed is.
They are actually pretty competent compared to the other artists. Like, so at least they can actually paint. I've seen some of their other stuff, and when they try to do something, they can do it. There's some people
don't you get ideas though from some of the modern art there? Because one of my favorite artists is it Francis Bacon, Roger Bacon?
I don't consider Francis Bacon. I'm talking about people that put dots on paintings. That kind of modern art.
Oh yeah, I know that, and I know exactly what you're talking about. All that sort of conceptual, people just having like a blue wall, and
So I think there was a painting that went for 25 million. And it was just literally a white board.
Yeah.
The guy and everyone, and then you have these idiot artists, so-called artists, arguing, "Oh, it's not just a white board. If that better not be the real Carnita, because I'm gonna start calling you fat. I'm gonna start cussing you out if you ask me questions like that. Make sure that's not the real Carnito, because I'll find that disrespectful you saying that shit. So if that is you, yeah. Don't.
Probably not.
Yeah. So I think it might be fake. So basically, he's trying to. So basically, what was I saying? Oh no, yeah. So when it comes to the art world, look, this is when it comes to art, it's so subjective that it's hard for me to tell people what is art per se. Yeah, but I can say what's bad art. I can say what is terrible art. I can't say what is art because it's not for me to say that. So I can say that bad art is art, which is
it's stuff that doesn't work for you, but it might work for other people.
No. But basically, if I have to go to a gallery, and in order for me to understand the painting that's on the wall, I need a description, which is freaking an essay.
No, that's yeah. I know exactly what you're saying, but there was a Turner Prize winning winner a couple of years back, and all it was a white room with some lights that flashed on, flashed off, flashed off, and I thought, this is absolutely ridiculous. And it was they had it at the Tate, and I saw it.
Yeah, I remember.
And now you may actually think that was a terrible thing, and I did before I saw it, before I went there. And the incredible thing about that is, if you sat in the room, the lights would go on, the lights would go off, the lights would go on, the lights would go. And what you'd actually see is you'd see a succession of people sort of caught in a series of snapshots, And it did actually, although that's very artsy fartsy and it's everything that you're sort of suggesting, I sort of got that. I got that piece of art. It really did. That we live in, the art is all around us, that actually human beings are quite marvelous creatures, and actually we take the mundane that's actually in front, we discount it, when in fact it's magical, it's full of infinite possibilities. And by giving you the vision in a flash and then turning it off, and then it shows you that life is sort of changing and different, and there's a million different versions of life, and your version of life is different from mine. Now,
are you sure you don't write the placards for these bullshit artworks?
No, I never read the placard. Are
you sure you didn't write it? Now, the thing is, though, I get, look, everybody takes something from. That's why I said I can't say it's not art, but I can say it's shit art. Now, the thing is, like,
that worked for me.
So yeah, it worked for you. So the thing is, for me, when anyone can do what someone can do, then I have to say, okay, all right. So it's not really a specialized thing. But then again, an imagination to think of it is quite clever in itself, But I'm telling you something straight now. This particular artworks are not going to be displayed in some kind of like museum in 100 years for anything apart from, let's just say, this is what was happening at that time. It will be like a niche kind of thing. Now, real art will stand the test of time. Like, there's art that is out there that has been around for thousands of years, and there's and you have to understand, Joel. When you think of some of these artists, you think they must have been like really renowned in their time, But
no, they're unknown.
Yeah, but there are so many artists, that in their time they were seen as geniuses, and guess what? No one remembers them.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I know, William Blake. I mean, he was only he died, and his paintings were sort of hidden and engravings were hidden for like 100 years. Nobody was interested in them at all. And then suddenly, in the 1920s, suddenly there was this, people just couldn't. They discovered him. And I'm
talking about the other way around. There are people that in their lifetime, like these artists you're talking about, they're doing these switches. In their lifetime, they were revered and being, touted as great artists.
The immortal Haydn. Have you ever heard of Haydn?
But the thing, let me show you. So in their lifetime, they were seen as great artists, and other people were not even recognized. But what happened, because art, in order for great art to really be great art, it needs to be able to stand the test of time. And so the artists that in their lifetime were seen as great, when they passed away, their art just disappeared with them.
It died with
them. Now,
the
artists that might have been struggling or whatever, their art withstood the test of time. When they died, when it was 100 years later, 500 years later, people could still look at their piece of artwork, regardless of the time or the person that did it. They didn't
Van Gogh, isn't it?
Yeah, they didn't need to know nothing about the person. They could still appreciate the art. And that's the thing about art. It's about longevity. So when I'm doing pieces, I'm not saying I'm a great artist. I'm saying when I do pieces, people keep telling me, "Oh, Raj, do another picture of a portrait of a person or a frame." I'm like, no, the artwork I'm doing, I want people to be able to look at in 100 years and still say, okay, that's a good point that he had. I may not agree with it. Do you understand? Or 1,000 years. Yeah, I want it to have a message, because it's very easy to do celebrity portraits and get a massive fan base on Instagram. It's not hard. Yeah, I could just like start racking up celebrity portraits all over the place. But one, they're boring. I find them extremely boring, and secondly, they're quite time consuming as well. So it's not like I can do them in like, you know, short amount of time and post them. And thirdly, I don't want to be pigeonholed into that. Do you know what, dude? I need to shoot. Yeah, big up to yourself for my live interview. I will say something. Yeah, can I just say something? And this is just going to be a little bit of a rant. Yeah, look. Do not superimpose Islamic beliefs onto Sikhism. We do not have what's called takfeering people. Yeah, there's not this kind of like, Raj doesn't do XYZ, now he's out of the fold of Sikhism. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. So Gandalf the gay, you need to understand, your Sikh mates can call me not a Sikh all day. It makes zero difference. You're obsessed, yeah. Muslims are obsessed about takfeering other Muslims, and you think I care. It doesn't make no difference. There are certain criteria that if you don't believe in, you're out of the fold. If I don't believe that, you know, the Guru Granth Sahib is the word of God, that, you know, my gurus were sent by God, and I don't believe in certain other aspects here, then I'll be out of the fold. But I do, so don't worry. You can takfeer your Muslim brothers, and I guarantee you, if I met anyone's Sikh mates, yeah, I guarantee you they'll probably be fans of mine. What you need to ask your Sikh mates is not, do you know Raj Speaker's Corner? Ask them, do they know the Pentacular Artist? You know, I've got two kind of personas. One's Raj Speaker's Corner, and the other one's called Pentacular Artist. And most Sikhs don't know I'm Pentacular Artist. Yeah, and I've done probably around 40 Sikh art drawings that a lot of people know about worldwide. My artwork is displayed in Canada, in India, in America, you name it. And so once you say the word Pentacular Artist, trust me, they're going to start saying, oh, that Raj drew that. Next thing you know, they'll be a fan of mine. That's what normally happens when I meet people in real life. Yeah, so the thing is, do you understand what I'm saying? So, Ned.
Yeah.
A lot of people say Sikhs hate me, yeah. Oh, my mate doesn't like you. He doesn't think you're a Sikh. Look, first of all, I don't care personally. But what happens, even when I meet Sikhs here that don't like me in real life, which is very rare, you know what I do to win them over? Guess what I do?
What do you do?
I just show them my artwork on Sikh Artwork. And they say, are you that guy that drew that? Because I'm well known within the Sikh community, not as Raj Speaker's Corner. I don't normally show my face as an artist. I go by the name Pentacular Artist, and most people don't know I'm Pentacular Artist. So as soon as I show my drawings of what I've drawn, yeah, straight away they're like, "Oh, that's you! Big up, big up!" They become fans, even if they don't like me, even if they don't like me as a person. But
they have them on television programs, don't they? On
yeah, so they're used in music videos. So I don't charge for my Sikh artwork. So there's some like the design of a Sikh khanda is used on T-shirts. It's actually even one of my designs is on a watch in India. On Amazon, yeah, God knows who's selling that. Then also on top of that, a lot of my artwork is used on clothing. Like sometimes I go to events and I look at the clothing and it's got my drawings on there, and I don't charge. I'm not whatever, as long as you give me credit if someone asks. So that's the thing. As soon as you need to say, yeah, soon as you need to do, all you do is just say, do you know who Pentacular Artist is? And is that Raj? Oh, we love that guy's artwork. So yeah, straight away, man. It's my kind of powerful, because I've had people come up to me once in a while. It's very rare. Most Sikhs don't really have a problem with me, but when they have, they might go, Raj, I don't like the way you do X, Y, Z. All I do is just open my phone and I show them a picture of what's. I think the picture I always show to win them over is there's a drawing I've done of Baba Deep Singh, one of our great kind of martyrs. And as soon as I see that drawing, because it's been used in a lot of videos, that's it. I've won them over. This is why they can't defeat that Raj. Yeah, I've got a lot of things. Anyway, Ned, you can like ramble on with the.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Yes, Tash, I do have fans. That's why I was invited to Parliament 3 times to display my Sikh artwork. I'm not talking about fans in terms of Speaker's Corner. That's why when I go to get invited to Sikh events, I'm there. That's why I was flown out to America twice for 20 days for free, and I had a documentary made about me by people in America, and they played it on a cinema screen. Yes, the Raj was on a cinema screen. On top of that, I was given an award for a great humanitarian there. I would say not an award for that. Thirdly, my artwork has been displayed in Canada in an exhibition. It's been displayed in City Hall for a month. It's been displayed in America. In fact, when Raindup has told me that when he goes to these religious events, my artwork is freaking all over the place. Yeah, but I don't know it's Rod Speaker's Corner. I have two personas, Pentacular Artist and Rod Speaker's Corner. Pentacular Artist is known as a Sikh artist, but the thing is, the reason why they don't know it's me, I don't normally show my face. You know, like as an artist, you don't really show your face, so people don't know it's me until I tell them. Yeah, you can get my autograph, dude. I'll send it. I'll put on there, Raj, the great Sheikh of Islam. Because you know what it is, yeah. You guys, actually, I think you actually think that I'm the new great Mufti or Sheikh of Islam. That I need to gonna teach you your own religion. Why are you obsessed with one little Sikh? I have no clue. Now, why don't you freaking want to talk about your own religion? Why don't you worry about what's going on in Palestine and Iraq and all of this stuff, rather than what I'm doing with my dingaling? Yeah, you don't need to worry about what I'm doing with my dingaling. Anyway, I'm off anyway. Big up to yourself, Ned.
Well, yeah, it's good talking to you.
Ned. Hopefully, you know, you don't send anyone over a cliff. Somebody.
But thanks for the.
No, I don't have no issue with you. Don't get me wrong. When I'm saying this stuff, I don't think you're a malicious person, but you are annoying.
But thank you. What can I say? Yes, you're not the first person to have said that, actually.
Other people are annoying but malicious, like certain people that you know. I won't say their person's names, but they give you advice because they're vindictive and nasty. They're not. You're giving advice because you truly think you're trying to help people. Yeah.
Just one thing? Can I just ask? Do you know that there's do you know about that exhibition where all new artwork is? There's like a big exhibition. Would you know what's that? Do you know about it, the Serpentine? That there's
I know there are new artists because I actually went to one and yeah, I didn't like it, to be honest with you. I actually decided to do what's called a group exhibition. The problem is I don't know if you I know it's hard to believe, but I'm not don't really kind of like let's just say I don't play the game like in this art kind of field. Like if I don't like something, you know, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like if I don't like it, I'll keep my mouth shut, not to be rude. Like if I don't like it, I'll be like, all right, yeah. And so when it comes to the art world, you think about the art world, they're the most pompous, up their own backside little turds. They're walking around looking like they're freaking out.
But surely you have to hoard, don't you? You have to be a bit of a hoard.
Yeah, I know. This is the problem with me. I'm very hard to play the game. Like it's very hard for me to play the game of brown nosing people. And in the art field, it's
you
the
have
same.
to, surely as an artist, you have to get that nose wedged firmly up.
Yeah, but I'm hoping that I can get my artwork up to a degree because I'm not there. I'm only around 60, but up to I don't care how long it takes. It could take another 3, 4, 5, 6 years. I can get my artwork up to such a degree that they have to listen without me having to brown nose. So I'll have to brown nose up to a point, but I can't brown nose to the point where I'm going to sell my soul. Well, anyway, yeah, everyone's saying they're bored out their brain. Do you know what? Because they're saying they're. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Because everyone's saying they're bored, I'm going to stay on and talk more.
No.
No, let's talk more. Let's talk more because I love when people say they're bored. Because then what we'll do is we'll bore them more. So let's talk about art because a lot of people don't like the art world. So let's bore people with art.
Oh, can I just ask you about Francis Bacon? I love Francis Bacon. I think there's something vital. You know, you talked about timeless. I think he is timeless. I think he's got like he is going to last because I think there's a truth. Do you know? We have our image, and then there's the person behind it, and we're very often we wear a mask, and we're different from the person that we present. And I think that Francis Bacon's drawings catch that. They capture the twisted, mangled humanity that makes me or makes you or makes anybody. And do you see that in his drawing?
I like Francis Bacon. I think his artwork's great. It's not necessarily my thing. My favorite artist is H.I. Geiger.
Oh wow! Oh yes, Alien. Yes, yes. I know he's done a lot of other stuff.
He's my favorite artist just because he's freaking imagination is freaking mind-boggling. Like, it's unbelievable the stuff that he's drawn. So for me, it's dark. It's very darky stuff. But I like that.
He was heavily involved in the occult, wasn't he? He was. I reckon a lot of the stuff that he drew came out of devil worship. I think actually.
Whatever got him to that stage, big up, because the stuff he's drawn is like freaking insane. Like, I think I've got a good artist, but a good imagination. But whenever I look at his stuff, you can just look at it for hours. Obviously, people that know who H.I. Geiger is, he's the guy that actually designed the alien spaceship, alien xenomorph, and he was the person behind all of that. So if you look at his artwork, he's got crazy artwork. Francis Bacon, I like his stuff. I'm not merely into paintings per se. This thing, I like more black and white artwork. I'm always drawn more to black and white for some reason.
Why black and white? What is it? Is it just because you like using a pencil?
I like using pencil, but also I can use color. Well, I don't like telling people I'm actually I'm excellent at color pencil. I used to be. I can still draw. I'm excellent at color pencil, but I just don't like drawing in it because I find it boring. Because you see life in color anyway.
Yeah.
I find when you change things to black and white, it kind of gives you a different kind of like viewpoint of reality. So something in black and white,
isn't it? It's much darker.
Yeah, and also it's just different. So a lot of people
it's stripped back a bit, isn't it?
Oh, look at everybody saying carry on the. All right, I'll carry on the conversation. I was about to leave, dude. Everyone's saying to carry on. Everyone's saying Raj and Ned, the new team, the dynamic duo. Giving the most.
No. Give the poor man a break. He's dying.
Everybody's telling me to stay, so I have to stay. I have to stay. But when it comes to art and stuff, people do find it boring. But art has changed the world. Art can. If you look at one of the problems is that certain cultures don't see art in the same way. Yeah. Depending on the culture and the land. So if you look at the West, art is respected. Artists are seen as great kind of like contributors to civilization. So, obviously the main one is Leonardo da Vinci and stuff like that. But if you look at somewhere like in India, artists are not respected. The past artists. In fact, I don't know if you've seen some of these temples. Have you seen these temples in India, like with immaculate carvings all over the place?
Well, I know the Taj Mahal.
No, not the Taj. Come on, man, dude.
Well, I don't know. No, in that case, I haven't seen. No, I haven't.
Well, if you look at the temples in India that are created thousands of years ago, and just zoom into them, because from the distance they just look like a building. Then you zoom in, and the immaculate carvings, are just incredible of people. Obviously, don't go to the Kama Sutra one, because there's a lot of dinglings in puddidas all over the place.
There's a lot of smut.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of dinglings in puddidas going in and out. So with that one, but when you look closer, and these people that created this, because it is art, no one knows who did it. And in India, they don't care. They don't care about the artist. They appreciate the final concept. So if someone's created this artwork, but they don't really care about the artist that created it. Whereas in the West, they appreciate both. Yeah. So,
but I thought that Leonardo. It's interesting you say Leonardo da Vinci. I thought that he was looked upon. They didn't sort of revere him as an artist. They saw him as a craftsman. Not as an artist, not as a sort of higher status creator. He was looked upon as a kind of technician, as a kind of like a kind of glorified carpenter.
Because he had to have other people. So you have to understand, if you saw what he was working, he wasn't solitarily carving these things out and painting massive murals.
He had a studio.
He was very rich in his time. He was extremely rich. And so he wasn't what a lot of people think some artists. No, Michelangelo, I can't remember, it was Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci. Both of them are very wealthy in their time as well. and after they
by
died.
the church, by the
Yeah,
Pope.
yeah. So they were revered, and so the reason why people probably would say that is because it's a bit like Banksy. People think Banksy is just a lone artist creating his art. No, he's got a team and a studio that creates stuff, and he's the one that thinks of the idea, but other people kind of like implement it, yeah, as a group in order to get it done. So
I never knew that. I mean, I just thought he was a guy who sort of was really good at doing stencils and then just went along and stenciled a place at 3 o'clock. I never realized he had a studio.
He does both. So he'll go, but he also has a studio of people that probably work for him as well. I don't know exactly. Maybe they've written a contract and all that kind of stuff. So when it comes to that, now to any Muslims like Gandalf the Great, you can't love art as a Muslim. I'm sorry, a Sunni Muslim. You do understand you can't. If you, the art, yeah, it should encompass life, including animals, including people. You can't love art and then say you can't draw living beings, in my opinion, yeah, because you're discounting a massive part of art. Some of the most beautiful artwork is about people and animals and the world. And if you can't draw that, then what's the point? You understand in Islam, yeah. Obviously, I can say Raj in Islam, but in Islam, you're
and
not
music as well. Is it music as well? You
yeah,
can't.
music is gone as well. So yeah, you're destroying the arts. Like you can't say you love art, but you can't. Oh, he draws. Oh my God, takfir. You know what? I'm gonna actually get him apostated from the Muslim community because he said he draws. Do you draw living things? Yes or no? Do you agree with drawing people, and do you agree with drawing animals? Let me see what he says.
He draws items. He doesn't draw living things. He draws items.
Sid Barrett. I'll look at Sid Barrett. I'll tell you who else I love. A lot of people are not going to know who this is because you're going to be like, oh, it's just. I love comics. The comic artist. One of my favorites. Two of them is a guy called Todd McFarlane and Jim Lee. So I'm not. When people ask me what artists I like, it's not what your traditional artist like. You know, people normally think of like Van Gogh or Francis Bacon. I like the kind of like H.R. Geiger's.
Comic
Jim
book
Lee.
art. Is it comic book art?
Yeah, but they're art. Yeah. So Gandalf draws places. What if the places have people in it? Do you just take everyone out of so he's drawing, imagine Gandalf the Gay, he's doing a lovely scenery. There's around 50 people walking around in this plaza or something. And what does he do? He takes everybody out because he can't draw people. How can you draw an environment without the people within it? Do you take everybody out of the picture, human beings, because you can't draw people? Yeah. So, I'm gonna. You know what? Yeah, I'm so glad you told me that. Yeah, because Gandalf the Gay, yeah, he's a little prick. Yeah, wait till I get everyone to know that he draws people. Yeah, wait till
Can we just ask him about there's different opinions on images because that's quite interesting. Because I know that with some they actually use like intricate patterns and they make them look like a bird or they make them look like a living thing, but it's not a living thing. Like on a carpet or on a piece of embroidery, they'll use geometric patterns and it'll make a like a bird or a living thing. Is that what you're talking about, Gandalf?
So yeah, I mean, obviously he's not going to be able to answer. I'll answer for him because I'm like his spokesperson. So what he would say is this here, that in some schools of thoughts, the more strict you go, like Abu Aisha, who was driving around in a car, basically saying he pledges allegiance to al-Baghdadi and driving past barracks of soldiers. For some reason, Abu Aisha didn't get arrested, but his friend did, and his friend went to prison for 5 years, but he didn't. He would probably say that all forms of images of living things, should not be prohibited. So you're talking about like people, animals. Then there's other schools of thoughts like the Shias. So maybe he's a Shia who believe you can draw faces. So you'll see in Shia Islam, they'll have faces of I think it's Ali. Yeah.
Yeah.
they're a bit more relaxed about what you can draw. But the mainstream thought of like Sunni Islam is totally against totally against drawing living things. So he's probably Shia. So yeah, I'm glad I found out he's a Shia, because now I can actually tell everybody. I know you're not Abu Aisha, you little puddid. I'm talking about Abu Aisha as a example of somebody that comes on the panels and tries to be this pious guy, and now we've found out that he is actually somebody that was filmed in a car, bigging up al-Baghdadi, going past barracks, saying that he's going to take over the UK, and his mate, who was in the same car with him, went prison for 5 years, but he never went prison. I wonder why he didn't go prison. So Gandalf the Great is definitely Shia. Big up to the Shias though, man, because at least with the Shias they have a bit more relaxations. Because Gandalf's a Shia, he will actually draw faces, and so he's an artist, yeah. So he doesn't mind drawing faces. So yeah, I'm gonna find out from Sir Faz and them lot what the Sunnis think, because the Shia has spoken, and he draws faces and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll find out. That's why I say that I could never become Muslim. But I'm one of the, obviously I don't want to take the snip either. And secondly, I'm not going to stop drawing people and listening to music and stuff. I think music and art are a massive component to culture. Do you agree?
Yes, I do. I mean, I think it just adds enormously to life. Yes, yeah. I do. I think it actually, as you say, it actually defines society. I think it defines the society that you're living in.
So if you like, a lot of people like when they say, "Oh, what's the culture of the UK?" I mean, art is a massive, massive, massive part of the culture of most societies. Like especially in the UK, I think the music culture here is like freaking huge and contributed a lot, and even the art and stuff like that. So when it comes to like the Shias, I've got to say the Shias, like Gandalf, have a good place. What?
Yo,
I'm just picking up my Shia brother, Gandalf.
Yeah, you know, I was gonna say, yeah. He's shirked off. His name's shirked off.
Oh,
shirked off the face.
Shirk attack. Shirked off. yeah. No, but how can you? Most Sunni school of thought that I've seen, the majority, is that you cannot draw living things. Yeah, and that's even the most, let's say, what's it called, mild version. And the more extreme you go, like Abu Aisha, who was in a car talking about allegiance to Baghdadi, but he didn't go prison, but his friend did. What would you say, Veli, if you was with a mate of yours and both of you did the same crime, but when you go prison, but your mate doesn't? What would you think? What do you think? Why would you think that would happen?
I don't know, man.
Would you think?
I don't know, man. It'd be a bit sticky still.
Would there be snitching involved? Do you think?
Could be. Depends what it is, man. You could have got off on the technicality or some different shit. Yeah, man. I don't know, man.
Oh.
I don't know. Each case is different, innit, man?
I will look into it. Obviously, I'm now going to find out.
But surely the Department of Public Prosecutions may have actually decided there wasn't a strong enough case against the other guy.
For one, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. It's a case by case thing, innit? So.
But they looked at this bloke and they sort of thought he's banged to rights, but we probably won't be able to nail that guy.
But what's quite concerning is that the guy that went in prison, he was a mate of Abu Aisha. They were in the same car. They looked like good mates. He was good mates with Karam Butt, who done the London Bridge attack. They were actually together in that, I think, Jihadi next door. So that means Abu Aisha probably knew Karam Butt as well. I need to speak to Abu Aisha. I'm not gonna lie, because I need to find out what the hell is that about. Like,
why do you need to speak to Abu Aisha? Now you need to find out what I'm going.
Dude, I'm the right. I'm here to find these things out. Yeah, like I want to know what everyone's doing. I'm such a gossip. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, as soon as people send me, I get so much information sent to me. I wish I could tell everybody everything. People are always emailing me with info.
Surely you wouldn't go to Speaker's Corner at the moment. Surely it's too.
No. So basically, what I'm doing is I'm waiting. I think things are because Leon was back, wasn't he, on Sunday? He was back.
Leon was what?
Leon's coming back regularly. I think he's slowly coming back. Leon's
Leon.
Like Leon,
your brother. Oh, my brother. Oh.
Yeah, was he there
I thought you said
yesterday?
Liam. I was like Liam.
No, I think Leon is like the queen of Speaker's Corner, so he has to officially open.
Yeah, but was he there yesterday?
Like the Queen. He's like he has to officially open the park. Once he's come back officially, I think then Speaker's Corner is like back. Until then, because he was only there for an hour or so. So I'm thinking a good date for me to go would be 30th of August. I don't know why, but I think the 30th might be a good date to go back. No reason though. Just that it's a good date.
Yeah, you know exactly
Carnival,
what you should.
Carnival,
You know.
hey, Carnival that week, that day.
Is it? They're not going to do Carnival.
Yeah, Notting Hill Carnival. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're
If there
probably
is going
going
to be one, there probably won't be one, is there?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if they're allowed to happen with such close. Because obviously,
Festivals and shit.
you know, you need to do daggering in order to do a carnival, innit? Is it daggering?
You don't have to, but it's an enjoyable part of it. If you're allowed to dagger.
Imagine that carnival. Yeah, but can you imagine a carnival and you're 2 meters apart? Everyone's 2 meters apart at a carnival. That's not really a carnival, is it?
Is that sort of daggering that thing with where they rub their bottoms against somebody?
The way you talk about it is like you're talking about like
Ned, you know that video that you watched, yeah? You know that video that you watched? When the lady bends over to pick up the peach.
Yeah, I still have nightmares about it. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm thinking of the police officers. The police officers getting buttocks thrust into their groin areas.
I can imagine, bruv, Ned like doing a kind of like a documentary about carnival. Yes, they have come here today on a Friday night where they'll be dancing close by next to each other, moving their genitals next to their buttocks. They might get aroused in the process as they do this.
Yes, it's like
All right,
1973
It's
all
time
over
to fly
again.
off now.
Yeah, I need
All
to
right,
go.
Pigeon. I see your flock of your pigeons flying.
I'm going. I'm
Time
going
to
to
fly off.
I'm going to go in a bit, man. I'm going to go in a bit.
Okay, I'll get off for a couple of hours. I'll jump as well. Thanks very much for talking.
That's how easy it was, yeah?
We got old.
Take
That's how
care,
easy it
Rod.
was, yeah? He just comes up and
Take
tells you you've got
care,
to go. He's like, "Alright, yeah, see you later, I'm off."
Yeah. I was going to go anyway.
There's bread being thrown in the park, so he needs to fly off. Somebody
that?
just threw some bread.
Who is this?
Somebody just threw some bread on the floor, so Pigeon has to fly and eat that bread.
Is this Askey? Sounds different.
Yeah, about that, mate. I think you just keep talking in circles and you support white supremacists, you know, and you never talk them down. You promote white supremacists. So who will ever listen to you, bro? You know who you are, you know.
You was listening for the last
And
hour.
whenever they're talking all that shit, you never have nothing to say for them, you know. But you want to get up in their shows and talk shit about us for no reason. While they're
We've been talking art for the past 2 hours. What are you talking about?
So what do you want to know about white supremacy?
Not you, bro. Not you. You know what he's talking about. That question is more to. I had a little question to Belly and Ultra. You know, that's a show. That's a video. Ultra. That's a video Belly put down. Yeah, about some guy that looks like a witch doctor. Yeah, and Ultra commented on said, it's always religion. But then you can clearly see what the guy's talking about. He's talking about Africa, economic freedom, all of that shit. What the West is doing, you know. Big up Belly for that. My question is to Ultra, why he cannot see why, still not see why the black struggle, and he will say, religious, just completely diverted. Don't have nothing to think about.
I'm not gonna lie.
You might have to look back at it
You're
and
gonna
that.
have to frame the question in a way that I can answer it. Like, cause like
You
this,
can't hear me,
this like answer me a question in like one sentence.
That's what I'm trying to say. There's a video Belly put up, yeah. He put a couple of videos up, but it's the video about a Pan-African guy. You know, he looks a bit like a witch doctor.
I don't know. Like, to be honest, bro, I've commented on thousands of videos, so I don't know what you're talking about. Just ask me a question.
But
you're breaking
in
up.
Africa, you think most of us look like it looks like. It's at the bottom, yeah. This guy talk.
No, you're breaking up, mate.
Yeah, a good time to leave actually. Bye bye, everybody. I'm off.
Raj, thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks, Raj.
Yeah, I got.
If anyone's not used to Askety, yeah, then obviously this is how his perception usually is. So.
Yeah. I need to send some emails to the police. So I'm just off. I'll do that. I'm not even lying. I'm telling the truth. I am. I'm sending it.
Oh, right. Okay.
About Afghan. So,
Okay.
all
Alright,
Take care, Raj.
Yeah, Asketi, listen, ask me like a clear and concise question. Don't worry about videos and Africa and like God and all that stuff. Just ask me a question, innit? Like, because like you know when it's like sometimes you're hysterical and it's hard to understand sometimes. I don't know. We got Belly
Sorry,
anyway.
Ultra. I was just on the bus. You know, it's a bad area with network. Yeah,
okay.
but it's getting better now. I just wanted to ask the question fully. You know, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. It's nice and clear.
Okay, my volume is very low. Yeah, basically, I'm gonna
it's
try
nice.
to
I can
talk
hear
up.
you, man.
Huh?
I can hear you.
Ultra, basically, it's not really it's not a serious question to you, yeah. But it was a video about one guy, yeah. He's talking about churches and Christianity in Africa, but then he was talking mostly about what basically white people has brought to Africa, you know, robbing, pillaging, stealing, you know, and he was keep going on and on. He was giving everything in details. Most people understood what he's talking about. We all understand what he's talking about, you know. What made you think it's religion that's doing that still? Actually, it's a hard question, but it's nothing to do.
Yeah.
There's no
To be
direct.
honest, let me
It's
ask
hard
you
to
a question
answer
like
the
this.
question,
Yeah,
but I hope you
I don't
understand
know.
it. But don't take it
I'm
too
not sure, bro.
heavy, man. Don't take it too heavy. One
No. Do
question
you know what it is? I'm not.
Yeah, bro.
If I knew what video you was talking about.
Okay, let me go back again.
Okay.
It's a video about a woman and a guy in village videos. Yeah, he put it up. They talk about Christianity and churches in Africa. That's what the title is called. But when you click on the video, he talks about exploitation of Africa. You know, why people
Wait,
exploiting
are you talking
Africa.
about? Are you talking about the guy that was saying?
He's got a hat on and.
No. Was he saying? Was it the one where
Basically,
he
yeah, he's
said?
talking about exploitation. You know, the white people are disrespecting us to our next level.
I don't know. If you could get me the title of the video, then I could be.
Yeah. Jesus are being black. Jesus black. Something to do with Jesus being black.
Yeah, Jesus ain't black.
No, that's
bro.
what he said. He said Jesus is not white. That's what you know what I'm talking about. You know which video.
I'm being honest, I don't, bro. I've commented on thousands of videos about Jesus. Thousands.
Okay, so let's just skip that question. It's a little bit I was gonna ask anyways. Basically, you know, 2 days ago, yeah, our sister Nainisa, she was talking to this dickhead, you know, called Ralph. You know, Ralph got cornered. At the end, he exposed himself, what his future plans holds as a nation, as this nation, yeah. And we black people are so stupid. We're just gonna keep listening, accepting it, you know, and sort of trying to beg him. But what he said was, we after we have kicked you all out. Yeah, let me repeat this. After we have kicked you all out, Britain is gonna carry on doing what it does best, going back to exploiting you. But it's not simple as exploiting. They're gonna do the worse than what they did to Iraq. And I don't understand why she just muted and disappeared after that. Is there nothing? She's got no more power after that. No bullets for this prick, you know. And this is what the reality is. Like we don't care about each other, man. We don't care about our future. We don't care about where we're from originally. You know, I know some of you, you know, you try to lean towards, you know, the Caribbean side, but look at your country as well. You know, it's just as good as Africa. They don't care about you. So listen, what I'm trying to say is,
Asketi, no, listen. You said a lot.
No, I'm not finished, bro. I'm gonna finish.
Check this
so
out.
you can.
I'm looking at property in Tanzania right now.
Okay, you are looking at property, yeah? Hold it there. But Ralph is saying, but it might sound, but whatever it's gonna be, yeah. But his ideology and his group ideology is a lot of them, and they, you know, when you come with ideology at Ralph, you can easily get more people on your side. His ideology was that we're gonna come to Africa, exploit you.
Wait. Hold on a second. Wait. Asketi, hold on.
Don't ask me nothing, bro. Answer that question.
No.
What do you think
I
about
don't
Ralph?
know what you didn't ask a question. You were just saying things. But listen, I don't take Ralph seriously, bro. Like when Ralph talks, I just roll my eyes and go and make a cup of tea. Like Ralph, even though, like personally, I think Ralph is a prick, and he's entitled to have his far right dreams. He's entitled to have them, Asketi. They don't mean anything. They don't mean anything to me. They're not. He's one guy. If you're gonna get hysterical over one guy, what you like? It's mental. You're gonna give yourself an aneurysm if you're gonna let one guy who's very articulate. I'll give Ralph that. He's articulate and he's got his stats to hand. But if you're gonna get hysterical over some crazy bus on the internet, then you're gonna you're just gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna give yourself a headache.
You said a lot. Your message has been understood. That's not the point, bro. The point is you as a black race, you know. I'm talking about not you, bro. Anyone who's talking to a person like that, anyone who's talking to far right, and you know, look, he's here telling us what his ideology is. You know, it doesn't have to be serious. You know, it sounds, you know, but it's something that they have done in the past. It's something they have done in the past. We, as the black community here in the UK, should we be weaker or stronger? You know, we know where they're on. You know, this is real animal mentality. They want to come and kill us off. So what do we do, bro? What do we do? So we warn our own people, build our own weapons, you know, have our own defense. Because what it is, the fact of the matter is 100% is Boris Johnson, he's got the same ideology. Boris Johnson, today now, he is taking full control of how other countries used to get aid. You know, a little bit of money under the table so the Britain can come in and rob your, pillage your resources. That's what he's taken under his own wing. You know why? It's because of the economic crisis. They always want to build their own shit back up again. But we, the black people, when we're hearing Ralph saying, yes, we're gonna come and kill your people, the people that looks like you, you know, rob your land, make sure your land is just gonna carry on being the worst, you know, ever, and never gonna recover. We want to think about, you know, let's just ignore all of that. Let's ignore all of that. The fact of the matter is, bro, you go into the ways of want to be racially abused in your future. You don't want to unite with your brothers and say, you want to be stronger, you know, and stop these motherfuckers, you know, from, you know, talking, even having this freedom to think that we are below animals. He thinks we're below animals for him to be able to say to us.
Wait, Asketi, hold on a second. Wait. Asketi, is Ralph entitled to feel however he feels? Yes or no?
Ralph, we are the one who's allowing.
Wait. Hold on. Asketi, stay with me. Stay with me for a second. Wait, Asketi, hold on. Stay with me. Calm down. Wait, listen. Is Ralph entitled to feel the way he does? Yes or no?
No, he's not entitled like that. He's
Wow.
not entitled to say
Okay.
that. We're gonna
All right, cool.
Okay. Can I say yes, Ralph? I'm gonna come and shoot your mom in the head. Am I allowed to say that, bro? Am I
Yes,
allowed
of course
to say
you're
that,
allowed
Ralph?
to say these things.
I'm gonna come and burn your house down. Am I allowed to say that, bro? Because that's what he's saying. We're gonna come to Africa and rob and pillage you like we always did. What does that mean, bro? Are we not human? When are we gonna get the fucking respect we deserve, bro? You know what I mean? This is how they think. This is called the real white privilege. Then you have the other one saying on the other side, she's not acting as racist, but she wants to say, oh, if you don't sell us the mineral, Africa is doomed. You must be fucking smoking.
Yo, Asketi.
Yeah.
I hear you. Someone tell me you're called. Yeah, someone, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Someone, is that me echoing?
Not just talk. I can hear you.
No, but I'm echoing. Hold on.
Asketi, you're echoing. Mute your mic when you're not. Go through that.
Yeah, Asketi. So, fuck's sake, man. So, someone said you're calling my name. So, my thing is, what would you have said to him, Asketi? What would you have said to him?
Nanita, look, I'll be honest. I'm not calling your name to try to throw you out.
No problem. Let me just ask the question.
The point is like this.
Let's calm down. Just calm down, baby. Yeah, we're not arguing. We're not arguing.
I like the way you
So,
ask the question.
The question that I would like to ask you is, what would you have said to him when you was hearing Ralph said them things? What would you have said, bro?
That's what I would have said. I would have pissed them off the words. I would have said, this is why I would have started off. I would say, Ralph, listen, you think us, the black community, we forgot what your ancestors did, and we're gonna trust someone like your government, you know, at that point, you're saying that if you ever get to that point, that we're gonna trust you. This is how we're gonna do this first. We're gonna ally with all of your enemies. Remember, you're the biggest enemy of humanity in this planet. No one likes this island, you know. That's a matter of a fact. So when we allies with someone like Iran, they're gonna have their knee over your neck because you think you're the mighty Britain, but without anybody, you are shit. So when we ally with Iran and we just put our resources into people like Iran, they come. No, let me just finish. We need to be strong, you know. Anita, I'm gonna tell you, we are the black family, innit? Look, me as a Somali, I'm gonna be honest. We haven't suffered what you, our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, have suffered, right? These people don't give a damn.
Hold on a minute. You've changed your. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. You've changed your. No, but you've changed your tune because the last time I heard you, we walked onto the ship and we were like, "Thank you."
Yeah,
and all of this.
yeah.
So who have you spoken to in between?
And you want to act stupid? You are being Islamophobe, yeah. And I'm saying this again. What Ralph did that day is how he tricked you those times. You know, he tricked you those times. You know, people, because when you are when you with this white supremacist racist, he's gonna tell you, this ship, there's food on that ship. Just walk in there, and he's gonna enslave your whole race. So that's what my point is. If you want to hear it, I'm gonna tell you a million times. My point is, if you sell out, you deserve fucking walking it. You deserve to be dumb, and you will walk into that ship. So let's just leave it there. If you want to carry on talking, and you want to think me and you got boots over that, be talking the truth.
Wait,
you know, you have to talk for me. You don't want to talk shit to us.
Okay, so one, I've not said anything.
Like that. No, just leave it like that. My point is, something, I'm not finishing. You like to just jump in and do your thing, bro.
Asketi. So hold on a minute. You think you can just bust shot all over the place, and then I'm gonna be quiet? Is that what you're used to? You just bust your shot all over the place and you don't know reply.
Say it again. What did I say? You trying to divert. Let's go into this, though. Let's go into this. Now, Anita, but why did you asked? You had so much smoke for Ralph, but when he said, and this is the second time, you know, first time before this, Ralph was talking about what he's gonna do to Muslim people. You just said, Ralph, are you gonna do this to black people? As long as it's not my people, I don't care. That was one foul.
Yo. Stop. No, listen.
Shit. I remember shit like yesterday, you know. And then again, you've been fucking burning out Islamophobia. You've been the biggest Islamophobe in the internet. And you think you're lucky I said the reality of the fact.
You've got no self-control.
You know, when you ally with the enemy, you are so dumb.
Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to bust your nut?
Don't
you just want to bust your nut. Bust your nut, brother.
Don't
bust your nut,
man. Stupid.
Bust your nut, man. You don't want to have a conversation.
One thing and you're talking another thing. And you're talking another thing. So just be straightforward, like, you know. We had a conversation, you like to divert and shit, talk about what I said before, this and that. I'll say my words on my neck, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck. I said the truth. And, you know, a people like that mentality is the one that's going to destroy us tomorrow, you know, and they deserve to walk on that slave ship. When they've been told there's food on that slave ship, the stupidness of selling their own people out and trusting the enemy, yes, those are the people that will walk onto that slave ship. My question again was like this, you know. Us, the people from the South, from the African countries, we've been colonized. We haven't felt the pain of what these people have felt, you know. These enemies, you know, you want to trust more than the Muslims, you know, 60% today in Africa, that's Muslims, you know, not Christian, not atheists, we are 60%. Yeah, you don't, and we had the civilization where we said, Sharia is to support the whole of any citizen in a Muslim country. Any citizen was millionaire. You know how much gold they're taking from the Gold Coast? If we can just get the gold back from the Gold Coast, most African people will be rich. And nobody can say shit to us. That's just gold. The question's like this. When this motherfucker, when you be talking, it's not even you, you know, it's a lot of people it's like that. You know, when you get westernized into this country and you don't care, you're giving it all in. I understand you want to beg the racists to live among them, but they're never gonna respect you ever. No racist is gonna say, you know what, I hold my hand up, I'm gonna allow this black family, I'm gonna be less racist. That's not it. They think they're superior. Ralph and his people, and a lot of them, they think they're superior than us. That is why they can talk shit like that. This small island, you know, they can't even do shit for themselves if Iran even try to fucking challenge them. Anybody that's got a bit that's trying to challenge them, they are fucked. And these people want to tell us we're gonna carry on stealing from Africa resources like we're doing, you know? This is how we're stupid. Are we stupid like that? You think you're the enemy, remember that. You're the enemy of humanity in this world. You know, Ralph and your people. And that bitch, you know, that's saying, you know, I don't want to call her that, you know, she's a grown woman. I don't do that. It's deep, yeah? But idiot saying all the resources in Africa, if it's not sold to the UK, it has no value. When has it ever had any value from us giving it to the UK or doing anything to do with Africa? We need to wake up, you know. We are not these people, you know. God has blessed our land. God, you lot don't believe in God, but God has blessed us in a whole different way. And this is the time for us to shine. I'm not saying for people to give up everything and move out of the UK. No, but be a stronger black race in the UK by having economic freedom, by having your feet on your own God-gifted thing. Your ancestors have been killed for. All your ancestors have been killed for. Imagine those ancestors that was hiding under the bushes and shit, and these motherfuckers coming, they're finding them and killing them on the spot. We need to take care. We need to care about those people. Those people need to be held highly, not this fucking white supremacist racist shit. You know, the fact is, the matter is, America is leaving the NATO. Everybody's being split up. No one is. If we have our economic freedom, no one will ever be able to challenge Africa. Nobody can challenge Africa, who's got all the minerals in this world. You know what I mean? Africa is the richest, and you want to make us the poorest people. Are we stupid? Nah, that's the fact. No country is gonna force with Africa
I wish you all the best in your endeavors.
Shut up, hey, some woman, shut up. You ain't getting none of our minerals no more.
Your endeavors in the country.
You said if we don't sell the minerals to Africa, to the UK, the mineral is useless,
I'm going over to Wendy's. I just wanted to say hello and goodbye.
Stupid woman,
I wish you all the best in your endeavors.
You ain't getting not a penny. You ain't getting 1 gram of gold from Africa ever again.
Bye.
So just fuck off and talk your shit on Wendy's, you know, because that's the only place people will listen to you. Because, you know, you can never get challenged over there. When you're there and you're saying, you know, these people are stupid. So we, the black race, are stupid, yeah? We are the stupid for thinking that you saying that if we don't sell our minerals to the UK, we are stupid, you know? That it has no value. So you think we are stupid, right? But we're the one who built everything here. We built the roads. We built traffic lights. We built fucking computers. What have we built that you have built? You know what I mean? So what we're saying is, we take our shit back. You'd be fucking crying, you know? And this is a message to the real Pan-African. Once you promote Pan-African, yeah, you're really fighting for your ancestors. But remember what the ancestors, they came to pillage and kill us and take the whole nation because of minerals. You know, some shit they don't have. And they hate us so much with a passion, they're gonna repeat history again and again and again until we fucking show them how strong we are. We need to do something today. We need to fight them today. If we don't stop them today, they will never learn for tomorrow. These people are not human beings. This motherfucker Rob says he believes in the Bible, but the Bible clearly says Messiah is coming down to wipe his whole fucking white supremacy out. The whole of them. It clearly says that in the Quran, it clearly says that Messiah is coming to take them all out. Can we change that? What God is saying is himself in the Bible. That these are the devils of humanity today. Can we change that? So that's the route they're going anyways. And God said this world is not really important to anybody. They think this world is paradise and hell put together. So they're gonna really suffer when the time comes. So I'm trying to say, black people, wake up. Don't talk about no Black Lives Matter. Don't ever support to being comfortably here in the UK and forgetting what needs to be fixed. Because if you're weak in Africa, you're weak everywhere. That's the reality. If you're weak in Africa, you're weak everywhere.